The true daughter, Shen Yunqing, who is not favored by her biological mother, unexpectedly travels back to the 1980s. The original father intends to marry her off in exchange for a bride price. This is absolutely unacceptable. On a dark and windy night, Shen Yunqing boldly packs her belongings and flees. On her first day in the city, she encounters the factory director from Haidao, and having been accustomed to a life of luxury, she is captivated by his financial prowess and handsome appearance, rashly obtaining a marriage certificate with him. Chapter 1. The young lady prepares pig feed. My dear, just take a single bite, Shen's mother pleaded earnestly, attempting to coax Shen Yunqing, who sat at the table refusing to eat. Having been reborn into this body for 3 days, Shen Yunqing still struggled to accept this drastic change. Once the esteemed eldest daughter of the Shen family in the capital, she had now found herself reborn as a country girl, and while she could accept being a country girl, did fate truly need to toy with her by placing her in this early 1980s era? Gazing down at the bowl of wild vegetable soup and the half-corn bun handed to her by her mother, Shen Yunqing felt no appetite whatsoever. Seeing her act like a spoiled heiress, Shen's father, with his sun-darkened face, wore a stern expression, exuding authority. Having food is already a blessing, don't be picky. If she starves, it serves her right. Her 3 brothers, who had intended to join their mother in persuading their sister, fell silent upon witnessing their father's anger. Shen's mother stood momentarily stunned by her husband's outburst, gazing at her precious daughter with a sense of grievance and sighing heavily. Shen Yunqing changed her position, sitting on a small stool in the courtyard, contemplating her life. Remaining here to nibble on corn buns was out of the question, however. How could she avoid such fare and instead indulge in exquisite delicacies? Yunqing, hurry and eat while it's hot, Shen's mother said as she emerged from the kitchen after washing the dishes, placing a freshly boiled egg into her daughter's hands. Observing the gaunt face of her daughter, she felt a pang of maternal concern. Don't hold a grudge against your father, he may speak harshly, but has a heart of gold. As she peeled the eggshell, Shen Yunqing divided the egg in half, offering the yolk to her mother. You have it, I don't like the yolk. Shen's mother gazed at the yolk presented by her daughter, feeling a bittersweet happiness her daughter had grown up. Seeing tears welling in her mother's eyes, filled with love and pride, Shen Yunqing sighed inwardly. A certain part of her heart was stirred, feeling oddly warm, yet somewhat uncomfortable. Not wishing to see her mother in tears, Shen Yunqing pressed the yolk into her hand and proceeded to eat the egg white. Reluctant to consume it herself, Shen's mother tucked the yolk into her coarse cloth pocket and moved toward the courtyard wall, picking up a bamboo basket to carry on her back. At the door, she turned to remind her, Yunqing, I'm going to the mountain to graze the cattle. Keep an eye on the time, and remember to prepare the pig feed. Alas! The phrase she had heard most frequently these past few days was to feed the pigs and prepare their food. Finishing the last bite of egg white, Shen Yunqing clapped her hands and rose from the stool. Rest assured, I will go prepare it shortly. Seeing her pout playfully, Shen's mother smiled as she carried the basket and went to lead the cow from the pen. From a modern young lady who had never touched a drop of water to preparing pig feed in the 1980s, Shen Yunqing sighed deeply over her unfortunate fate. After bringing a bundle of firewood into the kitchen, she bent over the stove, diligently tending to the fire. After finally igniting the flames, an unexpected intrusion startled her, causing her to forget to blow air into the stove, extinguishing the small flame. The beloved son of the village chief stood at the kitchen door, holding 2 large meat buns wrapped in oil paper, a masculine smile gracing his face as he said, Yunqing, look what I brought you today. Shen Yunqing frowned, suppressing her irritation, and looked up at him. Du Rahai, are you out of your mind? Du Rahai entered with the large buns, winking at her. I may not be sick, but I certainly have a longing for you. His yellowish-black complexion, combined with the greasy expression he wore at that moment, made Shen Yunqing feel nauseated. Chapter 2. Resolutely not marrying, Du Rahai squatted before her, cradling a steamed bun, as if presenting a treasure. He carefully unwrapped the oiled paper and brought the bun to her lips, exclaiming, pork and cabbage filling. It's incredibly fragrant. Yunqing, do try it. The enticing aroma wafting from the bun made Shen Yunqing involuntarily swallow hard. She had only consumed an egg white for breakfast, a meager morsel that hardly sufficed to satiate her hunger. Having been reborn into this body for 3 days, she realized she had not enjoyed a hearty meal in quite some time. The dining table of the Shen family offered nothing but steamed cornbread and wild vegetable soup. Accustomed to delicacies in the modern world, Shen Yunqing found herself unaccustomed to such poverty. She understood the adage, no kindness is without ulterior motive. With wide eyes, she inquired, what is your purpose in tempting me with a bun? Du Rahai, scratching his crew cut and revealing a wide grin, blushed slightly and awkwardly replied, what purpose could I possibly have? Yunqing, please eat freely. With that, he thrust the bun into her mouth, wrapping the remaining one in oiled paper and placing it on her lap. With her mouth full, Shen Yunqing bit into the savory bun, savoring each bite. Watching her relish the food brought him immense joy, and he reached for the firewood on the stove to rekindle the flames for cooking pig feed. After finishing 2 buns, Shen Yunqing took her time, finally swallowing the last bite and discreetly burping with satisfaction. Once the buns were consumed, her mouth felt parched, prompting her to rise and fetch a ladle of well water. Gu Mohan added a few more sticks of dry wood to the fire, intensifying the blaze as he rubbed his palms together, gazing at her lovely face, hesitating to speak. Noticing his unvoiced thoughts, Shen Yunqing frowned and urged, "Spit it out if you have something to say. What do you want me to accompany you for?" she questioned, pondering the propriety of a young woman following him to the town, despite their childhood friendship. Gu Mohan, filled with hopeful anticipation, had already begun to envision a future with her. Shen Yunqing, perplexed, furrowed her brow and pressed him, "Since when did I agree to marry you?" Seeing her excitement, Gu Mohan explained, "Have you forgotten? On the 8th, my father visited your father to discuss the marriage proposal." The 8th? 3 days prior, Shen Yunqing had arrived in the dead of night. How could she possibly know about events that transpired during the day? The original owner had fainted and struck her head that day, leaving her memories of the past few days in disarray. The notion of marriage was completely foreign to her. No, she resolutely refused to marry. She had no desire to follow the same path as the village girls, marrying young and bearing children, spending her days toiling in the fields or gossiping with neighbors while cradling infants. If she were to marry, it would not be done so hastily. She could not endure the village's way of life, and she was well aware of her own shortcomings. It would be best not to bring misfortune upon a good man. After contemplating this, Shen Yunqing met his gaze and gently stated, "Gu Mohan, you are still young, and there will be many beautiful girls who will want to marry you. We are simply not suited for one another." "Yunqing, what do you mean?" Gu Mohan's face was marked by astonishment. "Just moments ago, while devouring my substantial meat bun, he did not voice such sentiments. How could he so easily turn his back on me? What manner of individual is he?" Shen Yunqing, perturbed by his remarks, lost her temper. "You are the one who shoved it into my mouth. Before I ate, I specifically inquired, and you reassured me to eat without worry. Who could have known you harbored such intentions?" Gu Mohan, rendered speechless by her retort, lost his previous bravado and spoke in a considerably subdued tone. "I cannot argue with you, but this matter between us is already settled." With that, he rose from his seat and swiftly exited the kitchen. Chapter 3. Finding a way to escape the marriage. Upon hearing the sound of the courtyard gate closing, Shen Yunqing's chest heaved with indignation. To consume 2 of his buns only to be compelled into marriage? Why didn't he simply seize me off the street? The water in the large pot began to boil, prompting Shen Yunqing to pause her thoughts and rise to fetch some chaff from the burlap sack by the stove. She scooped several large ladles of dry chaff into the pot and took up the stirring stick, mixing the chaff thoroughly. Shen's mother, burdened with a large basket of pig fodder, first led the cow into the barn and secured it before entering their courtyard. After placing the heavy load on the ground, she called out loudly to the kitchen, "Yunqing, have you finished cooking the pig food?" Startled awake from her drowsiness by her mother's voice, Shen Yunqing replied impatiently with a furrowed brow, "It's already done." With a smile upon her lips, Shen's mother wielded a cleaver for chopping the fodder, unloading the basket and tightly grasping a hefty handful, beginning to chop the pig fodder. After a moment's contemplation in the kitchen, Shen Yunqing rose from her stool, stepped over the threshold, and stood beneath the eaves, inquiring of her mother to gauge the situation. "Mother, has father betrothed me to the Du family?" Shen's mother continued chopping without pause, earnestly attempting to persuade her. "Yunqing, the Du family is among the finest in the village, and Ru Hai is a good-natured lad. Marrying him would not be a misfortune." Given that even her mother, who had always indulged the original owner without principles, expressed such sentiments, and considering her father's obstinate nature, Shen Yunqing realized there was little room for negotiation regarding this marriage. No, she must find a way to escape. But how? A thought struck her. She could seek out her grandmother, who had always cherished the original owner. Shen's grandmother, widowed in her middle years, had borne 2 sons in her youth, her elder brother and Shen's father. After their separation, the responsibility of elder care rotated among the families each year. With her grandmother's authority, if she communicated her unwillingness to marry, even if she fled the wedding later, her grandmother would shield her from her father's wrath. Resolute, Shen Yunqing made her way to the courtyard gate. "Mother, I'm going to visit grandmother." As she reached the entrance, she exhaled heavily. Understood. In the Shen household, each member had their designated tasks, and everyone was expected to attend to their own affairs without delegating unless absolutely necessary. Shen's mother managed the daily meals for the entire family while also assisting with her grandchildren. Her sister-in-law, Lin Lena, was a young intellectual who, after failing to pass the college entrance exam last year, married Shen Urge, who had harbored feelings for her for many years. After their marriage, Shen Urge borrowed money to secure her a job at the supply and marketing cooperative, and now, over 6 months pregnant. Lena still insisted on commuting to work in town daily. In the household, the responsibility of tending to the pigs and chickens fell upon Shen Yunqing. Initially, she was also tasked with overseeing the geese. However, on her very first day after crossing over, while attempting to lead the geese to the river, she inadvertently allowed one to be killed by a village dog. From that moment onward, her mother took over the task of managing the geese. Shen Debo's home was not far away, merely a few steps from her own. Upon noticing that the front door was ajar, Shen Yunqing entered without hesitation. Chapter 4. Seeking Grandma Shen at Shen Debo's house, his 2 granddaughters were playing house on the steps beneath the eaves. Upon seeing her enter, the girls erupted into joyous laughter, sweetly calling out, "Auntie, you're here." The 2 little girls, plump and adorable, donned identical red floral cotton dresses, their hair styled in playful pigtails. Shen Yunqing, recalling the memories of her predecessor, reached into her pocket and retrieved a piece of maltose candy. She skillfully made her way into her uncle's kitchen, took a knife from the cutting board, and divided the candy in half. She then stepped outside to share it with the 2 girls, gently inquiring, "Is Grandma at home?" "Yes," replied the older girl, popping the candy into her mouth and pointing towards the tiled house where Grandma Shen resided. "Grandma is sleeping on the bed." Shen Yunqing affectionately patted their heads and proceeded toward her grandmother's room. Just as she approached the door, the familiar voice of the elder woman called out, "Yunqing is here." Shen Yunqing entered the room, where Grandma Shen, adorned with reading glasses, sat by the window, diligently stitching shoe insoles. "Grandma," she greeted, settling down beside the bamboo bed. Grandma Shen looked up at her granddaughter. "What brings you here today?" With a sigh, Shen Yunqing chose not to conceal her troubles from the elder. With a pained expression, she lamented, "Grandma, father is pressuring me to marry Du Rahai, but I do not wish to wed." Grandma Shen had already heard of this predicament from her younger son. Knowing her granddaughter to be beautiful and proud, she had anticipated that the girl would seek her counsel. The Du family was well off within the village, and in this resource-scarce mountain hamlet, where even the village chief's family managed to enjoy steamed buns made from white flour, marrying into the Du family would spare her granddaughter from hardship. Setting aside her sewing, Grandma Shen took her granddaughter's hand and gently advised, "Yunqing, though we are blessed with beauty, such a facade cannot sustain us. It is indeed fortunate that a family like the Du's has taken notice of us." Initially, Shen Yunqing held a flicker of hope. However, hearing her grandmother's words dulled her spirit. It seemed she had no choice but to rely on her own strength. "Grandma, I must take my leave. Please do not mention my visit to father," she implored, not wanting her father to discover her reluctance regarding the marriage. Should he learn of her intentions, he would undoubtedly assign someone to watch over her, preventing any chance of escape. Observing her granddaughter's determined posture as she walked towards the door, Grandma Shen sighed softly. This girl would not be content to remain in the mountains for a lifetime. Yet, as a rural woman, what girl did not find herself, upon reaching a suitable age, bound by parental arrangements to marry a decent man and rely on him for a living? Meanwhile, Shen's mother was busy in the kitchen preparing dinner. In the wardrobe, there were 3 sets of clean clothes. Both Shen father and Shen mother cherished their daughter, ensuring that all the best things in the household were reserved for her. The original owner was naturally a person who valued cleanliness. Her garments were impeccably washed, and any tears were mended with needle and thread, adorned with patterns of clouds and birds for concealment. In a small iron box where she kept her private belongings, there was a small stack of coins, totaling $3.56. This modest sum should suffice for her journey to the coastal city. The journey from Xiuyun village to the town would take an hour and a half, with the fare from the town to Tsangyo city being 80 cents. However, she was uncertain of the train fare from Tsangyo to the coastal city. In Chapter 5, she decided to conceal her plans from them. Shen father paused, turning to regard her with a serious demeanor, nodding slightly. It seemed that in every family, one parent often played the role of the stern figure. Their mother, always patient and gentle in her speech, would suddenly become devoid of warmth in her presence. Despite her rebellious spirit, she had not neglected her studies and had performed admirably in the college entrance examination, scoring 618 points. When it came time to select her major, she had aspired to attend the Beijing Film Academy. However, her mother's relentless disparagement, claiming that with her looks, she would surely struggle in the entertainment industry, disheartened her. Shen Yunqing, who had been beautiful since childhood, was acutely aware of her own potential. With her beauty, success in the entertainment world seemed inevitable, provided she remained prudent. Ultimately, her mother's vehement opposition led her to forsake her passion, opting instead for a degree in auditing. Lena, with her hands on her hips and her belly prominent, settled into a high stool beneath the eaves. Let us not dwell on such matters, she said. Shen mother, washing vegetables, chimed in with a smile. Not yet. This morning, Heir Lu brought word that the grandparents couldn't bear to part with their 2 grandsons and wished to stay a couple more days. Lina replied. It's been a few days since I've seen De Fu and Xiao Fu. I miss them. Sitting by the stove, Shen Yunqing assisted Shen mother in stoking the fire, listening to the conversation between her mother and sister-in-law. During her university years, she often found herself bored with her studies and passed the time reading novels. Many tales from that era depicted conflicts between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law, with beloved children triumphing over scoundrels. Harmonious relationships like that of Shen mother and her sister-in-law were indeed rare. Yunqing, fetch the bowls and chopsticks. It's time for dinner, instructed Shen mother after finishing the stir-fried cabbage. She poured a few ladles of well water into the large pot to warm it, preparing for the meal and the subsequent dishwashing. Shen Yunqing gathered a large stack of bowls and chopsticks, heading to the main room to gather everyone for dinner. For dinner, Shen mother had added a bit more oil to the dishes than at lunch, a consideration for her sister-in-law's pregnancy, ensuring that the entire family benefited from her nourishment. As they sat together, they began their meal with cornmeal buns from the iron basin. Shen mother served a bowl of steamed egg custard to Lina. The cornmeal buns were far easier to swallow than the wild vegetable dumplings served at noon. To avoid drawing attention to herself, Shen Yunqing sat beside Shen mother, striving to minimize her presence. At the table, Shen father and the 3 sons discussed the impending marriage alliance with the Du family. The village chief was scheduled to bring gifts the day after tomorrow, with a bride price of 200 yuan, 100 yuan designated for Yunqing, while the remaining 100 would be taken by the 3rd son to the Zhao family to expedite the arrangements before Yunqing's own marriage. Shen Anhao acquiesced to her father's wishes, a radiant joy illuminating her face at the prospect of marriage. Very well, I shall heed my father, she replied. Today, she refrained from causing any mischief at the dinner table, and Shen's father, with a stern expression, addressed Shen Yunqing, who sat opposite him. Yunqing, the Du family will notify us once they have set a date for the wedding. Tomorrow, you and your mother shall go to the town. Select whatever you fancy, for I possess little to offer you. Shen Yunqing, biting into a steamed bun, nodded in agreement. Chapter 6. Departing from the Shen residence after dinner. Shen Yunqing took the initiative to clear the table, transporting the dishes to the kitchen for washing. With her imminent departure, she felt a twinge of guilt for not having contributed more to her mother, so she resolved to wash a few dishes to bring her some joy. In the 3 days since her rebirth in this world, she had experienced the warmth and affection of a mother through Shen's mother. Reflecting on the events of the evening, she felt the deepest remorse towards her mother. Standing at the kitchen entrance, Shen's mother observed her daughter bustling about with a gentle, benevolent smile. Yunqing, I am off to converse with your aunt. Once you finish washing the dishes, go play with your sister Chunhua. Do not confine yourself to the house all day, lest you become stifled. All right, Shen Yunqing replied, placing the dishes into the cupboard. After the meal, the family ventured out to enjoy the evening. Gazing at the neatly packed luggage on the bed, she pondered for a moment before sitting at her desk, retrieving her journal and pen to compose a farewell letter to her parents. Once the letter was complete, she noticed the night had enveloped the outside world in darkness. During the waiting period, Shen Yunqing felt a surge of anxiety, her heart racing uncontrollably. Shen's mother busied herself in the kitchen, preparing water for everyone to wash their feet and rest. Lying down in bed, she felt an inexplicable discomfort that kept her awake. She could not precisely articulate the sensation, only that it was unsettling. Exhausted from the day's events, Shen's father quickly succumbed to snoring. At the stroke of midnight, Shen Yunqing rose from her bed, donned her shoes, and quietly opened her room's door, stepping into the night with her luggage in hand. Upon exiting the courtyard, she found herself drenched in cold sweat. The moon cast a bright light, illuminating the path ahead. Though somewhat blurred, it was sufficient for her to navigate. To avoid disturbing the villagers, she refrained from using the flashlight she had prepared, instead relying on the moonlight as she made her way to the village entrance. Yunqing, are you leaving? Shen Yunqing tightly grasped the straps of her bag, turning to face her mother, unable to meet her gaze, her eyelashes casting shadows over her downcast eyes. Mother, please do not implore me further. Hearing her mother's voice quiver with suppressed tears as she offered her gentle admonitions made Shen Yunqing's heart ache. Do not cry. For once you are outside, there will be no one to comfort you as I do. Shen's mother stepped closer to console her daughter, placing a wrapped item into her hands. Tears streamed down Shen Yunqing's cheeks, rendering her speechless in her mother's presence. Shen's mother understood that as long as she remained there, her daughter could not leave. With tears glistening in her eyes, she etched the image of her daughter into her heart before reluctantly turning back toward home. Once her mother had walked away, Shen Yunqing wiped the tears from her cheeks and continued toward the village entrance. navigating the nighttime path. Guided by the memories of the former owner of this life, she trekked for over 2 hours before finally reaching the town. At that hour, the sky had yet to brighten, and the streets lay desolate, with shop doors firmly shut. Shen Yunqing grasped her bag and made her way directly to the train station. The Public Security Bureau was nearby, and there was an elderly gentleman on duty at the entrance. As a young woman wandering the streets at such an hour, she was acutely aware of the dangers that lurked in this era when public safety was far from assured. At the station, there were long wooden benches. Shen Yunqing cradled her luggage in her arms and leaned against the wall, closing her eyes to rest. Chapter 7. Arrival at Heiress. As dawn began to break, people gradually appeared at the station. Shen Yunqing took out her handkerchief and dampened it under the faucet at the station's restroom, wiping her face clean. Standing before the mirror, she tidied her appearance before heading to the ticket counter with her letter of introduction in hand. This letter proved quite convenient for her. She purchased a ticket for the earliest bus to Sanyo, and by just past 1 o'clock in the afternoon, she had arrived in the city. Afterward, she visited a state-run restaurant to enjoy a bowl of noodles, inquiring with the staff about the bus to the train station. Boarding the bus, she headed straight for the ticket hall. Initially, she intended to buy a ticket to the capital, but the ticket seller informed her that farmers were not permitted to enter the city at will. Ultimately, she spent 2 yuan and 20 cents for a ticket to her originally planned destination, Heiress. The train was scheduled to depart at 3:30. While seated in the waiting area, she unpacked the cloth that her mother had given her, revealing 20 yuan and some food coupons. Gazing at the money and tickets in her hand, Shen Yunqing's emotions were a tangle of complexity. The announcement echoed through the station. Passengers traveling to Heiress, please proceed to the platform for ticket inspection. Upon hearing this, Shen Yunqing carefully stowed the money and tickets in her bag, rose from the bench, and joined the queue for ticket inspection. Once aboard the train, she found her seat by the window and leaned back, closing her eyes to gather her strength. The journey would last 7 hours, meaning she would likely arrive in Heiress around 11 or midnight. It seemed she would need to find accommodations for the night upon her arrival. After a long day, she settled into her seat, surrendering to slumber amidst the commotion of the carriage. When she awoke, the world outside had plunged into darkness. The train attendant wheeled a cart through the narrow aisle, offering snacks such as sunflower seeds, peanuts, and candies. When the food cart arrived, Shen Yunqing requested 2 vegetarian buns. After finishing her meal, the announcement came over the speakers. Attention passengers, the train to Heiress is about to arrive at the station. A woman seated beside Shen Yunqing, cradling a baby a few months old, stood up, freeing one hand to retrieve her bag from the overhead rack. Shen Yunqing, carrying little in terms of belongings and keeping her bag close since it contained her money, rose only when the train came to a complete stop. She navigated the lengthy corridor of the carriage before disembarking. The evening temperature in Heiress was somewhat chilly, the night wind gusting about her. Shen Yunqing tightened her coat around her as she maneuvered through the crowd, making her way out of the train station. At the entrance, numerous individuals held signs, beckoning passengers to accommodations. A fashionable young woman caught Shen Yunqing's sleeve. Are you looking for a place to stay? Glancing at the name of the establishment on the woman's sign, Shen Yunqing inquired, is it far from here, and how much is it for one night? Sister Qi, appearing to be in her 50s, sported fashionable curly hair and donned a knitted jacket. With a thick accent, she spoke in the local dialect, it's not far. Just turn the corner and walk 500 meters. It's only 30 cents a night, quite reasonable. Shen Yunqing, wary of being swindled, repeatedly cautioned her. Auntie, I don't have much money. Please don't deceive me. Sister Qi chuckled at the young girl's words. If I were to cheat anyone, I'd pick someone in leather shoes. Look at your shabby attire. Our local con artists wouldn't even consider you. Chapter 8. Accommodation deception. The restroom was located on the first floor, and hot water cost 5 cents per pot. Guests were required to leave before 10 a.m. the following morning, and for an extension, one would need to speak to her daughter at the front desk. Upon reaching room 303, Sister Qi raised her hand and knocked on the door. Moment latte. It swung open to reveal a girl standing behind it, with 2 other young ladies seated on the beds inside, appearing to be of similar age to Shen Yunqing. The cramped room contained 2 sets of bunk beds typical of staff accommodations. Shen Yunqing immediately felt deceived, her expression darkening as she turned to Sister Qi. You should have informed me about so many people sharing one room. Sister Qi crossed her arms, her earlier warmth evaporating, and remarked sarcastically, Little girl, I only charged you 30 cents. Do you really expect to have a private room at this price? If you wish to stay, then do. If not, leave, no refunds. With that, she turned and descended the creaky wooden stairs. On her first night in Heiress, Shen Yunqing was infuriated. The girl who had opened the door, noticing her fury, softly inquired, Are you all right? Shen Yunqing maintained a stern expression, pressing her lips together, standing at the door with her bag in hand. Li Xiaohui, seeing her silence, sighed. Don't be upset. Just endure it for one night. We, too, were deceived by Sister Qi to come here. Upon hearing this, Shen Yunqing lifted her gaze. Didn't you consider leaving? Li Xiaohui shrugged. Where would we go? It costs extra to stay elsewhere, and didn't you hear her say there are no refunds? Shen Yunqing, still seething, had indeed missed that last part. With little money on her, and being unfamiliar with this era of Heiress, she feared that leaving in anger might lead her to an even worse situation at another inn. After contemplating, she decided to enter with her luggage. Once inside, Li Xiaohui closed the door and introduced her to the sleeping arrangements. That bed is for Zheng Yun and Wang Lu. Choose whichever you prefer. I'll take the lower bunk. You can have the upper. Shen Yunqing had no objections, retrieving a set of clean clothes and placing her bag on the upper bunk. As she prepared to step out, Wang Lu cautioned her, "There's no shower here. You'll need to go downstairs for hot water. Just wipe yourself down." As she opened the door to leave, she found Sister Qi's daughter in the small reception area, knitting while the older woman was presumably out to con more unsuspecting girls. Shen Yunqing handed her 5 cents and took a pot of hot water back upstairs. The room had a basin, which was likely used by previous guests for various purposes. Hesitant to wash her face in it, she settled for washing her feet instead. The bitterness of having been deceived lingered in her heart. With nefarious thoughts swirling in her mind and a slight twitch at the corners of her mouth, she extinguished the light, groped in the darkness, and climbed into bed to sleep. At the break of dawn, the three of them arose, packed their belongings, and departed. Shen Yunqing did not rise until 8 o'clock, neglecting to wash her face. After committing her misdeeds, she grabbed her luggage and went downstairs to return the kettle, then dashed out of the guest house. It was only at noon, while waiting for Sister Qi's daughter and cleaning the kettle, that she discovered one of the kettle's inner linings had been intentionally punctured. Chapter 9. Fraud Begone. The previous night, she had consumed 2 steamed buns in the car, and now, early in the morning, she had run 4 or 5 kilometers with her luggage. Shen Yunqing was ravenously hungry, her stomach growling incessantly. Passing by a breakfast shop, she was enticed by the aroma of flour wafting from within. She halted her steps, stood behind the crowd, and joined the queue, intending to purchase 2 buns before contemplating her job search. "Hey, you're not a local, are you?" Shen Yunqing turned to the voice. It was a young man with a pointed chin and a smile so insincere it reminded her of her modern assistant, Xiao Chen, overflowing with flattery. "I'm here to stay with relatives," she replied curtly, dismissing him and focusing intently on the line ahead. The young man continued to chatter behind her, but soon, his voice abruptly vanished. Shen Yunqing turned back in confusion to find he had disappeared. How strange. "What would you like?" asked the elder woman at the steamer upon noticing Shen Yunqing's unfamiliarity. Shen Yunqing, drawn in by the enticing scent of the buns, felt her stomach growl and pointed at the meat buns. "I'll have 2 meat buns, please." The staff quickly wrapped the buns in oiled paper and handed them to her. 20 cents and 2 ration tickets. As she reached into her luggage for the money, she discovered a gaping tear in the compartment where she kept her cash, and a bundle of money wrapped in black cloth had vanished without a trace. "Are you buying or not? Hurry up. If you can't afford it, get out of the way." The impatient voices behind her, irritated by her shabby appearance, urged her on. Shen Yunqing had never endured such humiliation before, her face flushed with anger as she clutched her bag and stepped away from the crowd. The memory of the chattering young man who had stood behind her surfaced in her mind. Damn it, it must have been that rascal. What could she do? The city was vast, she could not possibly search the entire place for him. Yet, part of her yearned to do just that, though her current predicament did not allow for such pursuits. Today was indeed a stroke of bad luck. Starving, she particularly missed her mother at that moment, wishing for the days back in the village when her mother would have prepared a boiled egg for her. The more she thought about it, the more her heart ached with grievance, and she raised her hand to wipe away her tears. Tooting. Hearing the sound of a car horn, Shen Yunqing looked up to see a black car approaching, adorned with a small red flag. Under some inexplicable impulse, she suddenly sprang to her feet and dashed toward the curb. Just as the car seemed poised to collide with her, fear gripped her, leaving her pale and weak-kneed as she collapsed to the ground. This bewildering action not only left her dazed but also startled Assistant Luo, who slammed on the brakes, his eyes wide with shock. In the back seat, Gu Mohan rested with his eyes closed. The sudden brake caused his body to lurch forward, his forehead colliding with the seat in front. His assistant, Xiao Xiao, was startled into a cold sweat, stammering, "I think I hit someone." Gu Mohan's stern visage momentarily stiffened before he opened the car door and stepped out. At that moment, the car was merely a few decimeters away from her. Shen Yunqing lay collapsed on the ground, patting her chest as she called out for her mother's protection. Had she known it would be so frightening, she would have thought that not even divine intervention could save her. Better to starve than to be killed. Approaching the front of the car, Gu Mohan glanced at it, relieved to find no traces of blood. He then lowered his gaze to the woman who lay on the ground, lost and disoriented. She murmured incoherently, muttering some nonsensical phrases. Gu Mohan, his face contorted in disdain, lifted his polished British leather shoe and kicked her leg, saying, "Hey, get lost." Chapter 10. Is there enough for a meal? Shen Yunqing, captivated by the magnetic timbre of his voice, slowly raised her head to behold the man before her.
Oh,
A handsome fellow.
no, wait.
He told me to leave. Gu Mohan, unable to tolerate the woman's unabashed stare, furrowed his brow and averted his gaze, placing his hands on his hips, his lips curling in contempt. "Miss, step aside, you're in the way."
How can you speak like that?
Shen Yunqing propped herself up from the ground and looked up at him. This gaze left her momentarily stunned. The man before her seemed increasingly familiar. With his handsome features, deep-set eyes, and an aloof demeanor that was somewhat intimidating, he bore an uncanny resemblance to someone she knew. Staring at his face, Shen Yunqing was filled with disbelief. Shen Xiaoan, how could he be here? Realizing that she had been struck by the car while delivering documents to him, her anger surged within her. Rising from the ground, she recklessly seized the man's tie and, with a swift motion, slapped his strikingly handsome face. "Shen Yunqing, once wasn't he enough for you to nearly kill me?" Gu Mohan was momentarily taken aback by the slap, but once he regained his composure, his face flushed with rage, his teeth clenched in fury. Suppressing the urge to retaliate, he pushed the woman away. Where did this lunatic come from? After venting his anger, he immediately turned to re-enter the car. Seeing him attempt to escape, Shen Yunqing squeezed herself into the car just as the door was closing, and upon sitting down, she found him blocking her way. Without hesitation, she pushed him aside. Gu Mohan, enraged by her brazen actions, glared at her with wide, furious eyes. "What do you think you're doing?" Shen Yunqing closed the car door, crossing her arms defiantly as she settled into her seat, her chin lifted with an air of superiority. "I'm hungry, I want to eat." Shen Yunqing was momentarily taken aback by his words, realizing that they were not particularly acquainted. As she scanned her surroundings, it dawned on her that in her frenzy, she had mindlessly gotten into the car with him. After pondering for a moment, she looked up at him and hesitantly suggested, "Well, we're not familiar, but we could get to know each other." She is now utterly destitute. Shen Yunqing pondered her current predicament. It seemed that clinging to him was her only option. Gu Mohan did not grasp the meaning of her words, furrowing his brow and asking, "What do you mean?" with a hint of uncertainty. Shen Yunqing's crescent-shaped eyes curved as she smiled at him, saying, "What I mean is, I would like to be friends with you. Could you treat me to a meal?" Her words appeared so naive and innocent. Just as she finished speaking, her stomach audibly grumbled in perfect timing. Shen Yunqing had never felt so embarrassed. Her face flushed. She lowered her eyelashes, unable to meet his gaze. Gu Mohan showed no reaction, merely contemplating her request internally. "Why should I treat you to a meal? Do you think you're worthy of being my friend?" A smirk crossed his lips, vividly recalling the sting of the slap he had just received from a woman. His expression turned frigid as he callously rejected her. "Why should I treat you to a meal?" Now, it was Shen Yunqing's turn to feel awkward. Her bright autumn eyes brimmed with a sense of grievance and confusion as she looked at him helplessly. When she failed to provide a reason, Gu Mohan, lacking in compassion, coldly pointed to the car door, his voice sharp, "Get out." Shen Yunqing remained seated, acutely aware that if she exited the vehicle, she would have no funds to start job hunting and would truly find herself on the streets. The man before her, clad in a tailored suit, exuded an air of privilege and sophistication, his demeanor both composed and unruly, a clear indication that he was not an ordinary individual. Having made foolish decisions before, Shen Yunqing resorted to desperate measures to entangle herself with him. Raising her hands, under the scrutiny of his questioning gaze, she cupped his face and tilted her chin to kiss him. Her heart raced with anxiety. After all, it was her first time engaging in such an act, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Pulling away, she lowered her head and said, "Now that we share a connection, does that suffice for a meal?" Gu Mohan's expression darkened ominously as he glared at her, gritting his teeth and retrieving a black handkerchief from his coat pocket to vigorously wipe the spot that this wretched woman had just sullied with her kiss. Chapter 11. Is she a spy? Shen Yunqing remained silent, as what he said was undeniably true, leaving her with no grounds for rebuttal. It must be said that the woman possessed a striking visage, with an oval face, delicate willow-like brows, and thick, fluttering eyelashes that shielded her luminous eyes. Her features were exquisitely crafted. Her petite nose was perfectly shaped, her lips freshly bitten and crimson, and her skin was as pale as snow. Humiliated, she kept her head down, her cheeks flushed, resembling a ripe peach. As she clung to him, Gu Mohan's heart filled with suspicion. Could this woman be a spy sent by Gu Mohan? Contemplating this, his deep gaze darkened, and his expression shifted from disdain to concern. He lifted his hand to wipe away her humiliating tears, a faint smile gracing his lips as he asked, "Are you hungry? Shall I take you out for a meal?" His sudden change was bewildering. Shen Yunqing looked up at him, her expression dazed, and nodded vacantly yes. For some reason, she felt a chill running down her spine. Assistant Luo understood. The vehicle glided along the road, and an eerie stillness enveloped the back seat. Shen Yunqing subtly lifted her eyelids to cast a glance at the man beside her. He casually flipped through a foreign language book, exuding an air of leisure, his drooping eyes betraying a hint of languor. Shen Yunqing swiftly discerned the distinctions between him and her modern foster brother. Despite sharing an identical visage with Shen Xiaoan, their essences were strikingly dissimilar. Shen Xiaoan embodied the refined demeanor of a scholarly gentleman, radiating an approachable warmth. In contrast, this man bore the cunning of a seasoned fox within his profound gaze, while his overall demeanor appeared nonchalant and indifferent. The enigmatic smile that graced his lips was laced with intrigue, making him difficult to decipher. He craved freedom, yet desired to remain in a position of superiority, all the while concealing a pathological ruthlessness beneath the surface. He seemed to relish in observing her. Gu Mohan closed his book, removed his suit jacket, and casually draped it over the leather cushion between them, rolling up his shirt sleeves to reveal his wrist adorned with a silver watch. His deliberate movements were both aesthetic and tantalizing. Truth be told, he possessed a charm far richer than Shen Xiaoan's prematurely mature demeanor. The car halted at the entrance of the private dining establishment, and Assistant Luo glanced up at the rearview mirror, alerting, "Young master, we have arrived." Gu Mohan opened the car door and exited first, prompting Shen Yunqing to hastily follow, fearing to be left behind. The establishment was not the hotel or restaurant she had envisioned, but rather a private dining house reminiscent of a Jiangnan courtyard. At the entrance stood an elderly gentleman clad in a black robe. Assistant Luo approached him for a brief exchange, and the old man, with a warm smile, personally led them inside. The cobblestone path wound through a lush bamboo grove encircling the courtyard walls, with a rockery and flowing water feature at the center of a pond, while a gazebo nearby housed several bird cages. The gentle sound of water and the calls of bluebirds effortlessly calmed one's spirit. They settled at a stone table by the lotus pond, where a woman in a cheap house served tea, saying, "Please wait a moment. The dishes will be ready shortly." In such private dining establishments, the custom was not to order, but to accept whatever the chef prepared. Gu Mohan observed her discreetly, witnessing her ease in this setting. Leisurely savoring her tea, clarified his suspicions. She paled in comparison to the secretary Anna, who had been thrust into his office by his third brother. Adeptly balancing flirtation and her professional duties. Chapter 12 was not an act. Unbeknownst to Shen Yunqing, while the man harbored disdain for her, he had already labeled her as an enemy agent, while she was solely preoccupied with the prospect of indulging in the meal before her. Dishes were presented one after another: sweet and sour fish, stir-fried shrimp, chicken soup with cabbage, and fragrant pork congee, each making her mouth water. This was the essence of living, simple delights, banishing the burdens of life. Shen Yunqing eagerly picked up her chopsticks, savoring a piece of sweet and sour fish. Having lived in modern luxury for over 20 years, she had never before tasted such exquisite flavors. Sweet yet not overly cloying, the fish was tender, and as she savored it, she squinted her eyes in delight. How delicious! Once a phoenix, now reduced to a village girl. She lamented the stark reality that even the most basic comforts in life were now beyond her grasp. Beside her, Gu Mohan observed her exaggerated performance, his lips twitching in barely concealed amusement. Having consumed 2 bowls of meat porridge, Shen Yunqing was nearly full, her hand slowing as she reached for more food. She glanced up at him and asked, "Aren't you eating?" The original owner of this body had never tasted such exquisite fare, and maintaining an air of elegance seemed increasingly implausible. Gu Mohan raised his cup for a sip of water, his gaze towards her dripping with disdain. "I've seen enough of your voracious appetite." Was she truly as frightful as he described? Shen Yunqing pondered, but alas, she could not recall. Regardless, she dismissed his words as inconsequential. Once her hunger was satiated, a grave thought struck her. Her bag seemed to have vanished. Her identification and clothing were all within it. Frustrated, she tapped her head and turned anxiously to the man beside her. "My bag is missing. Could you ask your driver to help me find it?" How could she be so careless? In the past, she had always traveled with an assistant, never needing to manage her own luggage. Times had changed, and she resented herself for not shedding those habits, for clinging to an illusion of refinement. Gu Mohan scoffed. Why don't you go look for it yourself? Shen Yunqing could not reveal that even if she found the bag, without money, she would be stranded in Heiress.
Now.
A golden opportunity lay before her. How could she not take advantage of it? He had already treated her to a meal. So asking for a bit more assistance should not pose a problem. Though she recognized the shameful nature of her request, at that moment, she was beyond caring. She did not wish to spend the night in a bridge underpass. Noticing her silence, Gu Mohan plucked a sunflower seed from the plate and flicked it at her forehead. After a moment of gathering her thoughts, Shen Yunqing, with a pitiful expression and trembling fingers, finally spoke. This morning, while I was queuing for steamed buns, a thief stole my money and tickets. I was so frightened that I ran away, and now you want to abandon me. Be quiet. Her tearful visage, so pitiful, was genuinely bothersome to him. Gu Mohan opened his mouth, intending to chastise her, but the words transformed before they could escape. Where are you from? What brings you to Heiress? Feigning distress was indeed an art, and as she recalled her recent misfortunes, her composure began to crack, tears spilling unbidden. Wiping her tears away, she sniffled and said, I come from Xiaoyun village in Songyo City. My father is forcing me to marry, so I sneaked out in the dead of night. Gu Mohan observed her struggle to catch her breath, and she bore no semblance of deceit. Could it be that she was indeed not sent by Gu Mohan? Yet it puzzled him. How could such a lovely creature emerge from a remote mountain village? Shen Yunqing wiped away her tears, catching a glimpse of his indifference. And her heart raced with anxiety. Brother, if you won't help me find a job, could you lend me some money? I promise I will repay you double once I earn a fortune. As she felt a wave of unease wash over her, Gu Mohan rose from the stone bench, hands tucked in his pockets, striding outside with his long legs. Chapter 13. You lack discerning taste. Gu Mohan noticed her dejected expression as she hung her head low. Taking a drag from his cigarette, he exhaled a plume of smoke towards her delicate face and spoke in a deep voice. Do you not realize that in the dead of night, running from the countryside without a personal recommendation from a factory supervisor means you won't find a job? His words made her realize the city's strict regulations. Young individuals from rural areas were not permitted to work in the city. With her bag lost and money gone, she was truly left with nothing. What was she to do now? Assistant Liu understood. Shen Yunqing lowered her head, nervously fiddling with her fingers as she whispered, Thank you. Her voice was barely audible, akin to the buzz of a mosquito. Gu Mohan, unable to catch her words, frowned and inquired, What did you just say? The proud young lady Shen had never sincerely expressed gratitude to anyone. With her cheeks flushed, she gritted her teeth and managed to say, Thank you. Her voice, soft as it was, carried a hint of reproach that sounded almost like a playful complaint. A faint smile curled at the corners of Gu Mohan's lips. A subtle arc he was unaware of. As his gaze fell upon her hair, styled into 2 black braids, he reached out and playfully tugged at one. The woman's hair was as dark and lustrous as fine velvet, soft to the touch. The hair tie, now loosened, allowed her long hair to cascade down her chest like a black waterfall. Despite her irritation at this man's playful manipulation of her hair, Shen Yunqing felt compelled to suppress her annoyance in light of his kindness in taking her in. With both braids undone, Gu Mohan rolled down the car window and tossed the earthy-colored hair tie out into the night. He ceased his playful antics, which allowed Shen Yunqing, who had been tense, to breathe a sigh of relief. She slightly parted her lips to take a breath, but in the next moment, her chin was grasped by the man's cool hand, forcing her to look up. Shen Yunqing was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide with surprise as she gazed at the strikingly cold face of the man before her. Gu Mohan's deep-set eyes, devoid of emotion, scrutinized her face, his fingertip pressing against her delicate lips. What did he intend to do? Shen Yunqing's heart raced uncontrollably. He wouldn't he? No, she needed to make it clear that she was not for sale. Under his hawk-like gaze, Shen Yunqing steadied her fraying nerves, her eyes sparkling with innocence as she lifted her gaze to him and said, My chin hurts a bit. Could you let go of me? Gu Mohan's throat bobbed slightly, a flicker of an unusual emotion crossing his eyes as he released her chin, smirking as he retorted, I was merely concerned that your appearance might frighten my pet, Chizai. He couldn't help but question again in his mind whether this beautiful woman was truly sent by Gu Laonyo. His heart, inexplicably, began to feel rather peculiar, a sensation that was utterly beyond his control. Upon hearing his words, which lacked the semblance of human speech, Shen Yunqing was momentarily petrified. What did he mean by saying she was ugly enough to frighten people? Surely, there was something amiss with his eyesight. Aside from her skin, the original owner of this face bore a slightly rougher texture compared to her modern self, yet it was, without a doubt, an identical visage. Shen Yunqing did not consider herself a paragon of beauty, but she felt she was deserving of the title of a great beauty. You ought to apply some eye drops, she muttered under her breath. She harbored serious doubts regarding this man's vision. How could someone so young possess such poor eyesight? At this moment, a saying crossed her mind: an ox chewing peonies, one who cannot appreciate their worth. Observing his scholarly demeanor, she realized one should never judge by appearances. Gu Mohan, catching wind of her insult, smirked coldly at her and ominously remarked, "Do you believe I could easily toss you from this vehicle right now? Humph, threatening me? Who's afraid of you?" "I believe it." Shen Yunqing's demeanor shifted rapidly as her eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Offering a servile smile as she sought to placate him, "I was merely lamenting my own poor eyesight. Do not take it to heart. Under a roof, one must bow one's head." Gu Mohan emitted a satisfied hum, his large hand playfully pinching her cheek. "If you dare to be a spy, I assure you, I will end you." Shen Yunqing inwardly cursed, yet her body remained obediently still, enduring his playful torment. By the time they disembarked, several red marks adorned her face, remnants of his retribution during the ride. She had never endured such indignity, feeling as though her face had been kneaded like dough, almost distorted. Truly, her misfortunes in this rebirth were overwhelming, suffering such humiliations. The place Gu Mohan brought her to was a quaint mansion, steeped in the passage of time. As autumn waned, several towering maple trees in the courtyard displayed their withered, fiery red leaves, carpeting the ground beneath. The exterior of the mansion exuded an air reminiscent of European architecture from the Republic of China era. Gu Mohan strode ahead, retrieving a key to unlock the door. As it swung open, a piercing yowl erupted from within. Shen Yunqing spotted a black cat darting out from behind the door, prompting her to instinctively retreat. The cat landed gracefully in Gu Mohan's arms as he affectionately ruffled its head, cradling the large feline as he entered. Upon reaching the living room, Gu Mohan set the cat down, discarded his suit jacket onto the sofa, and turned to address her. "Why are you not coming in promptly?" "Oh, right." Shen Yunqing stepped inside, closing the door behind her. The living room, though not expansive, was adorned with antiquated Chinese decor, featuring redwood furniture that echoed a bygone era. "Your future responsibilities will include attending to Cheese-Eye's meals 3 times a day. I shall be preoccupied with work and often away from home. Should you require anything, you may consult Assistant Luo." Gu Mohan leisurely unbuttoned his shirt collar as he ascended the stairs. "You are not permitted to go upstairs without my consent. There is a guest room on the first floor. Manage as you see fit." Shen Yunqing nodded and, watching the man's retreating figure, curiously inquired, "Who is Cheese-Eye?" Without waiting for her master to introduce her, the languid black cat perched atop the table responded with a soft meow. As she witnessed the man's silhouette vanish around the corner on the second floor, Shen Yunqing felt the tension in her chest ease. And she made her way to the sofa, taking a seat. The black cat, unfazed by the presence of this stranger, sat with a proud posture. Its fluffy tail resting beneath its body, ears perked up, and round green eyes fixed upon her. To Shen Yunqing, who typically harbored a disdain for cats, this little creature's noble and enchanting demeanor captivated her, eliciting an involuntary smile akin to that of a doting aunt as she yearned to reach out and pet it. However, the moment her hand approached, the feline leaped gracefully onto the sofa. Bewildered, Shen Yunqing turned to it and thought, "What does that mean? After all, I am to be your caretaker, responsible for your meals thrice daily. Should you refuse my affection, I might just let you starve. Who knows who will perish first?" The cat, reclining against the backrest of the sofa, nonchalantly licked its paw and disdainfully turned its face away, emitting a couple of proud meows in her direction. Shen Yunqing huffed in irritation at its aloofness. Just then, a sudden voice from behind startled her. Sitting upright, she looked up to see the man, Gu Mohan, now clad in a dapper black ensemble that accentuated his handsome demeanor. He cast a cold glance at her as he strode toward the door. "Where are you going?" Shen Yunqing began to inquire, but the door slammed shut with a resounding bang. How dull. Turning back to locate the black cat, she discovered it had vanished. Alone in the mansion, Shen Yunqing found herself feeling quite bored. She glanced at the wall clock, which read 4:36 p.m. Rising, she wandered aimlessly on the first floor. The space below was modest, equipped with a kitchen and a bathroom, along with a storage room. Upon locating the guest room mentioned by the man, she entered and began tidying up. The large bed within was reminiscent of an old wooden box, capable of storing belongings beneath and providing enough space for a person to lie down, akin to the traditional Japanese tatami style. The room had been uninhabited for quite some time, with a thick layer of dust collecting on the table. Shen Yunqing ventured to the bathroom, filled a basin with water, and commenced the cleaning of her future little abode. Chapter 15. He is quite terrifying. Once she finished cleaning the room, The daylight outside gradually faded into twilight. Approaching the wall cabinet, she opened the door and retrieved 2 large bags from within. Upon inspecting the contents, she discovered they contained blankets, both of which were clean, having been washed and neatly wrapped in sheets for preservation. She placed the thicker blanket on the bed and opted for the lighter one to cover herself. With the bed made, the only missing items were a pillow and sheets. During her cleaning, she had accumulated quite a bit of dust on herself, and now felt an uncomfortable itch all over. She longed for a bath, but lacked any change of clothes. Never mind that. First, I shall procure something to eat. Closing the door behind her, she made her way to the living room, searching for something to satisfy her hunger. Upon entering the kitchen, Shen Yunqing discovered some noodles, rice, and sausages stashed away in the cupboards. Rolling up her sleeves, she cleaned a pot, filled it with water, and placed it on the stove, preparing to cook herself some noodles. Cooking, for her as a modern foodie, was rather simple. However, the gas stove of this era left her utterly perplexed. After fiddling with the stove and a gas canister for a considerable time, Shen Yunqing failed to ignite a flame. Meanwhile, Miao Qizai, engrossed in its dinner of a deceased mouse, sprawled contentedly on the carpet. Observing it relish its meal, Shen Yunqing squatted before it, cradling her face in her hands, and peculiarly inquired, "Is it delicious?" It seemed that this household did not really require a maid, as the cat she was to care for, as per the man's instructions, was far more self-sufficient than herself. Miao Qizai appeared to comprehend her words, pawing at the fresh morsel of mouse meat and nudging it toward her. Its tongue licked the fur around its mouth, and with its deep green, round eyes, it blinked adorably at her, as if inviting her to partake. "Have a bite. It's on me." Shen Yunqing's lips curled slightly, and she retreated a step, gently petting its head. "I appreciate your kindness." This time, Miao Qizai did not shy away, leaning its fluffy face against her hand, purring softly. After playing with it for a while, the sky darkened outside, casting the room into shadow. Rising, she walked to the wall to turn on the light. Her stomach rumbled in hunger, prompting her to sip water from the tap to fill the void. Having skipped dinner, she found herself restless, even in slumber. Awakened in the middle of the night by footsteps outside, Shen Yunqing quickly stirred, rubbing her eyes before slipping on her shoes. Navigating through the darkness, she approached the door and opened it. In the living room, Gu Mohan sat on the sofa, wielding a feather duster, amusing himself with Miao Qizai as it leapt playfully on the carpet. Upon hearing the sound of the lock turning, he instinctively reached for the weapon at his waist, his gaze sharp as he turned to her. Raising her hand to rub her eyes, she doubted her vision, but upon opening them fully, she found him expressionless, as if nothing had transpired. A sense of trepidation washed over Shen Yunqing as she cautiously approached, halting 2 meters away, and inquired, "Could you please tell me how to use the gas stove in the kitchen?" For some reason, she sensed that the man before her was even more difficult to approach than he had been during the day. His demeanor shifted so rapidly. He had been gentle with the cat a moment ago, yet his expression turned cold the instant she appeared. Accustomed to grand affairs, Shen Yunqing felt an uncharacteristic fear. Intertwining her fingers as she tentatively asked, "What is your name?" Having known him for nearly a day, she still had yet to learn his surname. Chapter 16. "Call me Mr. Gu," he replied, pausing in his caress of Miao Qizai, his deep, enigmatic gaze fixed intently upon her. This man was truly unnerving. Had she not found herself with nowhere else to go, she would have been reluctant to remain in his presence. Awakening from sleep, she lay in bed, her hunger abated. Yet her lips felt parched and cracked, yearning for water. She wondered when the man in the living room would ascend the stairs. Shen Yunqing licked her lips and closed her eyes, counting sheep. Uncertain of how many she had counted, she eventually drifted into a hazy slumber. In the morning, she was roused by hunger. As she opened her eyes to the unfamiliar room, Shen Yunqing appeared somewhat bewildered. With wide eyes staring blankly at the ceiling, it took her a few moments to realize she was in someone else's home. She sprang up, hurriedly slipping on her shoes before heading out. "Miss Shen, you're awake," remarked Assistant Luo, standing by the dining table, looking up at her. "I've packed some breakfast. If you don't mind, let us share a meal." Shen Yunqing walked over, pulled out a chair, and sat down, her sleep-laden eyes gazing at him.
"Thank you."
After taking a bite of the bun, she noticed that the man was absent. She inquired softly, "Assistant Luo, has Mr. Gu not yet risen?" Noticing her cautious demeanor, Assistant Luo set down his bowl of soy milk and replied with a warm smile, "When I arrived, the director had already left. He tends to be rather elusive."
"Oh.
I see." Shen Yunqing relaxed, focusing on her breakfast. Having gone hungry throughout the night, the feeling was indeed quite unpleasant. After finishing her meal, she turned to him with a lingering curiosity. "Assistant Luo, what exactly does Mr. Gu do? Why do you refer to him as the director?" The realm of semiconductors was vast, and her understanding was limited. However, Assistant Luo's subsequent remarks elicited a hidden delight within her. Originally planning to leave once she received her salary, she now contemplated the merits of continuing her employment here. With the owner absent, she and Chizai would surely coexist harmoniously. With the new year still 3 or 4 months away, the thought struck her, she would inevitably encounter him daily. The mere contemplation sent a shiver down her spine. What did that mean? Shen Yunqing found herself somewhat bewildered by his words. The man had not mentioned such things yesterday. Was it not sufficient for her merely to care for the cat? How had it escalated to caring for a person? Truly, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Her earlier pride in her ostensibly easy job now felt misplaced. Barely reveling in her joy for 3 seconds, she was confronted by the harsh reality. Shen Yunqing took the envelope he had handed her, tearing it open to reveal a substantial amount of cash, alongside various tickets. It was her first encounter with such wealth since her rebirth into this era. The total must surely amount to several hundred. Miss Shen, I must take my leave. I wish you a pleasant workday, said Assistant Luo, gently patting the sprawled Chizai on the table before turning to depart. Shen Yunqing lingered in her delight over the money. Chapter 17. Dining Together. With newfound funds, Shen Yunqing tackled the cleaning with renewed vigor. She meticulously wiped down every room downstairs and every visible corner twice, only satisfied when the lingering scent of aged wood dissipated. Pulling back the heavy curtains, she allowed the bright sunlight to flood in, transforming the once oppressive living room into a space filled with a different ambience. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Setting down her cup, Shen Yunqing rose from the sofa and approached the entrance. Upon opening the door, she found a middle-aged woman standing there, who greeted her with a reserved smile. Hello, how may I assist you? The woman returned her smile. I was sent by Assistant Luo. He asked me to teach you how to use the gas stove. Shen Yunqing stepped back to allow her entry, saying please come in. Once inside, she led the woman directly to the kitchen. A woman discovered a gas cylinder and instructed her on how to operate the valve. When you cook, turn this knob open, ignite the flame, and then you can prepare your meal. Following her guidance, Shen Yunqing performed the steps, albeit with a hint of clumsiness, yet she grasped the process. As the woman prepared to depart, she cautioned at the doorway, once you finish cooking, remember to turn off the gas. Otherwise, it could lead to poisoning. Shen Yunqing nodded appreciatively. Thank you, elder sister. Now equipped to use the gas stove, she no longer had to worry about going hungry. During the 2 months of her summer break after the college entrance examination, Shen Yunqing had learned culinary skills alongside her grandmother, making cooking a simple task for her, a wonderful means to alleviate her inner stress. Gathering some money and tickets, she picked up a vegetable basket she had found in the storage room and ventured out to buy groceries. Heiress was also the city she had lived in during a past life, albeit decades apart, with many buildings having changed drastically. Inquiring with a woman sweeping the streets about the direction to the market, she carried her basket and walked for nearly 20 minutes before arriving. By now, it was nearing noon, and the market was quite deserted, with only a few elderly women selling vegetables and some shops still open. Shen Yunqing purchased a bunch of greens, a block of tofu, and several tomatoes. After placing the vegetables in her basket, she also bought a piece of pork belly and 10 eggs before leaving. Upon returning home, she noticed the wall clock showed 1:30. After a brief nap, she awoke past 3, drank a glass of water to refresh herself, and rolled up her sleeves, heading to the kitchen to prepare dinner. The cat, Chizai, pushed its iron bowl from the living room to the kitchen door, stopping to lower its fluffy head, enjoying its meal while meowing contentedly. After more than 2 hours, she had prepared braised pork, tomato scrambled eggs, and a clear vegetable soup. When she emerged, she found someone seated on the living room sofa, Gu Mohan, whom she had not seen for a day. The man reclined with his eyes closed. A visible weariness etched between his brows. Hearing her footsteps, Gu Mohan opened his eyes, stood, and draped his coat over the sofa before walking to the dining table, pulling out a chair to sit down. Good evening, Mr. Gu. Shen Yunqing greeted him stiffly, placing a bowl of rice and chopsticks before him. Gu Mohan chuckled softly, his dark eyes scrutinizing her. So, you are not merely a spoiled child after all. Shen Yunqing replied with a nonchalant expression, as if to convey her incomprehension of his words. Aside from the untouched soup, the man sampled every dish on the table, favoring the braised pork and the tofu. Shen Yunqing quietly observed him, surmising that he likely preferred meat, making a mental note to prepare more meat dishes in the future. After dinner, she cleared the table and washed the dishes in the kitchen. Upon returning, she noticed the man seated in the living room, engrossed in a newspaper. She settled onto the sofa to his left and spoke softly. Mr. Gu, may I inquire about my monthly salary? Gu Mohan lifted his gaze to her, his voice resonant. Did Assistant Luo not inform you? Shen Yunqing gently shook her head. No, He merely bestowed upon me a considerable sum of money. Now, I wish to inquire about something, as I intend to purchase some fresh clothing tomorrow. Today, Assistant Luo had presented her with an envelope containing 200 yuan. Aside from her usual grocery expenses, she dared not use this money frivolously. Really? Shen Yunqing exclaimed, rising in excitement and swiftly running towards the door, following his gaze. There, atop the shoe cabinet, lay her snakeskin duffel bag, which she hadn't seen for 2 days. Unable to contain her eagerness, she unzipped it to inspect its contents, ensuring nothing had been pilfered by nefarious individuals. To her relief, the introduction letter and clothing remained intact within the bag. As she placed the newspaper aside on the table, Gu Mohan lounged lazily on the sofa, his hand delving into his coat pocket to retrieve a cigarette case. He deftly extracted a cigarette, placing it between his lips, and with a sidelong glance from his dark eyes, remarked, "You needn't behave in such a manner." His voice was deep and melodious, and in that moment, Shen Yunqing felt as if she were gazing upon Shen Qiuan. The overhead light cast a warm glow as the man leisurely produced a lighter to ignite his cigarette. Noticing her gaze upon him, he inhaled deeply, a playful glint in his eyes as he exhaled a voluminous cloud of smoke. The tendrils of smoke spiraled gracefully from his lips, and through the hazy white mist, Shen Yunqing beheld his handsome visage, her heart inexplicably racing. She had only sought to find evidence of Shen Qiuan's presence in his features, yet his casual demeanor left her flustered. Perceiving her unease, Gu Mohan flicked the ash from his cigarette into the ashtray, his narrowed gaze questioning, "What are you looking at?" With a light laugh, he continued, "You weren't looking at me." In that instant, Shen Yunqing felt her cheeks flush crimson, and without uttering a word, she grabbed her bag and hastily retreated into her bedroom. Once the door closed behind her, she leaned against it, taking deep breaths to steady her racing heart. How could she possibly be enchanted by someone who bore such resemblance to Shen Qiuan? Her heart thumped uncontrollably, and she wished to calm it. After all, she was Shen's young lady, well-versed in the world. What kind of handsome men had she not encountered? Why then did she find herself captivated by an older man? She reminded herself that Gu Mohan, being from the 80s, could hardly be considered old by contemporary standards. Contemplating further, she reasoned that it was not entirely implausible. After all, he had just playfully blown smoke rings in her direction. Could it be that he harbored some interest in her as well? Shen Yunqing successfully convinced herself of this notion, leaning against the door with a dreamy expression. It was only when her legs grew numb from standing that she ceased her daydreaming, retrieving a change of clothes from her bag and sitting on the edge of her bed. Having been reborn for over a week, she had yet to take a bath at the Shen residence. While tidying up during the day, she discovered that the bathroom on the first floor was available for use. Clutching her fresh garments, Shen Yunqing rose and cautiously opened the door, tiptoeing out. Peeking into the living room, she noted that the occupant was no longer present, which emboldened her to skip joyfully towards the bathroom. On the staircase, Gu Mohan turned at the sound, catching a glimpse of the small figure darting away, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, having such a presence in the household was quite uplifting. Chapter 20. The Noodle Heist. Tears were shed. In the gentle embrace of the morning sun, its rays caressed the 2 maple trees in the yard, their vibrant red leaves swaying delicately with a soft breeze, cascading down like splendid jewels. Shen Yunqing emerged from her bedroom, stifling a yawn. Qizai, her languid feline companion, sprawled upon the carpet basking in the warmth of the sun. Upon hearing the door creak open, the little creature stretched lazily and ambled over to her side, its fluffy head nuzzling against her trousers. In no time, a ring of cat fur adorned her black pant leg. Shen Yunqing furrowed her brow and glanced down at it. "You're a black cat. How come your fur is white?" Qizai licked its paw, tilting its face upwards, its round green eyes gazing at her with innocent bewilderment. It mewed twice, as if to say, "I am a cat, I know not." This little darling was a master of charm, and Shen Yunqing couldn't bear to scold it. She crouched down, tenderly stroking its fluffy round head and massaging its body. Qizai closed its eyes in bliss, thoroughly enjoying the pampering from its beautiful mistress. Just then, Gu Mohan entered the room, and upon seeing the duo crouched on the floor, he frowned and asked, "What are you doing?" "This is my home." He strode to the sofa, sitting down with an air of authority, casting a sidelong glance at her, his half-closed eyes and knitted brows suggesting mild disapproval. "Shouldn't you be making breakfast?" "Oh," Shen Yunqing pouted, reluctantly rising to her feet, hastily making her way toward the kitchen. His gaze was rather peculiar, filled with scrutiny and disdain, utterly unmasked. How dare he find fault with her when she was the most beautiful woman under the heavens? Shen Yunqing simmered with indignation, unable to swallow her frustration. In the kitchen, she discovered only a solitary vegetable purchased the day before. Lacking the motivation to prepare an elaborate meal, she simply boiled water and cooked 2 bowls of noodles. After entering the kitchen, Gu Mohan, unrestrained, began to tease the cat. His finger playfully poking Cheeseye's head, chastising, "You silly cat, if you were a person, you'd be nuzzling forward." Cheeseye looked up at him with an expression of grievance, mewing softly. Cooking the noodles was a straightforward task, and Shen Yunqing completed it within half an hour. She emerged with 2 bowls, placing them on the dining table, calling out begrudgingly, "Dinner is served." Gu Mohan rolled up his sleeves and approached, dressed in a gray knitted vest over a crisp white shirt, exuding an air of refined elegance. Coupled with his sharp features and striking appearance, he was the epitome of a charming rogue. With just a few casual strides, Shen Yunqing found herself swallowing hard, having been single for over 20 years. She was still unfamiliar with the allure of a man. Noticing the bowls of noodles on the table, Gu Mohan's brow furrowed slightly, but he said nothing, simply pulling out a chair and sitting down to eat. Shen Yunqing, lost in her infatuation, drifted into her own whimsical world, surrounded by pink bubbles of fantasy. "Are you not eating?" Gu Mohan inquired after finishing his bowl, still only partially satisfied. Observing her blissful smile as she cradled her face in her hands, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Without waiting for her response, he reached over and took the bowl from in front of her, lowering his head to continue eating. Shen Yunqing blinked in bewilderment, her cheeks flushed with indignation as she glared at him. "That's mine." Gu Mohan raised his eyes to meet hers, asserting, "I am still hungry. And what concern is that of mine?" Shen Yunqing retorted, clearly forgetting her current identity. Setting down her chopsticks, Gu Mohan crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair, addressing Shen Yunqing. "Comrade Shen, I have hired you to cook, not to flaunt your prowess." In an instant, Shen Yunqing's small, puffed-up face deflated as she recognized the harsh reality. Her watery eyes brimmed with tears as she glared at him in frustration. The sight of her tear-stained visage profoundly affected Gu Mohan's composure. He found himself at a loss for words, her gaze rendering him speechless. Ultimately, Gu Mohan rose from his seat, feigning calmness as he walked past the living room and ascended the staircase. This woman was utterly exasperating. Chapter 21. A culinary adventure awaits. Shen Yunqing wept sorrowfully, wiping her tears while stuttering through her sobs. Upon raising her head, she was startled to find the man standing before her, his face darkened with displeasure, prompting her to feel like crying again. With her eyes reddened, she looked up at him, her lips protruding, her voice soft and devoid of spirit. "Where are you taking me?" Surely, he did not harbor disdain for her and intend to deceive her into leaving her behind. Listening to her pitiful little voice, Gu Mohan's tone softened slightly, though his cold demeanor remained unchanged. "I am taking you out for a meal." He had never witnessed a woman brought to tears over a mere bowl of noodles. "Thank you." Shen Yunqing composed her expression, wiped her tears, and headed toward the bedroom. Gu Mohan took the car keys and exited, waiting for her inside the vehicle. After changing into a clean outfit, Shen Yunqing emerged empty-handed. Approaching the car, she opened the rear door. "Come to the front," he said impatiently, prompting her to shut the door. She walked to the passenger side, lowered her head, and took a seat inside. Her attire was tattered. The white floral blouse had turned yellow from washing, exuding an air of impoverished decay. Gu Mohan sighed silently and started the engine. With her eyes still stinging from tears, Shen Yunqing gazed out the window at a group of cyclists and curiously inquired, "What are they doing?" She nodded, displaying her naivety. Upon arriving at the restaurant, they parked by the roadside. Gu Mohan led her inside, where the manager, recognizing him, personally escorted them to a private room on the second floor. The waiter presented the menu, which Gu Mohan took and tossed in front of her. "Order whatever you desire." Shen Yunqing opened the menu and ordered 8 treasure duck, crystal shrimp, steamed shad, wine-soaked vegetable greens, and chicken noodle soup. As she recited the names of the dishes without any hesitation, Gu Mohan regarded her with newfound respect, smirking slightly. "You certainly know how to eat." Closing the menu, Shen Yunqing playfully scolded him, her chin raised in a slight show of pride. She huffed, "You were the one who invited me out for a meal." He was so stingy, having only ordered a few dishes. Was there really a need for such sarcasm? Indeed. Hearing her tone, which bore a hint of playful teasing, Gu Mohan paused mid-sip of his tea, shooting her a serious glance. "Speak properly and refrain from that sultry tone of yours." His words successfully irritated Shen Yunqing. "You are the one being sultry. Your whole family is." Being a girl from the south, her voice was soft and melodic. Even when expressing displeasure, it had an endearing quality. Gu Mohan had encountered numerous delicate and pretentious young ladies. Yet he invariably found himself at a loss when faced with her. Unable to counter her sharp tongue, he could only remain silent, sipping his tea. As the waiter brought in a succession of delectable dishes, their enticing aromas filled the air. Shen Yunqing, already famished, eagerly seized her chopsticks and plucked a steaming shrimp into her mouth. Observing her relish in the meal, Gu Mohan unconsciously took up his own chopsticks and joined her in the feast. Chapter 22, Derision. The portions were ample, and the two had satisfied their appetites. Leaving a third of the meal untouched, Gu Mohan donned his coat and strolled leisurely toward the exit. Shen Yunqing swiftly moved her chair aside and hurried to follow him. After settling the bill at the front desk, Gu Mohan led her out of the restaurant. As they drove in a different direction, he expertly maneuvered the steering wheel with one hand while retrieving a cigarette from his pocket with the other. He carelessly glanced at her and remarked, "I have no penchant for mistreating maids. I'm merely taking you to buy some clothes." After casting a disdainful glance her way, he added, "The cost will be deducted from your salary." "I refuse," Shen Yunqing retorted. "I have no money. I want to buy new clothes." With her sister-in-law about to give birth, the Shen family was facing hardships, and her mother had given her all the money, leaving Shen Yunqing feeling quite guilty. Noting her frugality, Gu Mohan exhaled a puff of smoke, his voice deep and melodious. "If you assist me, I want to deduct the cost of the new clothes from your salary. And I will additionally reward you 30. "What kind of assistance?" Shen Yunqing's interest piqued at the mention of money, her gaze fixed intently on him. "Pretend to be my girlfriend."
What?
Shen Yunqing blinked, her eyes wide with confusion, resembling a curious rabbit as she gazed at his handsome profile. "You don't have a girlfriend? With looks like yours, how can that be? Such a waste of societal resources." Gu Mohan felt an odd sensation rising within him under her gaze. Flicking ash from his cigarette out the window, he frowned. "Just tell me if you agree or not."
Well.
Shen Yunqing feigned a cough. "If you truly need it, I suppose I can reluctantly assist you. Be serious." Gu Mohan felt a chill run down his spine at her tone, his fingers trembling momentarily, nearly burning himself with the ember of his cigarette. "How am I not serious?" he thought, feeling quite deflated. Shen Yunqing ignored him, turning her gaze to the window. Upon arriving at the shopping mall, Gu Mohan parked the car and led her directly to the women's clothing store on the second floor. He had brought her to the largest international trade market in Haicheng, a place dedicated to imported goods. The array of items was impressive: refrigerators, televisions, fans, pianos, watches, gold and silver jewelry, along with countless daily necessities, all displayed beautifully in the showcase. The building boasted 3 levels, with the first floor dedicated to furniture and household items, the second to clothing, and the third currently closed for business. In comparison to the department store Shen Yunqing had seen in Songyo City, this place was vastly larger, showcasing many well-dressed foreign merchants. It was undeniable that the women of Haicheng were at the forefront of fashion, flaunting plaid skirts, stylish shoes, and impeccable hairstyles and makeup. Many who beheld her, clad in a rather unkempt floral shirt, black trousers, and burlap shoes, could not help but display expressions of indescribable disdain. Shen Yunqing's pride was wounded, and she pursed her lips, closely trailing behind the man. In contemporary society, she, Miss Shen, was a paragon of fashion, a top female model. How dare these petty individuals mock her? What is wrong with my appearance? Do you possess the honor of 3 generations of farmers in your ancestry? Upon entering the clothing store, Gu Mohan turned to her and, noticing her displeased demeanor, furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is it now?" Shen Yunqing shook her head, responding, "Nothing." Yet her puffed cheeks belied her words. Gu Mohan, not one to placate her, retrieved several dresses from the rack and thrust them into her hands, instructing, "Try these on." Chapter 23. He actually bought her a bra. The shop assistant smiled and gestured for her to follow. "Ladies, this way please." Shen Yunqing, clutching the garments, followed her into the fitting room. The first ensemble comprised a beige turtleneck knit top paired with a black pencil skirt. Shen Yunqing wore an old-fashioned camisole, and at 18, her figure was splendidly developed, with graceful curves. The camisole could not adequately support her bosom, and as she donned the new outfit, she caught her reflection in the mirror, her cheeks flushing crimson. The knit top was snug, and while she usually felt comfortable in loose shirts, this fitted attire accentuated her voluptuous silhouette. Shen Yunqing found herself muttering an expletive under her breath. "Miss, are you ready?" The attendant outside, gauging the time, began to urge her. Embarrassed, Shen Yunqing shyly opened the door. Gu Mohan, seated on a casual sofa, raised his gaze and momentarily froze, an inexplicable awkwardness washing over him.
Damn.
Her figure is strikingly alluring. He quickly averted his eyes, feeling parched as he swallowed hard, his voice hoarse yet laced with desire. "That outfit doesn't suit you. Go change." Just as he spoke, his gaze furtively wandered over her figure. What sort of women had he not encountered? Yet today, he found himself utterly distracted. This particular dress indeed suited her, blending beauty with a playful charm. Shen Yunqing emerged confidently, only to find the man who had been seated on the sofa had vanished. A foreboding sensation gripped her heart, prompting her to ask the attendant, "Where did the man who was just sitting here go?" Surely, he and T left her to foot the bill. While changing, she had glimpsed the price tag. And the cost of a single item here could cover a month's worth of expenses for her entire family. Now, with empty pockets, she had no means to settle the bill. What would she do if he truly abandoned her? Should she flee? Mr. Gu just stepped out a short while ago. The attendant replied, shaking her head. Shen Yunqing clutched the fabric of her skirt, anxiety gnawing at her. Are you done? Upon hearing his voice, her eyes lit up, and she turned to him, pouting in complaint. Where have you been? Gu Mohan appraised the dress she wore, nodding in satisfaction, and handed her a bag with a brusque tone. Go change. Shen Yunqing accepted the bag, her doe-like eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. Then you shall wait for me here. She feared he might leave, leaving her without anyone to settle the bill. Gu Mohan nodded slightly, his voice emerging from his throat in an alluring timbre. Shen Yunqing's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly turned to enter the fitting room, clutching the bag. With nothing better to do, Gu Mohan selected a few garments from the rack, instructing the attendant to wrap them up. Inside the fitting room, Shen Yunqing's gaze fell upon the white lace bra she had extracted from the bag, her face flushing crimson, even her neck tinged with a delicate pink. He had just stepped away to purchase such intimate apparel for her. Goodness, was this man not a veritable beast in human form? Before stepping out, she had deliberately let her hair fall to shield her chest. To her astonishment, he had noticed. Doubts crept into Shen Yunqing's mind. Could it be that he harbored feelings for her? After all, what other reason could there be for his choice of such private garments? If he truly did have an affinity for her, it would not be unwelcome, considering his handsome visage. Moreover, with a man of such wealth, her future children would surely want for nothing, and perhaps she could even coax a bit of money from him to indulge in some luxury items. Lost in a myriad of thoughts, Shen Yunqing tugged at the zipper of her dress, wearing a playful smile reminiscent of a mischievous sprite. Chapter 24. Accompanying him to the Gu family. Upon changing back into her clothes, the attentive attendant draped the black overcoat Gu Mohan had chosen over her shoulders. Shen Yunqing approached the man, her lips curling into a radiant smile. What do you think? The dress she wore now was lively and spirited, a stark contrast to the earlier ensemble that had stirred passionate emotions. One was pure and innocent, the other imbued with desire. She could effortlessly embody both. A true gem of a woman. Gu Mohan surveyed her with a feigned calmness, concealing the undercurrents of his thoughts, before nodding in apparent satisfaction. Not bad. Was that all he could muster in response to her charming demeanor? Such a waste of her delightful spirits. The attendant handed her the packaged clothes. And Shen Yunqing turned to Gu Mohan, who stood up and strode purposefully towards the exit. The burden in her hands felt like a hot potato, and she glanced at the attendant, flustered. Good heavens, was this man doing this on purpose? Knowing she was without funds yet not hastening to pay. The attendant looked at her, puzzled. Is there anything else you need assistance with? Shen Yunqing shook her head. No. Outside the store, Gu Mohan turned back, brow furrowed. Are you standing there waiting for me to summon a grand carriage for you? Shen Yunqing felt a flush of embarrassment at his words, her brows knitting together in irritation as she hurried to catch up with him, laden with her purchases. This man, too, after settling the bill, hadn't even acknowledged her, leaving her in a state of anxiety for a full minute. Her feet adorned with garish floral shoes were a sight to behold, and Gu Mohan led her into a nearby shoe store. As he completed the transaction, her hands were full of items, the straps digging into her wrists, leaving red marks. Gu Mohan strolled ahead, one hand casually tucked into his pocket, showing no inclination to assist her. Once in the car, Shen Yunqing promptly placed all her belongings on the back seat. Gu Mohan lit a cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke as he cast a sidelong glance at her. When we arrive, heed my demeanor. Speak only when necessary, and keep your hands in check. Shen Yunqing felt a twinge of nervousness, replying softly, understood. She wondered whether his parents would take a liking to her. It was preferable they did not harbor any disdain, as she abhorred complications and the subtleties of ambiguous exchanges with others. As the car entered the municipal courtyard, Gu Mohan parked in front of a residential building and exited after removing the key from the ignition. Shen Yunqing followed closely behind, her steps betraying a sense of anxiety. Her hands tucked into her coat pockets, already damp with perspiration. Gu Mohan pressed the doorbell, extending one hand behind him, observing the large hand before her. Shen Yunqing withdrew her own from her pocket and placed it in his palm. His hand radiated warmth, yet the moisture in her palm increased. The door was opened by a woman. Gu Mohan ushered her inside, and the expansive living room was empty. He squinted and inquired, "Where's the old master?" Aunt Chen responded with a warm smile, "The old master is napping upstairs. You may take the young lady to the living room. I shall awaken him shortly." With that, Aunt Chen ascended the stairs. Upon stepping into this unfamiliar environment, Shen Yunqing felt tense and uneasy. Guiding her to the sofa, Gu Mohan released her hand, pulling out a gray handkerchief to wipe his palms, which had become soiled from her perspiration. Shen Yunqing, noticing his actions, pouted, "As if I desired to hold your hand." She then rummaged through her coat for a handkerchief, finding nothing. Gu Mohan cleaned his hands and tossed the handkerchief into her lap, narrowing his eyes playfully as he met her irritated gaze. "Here, feel free to use it. No need to thank me. Only after you've finished can you lend it to me. Who would want your refuse?" Chapter 25. The Pressure of Marriage and Parenthood. After Aunt Chen reported to the old master upstairs, she descended to find Shen Yunqing glancing around as if searching for something. Approaching her from behind, Aunt Chen asked, "Young lady, are you?" The Gu residence was quite expansive. After a circuit around, Shen Yunqing found herself unable to locate the restroom. Turning to Aunt Chen, she said, "Annie, I am looking for the bathroom to wash my hands." Aunt Chen smiled. "The restroom is not within the house. Allow me to show you." Shen Yunqing nodded and followed her. Navigating past a storage room, Aunt Chen opened a door and led her outside to a wooden door at the corner of the yard. The old master values cleanliness and dislikes any unpleasant odors in the house. The family uses the restroom in the backyard. She opened the wooden door, revealing an exterior tap and a stone basin with a small door leading to the toilet. "Thank you, Auntie." Once she turned to leave, Shen Yunqing stepped inside to relieve herself. The Gu residence resembled a blend of traditional Chinese courtyard and a small Western-style house, with courtyards on both the left and back sides. The backyard where Shen Yunqing was headed to the toilet was significantly larger than the left courtyard, which was solely occupied by the old master, adorned with numerous flowers and trees. Next to a pine tree stood a ginkgo tree with its leaves turning a crisp yellow, while a patch of golden bamboo flourished at a fenced corner. In this era, such a structure could be deemed quite splendid. Standing before the stone basin, Shen Yunqing lathered soap into bubbles, rinsing her hands with warm water. She closed the bathroom door and stood in the yard, taking a moment to fully appreciate the vibrant autumn scenery. After a few minutes, once her anxiety had subsided, she leisurely pushed open the back door and entered the house. In the living room sat Gu Mohan, opposite an elderly man clad in a black robe, with white hair and beard, wearing a pair of reading glasses perched on his nose, looking quite spirited for his age. Shen Yunqing walked over to sit beside the man, politely greeting the elder.
"Good day, Grandpa."
Gu Jingnian paused, his hand holding the teacup momentarily still, his piercing eyes inscrutable. Gu Mohan raised a fist to his nose and cleared his throat gently, casting a tender gaze at her as he introduced, "Qingqing, this is my father." Shen Yunqing's face flushed crimson in an instant, followed by a wave of shock. Was his father truly this old? What an embarrassing social blunder. She quickly forced a smile and corrected herself, "Hello, uncle." It was not her intention. After all, Gu Jingnian appeared to be a man in his 70s, a good 50 or 60 years older than Gu Mohan. Gu Jingnian smiled kindly, "Hello, Comrade Xiaoshen." His choice of address felt quite antiquated, causing Shen Yunqing to fidget with her hands resting on her lap. An awkward silence enveloped the room. Noticing her discomfort, the elder stroked his white beard and, with a benevolent expression, inquired, "Do you and Mohan have plans to marry?" Comrade Xiaoshen, having recently recovered from a severe illness, he longed for his youngest son to settle down soon, to have a warm-hearted companion by his side. Shen Yunqing raised her gaze to Gu Mohan, who took a sip of tea and, with an unfaltering demeanor, replied, "Yunqing is still quite young. She needs to wait a couple more years." If he and T mentioned it, she might have forgotten that she was an 18-year-old blooming girl. How did he know so much about her? Had he perhaps had someone investigate her? With his son nearing 30, and yet to find a bride. Gu Jingnian was deeply concerned, though he maintained a gentle facade, saying, "Being young is no issue. Just have the children first." Shen Yunqing, as a pretend girlfriend, adhered to his earlier instructions to remain silent about certain matters. With her lively eyes, she discreetly stole glances at the man beside her. After all, the pressure to respond was not on her. Chapter 26. The Identity of Gu Mohan. Do not mention those two unruly sons. Gu Jingnian successfully diverted the conversation. "I received a call last night, stating they would arrive later. At this hour, they have yet to show up, probably waiting until mealtime." Gu Mohan, with a gentle smile, casually remarked to the elder, "It seems my second brother went to the Myanmar border a few days ago. I heard from my third brother that they plan to open a jade shop together." Gu Jingyan's expression darkened slightly, his hands, which were previously rhythmically juggling 2 walnuts, slowed their pace, and his narrowed eyes exuded an air of intimidation. Shen Yunqing, having often accompanied her father on social outings, recognized that Gu Mohan's words were laden with implications, seemingly sowing discord. It appeared he harbored disdain for the brothers he mentioned. She never expected to encounter the treacherous sibling rivalries depicted in novels. She wondered if there would be an opportunity to witness them clash later. Concerned that her female companion might feel bored, she prepared a plate of osmanthus cake and a platter of cut fruits to serve. Setting the items on the table, Aunt Chen warmly beckoned Shen Yunqing, and Mohan's partner, "Do have some fruit." "Thank you, Auntie," replied Shen Yunqing, taking a small piece of apple. After a bite, she looked up and said, "You can just call me Yunqing. That title feels a bit strange." "All right, I shall call you Yunqing from now on." Gu Mohan had been raised by Aunt Chen, and she embraced her role as a guardian. The elder gentleman furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment before glancing at him with a solemn expression. "Your semiconductor factory hasn't faced any issues lately, has it?" His greatest regret in life was having elevated his second son too soon, without considering the potential of his youngest. Had Mohan inherited his legacy, he would certainly achieve greater success than the second son, bringing glory to the Gu family. "No," Gu Mohan replied, lifting the teapot and rising to refill his tea. Shen Yunqing sat idly beside him, passing the time with her snack. The plate contained merely 8 slices of apple, and wary of appearing petty, she refrained from indulging further, nibbling at each piece as if she were a hamster, taking several minutes to finish one. "Ah, what a lively scene," Gu Mohan exclaimed as he entered, spotting the fourth brother seated with their father in a scene of familial affection. With a forced smile, he remarked to his younger brother, "Look at how filial our fourth brother is." Gu Mohan peeked in, grinning broadly. Indeed, quite filial. He even brought along a female companion. The quiet Shen Yunqing, seated on the sofa, was startled by the man's boisterous voice, her heart skipping a beat. Beside her, Gu Mohan stood, embodying the essence of a refined gentleman, and approached his 2 elder brothers with a warm greeting. "Second brother, third brother, you have finally arrived. I was just mentioning you to father." Gu Mohan, clad in a gray jacket and sporting glasses, exuded a friendly yet authoritative demeanor. In his 50s, he still possessed a handsome visage. With a sly smile, he teased Gu Mohan, "Fourth brother, you weren't reporting us to father, were you?" "I would never dare," Gu Mohan replied, feigning innocence, his arm draped over his brother's shoulder. "Second brother, taking third brother to seek fortune without including me, how ungrateful." Gu Songshan's expression darkened, internally admonishing himself. Before the elder, he dared not reveal his feelings. Chapter 27. The Peculiar Man. They had underestimated the capabilities of this wild card, unaware that he would seize the initiative. Noticing his brother's discontent, Gu Mohan's smile grew even brighter. Some matters rely on intellect, not merely on decades of experience. The elder gentleman deliberately cleared his throat, summoning the others. "What's this? Is the sofa in my old house too hot for you all to sit? Why is everyone standing?" Gu Mohan hastily approached, appeasing the elder. Second brother and little fourth were so engrossed in conversation, it was quite improper. This remark, spoken to Gu Mohan, underscored the deep bond he shared with Gu Mohan. "Indeed, I lack the charm of third brother," Gu Mohan replied with a playful grin, moving to sit beside Shen Yunqing, taking her hand gently upon his lap. Gazing deeply into her eyes, "Qingqing, you should learn the art of persuasion from third brother." Shen Yunqing was utterly perplexed, unsure of her employer's intentions as he suddenly grasped her hand and gazed at her with profound affection. She couldn't comprehend his words, merely forcing a stiff smile and blinking in response to his playful demeanor. Her expression, more reminiscent of a fool, prompted Gu Mohan to unconsciously lift his hand and pinch her cheek. The old gentleman wore a maternal smile, thoroughly pleased with the flirtatious exchange between the young couple. Seated to the left of the elder was Gu Mohan, whose face shifted from green to purple with irritation. It was evident that the fourth son was subtly mocking his younger brother's lack of intellect. Gu Mohan, not as astute as his thoughts suggested, feigned lightheartedness. Remarking on how stunning the fourth son's partner appeared. "Found her on the roadside," Gu Mohan replied, playfully toying with the woman's fingers, alternating between gentle and firm pressure, which made Shen Yunqing increasingly agitated. Her heart raced as she remembered her role as his faux girlfriend, compelling her to suppress the urge to withdraw her hand. She scratched him with her nails, glaring to signal him to tone it down and exercise discretion. Gu Mohan smiled at her, releasing her hand to smooth a few stray strands of hair from her forehead. He emphasized the word again, clearly attempting to gauge Gu Mohan's feelings for his sister-in-law. Although he harbored little fondness for this younger brother, he acknowledged his exceptional capabilities in managing a vast factory at such a young age. If his sister could rekindle a romance with him, it would be mutually beneficial. Gu Mohan remained unfazed, gazing into Shen Yunqing's eyes with warmth and tenderness, assuring, "Rest easy." Third brother. Qingqing is not short-sighted. She appreciates my caliber. This man was truly an exceptional performer, Shen Yunqing thought with a hint of nausea. Had it not been for the benefits she derived from him, she would have fled long ago. Gu Songshan's expression darkened immediately at the retort. This fourth son was indeed eloquent. Just because of your lofty status, you dismiss my sister's discernment. The affair between Gu Mohan and Lin Qinghuan had been the talk of High City, well known to all. 3 years prior, when the Gu and Lin families were celebrated for their renewed alliance, Lin Qinghuan abruptly left the country. Since then, Gu Mohan had not shared any notable news, leading many in the circle to speculate whether he was still waiting for Lin Qinghuan. After all, those of his age were already starting families. Chapter 28. Let us marry. Madame Chen laid the dishes on the table and returned to the kitchen for bowls and chopsticks, inviting those in the living room to join for dinner. Elder master, come and eat first. You can chat with the 3 young masters afterward. Gu Jingnian rose with the aid of a cane. Seeing this, Gu Da hurriedly stepped forward to assist him. The elder, proud and defiant, shot him a sharp glance and brushed off his hand, stating, "I am not yet so old that I cannot walk." Gu Bowen lowered his head, his demeanor darkening. "Yes, it's merely a small matter, yet you seem so frightened." The elder held the utmost disdain for such a display. He grumbled as he hobbled toward the dining room with his cane. This eldest son had inherited none of his former vigor. Observing the father-son interaction, Gu Mohan couldn't help but chuckle openly, taking Shen Yunqing's hand as they moved to dine. Shen Yunqing, caught off guard by his grasp, felt her heart race uncontrollably. At the dining table, the elder gentleman occupied the seat of honor, flanked by Gu Bowen and Gu Mohan on either side, while Gu Songshan, accustomed to being overlooked, quietly settled beside his elder brother. Shen Yunqing sat next to Gu Mohan, with Aunt Chen positioned nearby. "Yunqing, since this is your first visit to our home, please make yourself comfortable and take whatever you desire," Aunt Chen said as she served a bowl of soup beside her and, casting a playful glance at the elder gentleman, added, "Do not be misled by the grim expressions of these gentlemen. Rest assured, they won't bite." Her light-hearted remark significantly eased the solemn atmosphere around the table. The elder gentleman couldn't suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth, casting a mock glare at Aunt Chen, disapproving of her meddling. Undeterred, she retorted with a smirk. "Oh, am I not allowed to speak?" The elder gentleman's expression turned dark with embarrassment. Her audacity was quite a blow to his authority. Observing the banter between the two, the 3 sons found themselves relaxing. Aunt Chen's dishes were exceptionally delicious, and Shen Yunqing couldn't help but indulge, savoring one bite after another. For the first time, someone appreciated her cooking so wholeheartedly, prompting Aunt Chen to beam with joy, her smile stretching from ear to ear, her gaze towards Yunqing softening with affection. Influenced by her enjoyment, the elder gentleman found himself consuming an extra bowl of rice that evening. After dinner, Gu Jingnian summoned his 3 sons to the study upstairs to discuss matters. Shen Yunqing assisted Aunt Chen in clearing the table. As Aunt Chen wiped the freshly washed dishes, she sincerely remarked, "You, my dear, are truly a gem. As for Mohan, he has finally found his fortune. Not often in the company of elders." Shen Yunqing was at a loss for words, so she simply smiled and replied, "Thank you for your kind words, Aunt Chen." Her eloquent response, however, was lost on Aunt Chen, a straightforward woman. After tidying up the dishes, she brewed a pot of tea and led Yunqing to the living room to sit. As Gu Mohan descended the stairs and spotted her deep in conversation with Aunt Chen, he tread lightly, approaching them from behind. Once their conversation concluded, he placed a hand on her shoulder and said, "It's getting late." Startled, Shen Yunqing turned pale and exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? You could at least make some noise when you come down." Gu Mohan, maintaining a stoic expression, picked up a coat draped over the sofa and walked towards the door. Shen Yunqing hastily rose to follow him. Aunt Chen, observing their retreating figures, earnestly advised, "Don't let your tempers flare. It's not easy being together. So cherish what you have." Fond of Aunt Chen, Yunqing felt an inexplicable sense of calm whenever she was near. Once in the car, Gu Mohan lit a cigarette. Leaning back in the seat, exhaling smoke into the air. "Marry me," he stated. Chapter 29. Proposing Conditions. Shen Yunqing, frozen mid-motion fastening her seatbelt, stared at him in disbelief. Her expression a mixture of shock and incredulity. She suddenly looked up at him, her eyes reflecting a thought of, "Have you lost your mind?" Hadn't he consumed any alcohol today? Why was he uttering such nonsensical things in broad daylight? Gu Mohan lowered his gaze. His eyes dark and complex as he looked at her, slightly parting his lips to release smoke rings towards her lovely face, his voice rich and resonant. Regardless, you will marry eventually, so why not give it a try with me? His deep-set eyes reflected a blend of melancholy and sincerity. As Shen Yunqing lifted her gaze, she noticed his prominent nose and alluring lips. After pondering for a moment, she inquired, "What benefits would I gain from marrying you?" The atmosphere within the car, initially charged with tension and seriousness, was abruptly shattered by her question. Gu Mohan, concealing the fluctuations on his face, fixed his intense dark gaze upon her and replied earnestly, "If you marry me, your salary will double, allowing you to purchase clothes and shoes at your leisure, enjoy exquisite meals and comfortable living, without worrying about other trivial matters." His proposition was indeed enticing, and Shen Yunqing felt a surge of interest. "What is my current salary? And what would I need to do if I were to marry you?" Gu Mohan squinted slightly, contemplating, then reached out to pinch her cheek, his pupils flickering with heat. "I will give you 200 a month, and all you need to do is attempt to be intimate with me." Upon uttering these words, a sense of relief washed over him, dispelling the pent-up frustration that had lingered since noon. Her figure was undeniably captivating, igniting his desire for possession. Shen Yunqing's face flushed crimson, her eyes widening in shock at his audacity, stammering, "Why, you're being inappropriate. How could he be so brazen?" Even as a modern woman of the 22nd century, she found his thoughts shockingly liberal. Gu Mohan withdrew his hand from her face and, maintaining a serious demeanor, stated, "Isn't romance merely an extension of flirtation? I have simply streamlined the process." Shen Yunqing was left speechless by his reasoning, her brows furrowing in confusion as she lowered her lashes to avoid his gaze. "But you can't approach it this way," she protested, her heart racing from his provocative words. Taking a few deep breaths, she managed to calm herself. Gu Mohan furrowed his brow, extinguished his cigarette, and tossed it out the window, his voice low as he asked, "What do you think would be appropriate then?" Shen Yunqing found his question challenging. After a few moments of contemplation, she shyly lifted her head to meet his gaze. "You should prepare a surprise for me. Perhaps buy a bouquet of flowers, share a glass of red wine to set the mood, and then propose marriage." Gu Mohan smirked, his finger gently poking her forehead, rousing her from her daydream. "I don't have that kind of time. Just give me a straightforward answer about marriage." How could this man be so lacking in romance? Shen Yunqing hesitated. His offer was too good, tempting her to yield. Yet she feared the implications of intimacy so soon after their brief acquaintance. After a prolonged silence, Gu Mohan ignited the engine of the car. He turned slightly, softening his aggressive gaze as he spoke in a rare, gentle tone. "Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you." The last word left his lips, and Gu Mohan felt a thrill in his eyelids, his mind wandering back to her alluring figure from earlier that day. He tugged at the buttons of his shirt collar, feeling slightly parched, taking shallow breaths. This woman was intoxicating. It was the third time today he felt this way. Shen Yunqing, however, was not swayed by his words to the point of irrationality. With her clear, bright eyes fixed on him, she spoke earnestly. "I have a condition." "What condition?" Gu Mohan, without a moment's hesitation, blurted out his inquiry. Shen Yunqing pressed her lips together, her voice barely above a whisper. "If I wish to divorce, you must comply unconditionally. Furthermore, for the next 3 years, you must ensure that I do not become pregnant." Chapter 30. The First Kiss Lost. Shen Yunqing did not entertain the notion that he would remain devoted to her for a lifetime. What if, one day, he redirected his affections towards another woman? She certainly did not want to find herself, post-divorce, burdened with a multitude of children. The very thought was terrifying. Even the most angelic child could, due to the challenges of a single-parent household, transform into a little devil. Gu Mohan pondered her request briefly before nodding in agreement. "Very well. The Civil Affairs Bureau is closed now. You should rise early tomorrow." At present, his desires were solely physical. He had no intention of coercing her into a relationship based on baseless carnal urges. Divorce was a matter for the future. What mattered now was the prospect of marriage. Shen Yunqing rubbed the nape of her neck and lifted her eyelids, observing his stern profile, focused on driving. "Isn't this a bit hasty? I'm not yet 20. She felt a wave of confusion regarding her future marital life and a slight urge to retreat. Gu Mohan's tone softened, seeking to soothe her unease. "Age is but a number. I will handle any issues that arise. You need only to enjoy your role as Mrs. Gu." With such assurance, Shen Yunqing found it difficult to retract her acceptance. Why not give it a try? If marital life proved unsatisfactory, she could always seek a divorce. Given his character, he would likely not skimp on alimony after their separation. The autumn evening streets were bathed in a warm, golden light, with children skipping joyfully along the sidewalks, their parents trailing behind, engaged in cheerful conversation. their pace leisurely and unhurried, a truly heartwarming scene. Shen Yunqing leaned her head against the window, savoring the fleeting beauty before her. She held a deep yearning to create a wonderful family, not necessarily wealthy, but with a dependable husband and adorable children, a simple life where, aside from household chores, she could tend to flowers and plants would suffice. The car halted at her doorstep. Gu Mohan unbuckled his seatbelt and, upon lifting his gaze, his deep, dark eyes lingered on her for a moment, sparkling with intensity. Rest assured, marrying me will not lead to your detriment. He was offering her the most fundamental assurance. After all, marriage should not instill feelings of uncertainty and fear. With her previously hesitant heart now swayed towards a wise decision, Shen Yunqing met his gaze and nodded. Then remember your words. If you treat me poorly, I shall not show you any mercy. Although her appearance resembled that of a whimsical young girl, Shen Yunqing possessed a resolute spirit, intolerant of any form of injustice. Her cunning, spirited warnings sparked Gu Mohan's intrigue. He playfully reached out to cradle the back of her head, drawing her delicate face closer to his. A smile crept onto Gu Mohan's lips, his dark eyes narrowing, as he regarded her lovely visage with a newfound playful interest. Shen Yunqing found herself unnerved by the enigmatic emotions reflected in his gaze. She subtly turned her face away, unwilling to confront the intensity of his captivating yet inscrutable stare. The man's Adam's apple sensuously rolled up and down, while her delicate lips trembled slightly, akin to a frightened little creature. The words "let me go" had yet to escape her lips when the moistness of his kiss silenced her. Shen Yunqing's eyes, dark and bright, widened in astonishment as she stared blankly at the man before her, who had closed his eyes and kissed her fervently. In that moment, her heart seemed to halt, as though time itself had stopped. Gu Mohan, dissatisfied with her reaction, playfully nipped at her, his hand covering her eyes. His voice low and husky, laced with desire. Focus. How could she possibly concentrate? This was her first kiss. A serpent of warmth invaded her mouth, stealing her breath away. And Shen Yunqing felt a surge of heat wash over her as her mind began to fade into a haze. Gu Mohan's breathing grew ragged. Although he was a novice in such matters, he possessed a commanding presence. Shen Yunqing's face flushed crimson, her mind gasping for air, as she leaned back, pushing against his chest, attempting to free herself from his grasp. Gu Mohan embraced the moment, exuding an intoxicating aura of hormones as he maneuvered to the passenger seat, lifting her and swapping their positions. Chapter 31. Waiting for you upstairs. Shen Yunqing straddled him, tilting her head back to catch her breath. For an instant, she felt as if she had come perilously close to the brink of death. The sensation was terrifying, leaving her heart in disquiet. Gu Mohan's eyes blazed with a fierce intensity as he fixated on her delicate, fair neck, lunging forward to devour her with fervent kisses. What are you doing? Shen Yunqing gasped, startled by his actions, pushing against his shoulders, her face contorted in distress as she cried out, "Don't bite me." This insatiable man, did he think himself a dog? Her voice spiraled out of control, and as he lifted his head from her neck, he closed his eyes, inhaling the sweet scent of her skin, resting his chin upon her shoulder. Gu Mohan's large hand encircled her slender waist, his fingertips teasing her, his warm breath caressing her ear. "After you finish your shower, come find me upstairs." As she regained her composure, her face turned a deep shade of crimson, biting her lip to suppress her racing heart as she replied, "It's too soon." No sooner had the words left her mouth than his moist lips brushed against her chin, his infatuated gaze piercing through her. "Well, we're getting our marriage certificate tomorrow. It'll be midnight soon." Shen Yunqing was bewildered by his insinuation, fluttering her eyelashes as she asked, somewhat hesitantly, "What happens at midnight?" Gu Mohan gently tucked her damp hair behind her ear, his fingertips gliding along her skin from her cheekbone to her earlobe, teasingly pinching her thick earlobes. His voice dripped with seduction as he coaxed her, "This innocent girl. In ancient times, the bridal chamber was entered at night. The sooner you enter, the sooner you enjoy." Shen Yunqing felt her heart race, a mix of shyness and inexplicable anticipation surging within her, igniting an impulsive desire. Her ears flushed red. His touch was scorching, leaving her skin tingling with sensations. Noticing her silence, Gu Mohan took it as acquiescence, opening the car door and, maintaining their position, carried her into the courtyard. Gu Mohan encircled her waist with one hand and reached into his pocket to retrieve the key, unlocking the door. As soon as it swung open, Chi's eye perched on the shoe cabinet, mute at his silhouette. Gu Mohan, however, had no time to acknowledge it. He carried the woman directly to the ground floor bathroom, gently placing her onto the floor. His handsome face radiated desire, his fiery gaze tracing her features, his voice imbued with magnetism. "I will await you upstairs." With that, he turned and closed the door behind him. Shen Yunqing's heart raced anxiously, her mind entangled with the events of the night ahead. It was not that she was entirely averse. Rather, she was simply overwhelmed by fear. After all, in 2 lifetimes, she had never experienced such an encounter. A friend had once warned her that it would be painful, advising her to seek out a man who was experienced and of smaller stature, to avoid injury. Standing at over 1.8 meters tall, Gu Mohan's muscular physique had rendered her powerless. She could barely push him away, and his fervent gaze suggested he longed to consume her whole. Startled by his intensity, Shen Yunqing stood under the shower, her thoughts scattered. Meanwhile, Gu Mohan in the living room first prepared a bowl of cold rice for Chizai in the kitchen before hurrying upstairs to bathe. Fearing that excessive excitement might cause him to lose face, he took a moment to calm himself in the bathroom. He possessed a strong sense of cleanliness, with particularly stringent standards regarding women. There had been many who attempted to approach him, but he viewed them merely as distractions to alleviate his boredom. Even the slightest closeness would leave him feeling suffocated. The unexpected presence of the maid had led him to question whether he harbored masochistic tendencies in recent days. Chapter 32. Are you ready? After finishing her shower, Shen Yunqing turned off the tap, only to realize she had forgotten to bring in her clothes. Glancing at the large towel hanging on the wall, she pulled it down to dry her damp hair, wrapping it around her chest to ward off the chill. The towel was not particularly large, barely reaching her thighs, revealing her long, slender legs that glimmered enticingly. The autumn in Heiress was harsh, with winter approaching fast. The evening temperatures plummeted to 7 or 8 degrees, and a cool breeze seeped through the window, causing Shen Yunqing to shiver and sneeze. She cautiously opened the bathroom door, peeking into the living room, and upon seeing no one on the sofa, she dared to dash outside barefoot. The fire within Gu Mohan, doused by the cold water, reignited with fervor. Taking a deep breath, he slowly descended the stairs, heading to the kitchen for a glass of cold water, then settled onto the sofa to wait for her. With her damp hair cascading over her shoulders, she reached for the towel that had been tossed aside on the bed, using it to dry her hair. In this era without hairdryers, it was indeed a nuisance. Washing her hair felt like a battle, requiring considerable effort to dry it sufficiently. In the living room, Gu Mohan's patience began to wane as he glanced at the wall clock. She had been inside for 45 minutes. After finishing his water, he gently nudged Chizai, who had fallen asleep on his lap, and rose to stand before the woman's door. He raised his hand to knock. Are you ready? Shen Yunqing, nestled beneath the blankets, cast a vigilant glance towards the door, hesitantly exclaiming, Not yet, I'm getting dressed. Why was this woman so slow? Outside, Gu Mohan furrowed his brow. Letting out a sigh, there's no need to wear anything. You'll have to take it off soon enough. You pervert. Shen Yunqing's hands froze as she donned her clothes. Yelling towards the door, I'm nervous. Go fetch a bottle of wine. Experiencing such a situation for the first time, especially with someone as imposing as him, filled her with trepidation. Marrying into a wealthy family and transcending social classes was indeed far more complicated than depicted in novels. Perhaps it would be best to get intoxicated. After all, the sober one would be herself, and whatever the drunken fool did later would not concern her. Gu Mohan shook his head in exasperation, turning to ascend the stairs, retrieving a cherished bottle of fine wine. He took 2 elegant glasses from the kitchen cabinet, rinsing them under the tap, and meticulously dried them with a clean handkerchief until no moisture remained before bringing them out. Dressed, Shen Yunqing opened the door, and the living room resonated with the soothing strains of a violin from the gramophone. On the sofa, the man poured the liquor into the glasses. Although the setting was somewhat modest, the ambience was quite pleasant. A few aromatic candles and fresh flowers would render it perfect. As Gu Mohan poured the wine, he lifted his gaze to find her standing still, prompting her with a reminder. Aren't you coming over? His patience was wearing thin. In the 28 years of his life, he had never felt so constrained. Shen Yunqing noticed his countenance shifting between shades of black and white, reminiscent of the grim reapers of folklore. Nervously curling her toes within her slippers, she slowly approached him. Gu Mohan felt a slight easing of his mood, but upon noticing her attire, his brow furrowed once more. The red floral shirt was more garish than a blooming flower maiden. Chapter 33. Be good. You must get accustomed to it. Where are the clothes I bought for you? Why aren't you wearing them? Her hair still half damp, Shen Yunqing shrugged, plopping onto the sofa. They're in your car. I didn't bring them in. Gu Mohan reached out to pull her beside him, lifting a glass from the table and placing it in her hand, clinking their glasses together. Cheers. His gaze was fervent, intensely fixed upon her, causing Shen Yunqing to feel a flutter of anxiety. She forced a serene smile to mask her inner trepidation, tilting her head back to gulp the wine in one go. As it was her first experience with alcohol, and having consumed it too hastily, she coughed, some of the red wine spilling from the corners of her mouth. The wine had a strong after-effect. Gu Mohan took a mere sip before setting down his glass, his gaze upon her becoming more ardent. The handsome man's face drew closer, tentatively brushing against the delicate features of her visage. Shen Yunqing, with a low tolerance for alcohol, felt warmth creeping into her cheeks after just one glass, her slightly pouted lips a tender pink. His kiss gradually traversed her cheek to the corner of her lips. Being so close to a man for the first time overwhelmed Shen Yunqing, who found herself unable to resist his subtle temptations. Whether it was the impact of the alcohol or the stirrings of her own heart, she felt a sudden heat, struggling to catch her breath. Meow meow Chizai, with its tail curled, crouched on the woolen carpet not far away, its round, luminous green eyes gazing curiously at the two individuals on the sofa. The sudden sound of a cat's meow jolted Shen Yunqing from her reverie, and she pushed the man before her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, saying, "Go to your room." Gu Mohan lifted his head, panting, his deep black eyes smoldering with intensity. He cast an impatient glance at the obstructive Chizai and swiftly lifted the woman, carrying her upstairs. The man was in a hurry, bounding up the stairs with large strides. Fearing she might fall, Shen Yunqing wrapped her arms securely around his neck. Gu Mohan's bedroom was spacious, adorned in a vintage style. To the right of the entrance stood a row of bookshelves laden with various literary masterpieces. The imposing, army green bed mirrored the solemnity of the man himself. As Shen Yunqing found herself pressed against the bed, she began to explore with her hands. Gu Mohan, she furrowed her brows, biting her lower lip. The man's voice was a low, husky murmur, a mere sound escaping him. Beads of sweat glistened on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks and landing on her face. His heated gaze fixated on the woman beneath him. Uncontrollably drawn to her resplendent beauty, he leaned down, his lips brushing against her forehead, brows, and the tip of her nose. Outside, the weather shifted unpredictably. The crescent moon that had hung in the night sky was obscured by a shroud of dark clouds. A fierce wind howled, and a sudden downpour pelted the glass windows. The inclement weather did nothing to dampen the fervor of the two within the confines of the room. Gu Mohan reclined against the headboard, his sharp teeth biting into a cigarette. He grabbed the lighter from the bedside table, igniting the cigarette and inhaling deeply, tilting his head back to gaze at the ceiling. His eyes squinted against the harsh light, revealing a sly charm in his fox-like gaze, a satisfied smile gracing his handsome features. With a voice tinged with huskiness, he lowered his gaze to the woman and asked, "Would you like to take a shower?" "I do not wish to move." Shen Yunqing, cocooned in the covers, shifted her legs only to wince in pain. Her hair, still damp, exuded a musty scent. "I need to rest for a moment. Please, later. You can help me downstairs." At this rate, she feared that even stepping out of the room would result in her collapsing to the floor. Gu Mohan chuckled softly, his gaze softening as he reached out to caress her still-flushed face, his voice smooth as silk. "Stay here. The room has a bathroom." Shen Yunqing shook her head in refusal. "No, I cannot sleep here." "Be good." Gu Mohan rarely exhibited patience, his tone gentler as he coaxed her. "You must get accustomed to my presence." Chapter 34. Doubting Life. Shen Yunqing turned away, presenting her back to him. "Help me downstairs, and bring me a piece of clothing." Under the covers lay her bare body. She was reluctant to sleep so intimately close to him. This woman was indeed troublesome. Gu Mohan threw back the covers and got out of bed, moving around to the other side. As his figure passed before her, Shen Yunqing quickly closed her eyes, trying not to look. The memory of her earlier, unintended glimpse made her heart race. No wonder she felt such pain. He was extraordinary. Gu Mohan approached the wardrobe, opening the door and pulling out a white shirt, tossing it to her. The earlier cries from the woman had been utterly unbearable, softening his heart, compelling him to end the moment abruptly. As he emerged from the bathroom, his hair still damp, Shen Yunqing had already donned a man's shirt. Slowly maneuvering her way down from the bed, supporting herself against the edge, she stood upright, only to be seized by a sharp pang that made her grimace as she took small, careful steps toward the bathroom. The man's white shirt clung to her slender figure, subtly accentuating her alluring physique, her modesty and enticing tease. Gu Mohan averted his gaze, determined not to look at her, and retrieved a clean sheet and duvet cover from the wardrobe. Upon lifting the army green sheet, he noticed a distinct dark stain, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Unlike the previous duvet cover, he did not toss it into the laundry basket. Instead, he folded it neatly and placed it in the farthest corner of the wardrobe's top shelf. Entering the bathroom and closing the door, Shen Yunqing was pleasantly surprised to discover a bathtub on the upper floor, a testament to the indulgences of the capitalist elite. Filling the tub with hot water, she gradually slid in, seeking solace in a warm soak to alleviate her weary body. After tidying the disheveled bed, Gu Mohan glanced at the time. Only a few minutes past 9. His mind raced. When he had called for her downstairs, it was 8:35. Considering the time spent drinking and the flirtatious foreplay on the sofa, their encounter upstairs had lasted no more than 10 minutes. The sheer brevity of it felt like a profound humiliation to him. Gu Mohan's countenance darkened. His lips trembled as he gripped a book tightly. Unable to focus on a single word, disbelief coursing through him. How could it have been so short? Impossible. After 20 minutes in the bath, Shen Yunqing rose, reaching for a towel to dry off. She noticed 2 towels hanging by the mirror, one black and one white, and found herself in a quandary over which to choose. After a moment of indecision, she closed her eyes and pointed randomly. Whoever she landed on would be her choice. 5 seconds later, she opened her eyes. Her finger directed toward the white towel. She yanked it down and absent-mindedly dried herself before slipping into the white shirt she had left on the counter. As she stepped out, she found Gu Mohan seated motionless at the edge of the bed. Startled, she approached cautiously and inquired, "Are you all right?"
What?
His voice was low, and Shen Yunqing failed to catch his words. Gu Mohan stood, positioning himself behind her, his body suddenly alert, his voice barely concealing his excitement. "Let us do it again." Shen Yunqing instinctively took a step back, distancing herself, her gaze wary. "No, I still feel unwell." His demeanor now struck her as peculiar, imbued with a chilling darkness. Clad in a black bathrobe that fell above his knees, revealing strong, powerful legs adorned with an abundance of dark hair, he exuded an aura of intimidating allure. His tall and lean figure, coupled with a devilish charm, resembled a creature of the night disturbing the realm of mortals. Beneath his short black hair, his face was a striking blend of beauty and vigor, with elongated phoenix eyes that were deep and inscrutable, a perfectly chiseled jawline exuding an air of nobility, and a refined restraint that hinted at a contrasting distance and mystery. Chapter 35, as she fell asleep in his embrace. Undeniably, fate had favored him. Born into affluence, blessed with exceptional looks and intellect, he had ascended to the position of factory director at a remarkably young age, his life seemingly scripted by fortune itself. Gu Mohan sensed her reluctance and did not wish to force her. He raised his hand before her, his voice languid. "If you won't let me touch you, then surely you can at least allow me to hold you while you sleep." His words were rather coarse and uncouth, causing Shen Yunqing's heart to flutter with displeasure. Yet she still placed her hand within his large one. Gu Mohan switched off the power on the wall, plunging the room into darkness, save for the solitary lamp on the bedside table that remained aglow. Approaching the edge of the bed, Shen Yunqing withdrew her hand from his grasp, lifted the covers on the left side, and lay down. Just as she had pulled the blanket over herself, the last lamp was extinguished by the man, leaving behind a heated body pressed against her back. Gu Mohan, turning to face away from her, forcibly drew her into his embrace. Closing his eyes as he gently patted her shoulder, "Sleep peacefully." In his arms, Shen Yunqing felt her entire being tense and still. After a prolonged moment, sensing no further movements from him, she gradually relaxed. She had anticipated a night of insomnia, yet the soothing scent of pine emanating from the man enveloped her, aiding her breath to slow as she drifted into slumber. Hearing the soft sounds of her light sleep, the man in the darkness opened his eyes, gasping for breath, with his mouth agape. He had overestimated his self-control, as the perspiration from his body had thoroughly soaked his sleepwear. With the woman asleep in his arms, Gu Mohan dared not stir. At that moment, he felt a twinge of regret for succumbing to momentary desire, as it left him grappling with an unprecedented tension. Ultimately, he chose to close his eyes and silently recite a calming mantra. The torrential rain persisted through the night, only tapering into a gentle drizzle as dawn approached, shrouding the yard in a misty chill. After a night of dreamless slumber, Shen Yunqing was awakened by the weight of another. Having slept for 3 hours, Gu Mohan, the first to awaken, was unable to restrain himself any longer. Upon noticing her consciousness, he cast aside his earlier self-pity and began to indulge in the main course. The atmosphere was thick with intimacy, and this time, Shen Yunqing's suffering was deeper than the previous night. Armed with last night's lessons, Gu Mohan employed newfound techniques, patiently redeeming himself from past shame. Shen Yunqing lingered in a tumultuous realm between ecstasy and despair. "I shall carry you to wash up," Gu Mohan declared, lifting her from the bed and proceeding towards the bathroom. Her youthful visage glowed with vitality, her complexion radiant, even her toes curling shyly. Emerging from the bathroom, Shen Yunqing felt utterly drained and languid. Gu Mohan gently placed her back on the bed, covering her with a blanket. He rummaged through the wardrobe for clothes, took the car keys, descended the stairs, and retrieved her clothes from the back seat. Returning upstairs, he entered the room, extracted garments from his bag, and inquired of the woman on the bed, "Can you move?" Regaining her composure, Shen Yunqing sat up, rubbing her slender waist and reaching out for the clothes. Gu Mohan handed her a knitted dress in deep navy and turned to fetch a wool scarf from the wardrobe. Spreading it at the bedside. The temperature is quite low today. Drape this over yourself to fend off the chill.
Thank you, she replied.
The dress was a dark navy knit, and Shen Yunqing draped his black scarf over her shoulders. As she retrieved a pair of small leather shoes from her bag, Gu Mohan glanced at her fair feet, then found a new pair of socks and tossed them onto the bed for her. Chapter 36. Reluctance to marry. Shen Yunqing slipped on her socks and fastened her shoes. The moment she stood up, her body swayed slightly. Humph. Shen Yunqing felt her cheeks flush from his teasing words and playfully swatted his hand away. Where are we going? Her waist ached intensely. While dressing moments ago, she had noticed 2 distinct red handprints on her side. Those were marks left during their playful tussle in the bathroom, where his grip had proven too forceful, resulting in unintended discomfort. Shen Yunqing followed him closely, her legs feeling weightless and devoid of strength. With each step, she experienced pain, yet simultaneously felt as if she were walking on air. Accustomed to a life of pampering, she had never endured such torment. Had she known it would be like this, she would have obediently stayed in her hometown, helping her mother feed the pigs. Or perhaps, during the choices presented to her yesterday, she should have resisted the allure of his admirable qualities and settled for a modest life as a nanny. Being a wife was proving to be an overwhelming ordeal. Catering to a man's every need, including intimate moments, felt like an egregious injustice to married women. Upon reaching the stairwell, Gu Mohan turned back to see her standing at the door frame, her expression shifting from anger to deep frustration. Confused by her thoughts and irritated by her slow pace, Gu Mohan stepped forward and, seizing the moment while she was lost in contemplation, lifted her effortlessly, carrying her down the stairs with swift strides. Being held in such a manner caused her insides to churn uncomfortably. Once they exited the courtyard, Gu Mohan finally set her down and strode purposefully towards the parking area. Shen Yunqing, still shaken, felt her heart racing erratically. It was undeniably frightening, exhilarating even. Seated in the car, Gu Mohan observed her shuffling towards him in a daze through the rear-view mirror. Impatient, he reached over to unlock the passenger door, frowning as he urged her. Can you hurry up? The office is about to close. Why should I care if it closes? Shen Yunqing replied nonchalantly, lowering her head as she climbed into the car. I'm not in a hurry anyway. She had just come to a realization. She no longer wished to marry. Gu Mohan narrowed his eyes at her. What do you mean? With her arms crossed and a defiant expression, Shen Yunqing replied, I don't want to marry you anymore. Why not? Because sleeping with you is too painful. Gu Mohan was left speechless by her reasoning. He reached over to fasten her seatbelt, his handsome features softening as he said, I may be a bit older, but with age comes advantages you'll come to appreciate. Shen Yunqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she childishly retorted, I don't know about the future, but right now, I'm in so much pain. Her voice, tinged with a whimper, softened Gu Mohan's heart. He gently wiped away the tear that had escaped her eye, soothingly murmuring, I'll be gentler from now on. Please don't cry. This morning had been reckless on his part, neglecting the fact that she had lost her innocence only the night before. The emotional scar she bore was evident, and considering her current aversion, the path ahead for Gu Mohan in their intimate life seemed fraught with challenges. Shen Yunqing found herself unable to stop crying. Since her arrival in this era, nothing had gone her way. The more she cried, the more aggrieved she felt. Her tears flowed freely, as if they cost nothing, leaving Gu Mohan with an unsettling feeling in his heart. He took out a handkerchief and tenderly wiped away her tears. Their relationship had undergone a physical transformation since last night. Chapter 37 was truly vexing. Shen Yunqing remained melancholic throughout the journey, tilting her head to gaze at the reflections outside. Around 10 in the morning, the streets were nearly deserted. Last night's torrential rain had washed the curbs clean. The sky was overcast, showing no signs of clearing, and given the current situation, it was likely that another downpour was imminent. Upon arriving at the office, Gu Mohan parked the car and unfastened his seatbelt, turning to her. When they ask you questions, just respond as instructed. For your age, say you are 20. What do you mean? Shen Yunqing frowned. That's deceitful. I am a good citizen and do not engage in such acts. Seeing her sulk, Gu Mohan, understanding her inner turmoil, playfully nudged her shoulder and said sternly, You are already mine. If I do not marry you, what man would want you once he discovers you are not pure? Shen Yunqing glared at him defiantly. I can simply choose not to marry.
How naive.
What girl remains unmarried? Gu Mohan jested, his dark eyes twinkling with amusement. You might not feel the need now, but in your 30s or 40s, loneliness will surely make you reconsider. Confused, Shen Yunqing looked at him. What do you mean? She couldn't comprehend his words. Were they serious? Her face flushed crimson as she pushed him away. You are forcing me into this, and I do not desire it. Is that so? Gu Mohan mockingly laughed. Your moans of excitement do not align with your current stubbornness. Shen Yunqing felt an intense loathing towards him. Gritting her teeth in frustration, not wanting to hear more, she opened the car door and hurriedly distanced herself from this troublesome man. Gu Mohan followed, walking alongside her, continuing to murmur, "If you don't believe me, I'll record our next encounter for you." Shut up. How could this man be so irritating? Shen Yunqing's voice was loud enough that the men and women waiting in line turned to look at them in astonishment. The world around them fell silent. Shen Yunqing felt embarrassed, wishing she could dig a hole and hide. Gu Mohan ceased to tease her, taking her hand and leading her seriously towards the director's office. Having connections proved beneficial. They did not need to queue. Within minutes, they received a marriage certificate resembling a diploma. Shen Yunqing's age had been elevated by 2 years. Sitting in the car, she gazed at the marriage certificate in her palm, sighing, "My youth has vanished." Had she known she would marry at such a young age in this era, she would have pursued more romantic escapades in modern times, perhaps even flirted with charming celebrities. Gu Mohan emerged from the office in good spirits, reaching for her hand. "Rest assured, marrying me will bring you true happiness." Shen Yunqing scoffed. "Happiness is something one creates for oneself, not bestowed by others. Hand over your wallet." Chapter 38. Your assets are half mine. If he were to utter such words in contemporary society, Shen Yunqing would undoubtedly find herself at a loss for rebuttal. However, the current era is distinct. It marks the dawn of economic prosperity in the 1980s. Have you never heard the adage, "Do not underestimate the impoverished youth"? Gu Mohan scoffed through his nostrils, his gaze at her suggesting her naivety. With a mere 300 in intelligence, lacking connections and worldly wisdom, how far can you truly go? Gently. Those who can perceive the gold on the ground, that minuscule fortune, will only augment his wealth without fundamentally altering his fate. How many can truly see the gold? And how many can seize the opportunity for rebirth? Shen Yunqing was awakened by his words. Indeed, much like the modern tycoons, such as Wang Fuhua and Ma Baba, behind every renowned entrepreneur, there are always a few officials offering support. The affluent pave the way for the less fortunate, while the latter, once prosperous, find themselves unable to grasp anything substantial. Opening his wallet, Shen Yunqing gazed at the thick stack of cash within and lifted her eyelids to inquire. "Do I possess the authority to manage your finances?" "You are now my wife," Gu Mohan replied, his focus on driving. He nonchalantly added, "Since the moment we received that certificate, half of my assets belong to you." It had been nearly 10 days since she left home, and her mother, Shen Mu, must be anxiously awaiting news of her. "Very well," Gu Mohan said, turning the steering wheel at an intersection, casting a sidelong glance at her. "Do you need me to send anything to your family?" The Shen family lacked many essentials: electric kettles, fabric coupons, meat tickets, industrial vouchers, soap coupons, and snack tickets. Items Shen Yunqing had only glimpsed once or twice while her mother managed the finances. Thinking of her sister-in-law, who was about to give birth, Shen Yunqing found it not too difficult to broach the subject with him. "If you have connections, could you help me procure some sugar tickets, meat tickets, and soap coupons?" With soap, Shen Mu wouldn't have to pound the laundry endlessly with a stick. Passing by a state-run restaurant, Gu Mohan suddenly recalled that they had yet to have breakfast. He parked the car by the roadside and turned to see her holding a stack of money. Combining their wallets, Gu Mohan reached for his and tucked it into his coat. "Let us eat first." As Shen Yunqing's dress lacked pockets to hold money, it was awkward to clutch the large stack while entering the restaurant, so she simply placed the cash in the car as console and opened the door to step out. The pair entered the restaurant and found a vacant table. While she was ordering, Gu Mohan stood up to borrow the public phone in the restaurant and made a call to his assistant. Shen Yunqing was particularly craving something spicy today, so she ordered the only dish with chili available, stir-fried meat with green peppers. Learning from her previous experience, she dared not order excessively this time, opting for 2 dishes, a soup and a cucumber salad. The patrons at the adjacent tables, upon witnessing their abundant order, found their own meals of braised pork and cornmeal buns suddenly unappetizing. At the table to Shen Yunqing's right, a woman was nursing her child, while her mother-in-law murmured incessantly, "Has our old Wang family ever treated you poorly? Why must you come to this overpriced place for noodles, costing 15 cents? That's enough to feed our whole family for a day. Mother, the dishes you prepare lack flavor, and even the milk I consume fails to satisfy me. Each night, while I paint, I find myself unable to extract any nourishment, leaving me in tears from hunger. Using my own money to indulge in a bowl of meat noodles is hardly a crime, is it? Your finances, upon marrying into the Wang family, now belong to our household. You truly do not comprehend the value of household expenses." Chapter 39. Is his identity a cause for shame? Shen Yunqing poked her chopsticks into the rice bowl and, lifting her gaze to him, softly inquired, "Am I being a bit too extravagant?" In the Shen household, even adding an extra scoop of pig feed to the pot would earn her the title of a spendthrift from her father. Since arriving in Heiress and getting to know Gu Mohan, it seems she has embarked on a path of lavish spending. Why does she feel this way? Gu Mohan, munching on a piece of cucumber, replied, "The economic aspect determines how much you can spend. I happen to have ample resources, so you need not hesitate to indulge." Suddenly, Shen Yunqing realized how eloquently this man spoke today. Her turbulent emotions, influenced by the chaotic dynamics between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, were effortlessly dismantled by his words. Raising her bowl to sip the fish soup, she smiled and asked, "Actually, there's a question I've always wanted to ask you. What is it that you see in me?" Gu Mohan pondered for a moment, slightly furrowing his brow, and replied, "My first impression of you is that you do not resemble an unsophisticated country girl." Shen Yunqing frowned. "What do you mean?" "Firstly, when someone attempts to deceive, they usually demand money, yet you merely ask me to accompany you for a meal. Secondly, sitting beside me, you do not exhibit fear, nor do you avert your gaze or display insecurity. Your mannerisms while dining do not reflect that of a girl from the countryside." His observations caused Shen Yunqing's heart to skip a beat. The man's perceptiveness was truly remarkable. It seemed prudent to temper her behavior, avoiding actions that diverged from the norms of this era, lest he catch her in a vulnerable moment and take her for scientific study. While Gu Mohan spoke, his eyes remained fixed on her. After their meal, he escorted her directly to the post office. At the Bell Tower post office, only one male attendant was on duty at noon. Shen Yunqing purchased an envelope and stamps, borrowing a pencil, and then squatted on the ground in front of a bench, beginning to write her letter. Gu Mohan, holding the envelope for the tickets, stepped inside, standing behind her with his hands clasped, observing her writing. "Boss, which employer would advance you such a sum?" Gu Mohan clearly disapproved of the title she assigned him. He was, after all, her lawful husband, yet felt compelled to conceal this from her family, which left him quite unsettled. Shen Yunqing pouted, folding the letter as she stood. "I've only known you for a few days since our marriage. My parents would be utterly shocked to learn of this." Gu Mohan, displeased with her attitude, retorted, "If you're so worried about your parents' shock, why did you entice me? What was wrong with this man?" His demeanor was laden with tension. Gu Mohan's expression darkened, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Seeing no one nearby, he lowered his gaze to her fluttering eyelashes and, gritting his teeth, said, "If you weren't so flirtatious in front of me, do you think I would even want you?" Shen Yunqing tightly clutched the letter in her hand, her fierce eyes glaring at him. "Do you believe I will accuse you of defamation? When have I ever acted provocatively in your presence?" Gu Mohan, observing the fury etched on her face, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He raised an eyebrow, a playful glint in his eye, and replied with a smirk, "The first time was in the car, when you wept like a rain-soaked flower. The second time was yesterday in the clothing store, when you deliberately dressed provocatively to entice me." If they were not in public, Shen Yunqing would have lunged at him, eager to silence his absurd claims. It was he who had chosen the clothes. Her figure was merely a reflection of her own allure. Was that truly an invitation? How infuriating! The more agitated she became, the more delighted Gu Mohan felt, his smile widening as he observed her. "What's wrong? Lost for words?" Chapter 40. Anger. Shen Yunqing, her teeth clenched in frustration, realized she could not out-argue him. With indignation, she turned, clutching the letter. "Do as you please. If this continues, I shall seek a divorce." They had just received their marriage certificate from the office less than half a day ago, and now she was so enraged that she threatened to end their union. Gu Mohan, sensing the gravity of the situation, restrained her wrist and murmured, "I was only joking. Why are you taking it so seriously?" Shen Yunqing, perceiving his attempt to downplay his words as mere jest, could discern the truth behind them. Was she not a mature woman capable of understanding? She shook off his grip, her face cold. "Gu Mohan, do you realize how significant a girl's chastity is? To declare in public that I am enticing you, what would others think if they heard?" Seeing the redness in her eyes, Gu Mohan finally comprehended that his careless remark could lead to severe repercussions. He lowered his head, contrite.
"I'm sorry."
Shen Yunqing ignored him, snatching the envelope containing tickets from his hands, along with the prepared letter, and entered the duty room. The mail clerk, sorting through her items to be mailed, gasped upon discovering a thick stack of various tickets inside one envelope. "Do you really intend to send all of these?" In her earlier fury, Shen Yunqing had not paid attention to the contents she had seized from the man. Now, upon witnessing the clerk's astonished expression, she glanced at the envelope. It contained an array of tickets, meat tickets, oil tickets, sugar tickets, and many others unfamiliar to her. Shen Yunqing selected half of the tickets that were typically used by the common people, combining them with 8 large black 10 tickets. The clerk, being quite reliable, noted the substantial amount of money in her envelope and placed her letter in a special area. Naturally, the service fee would amount to an additional 20 cents. After paying for the postage, Shen Yunqing exited with a stern expression. Gu Mohan waited for her in the car. Upon seeing her emerge with a blank countenance, he instinctively lowered his hand. Shen Yunqing did not head for the passenger seat, but instead opened the rear door. Once inside, she avoided looking at him, crossing her arms over her chest and closing her eyes in a bid for calm. Well then, she was thoroughly upset with him. Gu Mohan started the car. Not heading home. At the intersection, he turned the steering wheel to the right, driving directly toward the department store. As they arrived at their destination, he glanced at her through the rear-view mirror. We've reached the shopping mall. See if there's anything you wish to acquire. Try to buy a bit more. Tomorrow, we shall depart for Biling Island. Shen Yunqing opened her eyes and, with a hint of urgency, inquired, "What sort of place is that?" Gu Mohan replied in a gentle tone, "It is the island where I work." Did Assistant Liu not mention that you wouldn't be going to the island this year? How did the plans change so swiftly? Having barely acclimated to Heiress, the prospect of suddenly venturing to an unfamiliar locale made Shen Yunqing feel somewhat apprehensive. What is there on that island? Previously, when she had vacationed with friends on an island in the 1980s, she could scarcely imagine it as a delightful tourist haven. Every Saturday, a dedicated boat will take you ashore for daily supplies. There are family quarters and a dining hall on the island, accommodating thousands of employees and their families. His words suggested that life on the island might be quite pleasant. Finding a suitable parking spot, Shen Yunqing followed him into the department store. The place he had brought her to appeared less upscale than their previous outing. It was more focused on essential goods. The crowd was considerable, with a long queue outside one store, drawing a throng reminiscent of a fan event. Overwhelmed by the multitude, Shen Yunqing could not discern what was being sold inside and curiously asked the man beside her, "What is the reason for the crowd?" Gu Mohan led her away from the throng and up the stairs, casually explaining, "Today is the 8th. On this day each month, a shipment of televisions arrives. Thus, they are vying for the televisions. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths for a television?" Shen Yunqing, a woman of the modern era, could not comprehend the fervent desire for televisions among the laboring populace of that time. Upon reaching the entrance of a clothing store, Gu Mohan paused and asked, "Would you like to purchase some additional clothing?" Shen Yunqing was reluctant to burden herself with numerous packages while boarding the train. After a moment's thought, she replied, "Is there no clothing available at your workplace?" Gu Mohan typically lacked the leisure to explore the shore, and regarding the merchandise offered there, he was genuinely uninformed. There are clothes, but they may not be as stylish as those here. What woman does not cherish beauty? Hearing his words, Shen Yunqing decisively entered the clothing store. The department store was still state-owned, with no concept of private enterprises for profit. It offered men's, women's, and children's garments. Although the styles did not rival those from the foreign exchange ports, the majority were still considerably more appealing than those from smaller cities. As winter approached, most of the items on sale were winter apparel. Observing her fixated gaze on a black coat, Gu Mohan cautioned, "The island is in a tropical region. Its winter temperature hovers around 20 degrees Celsius. Reluctantly, Shen Yunqing shifted her focus to the overlooked summer attire. In this era, floral patterned dresses were in vogue, many having made their way from Hong Kong. Shen Yunqing selected 2 dresses, one blue and one white floral, along with 2 blouses, 2 pairs of trousers, and a skirt. After she made her selection, Gu Mohan took his wallet to pay. The two exited with their bags and ventured into a nearby shoe store. Shen Yunqing picked out 2 pairs of leather sandals and glanced at him, asking if he wouldn't buy something as well. It seemed a bit inappropriate to only purchase for her. Gu Mohan smiled slightly, acknowledging her concern for him. He approached the shelf and, like her, chose 2 pairs of sandals. Shen Yunqing realized that this man lacked emotional intelligence. His words about her caring for him sounded rather sarcastic. While checking out, Gu Mohan noticed wallets for sale and casually picked up a white leather one, asking the clerk to wrap it up. Shen Yunqing waited for him at the store entrance, and together they descended to the food section. This time, Gu Mohan did not inquire about her preferences, having observed that although the woman could cook, she was utterly incapable of managing daily life. She was more pampered than those raised in affluence. If it weren't for his wealth that allowed him to indulge her, she would struggle to make ends meet in an ordinary household and might end up facing the consequences from her partner. He requested 2 pounds of rock sugar, 2 pounds of brown sugar, 3 pounds each of peach crisps, peanut sesame candy, rice cakes, and egg cakes. Shen Yunqing, surprised by his extensive purchases, asked if he intended to give gifts. Gu Mohan, carrying the items, replied that they were for her to enjoy, as there were few snacks on the island. Upon entering the car, Gu Mohan handed her the newly purchased white wallet, instructing her to keep her money and tickets organized and not to toss them about. Shen Yunqing, who had previously left her money and tickets carelessly on the back seat after exiting the post office, accepted the wallet and neatly placed the 2 large bills she had dropped beneath the seat into its compartment. As she carried the items into the house, Shen Yunqing felt utterly exhausted, placing everything on the table before collapsing onto the sofa to rest. The cat, Chizai, caught the scent of food and energetically followed its owner with sprightly steps. Observing the cat's eager demeanor, Gu Mohan quickly prepared its meal, carrying the bowl out of the kitchen and setting it on the floor by the window. Once Shen Yunqing had rested enough, she sat up and propped her chin on her hand, watching the black cat eat. She inquired if they should take Chizai with them. No, Gu Mohan replied, bringing 2 cups of water and placing one in front of her. Leave it at home to guard the place. Xiao Luo will come by to feed it. Shen Yunqing lifted her cup for a sip, expressing her sympathy for the cat's solitude. Gu Mohan chuckled at her empathetic words, remarking that what she observed was merely superficial. Once they left, the cat would sneak out through the window to join a gang of feral cats nearby and engage in playful fights. By the next spring, the old man would have to deal with the aftermath of its escapades. What do you mean? Shen Yunqing asked, puzzled by his comment. Gu Mohan stood up, removed his coat, and draped it over the sofa. Sitting beside her, Gu Mohan casually draped his arm over the back of the sofa, his dark eyes fixed intently on her face as he remarked nonchalantly, Chizai has many wives. He's only 5 this year and has already fathered 7 or 8 litters. Once spring passes, his new wives will give birth in the storage room at home, and when the kittens reach a month old, the old man will find them long-term sustenance. Shen Yunqing could hardly fathom that the adorable Chizai before her was, in fact, a rather disreputable cat. Indeed, one should never judge a cat by its appearance. After satisfying his hunger, Chizai sat on the carpet licking his fur and grooming himself, as if he sensed her disdain. Stretching lazily while mewing softly. Having spent the day outside, Shen Yunqing glanced at the wall clock and noted it was past 8 in the evening. Rising from the sofa, she picked up her newly purchased clothes and maneuvered past him. Gu Mohan reached out, grasping her arm with feigned calmness, stating, "The clothes you bought yesterday are in the wardrobe on the 2nd floor. You can leave your things upstairs, and we can sort everything out together tomorrow." She certainly did not wish to share a bed with him. Chapter 43. Persuading her to sleep upstairs. His unsolicited attentiveness could only be interpreted as either insidious or malevolent. Shen Yunqing was not naive enough to believe that his insistence on her sleeping in his bedroom stemmed from genuine concern for her cold. Catching a glimpse of his eager, longing gaze, she quietly suggested, "Surely there are other rooms upstairs. I'll tidy up and move up there." There were indeed other rooms, but they had not been cleaned in years and lacked extra bedding. Understanding her apprehensions, Gu Mohan continued, "Rest assured, I absolutely won't touch you tonight." Shen Yunqing found it hard to trust his words, her brows knitting in doubt as she regarded him. Really? The allure of her figure and face was undeniable, and given that he had only recently indulged himself, Gu Mohan felt a twinge of uncertainty. After all, losing control around her was not a first. The priority was to coax her upstairs, regardless of the means. Gu Mohan draped his arm over her shoulder, inhaling the fragrance of her hair. His voice gentle as he reassured her, "Truly, if you're worried, we can sleep at opposite ends." Following her lead, he stood, taking his coat as they ascended the stairs together. Fearing that the petite woman would find him overly clingy, he placed his belongings in the bedroom before retreating to the study. Shen Yunqing organized her clothes and shoes in his wardrobe and shoe cabinet, aware that time was slipping away. Seizing the moment while the man was absent, she headed to the bathroom to shower. In the study, Gu Mohan was on the phone, arranging work for assistant Luo in Heiress. After ending the call and checking the time, he noted it was nearly 10:30. Rising from the leather chair, he exited the study. Upon entering the bedroom, he found the lights dimmed. Treading softly, he approached the wardrobe, feeling his way in the dark to retrieve his sleepwear, which he then took downstairs to the bathroom. To be honest, having slept alone for over 20 years, Gu Mohan found it quite unsettling to have another person beside him. Yet, his heart was unwillingly drawn to the idea of having her by his side, especially after the events of the previous night. Turning off the light, he wrapped his arms around her, resting his chin atop her head, and closed his eyes, surrendering to sleep. Outside, the wind howled fiercely, stripping the leaves from the 2 maple trees in the yard, leaving only their bare branches to sway chaotically in the gusts. In the dead of night, Shen Yunqing was roused from her slumber by the commotion caused by a man. Without even opening her eyes, she instinctively lifted her leg and kicked the man off the bed. In the darkened room, the man on the floor covered half of his face and crawled back onto the bed. This audacious woman had the audacity to use her foot against him. Gu Mohan's face darkened with displeasure, his teeth clenching in frustration as he turned to see the woman sleeping soundly, as if nothing had transpired. His wrath felt as though it had been absorbed by a cloud of cotton. Chapter 44. Is it too considerate? On a clear autumn morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains into the bedroom. Shen Yunqing rubbed her sleepy eyes and threw off the covers to sit up. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed the man packing his belongings into a bag. With a hoarse voice, she quietly inquired, "Did you touch me last night?" As she got out of bed and slipped on her shoes, her legs felt weak, and she leaned against the edge of the bed, furrowing her brow in confusion. "Then why do my waist and legs ache?" Her question evoked memories in Gu Mohan of the scene from the previous night when her legs had wrapped around his waist. The image was undeniably scandalous. His throat tightened slightly as he cleared it, replying, "Perhaps you walked too much yesterday." Given his demeanor, it seemed unlikely he was fabricating an excuse, and Shen Yunqing chose not to dwell on the discomfort in her waist and legs. Gu Mohan handed her the clothes, saying, "I've organized your attire. Once you're ready, we can head out for breakfast." Shen Yunqing accepted the garments and proceeded to the bathroom. The white floral blouse, black knee-length skirt, and a new set of undergarments were neatly arranged. The man's attentiveness left her feeling somewhat incredulous. After shedding her nightgown, she swiftly donned her outfit and tied her hair into a substantial braid at the back. She opened the bathroom door and emerged. Gu Mohan had taken 2 luggage bags downstairs to place in the trunk of the car. The disheveled bed had been tidied up by him. As Shen Yunqing exited the bathroom and sat at the foot of the bed to change into her shoes, her gaze landed upon a knitted handbag on the table. The white bag, handcrafted from yarn, was of a modest size and quite charming. Upon opening the bag, she discovered the money box the man had bought for her the previous day, along with an envelope containing tickets. A smile finally graced her face, and she internally acknowledged the man's flicker of conscience. Grasping the handbag, she closed the bedroom door and made her way downstairs. Gu Mohan placed the items in the car and settled into the back seat to wait for her. Today, Assistant Luo would drive them to the boat. When the young maid stepped out of the yard, looking resplendent, Assistant Luo could hardly believe his eyes. The woman had dressed rather flamboyantly. Gu Mohan, flipping through a book, casually remarked, "I married Shen Yunqing. She will henceforth be the factory manager's wife." Assistant Luo was momentarily stunned. In just a matter of days, the boss had acquired a wife. There were many women in the factory vying for the affections of the esteemed manager. Yet he had been captivated by a country girl. How utterly astonishing. Shen Yunqing opened the car door, only to find Assistant Luo behind the wheel. She promptly closed the door and took a seat in the back. Out of a sense of recent rudeness, she greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, Brother Luo." Assistant Luo awkwardly ruffled his hair in response, hastily starting the vehicle. Gu Mohan, upon hearing the woman's address to his assistant, frowned in discontent. "From now on, just call him Xiao Luo." Shen Yunqing replied, "But he looks older than I do. Wouldn't that be somewhat impolite?" In modern households, she typically referred to drivers as uncle or similar. Gu Mohan cast a piercing gaze in her direction, silently closing his book. The intensity of his stare was overwhelming, making Shen Yunqing feel uncomfortable, leading her to concede. "All right." Satisfied, Gu Mohan reached out to tousle her hair. Chapter 45. A Voyage to the South Sea. Assistant Luo first took them to a breakfast shop before proceeding to the dock for their boat. They had purchased tickets for the 10:35 a.m. ferry, and with 15 minutes to spare before departure, Gu Mohan used his work ID to secure a small compartment. It was Shen Yunqing's first time aboard such a large ferry, and she boarded the vessel with great enthusiasm, her curious eyes scanning the surroundings. As the ship set sail, the horn emitted a long, resounding blast, and the ferry surged forward like a magnificent steed, gliding across the azure waters beneath the drifting clouds. Sitting by the window, Shen Yunqing gazed outside with excitement, her voice bright and clear. "How long will we be traveling?" Gu Mohan placed their luggage on the storage rack at the foot of the bed, holding a book in his hand as he leaned against the headboard, observing her. "It will take 6.5 hours to reach the South Sea. Then an additional hour by boat to Biling Island. Is it really that complicated?" Shen Yunqing expressed her disdain for convoluted arrangements. In an era of undeveloped transportation, traveling a great distance required tedious detours and lengthy durations, far less convenient than modern airplanes. After only 3 hours of sleep the previous night, he had risen early to assist her in packing. His resilient body had endured 2 days of fatigue, and as soon as he found a moment of leisure, his eyelids grew heavy with sleep. Leaning against the headboard, Gu Mohan soon succumbed to slumber. When Shen Yunqing turned to glance at him again, he was already asleep. The small compartment featured a spacious bed measuring 1.5 meters, along with 2 small sofas and a table. After gazing at the sea for an extended period, she felt a touch dizzy and settled into one of the small sofas at the table, pouring herself a cup of warm water, lost in thought. Once the initial excitement faded, an endless boredom ensued. If only she had a mobile phone, she could play games or watch movies. Shen Yunqing propped her chin in her hand, sighing in discontent. With no means to pass the time, she contemplated sleep, but the large bed was monopolized by the man. Her eyes inadvertently fell upon the book left on the table by him. With nothing else to do, she picked it up and began to leaf through it. The content was entirely focused on the technical aspects of motor manufacturing, and it was all in German. Shen Yunqing understood only a fraction of the language. With a furrowed brow, she persevered, guessing through several pages. Ultimately, boredom took over, and as she closed the book, she could not recall a single thing she had just read. It is uncertain how much time has elapsed. She lacks a watch to discern the hour. Shen Yunqing reclines on the sofa, her arms delicately crossed, with her chin resting upon them as she drifts into slumber. Gu Mohan, having slept for 3 hours, is roused by the pressing need to relieve himself. Upon noticing the petite woman asleep on the sofa, he rises and approaches her with graceful movements, lifting her gently and placing her on the bed. He removes her shoes and covers her with a blanket before turning to find the restroom. The couple remains in peaceful slumber until the sound of the ferry's horn heralds their arrival at Nanhai. Shen Yunqing springs up from the bed, her mind momentarily blank as she ponders her situation. How did I end up in bed? Gu Mohan, having been inadvertently kicked by her, furrows his brow and responds, I carried you here. Oh. Shen Yunqing glances out the window, observing the ferry gradually coming to a halt. Have we arrived? Why does she consistently pose such trivial inquiries? She dismounts the bed and dons her shoes, while he sheds his outer coat and stows it in their luggage, revealing a sleek black shirt that accentuates his tall and slender physique. He opens the door, slowing his pace to wait for her. Chapter 46. Arrival at Nanhai. Shen Yunqing hastily runs out to catch up with him, relieved that he has not strayed far. Passengers queue to disembark, and Gu Mohan reaches back to grasp her hand, drawing her close. The man, strikingly handsome with a tall and elegant stature, commands attention from many of the women nearby, who cannot help but steal glances at his captivating presence and the mature charm he exudes. Before they reach the dock, Shen Yunqing begins to feel the oppressive heat of Nanhai, sweat beating on her forehead as she jostles among the throngs, her shirt dampened by perspiration. After a 7 or 8 minute wait, they finally squeeze off the ferry, leaving her fatigued and devoid of energy. Gu Mohan guides her directly to a black sedan parked at the dock. Zhao En, seated in the driver's seat, quickly exits to greet them. After a brief exchange, Zhao En takes the luggage to the trunk. Gu Mohan assists Shen Yunqing into the vehicle. The interior is stifling, and within mere minutes of disembarking, her fair complexion has turned a bright shade of red under the sun's glare. She leans against the car window, lamenting, it is so hot. Having acclimated to the warmth, Gu Mohan finds the current weather not particularly sweltering given the recent summer. Observing her discomfort, he extends his arm to activate the air conditioning, instructing, close the window. Feeling the cool breeze flow through, Shen Yunqing obediently shuts the window. Zhao En, in the passenger seat, starts the engine and glances back through the rearview mirror, inquiring, Boss, shall we take your wife to a restaurant for dinner first? The previous night, Gu Mohan had called ahead to arrange for a family room, citing that a female companion would be accompanying him. Through years of camaraderie with Gu Mohan, Zhao En, with persistent curiosity, had finally learned that the woman accompanying him was indeed his legitimate spouse. Truth be told, Zhao En harbors concerns regarding the new sister-in-law, especially considering the presence of Secretarian, who enjoys a close rapport with the factory director. He wonders if she is aware of that individual and whether it might incite her ire. Gu Mohan observed the strands of hair on the young woman's cheeks, dampened by sweat and clinging to her skin. He reached out, gently tucking the locks behind her ears, and said in a calm manner, All right. Later you can assist me in purchasing some fruits. Sure, she replied. For the first time, Zhao En witnessed a gentleness in the boss's gaze, mingled with a hint of cloudiness as he regarded the woman, leaving him astounded. Throughout the journey, Zhao En discreetly studied the factory manager through the rear-view mirror, attempting to confirm whether this individual had been swapped by spies. His grip on the steering wheel tightened, a shiver coursed through him, dispelling his doubts as he focused intently on the road ahead. The oppressive heat dissipated in the cool breeze as Shen Yunqing let out a long sigh. Leaning her head on his shoulder and in a soft, delicate voice inquired, Is there a fan in the family compound? Chapter 47. What do you call me? Shen Yunqing vigorously shook her head, trying to dislodge the large hand that was playfully wreaking havoc on her face, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Please don't distort my face. Zhao En parked at the entrance of the restaurant. Boss has arrived. You and sister-in-law go ahead for dinner. I'll take a stroll nearby. All right, see you in a bit. Gu Mohan took her hand, leading her into the restaurant. Zhao En drove off to the market to procure fruits for him. At the entrance, there was a vendor selling popsicles. Shen Yunqing released his hand and dashed up the steps, addressing the woman. Comrade, I would like 2 popsicles. Sure, just a moment. The woman, adorned with a red scarf, had a child of 3 or 4 years strapped to her back, sound asleep with a shaved head, his little face flushed from the sun. The woman opened the popsicle box, retrieving 2 popsicles and handing them to her. Comrade, 1 is 5 cents, 2 for 10. Having just left her bag in the car, she turned to the man standing not far away, calling out, Gu Mohan, hand over the money. Upon hearing his full name, Gu Mohan's expression hardened as he approached her, retrieving his wallet from his pants pocket and handing the woman 50 cents. Shen Yunqing held 1 popsicle in hand, squinting against the glaring sun. Once the woman had provided the change, she followed the man into the restaurant. Gu Mohan snatched the popsicle from her grasp, taking a bite and, with a serious expression, questioned, What did you just call me? Shen Yunqing, licking her popsicle, sat down at an empty table, gazing at him with clear eyes. Gu Mohan, is there an issue? Gu Mohan had intended to correct her, instructing her not to use his full name, but upon seeing her innocent and bewildered demeanor, he refrained, saying instead, no problem. The waiter approached with a polite smile, placing a menu on the table. What would you 2 like to order? Gu Mohan glanced at the menu and casually ordered 2 items, a serving of coconut chicken, 5 liang of fried noodles, and 2 large meat buns to go. All right. The waiter acknowledged, taking the menu and heading to the kitchen. Shen Yunqing fanned her face with her hand, observing the people riding bicycles on the street outside. Nanhai City indeed did not rival the development of Heiress. The Western-style arcade buildings on the streets were dilapidated and in disrepair, a testament to neglect, while some women still wore traditional attire. As the dishes were served, Gu Mohan first ladled a bowl of coconut chicken soup in front of her, encouraging her to taste it. Shen Yunqing lowered her gaze at the steaming bowl, her appetite waning in the sweltering heat. Out of consideration for the man, she grasped the spoon and took a small sip. The sweet and savory flavors spread delightfully in her mouth. Her eyes sparkled as she scooped up more soup, savoring the fragrant coconut essence and the refreshing taste. It was surprisingly delectable, though a touch too hot. This soup would be most enjoyable in the wintry climate of Heiress. Gu Mohan, feeling hunger pangs since he boarded the ship, paid little heed to savoring his food. Instead, he indulged heartily in the fried noodles, which lacked the spiciness she preferred. Shen Yunqing took only a small bite, while she relished 2 bowls of chicken soup. Once satiated, she laid down her chopsticks and watched him eat. Gu Mohan polished off the fried noodles and began to relish the chicken and soup in the clay pot. Remarkably, he consumed 2/3 of what was served. Shen Yunqing couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Just days ago, he had finished every dish she ordered at the restaurant, showcasing an extraordinary appetite. After finishing his meal, Gu Mohan took the initiative to settle the bill. At that moment, the sound of a car horn echoed from the entrance. It was Zhaowen, signaling that they were ready to depart. The heat outside was unbearable, prompting Shen Yunqing to forego waiting for the man. She rose and entered the car, seeking refuge in the air conditioning. Gu Mohan emerged from the restaurant with a paper-wrapped bun in hand, confidently strolling towards the vehicle. He knocked on the window, handing the bun to Zhaowen before opening the back door to join her. Zhaowen inhaled the savory aroma of the meat bun with a cheerful chuckle. Thanking his boss, Gu Mohan stretched his neck and loosened his muscles, inquiring about the cargo status. Zhaowen replied that he had just checked, and the goods were already loaded onto the ship. As they drove southward towards the dock, Gu Mohan's dark eyes bore a solemn expression, lost in contemplation. Shen Yunqing reached for his hand and glanced at his wristwatch, 7:15 p.m. At this hour, it was already dark in Heiress. While the sun was just beginning to set here, Gu Mohan's thoughts were interrupted as he looked down at her. What is it? Shen Yunqing released his hand, meeting his deep gaze. May I borrow your watch to check the time? Oh, Gu Mohan replied with a smile, lifting his hand to gently rub her petite nose with his thumb. His voice was rich and magnetic. I have a few watches at the dormitory in the factory. Once we arrive, you can pick one to keep track of the time. I'll call a friend abroad to send over a few ladies' watches. Shen Yunqing's eyes brightened as she nodded obediently. All right, just ensure the designs are aesthetically pleasing. In this era, foreign watches held significant collectible value, brands like Mustang, Patek Philippe, and Rolex. If she ever had the chance to travel abroad, Shen Yunqing resolved to acquire these treasures, envisioning the day in the 22nd century when she could flaunt them to her old friends. But then she pondered, did she truly have any close friends in this era? Alas. It is truly exasperating. In my past life, I was surrounded by superficial companions, yet in this lifetime, I find myself devoid of even a single insincere friend. It is rather pitiable, to be honest. Gu Mohan observed her sighing heavily and inquired with concern, what troubles you? Shen Yunqing released a heavy sigh. her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked at him with a pitiful gaze. I have only just realized that I have no friends. It is quite frustrating. Gu Mohan was amused by her childlike demeanor and gently adjusted her slightly askew braid, speaking softly, in the family quarters on the island. There is no shortage of women and children. You could converse with them daily. Perhaps not, Shen Yunqing replied, feeling somewhat socially anxious, her heart heavy with the worry that she might not connect with them. Noticing her despondent expression, Gu Mohan glanced at Zhao and ahead of them, his breath brushing against her ear as he whispered, "If you truly feel bored, we could have a child together to keep you company. I've heard those little ones are quite lively." "Humph. Children are amusing?" Shen Yunqing retorted, not foolish enough to fall for his suggestion. She resolutely shook her head. No. If not raised properly, they could turn into little terrors. Gu Mohan, seeing her refusal, did not press the matter further. His intentions were solely driven by a desire to be intimate with her under the guise of procreation. Suddenly, as the topic of children arose, a thought struck Shen Yunqing, rendering her momentarily speechless. Her expression shifted to one of shock as she grasped his arm and asked, "In previous encounters, did you take any precautions?" Gu Mohan was momentarily taken aback by her inquiry, and upon regaining his composure, he gritted his teeth and replied, "No. It seems we might be in trouble." "What do you mean by trouble?" Shen Yunqing's eyes widened in confusion as she looked at him. Gu Mohan's face displayed a mixture of concern and hesitation, and he leaned closer to her ear, his voice low and serious. "It means you might be pregnant. Particularly after last night, when he had indulged himself to excess." It was possible that remnants of their encounter lingered within her. Gu Mohan hesitated to speak further, noticing the frozen expression on her face. Chapter 49. I reward you with 100,000. Shen Yunqing was instantly flustered, gripping his arm in a state of panic. What should we do? She truly did not wish to become pregnant. If she could not even care for herself, how could she nurture a child? Gu Mohan placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, his tone gentle. "Do not worry. If it happens, we will face it together." "I refuse." Shen Yunqing shot him a reproachful look, exclaiming, "You promised me that for 3 years, I would not become pregnant. We have no feelings for one another. If we were to have a child, and then you lose interest in me, it would only hurt the child if we end up divorced." How could this girl be so obstinate? What did she mean they had no feelings? After all the times they had shared, was she truly oblivious to his affections? Gu Mohan struggled to contain his rising frustration, softening his voice. "Yunqing, if I did not care for you, I would not marry you. Mark my words. You shall not leave this marriage." "Gu Mohan, you are deceiving me," Shen Yunqing retorted in exasperation, raising her hand to slap him. "You promised that if I ever wanted a divorce, you would let me go." Her palm was mere inches from his face when Gu Mohan swiftly caught her wrist, preventing himself from losing face. This man had absolutely no sense of integrity. From the very beginning, he had spun a web of lies to ensnare her. As she regained her composure, Gu Mohan released the firm grip he had on her arm. Zhao and the driver remained oblivious to the unfolding drama within the car. Upon arriving at the dock, he halted the vehicle, stepped out, and greeted Chang and the others aboard the ship. The petite woman, her cheeks puffed in indignation, drew a sigh of resignation from Gu Mohan, who then opened the door and urged her out. Chang, along with a group of employees squatting by the ship's edge, stood up as he descended, welcoming the factory director back. "It's good to see you. I did miss you a bit," Chang jested, lightening the solemn atmosphere, as he accepted cigarettes from Zhao En and distributed them among the crew. Zhao En, turning back, opened the car door and drove it onto the ship. The men exchanged furtive glances at the woman linked to the director, their eyes communicating a silent camaraderie. Gu Mohan paid no heed to their subtle antics, leading her onto the ship and toward the tranquil deck. Shen Yunqing, maintaining a stoic expression, allowed herself to be guided by him. The vessel was merely half the size of the ferry she had previously boarded, laden with wooden crates, and in one corner of the deck, a heap of fresh vegetables and fruits lay in wait. Lighting a cigarette, Gu Mohan inhaled deeply before exhaling a cloud of smoke, casting a sidelong glance at her. "I possess wealth, aircraft, and a ship. Following me guarantees a prosperous life. What is there to be dissatisfied with? That belongs to you, not me," Shen Yunqing retorted, her defiance unwavering. "Regardless, I have already fallen into your trap. Once you tire of me, you will simply cast me aside." A cold smirk graced Gu Mohan's lips, the light in his eyes dimming ominously. "Now that we have reached this juncture, what else can you do but live well with me? If a child is to be born, I shall reward you with 100,000. Chapter 50 nearly brought her to tears. Shen Yunqing now felt a surge of anger towards her previous self, who had been avaricious and infatuated, foolishly provoking a scoundrel like him. Can a child simply be born without consideration for the future? One must ponder not only the present but also the life that awaits them. Having been a product of a loveless marriage, she had no desire for her child to follow in her footsteps. Seeing her silent, Gu Mohan furrowed his brow in irritation. Ultimately conceding, fine, no children. Apart from divorce, do as you please. I shall not interfere. How had he become so ineffectual? Just moments after his bravado, her indifference had bested him. This woman seemed like a divine entity sent to challenge him, unable to scold or chastise her. He was left with no choice but to indulge her whims. Still seething with anger, Shen Yunqing was disinclined to engage with him. Gu Mohan discovered a disheartening truth. When this woman was furious, she was impervious to reason. Facing the sea, he chain-smoked, enveloped in frustration. Had he known he would attract such a vexing presence, he would have kicked her into the Pacific upon exiting the car. As dusk descended, the sea breeze carried his smoke away, causing Shen Yunqing to scrunch her face in discomfort. Turning away, she crossed her arms, continuing to seethe. Gu Mohan approached her, leaning against a crate, casually exhaling smoke while his dark eyes fixated on her. Shen Yunqing elegantly turned her face away, refusing to show him her expression. This little display of pride amused Gu. Gu Mohan took a deep drag from his cigarette, extinguished it, straightened his posture, stepped forward, and grasped her chin, kissing her lips. The smoke permeated her mouth, his lips sealing hers tightly. Shen Yunqing, overwhelmed by the second-hand smoke, felt her face flush crimson. Her fists clenched as she pounded against the man's chest. Gu Mohan had intended to teach her a lesson, pushing her backward as he kissed her. What was he trying to do? Shen Yunqing was left terrified by his actions, her complexion paling. Gu Mohan released her lips, turned her around to face away from him, and said fiercely, "Ignoring me, are you? Then don't blame me for being ruthless." As he reached for her skirt, fear gripped Shen Yunqing, and disregarding her flushed face, she coughed, her voice trembling. "No, I'm not ignoring you." She truly did not wish to engage in anything with him here. Satisfied by her response, Gu Mohan ceased to intimidate her and held the trembling woman tightly in his embrace, kissing her forehead, murmuring, "Yunqing, be obedient. I truly like you." This man was a pervert. Upon hearing him confess his feelings, Shen Yunqing shuddered uncontrollably. "Yunqing, Yunqing," Gu Mohan repeated her name obsessively, etching it deep within his heart. The sky had turned completely dark, and apart from the sound of the propeller stirring the sea, the sultry ocean breeze brushed past the two of them. Standing on the deck, they could see the myriad lights illuminating the buildings on the island. As the boat docked, Gu Mohan guided her around several crates and stepped onto the shore. Zhaoan drove onto the road, and Shen Yunqing, still shaken,
Was pulled into the car by the man.
"Boss, are we heading to the family compound or the staff dormitory?" His eyes gleamed as he looked at Zhaoan. "Tonight. We're going to the staff dormitory. Have you purchased everything I instructed?" Gu Mohan nodded. "All right. What is the earliest completion date for the new family compound?" The current family compound was a long building housing over 20 households, noisy and lacking in soundproofing. Gu Mohan had initially planned to bring his young wife there after the new compound was completed next year, but a new research project at the factory awaited his leadership. "I just checked the progress this morning. The putty work is finished," Zhaoan said. Head engineer Zheng mentioned it will take at least 10 days. Newly constructed buildings should be aired out for a few days before moving in. Chapter 51. The secretary is more beautiful. The factory was built on flat land on the island, and it took 10 minutes to drive from the dock to the staff dormitory. Zhaoan parked the car downstairs at the dormitory and turned to ask, "Boss, do you need me to help carry your things upstairs?" Scratching his head, with 2 large buns in hand, he added, "All right, I'll head upstairs first." Earlier, the boat had been crowded, and he didn't dare to eat the buns to avoid causing trouble for the boss. Watching the young man stride upstairs, Gu Mohan went to the trunk and retrieved 2 luggage bags. Shen Yunqing stood by the car, waiting for him, her eyes lifted to observe the dormitory building. The building consists of 5 stories, with 3 adjacent structures forming a concave shape. Numerous gentlemen, mostly bare-chested, stand on the balcony gazing down. Gu Mohan carries luggage while assisting her to the 2nd floor. Upon reaching the 2nd level, Shen Yunqing follows him to the end of the corridor, halting before the last door. With both hands laden, Gu Mohan gestures for her to retrieve the key hidden beneath the flower pot on the windowsill. Shen Yunqing lifts the cactus pot, extracting the concealed key, and approaches to unlock the door. As the door swings open, Gu Mohan steps inside first, placing the luggage on the floor before turning on the lamp against the wall. The room brightens, and Shen Yunqing follows him in. The space is modest, roughly 10 square meters, featuring a small bed in the center, a wardrobe with 2 doors against the wall, a bookshelf, and a desk by the window. Gu Mohan plugs in the fan, directing it towards the bed, and then carries the kettle outside. Shen Yunqing sits by the bed, enjoying the breeze from the fan. Once Gu Mohan descends and departs, the gentlemen from the second floor emerge one by one, gathering in the corridor, leaning against the wall, stretching their necks to sneak a glance at the factory manager's wife. Wow, she's even more beautiful than Secretarian, so ethereal and pure. Really? Move your head. Let me see her. Don't crowd from behind, take your time one by one. A group of furtive young men, startled by his shout, collectively turn, jostling each other as they retreat into the dormitory. Within a minute, the corridor empties, the dormitory door firmly shut. Shen Yunqing, hearing the commotion outside, rises to investigate, only to find herself alone in the corridor. Puzzled, she inquires, "Who were you just speaking to?" "A bunch of rascals," Gu Mohan replies, re-entering with the kettle, leaving the woman standing at the door in bewilderment. Shen Yunqing gazes from the balcony at the inky night, the sky awash with twinkling stars, a sight akin to what one might witness only in remote Tibetan regions in modern times. Gu Mohan pours hot water into a cup to cool it down. He opens his luggage, retrieving her change of clothes, and looks up at her. "Would you prefer cold or hot water for washing?" Shen Yunqing unravels her braid, placing the hairband on the desk as she gently combs her hair, responding softly, "Cold water. It's too hot here for hot water. I'd surely scald myself." What logic is that? Gu Mohan retrieves a metal basin from under the bed, placing the clothes and toiletries inside, and carries the basin outside. "Follow me." Shen Yunqing, with her hair cascading down, trails him out. Chapter 52. Sharing a bathhouse. The bathhouse is located on the first floor. Gu Mohan opens the door and steps in first, inspecting the surroundings before allowing her to enter. At this hour, most have turned off their lights to rest. The odor inside is rather unpleasant, prompting Shen Yunqing to pinch her nose as she enters. A row of water pipes lines the wall, devoid of any partition, revealing bare tiles and a concrete floor, a space where everyone can bathe openly. Gu Mohan turns on a showerhead, adjusting the water to a suitable temperature, glancing at her while testing the warmth. "It's ready. I'll keep watch at the door for you." The man turned and closed the door behind him. Shen Yunqing gently placed the basin on the concrete counter, unfastened the buttons of her shirt, and began to undress. The sound of water trickled softly from within, while Gu Mohan leaned against the wall by the door, pulling a cigarette from his pocket, biting it between his teeth, and flicking his lighter to ignite it. After several minutes, the sound of water ceased. Gu Mohan extinguished his cigarette and tossed it into the wastebasket by the door, gauging the time before he pushed the door open and entered. Shen Yunqing had just put on her pants and was about to don her shirt when the man abruptly entered, startling her. "What are you doing?" "Taking a shower," she replied. Gu Mohan closed the door, unbuckled his belt, and swiftly discarded his clothing, standing beneath the showerhead where she had just bathed. Shen Yunqing, with her back turned, hurriedly dressed, muttering under her breath that he was shameless. Gu Mohan tilted his head back, scrubbing his damp towel across his back. His voice low and husky. "Wash the clothes you've changed out of before you leave." On the right side of the entrance to the bathing area, there was a row of concrete sinks where employees could wash their clothes after bathing. As she glanced at the row of faucets beside the sinks, inappropriate images surfaced in Shen Yunqing's mind. A group of bare men stood in line at the concrete counter, washing their clothes, their faces filled with vigor, a sight that utterly shattered her perceptions. Her face flushed inexplicably. It was the first time in her life she had imagined so many men.
"No,"
she said, swallowing hard and shaking her head to dispel the indecent thoughts, clearing her throat to say, "How do we wash without soap?" "Look in the basin," Gu Mohan replied, picking up a bar of soap from the rack, creating lather, and applying it to his shoulders. He was not the slender type of a youthful lad. Gu Mohan's physique was broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, his muscular arms robust, and his upper body marred with various scars. Water cascaded from his head, accentuating his taut muscles in the stillness of the night. His chiseled, reserved face contrasted with his wild, untamed form. Shen Yunqing cast a glance into the basin, and beneath the pile of his clothes, she discovered a bar of soap. Now, she had no reason to leave. Listening to the sound of the man bathing behind her, her heart raced, her mind spiraling into uncontrollable thoughts. She retrieved his clothes and placed them by the clean sink, tossing the dirty garments into the basin before shuffling to the corner to wash them. Halfway through, the sound of water ceased. Gu Mohan wrung out his towel, dried off the droplets on his skin, and bent down to pick up his black underwear that had fallen to the floor, tossing it towards her direction. The item landed just beside Shen Yunqing, and as she curiously picked it up and examined it, her face flushed with embarrassment. She looked up at him, indignation in her voice. "Why are you throwing your underwear at me?" Gu Mohan casually donned the clothes he had placed by the sink, responding nonchalantly. "Just help me wash it." He wore nothing beneath, compelling Shen Yunqing to avert her gaze, fearing she might see something she shouldn't. After putting on his pants, Gu Mohan picked up the discarded item she had thrown and approached her, dropping it directly into her basin. What wife doesn't wash her husband's intimate garments? You're just being delicate. Chapter 53. Washing his underwear. Shen Yunqing's hands were covered in soap bubbles. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue that extended to the nape of her neck. Biting her lip, she refused. I have never washed before. Gu Mohan, irritated by her slow pace, drenched the underwear in water, assertively snatching the clothes from her hands and thrusting the underwear into her grip, saying, then learn to wash. He took the basin away, scrubbing the clothes vigorously under the faucet. Shen Yunqing stood frozen, the items in her hands feeling unbearably hot. Moreover, the basin contained not only her discarded shirts and skirts, but also intimate garments. Gu Mohan, handling the sponge with ease, seemed unbothered by the situation. He even rinsed them carefully under the faucet, remarking, what are you shy about? We've been married for almost 5 days. We must grow accustomed to each other. Shen Yunqing, highly discontented, scrubbed the items in her hands and retorted, it hasn't even been a month. We're still strangers. As she poured out the soapy water, Gu Mohan continued rinsing the clothes, smirking, by your logic, when the time comes, I should throw you a month celebration, right? Her expression turned awkward. As their conversation progressed, she found herself less uncomfortable, and her resistance to washing began to wane. After Gu Mohan finished cleaning a basin full of clothes, he turned off the faucet, took the underwear from her hands, examined it closely, and tossed it into the basin. Surprisingly, the garments washed by this girl had a pleasant scent. He carried the basin outside, with Shen Yunqing following closely behind. Gu Mohan hung the clothes on a drying rack in the corridor on the first floor. Remaining in the basin were her undergarments, which he decided to take upstairs. As this was the boys' dormitory, it was deemed inappropriate to hang her intimate clothing outside. Upon entering the room and closing the door, Gu Mohan retrieved a hanger from the wardrobe, hanging her delicate garments by the window. The heat of the day had its advantages. After half an hour, Shen Yunqing's damp hair dried naturally. Sitting by the bed, she enjoyed a sip of water that Gu Mohan had poured and then slipped off her shoes to rest on the bed. Time was slipping away, and Gu Mohan turned off the lights, removing his shirt and walking over to the bed in darkness. The bed was barely a meter wide, and as he lay down, Shen Yunqing's back pressed tightly against his chest. The warmth of the night discouraged them from using any covers. Gu Mohan took the only pillow, placing his arm beneath her head to serve as a makeshift cushion. They lay closely together, his body radiating heat. Shen Yunqing rolled over, attempting to shift towards the edge of the bed. Gu Mohan pulled her back into his embrace, softly warning in the darkness, if you move any further, you'll fall off. He lifted her legs, resting them on his own, while she playfully slapped his chest, exclaiming, you're so hot. Being next to you is unbearable. Having napped on the boat earlier, both were alert and had no intention of sleeping. Especially Gu Mohan, who, upon lying down, felt his thoughts racing. In the dark, his hand deftly navigated to where it desired to go. Shen Yunqing felt a restless heat surging within her. Lying there awake was rather tedious. So she decided not to resist him. Gu Mohan lifted her body, the two of them switching positions, with him pinning her beneath him, his warm breath cascading over her ear. The incessant hum of the electric fan filled the air, with tension hanging thick. Gu Mohan worried that any sudden movements might disturb the neighbors, thus he sealed her lips with his own. Chapter 54. Eavesdropping. Their lips intertwined, as the intensity escalated. Shen Yunqing found her consciousness teetering on the brink of dissolution. Yet Gu Mohan was far from finished. In the darkness, he raised his gaze to the elegant curve of her neck, tightening his grip around her slender waist. A sudden sound jolted them both awake, their eyes darting to the door. Shen Yunqing lay against his chest, playfully thumping his torso, murmuring reproachfully, it's all your fault. Interrupting the moment's elegance, Gu Mohan furrowed his brows, his large hand stroking her back, his voice husky and soothing. Fear not, they cannot hear us through the door. Shen Yunqing dared not continue. If word got out, her reputation in the compound would be irreparably damaged. In such critical moments, halting him was an impossible endeavor. Gu Mohan swiftly covered her mouth, preventing any crescendo of sound. Shen Yunqing felt as though she might suffocate, a tightness lodged in her throat, neither rising nor falling. Are you mistaken? The director is too cunning to let us succeed. That noise likely came from him turning in bed. Indeed, with such a small bed, what could two people possibly do? You fool, there are countless things two people can do. As Gu Mohan heard the door close, a cold smirk graced his lips as he carried the unconscious woman to bed. In the room, the fan continued its endless drone. The man on the bed, enduring the stifling heat, closed his eyes to sleep. On the eastern edge of Biling Island, the sun began to reveal its golden rays after 5:30. Gu Mohan was roused from his slumber by the heat, the day already brightening outside. The petite woman lay soundly on his chest, with gentle movements. He carefully shifted her head to the pillow. Donning his clothes, he took a basin and stepped outside. After a cold shower in the first-floor bathhouse, Gu Mohan returned upstairs with half a basin of cold water. Once back in the room, he mixed some hot water from the kettle, dampened a towel, and tenderly wiped down the woman's body. As the clammy sensation of sweat dissipated, Shen Yunqing's furrowed brows relaxed, a smile gracing her lips in her slumber. Gu Mohan tossed the towel into the basin and rummaged through his bag for a dress, moving forward to help the little woman into it. Despite the tumult he had put her through, there were no signs of her stirring awake. After pouring out the basin's contents downstairs, he glanced at the time, changed into fresh clothes, and grabbed the car keys before heading out. When Shen Yunqing awakened, the sun was already high in the sky. On the table lay 2 bowls, one filled with rice porridge and the other containing 2 steamed buns. The fan in the room continued to blow, and as she sat up in bed to clear her head, she leisurely descended from the bed. Slipping on her shoes, she walked to the desk to eat. Entering the room, she closed the door behind her, speaking softly, "You're awake." Shen Yunqing stuffed her mouth with a plump shrimp dumpling, mechanically chewing with her upper and lower teeth. She raised her face to look at him and nodded. Chapter 55. I wouldn't call that anger. Having consumed only 1 dumpling, she finished the warm bowl of rice porridge that had been warmed by the sun, then turned to gaze at the man sitting by the bed, enjoying the breeze from the fan. Gu Mohan, seeing that she had finished eating, stood up with the car keys. "Let us go. I'll take you to see the housing complex." He stepped closer to her, noticing the remaining dumpling in her bowl. Without a hint of disdain, he picked it up and finished it in a few bites. Tidying the 2 bowls, he headed out the door. Shen Yunqing followed him, casually pulling the dormitory door shut behind her. His car was parked downstairs. Gu Mohan, holding the dishes, washed them thoroughly at the sink on the first floor, shaking off the water before getting into the car. Shen Yunqing, seated inside, imitated his actions from yesterday, locating a switch on the central console to turn on the air conditioning. Observing her little maneuver, Gu Mohan passed her the dishes, a faint smile gracing his lips. "You are quite the clever one." This woman, if tasked with something serious, would likely resist, but if it involved her enjoyment, she would dash away in an instant. Shen Yunqing responded with a small, proud smile. "I am quite intelligent." Gu Mohan played along, resting one hand on the steering wheel while reaching over to pat her head, tapping it lightly. "Just try not to think too much." Sometimes he found it hard to tolerate her sudden bursts of temper. Just yesterday, they had been discussing the absence of friends, and he had merely mentioned children, which had suddenly spiraled into a conversation about divorce. This man, always either patting her head or rubbing her face, was truly vexing. Shen Yunqing turned her head toward the window in disdain. "If you keep this up, I'll end up bald." She pouted. "You'll be the reason I go bald." Upon reaching the entrance of the cafeteria, Gu Mohan halted the car and took the bowl from her hands, chuckling teasingly. "You don't have to think all day. Rest assured, your hair will remain intact." With that, he opened the car door and strode into the cafeteria. Shen Yunqing watched his retreating figure with puffed cheeks, resembling an adorable little hamster. What did he mean she didn't have to think? Dealing with him all day was already quite enough. Gu Mohan returned with the bowl, opened the car door, and fastened his seatbelt. Catching sight of her little expression, he had grown accustomed to it by now. Starting the car, he casually inquired, "Are you angry again?" Shen Yunqing averted her gaze, staring out of the window, ignoring him. Gu Mohan reached over to tickle her, a grin of mischief on his face. "Don't touch me." Shen Yunqing, already ticklish by nature, struggled to maintain her angry demeanor. Unable to contain herself, she burst into laughter. "Really?" Chapter 56. The Temporary Housing Complex. This man truly had a knack for turning any conversation into something suggestive. Shen Yunqing seriously suspected he was the very embodiment of mischief. Upon arriving at the entrance of the building, Gu Mohan parked the car and led her up the stairs. At that moment, the residents were busy cooking in the hallway, and upon seeing him accompanied by a woman, they all curiously peered out to catch a glimpse. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, the corridor was filled with amiable individuals who greeted Gu Mohan with warmth. "Hello, factory director." "Good afternoon, factory director. Have you had lunch yet?" "Factory director, I have stewed pork and potatoes at home. Do come over for a visit." Shen Yunqing could hardly believe how popular the man was. Gu Mohan, with a friendly smile, waved his hand in refusal. "No, I'm here with my wife to check out the apartment. You all should continue with your tasks, don't mind us." At the mention of wife, astonishment painted their faces, eyes wide as saucers, as countless gazes fell upon Shen Yunqing. She offered a polite smile and nodded in acknowledgement. Arriving at the door of apartment 319, Gu Mohan reached into his pocket, producing a key to unlock the door. The apartment was modest, featuring a living room and a small balcony, certainly a step up from the employee dormitory. The only downside was the heavy aroma of cooking wafting through the corridor. The once pristine white walls now bore a grimy coat from the kitchen fumes. Inside the bedroom stood a 1.2-meter wide bed, and a freshly made wardrobe contained a blanket. The room had been tidied up by Zhao and just the day before, making it ready for immediate occupancy. Gu Mohan turned to her. "We'll make do for about 10 days. The new family quarters will be finished soon. That place has 2 bedrooms and a living room, along with a bathroom and balcony." "You're just painting a rosy picture," she retorted. This apartment paled in comparison to the mansion in Heiress. And now that Shen Yunqing had come along with him, she had no choice but to endure. Sensing her concession in tone, Gu Mohan playfully flicked her pert nose with his finger and earnestly assured her, "I promise, I'm not just spinning tales. For the next few days, we'll eat at the cafeteria, and once we move into the new quarters, we'll buy a pot to cook." Shen Yunqing nodded. "All right. So shall we head to your dormitory now to move our things?" Gu Mohan, no longer hesitating, led her out, shutting the door behind them. Back at the dormitory, he organized the books on a shelf and the bedding on his bed. Shen Yunqing helped by taking out the clothes from the wardrobe, folding them neatly, and placing them into a suitcase. Once everything was packed, she carried the lighter items while Gu Mohan handled the bulkier ones down the stairs. Despite the dormitory containing only a few possessions, the back seat and trunk of the car were filled to the brim. Shen Yunqing was not idle in their new home either. She pulled out the blankets and sheets from the bag and began to make the bed. Along with Gu Mohan's 2 blankets, they now had 3, concerned about the firmness of the mattress. She placed the thicker ones underneath and used the lighter one as a cover. "Have you finished setting up?" Gu Mohan returned with the desk. Noticing that she had arranged the bedding, as he hung clothes on hangers in the wardrobe, he smiled and complimented her. "My wife is quite capable today." Shen Yunqing blushed at his praise, muttering a playful rebuke at his flattery. Gu Mohan planned to move the bookshelf later. He took a basin to fetch some water from the common area, filling it with cold water to dampen a towel for her to wipe her face. Shen Yunqing accepted the towel. "Thank you," she said, wiping the sweat from her brow and the sticky moisture from her neck. The heat here was overwhelming. Engaging in any physical labor left one drenched in perspiration. Chapter 57. Dining at the cafeteria. Once she had finished cleansing her face, Gu Mohan, without a hint of disdain, casually rubbed a towel in a basin of water and proceeded to wash his face, roughly raking his fingers through his hair as he did so. Previously, he had been a meticulously handsome gentleman in Heiress, but upon arriving here, he seemed to have adopted a rather coarse demeanor. Were it not for their constant companionship, Shen Yunqing might have doubted whether his soul had been exchanged. After wringing out the towel and hanging it on a hook, Gu Mohan replaced it with a fresh cloth, dampened it, and began wiping down the windowsills and the wardrobe. Observing his earnestness in the task brought a sense of satisfaction to Shen Yunqing. She felt fortunate to have married a man who valued cleanliness. If only he would refrain from uttering irritable remarks, he would be utterly perfect. It was a pity for such a handsome man to mar his appeal with his words. The room had been tidied previously, so it was not particularly filthy. After thoroughly wiping everything down, Gu Mohan took the basin outside to empty it. Upon returning and setting the basin down, he handed her a key, advising, "Keep this with you. Don't forget it when you leave and end up locked out." Shen Yunqing accepted the key, which was tied with a piece of yarn, intending to tuck it into her pocket, only to realize she was wearing a skirt today. Seeing her foolishness, Gu Mohan snatched the key from her and turned to leave, stating, "Let's eat first. I'll give you the key tonight."
"All right."
Shen Yunqing followed him outside. "Good day, Director." Upon reaching the ground floor, his smile seemed to freeze. Shen Yunqing witnessed firsthand his esteemed authority as the highest leader in the factory. Exiting the family compound, Gu Mohan chose to walk with her to the cafeteria, allowing her to familiarize herself with the factory grounds. This island resembled a quaint little town, complete with a school, cafeteria, playground, basketball court, employee dormitories, family compound, a small clinic, and a simple supply cooperative. The workforce comprised 500 individuals, with 450 men and merely 50 women, the latter primarily occupying clerical roles, serving as doctors and nurses in the clinic and teaching in the school. The family compound was distinctly separated from the dormitories in the factory area, housing over 1,000 women and children. Additionally, many awaited the completion of new housing to bring their families over. Shen Yunqing was particularly curious about the factory's production and why it was situated on such a remote island. Notably, Gu Mohan had skillfully evaded any mention of the production workshop, leaving her to realize that she would glean no information from him. With a tray in hand, she followed him to the food counter. The woman serving the dishes, upon recognizing her association with the director, ladled the braised pork with unwavering hands. The food in the factory was quite commendable, featuring rice and steamed buns, with a variety of dishes including seafood and stir-fried crab. Seating herself at the long dining table alongside Gu Mohan, she began peeling the shrimp and curiously inquired, "Has the food in your factory always been this good?" "It surpasses that of most factories and homes in the city." Gu Mohan took a sip of the seaweed soup and patiently answered her question. "We rely on the mountains for sustenance when in the mountains, and on the sea when by the sea. Seafood is harvested daily from the ocean. Typically, we purchase a few vegetables and some pork when we come ashore, which doesn't cost much. Each month, the meal expenses for the employees are merely 5 yuan. If we don't allow them decent meals, how can they muster the strength for hard labor?"
So, it was like that.
She mused to herself. This man was indeed driven by profit. How could he possibly incur losses? Chapter 58. At 18, still so tender. Secretarian, adorned in a red floral dress, her fashionable curls framing her striking features, gracefully approached the man, balancing a plate in one hand and striding on high heels, effortlessly taking a seat beside him, with a radiant smile accentuating her meticulously made-up face. She remarked, "The factory has been rather dreary in your absence." "Indeed, without a leader at the helm, the team lacks direction," responded Shen Yunqing, quietly observing the lively exchange between the two while remaining unnoticed across from them, diligently focusing on her meal. Secretary and took a bite of her food, her alluring gaze flicking towards Shen Yunqing with a curious glint. "Is this young lady a distant relative of the factory director? She appears quite youthful." "My wife," Gu Mohan replied, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded Secretarian. "She has just turned 18, quite tender indeed." "Is that so?"
Oh.
"So you are the young sister-in-law." Secretary Anne's expression momentarily stiffened before she quickly masked it, responding with poise. The chopsticks in her hand almost snapped under her grip. Upon hearing this title, Gu Mohan raised an eyebrow, casting a fond smile at his young spouse. Shen Yunqing, engrossed in her meal, remained blissfully unaware of his affectionate gaze.
Ah.
Shen Yunqing looked up, her face alight with charm as she politely greeted the woman. "Hello, Mississippi." Secretary, and offered a strained smile, her lips curving slightly. "Hello." Observing Shen Yunqing's youthful, collagen-rich complexion, she could not help but feel a twinge of envy. In that moment, even a mature and alluring Anna had to concede that the girl was indeed younger and more beautiful. The young girl's laughter was effortless, devoid of any fine lines at the corners of her eyes, in stark contrast to Anna, who had forgotten the last time she had laughed wholeheartedly in her quest to appear youthful. A sense of discontent brewed within her. Why should she yield to a suddenly emerging young girl? After satiating her hunger, Shen Yunqing set down her chopsticks, picked up a nearby bowl, and sipped the seaweed soup slowly. Gu Mohan, having finished his meal, awaited her completion, then collected her empty plate, carrying it towards the sink. Shen Yunqing followed closely behind, bowl in hand, sipping her soup. This scene was exceedingly irksome to Anna. By the sink, 2 large metal basins and a bucket for scraps awaited, filled with the remnants of everyone's meals. Gu Mohan discarded the shrimp shells and leftover food from her plate into the bucket, placing the plate into the basin, and turned on the tap to wash his hands. Once she finished her soup, Shen Yunqing tossed her bowl into the basin, the clang startling her. Gu Mohan turned off the faucet, water splashing onto her face. "Can you not be a bit more graceful in your actions?" Shen Yunqing raised a hand to wipe her face, her voice timid. "I didn't expect it to make such a loud noise. I was startled too." "Look at you. Lacking in composure," he remarked. Gu Mohan's eyes slightly arched at the corners, a smile gracing his face. The man, previously stern and unyielding, had transformed since their marriage. Each day brought forth a blend of exasperation and joy as he succumbed to her whimsical antics. With such a mischievous and helpless little wife, he knew he had to temper his temper, lest chaos ensue. With a resigned shake of his head, Gu Mohan grasped her sleeve and led her out of the dining hall. Chapter 59. Afternoon nap. As they passed the employee dormitory, Gu Mohan ascended the stairs to retrieve the bookshelf. Shen Yunqing followed closely, cradling a basin, as they made their way toward the family compound. The midday sun blazed fiercely, akin to a great fireball, scorching against their skin and rendering the cement ground beneath their feet unbearably hot. After much effort, they finally reached the compound, only to ascend the stairs once more. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Shen Yunqing entered the room, breathless and exhausted, collapsing onto the bed, unwilling to move. Gu Mohan placed the bookshelf against the living room wall, meticulously arranging the books upon it, transforming their modest abode into a sanctuary of order. Once he had finished, he turned to the bedroom only to find the little woman sprawled across the bed, fast asleep. He plugged in the fan, adjusted her sleeping position with gentle care, and covered her with a blanket. After quietly closing the door behind him, He took the car keys and descended to drive to the factory. Not long after he left, Shen Yunqing kicked off the blanket, sprawled across the bed, murmuring in her slumber. The fan continued to circulate air towards her, ensuring she remained comfortable. She enjoyed a peaceful nap. Downstairs, the women of the neighborhood chatted amiably, some cradling children while perched on small stools, others squatting by the well to draw water or wash clothes. Their conversation invariably circled back to the factory manager's wife. She seems quite young, doesn't she? Indeed. She appears even younger than my sister-in-law. Marrying such a capable man at her age, she must be fortunate. Perhaps her family had influence, arranging the match. True, otherwise, why would all the beautiful women at the factory fail to win the manager's heart? Those with power and status prefer to marry within their means. It's a shame for Secretarian. I heard she frequently exited the manager's quarters. Whether that is true or not, who knows? She always dresses so flamboyantly, like a vibrant butterfly. Such a girl, seemingly careless about herself, may have already been taken for granted by men. Keep your voice down. We wouldn't want her to overhear. She asks, quite formidable, if she whispers sweet nothings into the manager's ear. Will your husband's job still be secure? Am I to fear her? When Shen Yunqing awakened, it was well past 3 in the afternoon. Sitting up to shake off her drowsiness, she slipped on her shoes and made her way to the living room for a drink of water. After quenching her thirst, she noticed a burlap sack behind the door. Curiosity piqued. She approached and opened it to discover a treasure trove of bananas, mangoes, lychees, and a sizable jackfruit. Shen Yunqing extracted a bunch of lychees, maneuvered a chair, and settled on the small balcony, leisurely peeling and enjoying the fruit. From her spot by the window, she could gaze upon the profusion of blooming flowers, with the shade of the trees filtering much of the sunlight that streamed into the room. In the fragrant embrace of nature, she sought solace and tranquility. The lychees were exceptionally sweet, but due to the sweltering heat, a few had succumbed to spoilage. Concerned about the potential for heat-induced discomfort, Shen Yunqing refrained from indulging excessively. After finishing the cluster in her hand, she rose to retrieve a broom, sweeping the discarded shells into the trash bin. The sticky residue from peeling the lychees clung to her hands, and with no additional water available for washing beyond what she had to drink, she ventured outside, heading towards the communal sink on the 3rd floor where vegetables were typically washed. At that moment, the corridor was eerily silent, allowing her to walk unobstructed to the sink at the end. As she turned on the faucet to rinse her hands, she was taken aback to discover that the restroom was directly opposite the sink. With the heat, the infrequent cleaning had left an unpleasant odor wafting from within. Chapter 60. Visiting Zhao Xuli's home. Having washed her hands, Shen Yunqing pinched her nose and retreated. Sister-in-law of the factory director. Are you here to wash your hands? Zhao Xuli emerged from behind the curtain of the restroom, greeting her with a warm smile as she noticed Shen standing by the sink. Shen turned to her, offering a slight nod. I just had some fruit and came out to wash my hands. Noticing Shen's discomfort, Zhao Xuli amiably introduced herself. I live across from you. My brother is Zhao and the one who picked you up at the dock yesterday. Shen felt herself relax and smiled back. Nice to meet you. Zhao Xuli turned on the faucet to wash her hands, continuing, if you find yourself bored, feel free to come visit me. I stay home with the children, and aside from feeding the pigs at the farm in the morning, I have little to do during the afternoons.
All right.
Finding Zhao Xuli's character agreeable, Shen engaged her in further conversation. Is there a farm on this island? Zhao Xuli turned off the water, using the scarf tied around her waist to dry her hands as she walked ahead. Yes. The second batch of piglets will be ready for market by the end of the year. Recently, several sows have given birth to piglets, and everyone needs to be particularly attentive in their care. Shen Yunqing, unfamiliar with such matters, simply responded, that's nice. Will there be time off for the new year at the factory? Following her inside, she noted that although the house was small and filled with many items, it was kept clean and tidy. In the living room, a little girl, about 3 or 4 years old with a mushroom-shaped haircut, played with her toddling younger brother. Both children wore split-crotch pants and were barefoot on the floor. A high loft bed occupied one corner, leaving just enough space for 2 or 3 people to sit. Zhao Xuli dragged a chair over for Shen to sit down and went to the cupboard to fetch a plate of peanuts and sunflower seeds. Her husband, Deng Quan, was a supervisor at the factory and typically spent his time on the island, requiring little money. Compared to other families in the compound, their household was relatively affluent. Feeling slightly embarrassed as a guest without any offerings, Shen, noticing the children, stood and said, yesterday, Zhaoan helped us buy some fruit. I'll go grab some to share. Zhao Xuli wrinkled her face and pouted. Sister-in-law, please don't be so polite. Shen returned to her own door, pushed it open, and from a burlap sack, retrieved 3 bananas, 3 mangoes, and a cluster of lychees. Unable to carry everything, She spotted a bamboo woven hat on her husband's bookshelf and placed the fruits inside. Shen Yunqing stepped outside, carrying a basket of fruit, and upon entering her home, she placed the items on the table. Given the sweltering weather, she thought it best to allow the children to enjoy them. Upon spotting the delectable offerings, Qingnier immediately abandoned her younger brother and hopped over eagerly to grab a banana. Zhao Xiuli lifted her youngest son from the floor and encouraged her daughter to express gratitude. Near, first thank your aunt. Initially intending for the children to refer to her as auntie, she reconsidered upon remembering the young woman's age, realizing it would be more appropriate to adjust her phrasing. Following her mother's guidance, Qingnier shyly smiled at Shen Yunqing and whispered a timid, "Thank you, auntie." At that moment, the school day concluded, and Qingnier's older brother, Peng Hai, entered the house, his army green backpack slung over his shoulder. Just as he was about to call out for his mother, he caught sight of an unfamiliar face in the living room, prompting him to instantly close his mouth. His discerning eyes were sharp. In the corridor, children returning from school darted about playfully. Should word get out that his sister had a guest who brought fruit, he would surely face the scorn of the neighborhood women, earning the label of a sycophant. Understanding his mother's unspoken intent, Peng Hai stepped inside, closed the door, and hung his backpack on the hook behind it. Unlike his sister, he did not require prompting. He politely addressed the guest, "Hello, sister."
Thank you.
Taking the mango from Shen Yunqing, his ears flushed with embarrassment as he retreated to his parents' bedroom. Seeing her brother leave, Qingnier followed him eagerly, thinking it would be enjoyable to play at home in the future. Zhao Xiuli, carrying a water jug, stepped outside. Shen Yunqing exited her home and directly opened the door to her own. Within her house, she could hear the cacophony of voices from others on the same floor, some scolding children, others loudly inquiring about dinner, and the clamor of various activities that sounded almost like a battle. By the sink, a row of women stood together washing vegetables. "Xiuli, someone mentioned they saw your sister-in-law at your house," one of them remarked. Zhao Xiuli, rinsing the softened, pickled vegetables in her basin, shot her a glare. "I just invited her in for a chat after running into her at the restroom. Do you have a problem with that?" Huang Yanfeng's smile froze momentarily, taken aback by Zhao Xiuli's fiery retort. "Who am I to object? My husband ISNTA leader." As the wife of the factory director, Shen Yunqing attracted many eager to flatter her, yet few had the audacity to do so openly, relegating their gossip to whispers among the other women. Gu Mohan arrived, carrying several food containers, and the raucous children in the corridor scattered back to their homes upon seeing him. He made his way unobstructed to the door and knocked with one hand. Knock, knock. Hearing the sound, Shen Yunqing set down her pencil, rose from her desk, and walked to the door. Gu Mohan entered, placing the containers on the desk, and inadvertently caught sight of the drawings she had been working on. "You can draw design sketches?" he inquired. "Just for fun," Shen Yunqing replied. In her modern life, she held a secondary occupation as a fashion designer. Not merely a frivolous young lady, she had established her own factory and online store in the fashion industry, earning an annual income that, while less than the staggering sums provided by her family, still ranged in the tens of millions, even into the hundreds of millions. This skill transformed Gu Mohan's perception of her, as he had previously regarded her as ineffectual. Gu Mohan set aside his lunchbox and picked up her design draft, meticulously critiquing it. "It's quite commendable, though the clothing design is somewhat avant-garde, more suited for the open-minded cultures of Western countries." The sketches she created were indeed reflective of Western fashion, and this man's discerning eye was astute, his commentary strikingly incisive. In Chapter 62, they found themselves in the same restroom, yet she could not admit it, feigning ignorance as she replied, "Really? I just thought it looked beautiful, so I drew it." The original owner had never traveled abroad. Without a hint of pretense, she would inevitably arouse his suspicions. Gu Mohan set down the drawings and opened the lid of his metal lunchbox. Today, he had packed 3 dishes: stir-fried cured meat, a plate of cold seaweed salad, and loofah stir-fried with eggs, accompanied by 6 steamed buns, 3 made of white flour and 3 of cornmeal. Shen Yunqing had only recently arrived and was still adjusting to the new environment, lacking an appetite. She nibbled on the seaweed salad, but the sight of oil in the other dishes diminished her desire to eat. After consuming half of a bun, she found herself unable to continue, gazing at him helplessly. "I can't finish this." Having eaten only a few bites over the past couple of days, her face had noticeably thinned. Gu Mohan, concerned for her well-being, urged, "Take a few more bites. If you go hungry tonight, no one will be there to prepare food for you." Shen Yunqing shook her head. "I don't want to eat anymore." She would prefer to have some porridge, as she wasn't particularly fond of starchy foods. Furrowing his brow, Gu Mohan took the half-eaten bun from her hand, showing no distaste, and finished it along with the other dishes in a few bites. With 3 days remaining before their journey to Nanhai City, he planned to take her out to a restaurant soon, ensuring she did not lose too much weight. lest she become unappealing to touch at night. Shen Yunqing reached into the sack for a mango, lacking a knife at home. She began gnawing on the mango skin while watching him. Gu Mohan shook his head in resignation, setting down his chopsticks and rising to retrieve a folding knife from a pen holder on the bookshelf. He opened the blade, wiped it with a handkerchief, and handed it to her. Be careful, don't cut yourself. I understand, Shen Yunqing replied, taking the knife and sitting at the table to tackle the mango. Gu Mohan watched her with bated breath, anxious that she might accidentally injure herself. The mango was quite large. After consuming half, she grew bored and peeled the skin from the other half, playfully offering the fruit to his lips. Unaware of the suggestive nature of their actions, she smiled brightly after feeding him, asking, Is it delicious? A smile crept onto Gu Mohan's lips, his gaze softening with warmth. It's delicious. Joyfully, Shen Yunqing stood up, cleared the mango skin and pit from the table, and tossed them into the trash can. With her hands now dirty, she opened the door and went to the sink to wash them. At that moment, most of the family members were dining inside, with a few late cooks still stirring pots in the hallway. Have you eaten, little sister-in-law? I'm just about done here, if you don't mind. Come in and have a bite. Little sister-in-law, thank you, but I've already eaten at home. Shen Yunqing felt awkward amidst their enthusiastic invitations. After finally managing to navigate through their friendliness, she approached the sink, only to be startled by a burly man exiting the restroom, adjusting his belt. The man flashed a broad grin, revealing a set of yellow teeth, before turning and entering room 302. Earlier that afternoon, she had encountered Zhao Xiuli at the restroom entrance, mistakenly thinking it was the ladies' room, only to be startled by the sudden appearance of a man. Gu Mohan had already finished his meal. He picked up his lunchbox and approached her, stating his intention to step outside. He was unfamiliar with the shared restroom situation, having seldom visited this area before. Chapter 63. What do you mean by letting someone raise pigs? Shen Yunqing reopened the door to let him out. After the man departed, she moved to the window and sat down, still shaken, and patted her chest to calm her racing heart. Placing the tin lunchbox on the table, her expression mirrored her discomfort. While using the restroom, I noticed a wooden sign indicating men and women on the wall. When you enter, if the sign is flipped, men won't enter again, she explained. Why can't they just build another restroom? Shen Yunqing tugged at her hair, meeting his gaze. What if, while using the restroom, a child or someone else plays a prank and flips the sign incorrectly? In this era, relationships between men and women are strictly regulated. A single rumor could tarnish a woman's reputation, leading to her being scorned, while men could face accusations of misconduct, facing reprimands or worse. Gu Mohan, encountering such a situation for the first time, was at a loss for alternatives. He couldn't possibly allow his wife to resort to such indignities at home. Living in the same building, one could never be entirely safe from the whims of others. After contemplating for a moment, Gu Mohan solemnly declared, For the next couple of days, we will manage as best we can. Tomorrow, I'll have old Zheng from the construction team bring a few workers to fix the restroom. Addressing the restroom issue was paramount, whether for his wife or anyone else in the future. It was vital to resolve any potential problems before they escalated into embarrassing situations. Most of the long-standing employees at the factory had daughters nearing adulthood, and a young woman's reputation was fragile. A single mishap could ruin her standing. Gu Mohan understood well that a stubborn young lady was not to be trifled with. Shen Yunqing found his approach satisfactory. As the sun began to set outside, Gu Mohan worried she might feel stifled at home, so he suggested a stroll. Initially reluctant, Shen Yunqing could not resist his insistence and followed him outside. A group of boys, clad only in shorts, stood by the well, splashing water over themselves in a playful water fight. Adults lounged on benches, enjoying the cool evening air and engaging in light-hearted conversation. The well water was not particularly cold, alleviating concerns about the children catching a chill as they frolicked. Upon reaching the first floor, Gu Mohan steered her towards the hillside. The island was primarily paved with concrete pathways, winding past the school adjacent to a pig farm. Shen Yunqing, even from a distance, could hear the pig's grunts and turned to the man beside her. Since there are pigs raised on the island, why do we still need to buy them from the city? Gu Mohan plucked several blades of foxtail grass from the roadside, crafting an intricate handiwork, and chuckled lightly. The pigs raised on the island yield only 2 batches a year, insufficient for the multitude of residents. Occasionally, we cull a few and sell them at a modest profit to the families in the compound. The pork we purchase from the city's pig factory is subsidized by the government. Oh, the sheer wickedness of capitalism. Shen Yunqing recalled Zhao Xiuli's words from noon and inquired further. What do you mean by having others raise pigs? Gu Mohan, placing the crafted rabbit ears atop her head, replied nonchalantly. In the compound, each family is assigned the task of raising at least 1 piglet. By year-end, each household can expect to receive 20 pounds of pork. His calculations were astute indeed, profiting from the sale of pigs raised by others while only distributing a meager 20 pounds of meat come year's end. Are you not concerned about the gossip that may arise from such actions? She questioned. What gossip? The piglet factory provides feed, and the cafeteria distributes slop daily for their pigs. They merely forage for a bit of pig grass on the mountain and maintain the cleanliness of the pigsty. Chapter 64. Persuading her to raise pigs. Gu Mohan became increasingly animated. The womenfolk gather together, and if they are not given tasks, they will spend their days gossiping about their neighbors while cradling their children. Sooner or later, something will go awry. My intention is to foster harmony among the island's residents. You are quite impressive, treating others as free labor. Shen Yunqing nearly laughed out loud. So, does that mean every family member is obliged to raise pigs? Gu Mohan lowered his gaze, a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he nodded. Your task awaits with this batch of piglets. Shen Yunqing's smile vanished abruptly, her expression turning serious as she regarded him. Do you know why I left home?
Gu Mohan nodded. To escape marriage, I presume.
Not entirely, she replied, her gaze sharpening as she spoke each word deliberately. It was because of my mother. She insists I prepare pig feed. Part of the reason is that I have no desire to raise pigs. Gu Mohan frowned and clicked his tongue. That won't do. As a member of this island, I must treat you equally. Furthermore, as the factory director's wife, you ought to set a good example. Don't even think about it, she retorted in exasperation, raising her foot to kick him. I absolutely refuse to raise pigs. If you want pork, you can prepare the feed yourself. How unfortunate she was, having left her pig-raising family only to encounter a husband who insisted she do the same. Was she destined to be forever entangled with pigs?
Gu Mohan,
surprised by her fervor over a mere pig, softened his voice to soothe her. Since you have little to occupy your time at home, consider foraging for pig grass as a form of exercise. I will care for the pigs. You merely need to gather the grass and prepare their feed.
Ha!
He certainly possesses a keen sense of division of labor, she scoffed. She would be the one to bear the brunt of the labor, while he merely carried a bucket to feed the pigs. What a pretender! She would not be swayed by his words. Shen Yunqing slapped his chest. Do I appear to be someone in need of 20 pounds of pork? Let us switch roles. You gather the pig grass and prepare the feed, and I shall care for the pigs. Lightly, this is a task assigned from above. Once the compound is completed and the families receive their homes, they too will inevitably be required to raise pigs. Gu Mohan understood her subsequent words and found them to be rather unjust. After pondering for a moment, he continued, I still have to work during the day, leaving me little time to tend to the pigs. Besides feeding them, I could also take on the task of cleaning the pigsty. Would that suffice? As for the tasks assigned from above, those seem to have been self-imposed by you. Shen Yunqing also realized that there was no escaping this matter. After a moment of consideration, she sighed heavily, signifying her capitulation. Gu Mohan felt the weight of her words, turning his head away in embarrassment. If he had foreseen that marrying a wife would entail such burdens, he would have refrained from creating this predicament that forced her to toil in raising pigs. He reached out, adjusting the position of the fluffy rabbit ears atop her head, and said gently, Why didn't you appear 4 or 5 years earlier? Had you come sooner, we wouldn't be in this situation of raising pigs. Shen Yunqing was taken aback by his audacity, managing a cold smile as she retorted disdainfully, 5 years ago. I was only 13. What could you have done with me then? Indeed, she was just a child, and he could do nothing with her. It was simply out of the question. Gu Mohan chuckled awkwardly. Perhaps I could have treated you to some candy, he added, casting her a suggestive glance. A lollipop with a stick. Shen Yunqing couldn't shake the feeling that there was something peculiar about his words. Chapter 65. Where can one find coconut juice? She noticed her brows furrowing in confusion. Are you out of your mind? She snapped, pulling his hand away. If you have something to say, just say it plainly instead of speaking in riddles. Ever since becoming more intimate with him, the once pure and ascetic version of herself had vanished. Sometimes, Gu Mohan felt a sense of pride in himself as he had learned to navigate their intimate encounters without any formal instruction, always managing to introduce new elements of surprise. Especially when he witnessed her trembling with excitement, losing herself in the moment, it brought him immense satisfaction. His throat tightened as he hurriedly took her towards the family quarters. Shen Yunqing, with her shorter legs, had to jog to keep up with him. What's wrong with you? She inquired. Gu Mohan's voice was somewhat hoarse as he replied, Nothing, just a bit thirsty. I crave the sweet and delightful taste of coconut juice. Shen Yunqing was bewildered, struggling to comprehend his words as she followed his brisk pace. They passed a bathing house where several people were queuing outside with basins. The stairway was devoid of onlookers. Gu Mohan hastily retrieved his keys from his pocket and urgently unlocked the door. As soon as she stepped inside, he pushed her against the door. his eyes ablaze with desire as he captured her soft lips, eager to quench his immediate thirst. Shen Yunqing's eyes widened in realization. The cryptic phrases he had uttered earlier were not about coconut juice, but rather his longing to possess her. She pushed against the man a few times, but to no avail. Resigned, she decided not to struggle any longer. In the end, she could not escape her destiny of being thoroughly devoured. It would be better to cooperate and savor the experience. Finding her unexpectedly compliant, Gu Mohan was elated, and his movements became considerably gentler. Wife, let's change the setting. Shen Yunqing assumed he would take her to the bedroom, but to her surprise, he lifted her and placed her on the desk instead. She propped her hands on either side of the table, lowering her gaze to the man squatting on the floor, her cheeks flushed with shame as she shook her head. No, Gu Mohan, it's dirty. Do not be afraid. I do not mind. The window remained ajar, shielded by the dense foliage of flame trees outside. Shen Yunqing, fearful of being overheard by their neighbors, bit her finger tightly against her lips. After drinking water, Gu Mohan rose, lifting her into his arms and carrying her toward the bedroom. Their room, situated at the far end, offered solace from the prying ears of those upstairs or downstairs. Shen Yunqing no longer suppressed her feelings. It's so hot. Gu Mohan, drenched in sweat, carried her to the wall and plugged in the fan. A gentle breeze emerged, providing a refreshing respite from the oppressive heat. He had no intention of heading to the bed. Instead, he freed one hand to reposition a chair from the wall to sit in front of the fan, cradling her as he settled down. Gu Mohan adored the sight of her flushed cheeks and the way she stirred with emotion. Leaning down, he kissed her upturned chin, whispering, "My wife, you are truly beautiful." Shen Yunqing, her consciousness overtaken by desire, willingly cooperated, engaging in a deep kiss with him. Chapter 67, Gossip. The rain had fallen for 2 days, but at last, the skies cleared. Shen Yunqing had been confined to the compound, not having ventured outside. After enjoying the breakfast left on the table by the man, she set out alone for a stroll. Most of the women were busy at the pig farm, and she chose not to join the fray. Wandering until she reached the hillside. Due to the recent rain, numerous vibrant mushrooms had sprung up from the earth. As she ascended, she spotted a discarded, damaged basket among the grass by the roadside, adorned with lovely little mushrooms that caught her fancy. She hurried over to retrieve the broken bamboo basket and place some leaves to cushion its holes. With the basket in hand, she ventured deeper into the woods. The mushrooms grew in fantastical shapes, and she collected 2 of each appealing variety, slipping several times on the mossy stones. After gathering nearly a full basket, she stumbled upon a small green snake by a stream. It was quite adorable, resembling a tiny creature slightly larger than a worm. At that moment, several women gathered in the vacant lot on the first floor of the compound. "Have you heard? Our factory director's wife hails from the countryside." "No way. You must be joking." "I am not kidding. I heard it this morning when I went to the clinic for my son's cold medicine, listening to Nurse Xiao Yi and her friends chatting." In the clinic on the island, several women were brought over by Gu Mohan himself from the city, and the women of the compound typically had to maintain cordial relations to obtain even basic medications. The news, once spoken, had an air of truth to it. Goodness, the director married a country girl. She is no better than Secretary Anna. Indeed, at least Secretary Anna is from the city and has even attended recognition ceremonies. It's baffling what the director saw in such a rural girl, acting all high and mighty, never calling out to us, expecting us to approach her. Let me share something with you. I heard from Sister Zhang, who lives downstairs, that the couple makes quite a racket every night until the early hours. Ha ha ha. It's no wonder the factory director has seemed rather lackluster these past few days. Evidently, his vitality has been depleted by that little vixen during the night. Have you observed her walk? She sways her hips with a grace that rivals even Secretary, and don't you dare jest. She possesses the allure to do so, ample curves and an enticing silhouette. If I were the director, I would be captivated as well. Deng Yuhua, don't assume we are oblivious to your collusion with that vixen. What else can the Deng family do besides fawn over others?
Chun Jiaodi.
How can you speak ill of the director's wife without fearing for your own man's job security? You and Li Dawei truly make a bizarre pair. As the 2 women continued their banter, tensions flared, prompting the bystanders to intervene as peacemakers. With gentle coaxing, they managed to calm the 2 women who were ready to brawl. Shen Yunqing, having overheard their gossip, could have easily circumvented them, yet she chose not to. With an air of haughtiness, she sauntered past them, swaying her hips, as if to say, "Feel free to talk. I am unfazed, and we shall see who tires first." The women seated on the small stools were left wide-eyed in astonishment, their expressions nearly comical. Chun Jiaodi, who had been murmuring malicious words behind Shen's back, felt a wave of panic wash over her, her face paling as her lips trembled. Upon entering her abode, Shen Yunqing forcefully placed her basket of vegetables on the table. Gu Mohan, seated at the table, looked up at her and inquired, "Where have you been?" Little did he expect to wait for over an hour. Shen Yunqing, her expression grim, remained silent. Coupled with her current demeanor, it was as if she were plotting her husband's demise. Gu Mohan rolled his eyes and picked up a red mushroom, twirling it between his fingers. "If you were to poison me, where would you find another man as good as I?" "Money can attract anyone," Shen Yunqing replied as she pulled out a chair and sat, resting her chin on her hand, gazing at him. "If one want to do, I shall seek too. After all, it's your hard-earned money that sustains them." This woman, it seemed, was intent on driving him to his wit's end. Gu Mohan shot her a glare filled with disdain, his teeth itching as he opened his metal lunchbox. Indifferent to her, self-absorbed, munching on a bun. Living by the sea has its perks. One dines on exquisite delicacies daily, be it abalone, lobster, or, at the very least, crabs. Yet, the chef's skills leave much to be desired, the flavors merely passable. "Child, have I not provided you with food and clothing? You steal my money to dine at the cafeteria? Just wait until I teach you a lesson today." Shen Yunqing nearly dropped her rice ball in shock at the man's bellowing voice from the doorway. She looked up at him, bewildered. Do children also have to pay for cafeteria meals? Having witnessed such circumstances numerous times, Gu Mohan, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "A meal costs 1 dime, and a monthly subscription is $5. Most families in the residential compound are reluctant to spend money on meat and vegetables to enhance their meals. During their growth spurts, boys inevitably engage in petty thefts to indulge in better food at the cafeteria." During her days on the island, with the meals being so lavish, Shen Yunqing almost believed that every household was enjoying the same fare. "I noticed there's barren land at the foot of the mountain. Why not cultivate vegetables there?" Gu Mohan tossed a piece of cucumber into her bowl. "The island's fresh water is only sufficient for the residents to drink. There's no surplus for agriculture." The cucumber, seasoned with sugar, was unpalatable, and Shen Yunqing frowned as she swallowed it. What do the residents of the compound typically eat? This line of thinking was rather absurd. There exists a plethora of seafood varieties, whose nutritional value surpasses that of pork. Listening to the accents of the women around her, which were not characteristic of Nanhai City, Shen Yunqing curiously inquired, "Why are there so many outsiders in this factory?" Gu Mohan set down his chopsticks and took a sip of water. "Most of the factory workers are veterans. There aren't many jobs in the city, and since the wages here are higher, they've brought their families along. Although the factory is state-owned, its operational authority lies with Gu Mohan. While it publicly presents itself as a semiconductor machinery factory, it primarily focuses on military-industrial technology. Each year, he submits samples for mass production to the people across the desert, and significant subsidies are allocated for research and innovations. The talent he attracts largely consists of foreign inventors, which makes it challenging for the higher-ups to overlook such a lucrative opportunity." Now it made sense. No wonder she felt everything on this island was excessively militarized from the very first day she arrived. With so many workers hailing from military backgrounds, a sense of security enveloped Shen Yunqing. There was no place safer than this. At the entrance, a child cried out in distress, and several neighbors attempted to console the woman who was chastising the child. Zhao Shuli's family sat in the living room, unable to bear the commotion any longer. Her husband, Deng Quan, emerged with a dark expression and shouted something incomprehensible, instantly silencing the corridor. The woman, Chen Zhaodi, cursed as she dragged the child inside, slamming the door with force. After dinner, Gu Mohan cleared the table and washed the dishes outside. Shen Yunqing took her sketchbook and illustrated the shapes and characteristics of mushrooms, eager to discern which ones were edible and which were not by the following spring. Moments later, Gu Mohan entered with a grim expression, slamming the lunchbox onto the table. Shen Yunqing looked up at him. "What does it matter? I'm not upset anymore." She was not the type to harbor resentment for long. Any displeasure she felt was quickly digested. While her broad-mindedness didn't imply that he would be equally magnanimous, he said, "Clean up a bit. I'll take you to the island to purchase furniture. We can move into the new residential compound the day after tomorrow." Shen Yunqing set down her pencil, stretched her neck, and stood up. As they stepped out, Gu Mohan casually carried a woman's small handbag, leisurely following Shen Yunqing amidst the gaze of onlookers. The couple descended the staircase, their affection for one another unwavering in the eyes of those around them. While others made their way down the mountain to the dock to catch a boat, Shen Yunqing relaxed in the car, enjoying the air conditioning. Her laughter brightened by the man's playful antics. Anna, the factory director's vehicle, had arrived. A group of young women, adorned in their finest attire, chattered and giggled as they walked in their little leather shoes toward the dock. In Chapter 70, Anna heard her colleagues calling out and turned with a smile. "Would you like a ride?" The group of young women exchanged knowing glances and responded, "Indeed." Can you catch one for us? With confidence, Anna brushed her hair back from her forehead and stepped to the roadside, waving at an approaching black sedan. Gu Mohan, noticing them from a distance, disregarded them entirely, pressing the accelerator and speeding away. The vehicle passed without a hint of stopping, leaving Anna's expression frozen in disbelief. The onlookers offered words of consolation. The car was moving so quickly, perhaps the director didn't see us. How could they not see a dozen elegantly dressed women standing roadside? It was implausible. After all, the director's wife was in the car, and one must consider their own standing before waving at such a vehicle.
Cece?
Didn't you notice Anna's displeasure? You should really hold your tongue. Lin Cece, who often disdained Anna for still being single at nearly 30, had relinquished her unrealistic aspirations the moment he brought his wife to the island. Although she harbored feelings for Director Gu, she had accepted the reality of the situation. Anna often played the role of the caring older sister to them, and despite the comments, she couldn't afford to tarnish her image by confronting Lin Cece. Instead, she feigned grace and poise, saying, "Jiehui, I understand that Cece means no harm. Please don't hold it against her." Lin Cece rolled her eyes dismissively and hastened toward the dock alone. Upon reaching the dock, Gu Mohan drove the car directly onto the boat. The vessel was crowded today, filled with passengers seated in the cabin. The late-arriving Anna and her companions had no choice but to stand on the deck. Zhao Xiuli, carrying her young son on her back and holding her daughter by the hand, stood outside the cabin. Zhao and went to the cargo hold, retrieved a chair, and brought it back for his sister to sit. The journey to the city would take about an hour. Sitting in the sun, Gu Mohan noticed her struggling against the brightness and gently suggested, "Why don't you sit in the back?" Shen Yunqing yawned and stepped out of the car. From a distance, Anna and her friends watched with envy as Shen Yunqing opened the back door and gracefully settled inside. It was impossible for them not to feel jealousy. Especially with her fair skin that seemed to glisten, it was hard not to compliment her beauty. Over the years on the island, most women had become sun-kissed, their complexions marked by freckles that even the heaviest makeup could not conceal. Now, with such a stunning woman at the factory, Anna, the factory's flower, often found herself compared unfavorably. When Qingner caught sight of the beautiful sister, she grinned, revealing her bunny teeth, and tugged at her uncle's pant leg. "Uncle, let's go find sister." Zhaoan reached down to lift her up. "Aren't you afraid of Uncle Gu?" Previously, when her older brother had dined with him at Zhao Xiuli's home, Qingner had always hidden away at the sight of Gu Mohan. Upon hearing the words Uncle Gu, she buried her head against Zhao An's chest, thinking, "This way, I can't be seen." Amused by his niece's antics, Zhao An chuckled heartily and, seeing her determination, carried her towards the factory director's car. As Gu Mohan noticed them approaching with the child in his arms, he reached out to open the passenger door. Settling into the car with the little one, Zhao An remarked with a smile, "Boss, this little girl wishes to visit sister." Gu Mohan furrowed his brow and turned to the woman in the back seat. "When did you two meet?" Shen Yunqing handed Qingner a freshly peeled banana and replied nonchalantly, "A couple of days ago." Sensing a connection, Qingner opened one eye and stretched out her tiny hand to accept the banana. Observing her small gesture, Gu Mohan feigned a cough. Startled, she released the banana, her little face flustered as she sought refuge in her uncle's armpit. Chapter 71. Furniture Shopping. Zhaoan picked up the banana that had fallen from the seat and handed it back to his niece, then looked up at Gu Mohan. "Director, please don't deliberately scare her. This little one will have nightmares at night." Gu Mohan couldn't fathom why this young girl was so frightened of him. Each time they met, she seemed to shrink back as if she had encountered a ghost. "Uncle, you smell so bad." Qingner lifted her head from her uncle's armpit, her little face scrunched up in disbelief. Shen Yunqing, witnessing her adorable reaction, couldn't help but laugh. "You can bury your face in his chest, but of course, his armpit will smell." Qingner gasped for air, her cheeks flushed, looking utterly bewildered. After several minutes, the little girl finally regained her composure, took the banana in her hand, and gingerly bit into it. Seeing his niece's look of distaste, Zhaoan, somewhat skeptical, leaned down to sniff his own armpit, only to recoil immediately, holding his breath. Gu Mohan, who had a strong aversion to dirtiness, was thoroughly disgusted and moved away from him, scowling. "If you keep this up, you might as well jump out yourself." Not content with just words, he opened the car door and joined his fragrant, soft little wife in the back seat. Zhaoan, feeling rather embarrassed, noticed his ears turning red. He bathed diligently every day. How could he possibly smell so bad? It must be the sun's fault. The cargo ship slowly approached the dock. Zhao and carried his niece off the vehicle. Gu Mohan drove off the ship, heading straight for the lumber factory. Located on the outskirts, the factory was near a family home where the elderly gentleman was skilled in furniture making. A week prior, Gu Mohan had called from Heiress to order 2 large beds measuring 18 meters each, 2 large wardrobes, a dining table, and several benches and chairs. Upon arriving at the doorstep, Gu Mohan parked the car and led his wife inside. Aunt Calm was watering her vegetable garden in the yard. Upon seeing them, she immediately greeted them with a warm smile. "Come in, both of you. I'll go to the backyard and call my husband." Visitors to their home were primarily there to commission furniture. Aunt Calm was unperturbed by this, turning to head towards the backyard where her husband's workshop was located. Shen Yunqing stood outside with the man, hesitant to enter the main house uninvited, as it would be rather impolite. Before long, old man's son emerged, dusted with wood shavings and a joyful expression, leading them to the backyard to inspect the goods. Gu Mohan had ordered quite a few items, and just a few days prior, he had sent Zhao in with specially formulated plant-based varnish, transforming the wardrobe and bed into a pristine white. It was evident that old man's son was a seasoned craftsman, and Gu Mohan was thoroughly satisfied with the furniture. "Have your son deliver it to the dock. Someone will help load it onto the ship." "Certainly." Old man's son nodded in agreement, personally escorting them to their vehicle as they departed. Leaving the lumberyard, Gu Mohan drove to the department store in Nanhai City, intending to purchase some daily necessities, including rice, oil, and salt. With plans to cook for themselves in a few days, Shen Yunqing felt an inexplicable wave of anxiety. Should we stock up on vegetables at home? However, the heat here was relentless. Surely, they couldn't subsist on dried vegetables alone. She was open to all kinds of food, except for anything too bitter. Gu Mohan leaned out the window to flick ash from his cigarette, taking a draw as he spoke in a rich, magnetic voice. "In a few days, the families of the new employees will arrive on the island. The factory will supply fresh vegetables daily, though they will cost a bit more than in the city." That slight increase was primarily due to transportation costs, yet, upon reflection, it was still quite economical. Chapter 72. Purchasing Essentials. Shen Yunqing was not particularly concerned about the extra expense. After all, living on the island meant that even a substantial amount of money would be hard to spend. Better to invest in delightful foods instead. Once they arrived at the department store, Gu Mohan parked the car and led her to the grocery section, where he requested 50 pounds of rice, 20 pounds of flour, 5 bundles of noodles, and an assortment of other items. The total for just the staples, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, and kitchenware, amounted to over 100 yuan. The gas stove would be installed by a designated technician at a scheduled time. After loading the trunk, Shen Yunqing tugged on his arm and ascended to the second floor of the mall. Gu Mohan recognized her intent to shop for clothing and sighed in resignation as he followed her upstairs. This time, Shen Yunqing did not only purchase for herself. She also selected several shirts for him. Truth be told, she found most of the styles quite unappealing, far too outdated. After browsing the second floor, she acquired several fabrics along with needles and scissors, planning to sew herself some garments during idle moments. Noticing her enthusiasm for sewing, Gu Mohan silently resolved to procure a sewing machine for his wife in the coming days. Once they exited the mall, Gu Mohan first took her to a restaurant for a bite to eat. Sitting in the car, he playfully pinched her cheek. "Make sure to eat well. I can't bear to see you getting any thinner." Shen Yunqing, enjoying an ice pop, swatted his hand away. "Being slim is fine, otherwise. They always say I look so young." "Don't pay attention to their nonsense," he retorted, snatching the ice pop from her hand, taking a bite and returning it to her. The sweet taste lingering on his lips as he smirked. "You're not small at all. I take good care of you every night, and I know better than anyone. You naughty rogue." As Shen Yunqing was about to continue enjoying her popsicle, his words abruptly extinguished her appetite. Initially, she had no aversion to him. She rolled down the car window and discarded the popsicle he had bitten into. Gu Mohan had a penchant for teasing her in front of others, playfully provoking a blush on her delicate face. "It's perfectly fine. If they dare to speak ill of you in the future, just flaunt that little bit of flesh and make them envious." "Stop talking," Shen Yunqing replied, her face burning, her tone laced with a hint of petulance. "If I were to do that, they'd surely call me shameless." Gu Mohan was utterly enamored with the little darling he had meticulously trained. Each day at work, as soon as he paused, thoughts of her overwhelmed him. "If anyone dares to speak against you, I shall dismiss them." Upon arriving at the restaurant, Gu Mohan reached out to halt the woman from exiting the car, pointing to half of his face. "Give me a kiss." In broad daylight. How could he be so audacious? Shen Yunqing, her cheeks aflame, evaded his gaze, unperturbed. "Stop it, there are people outside." "I'm not playing." Gu Mohan unfastened his seatbelt. Leaning towards her, looking down at her blushing visage, a smirk playing on his lips.
How can you be so shy?
With that, he lowered his head and captured her longing lips in a passionate kiss, leaving her breathless. After several minutes of fervent kissing, Gu Mohan released her, panting softly as he leaned close to her ear. "Are you satisfied?" His voice was a seductive rasp, both dangerous and stirring. Shen Yunqing, too shy to respond, cast her eyes downward, avoiding his gaze. "Let me check," he said, shamelessly placing his finger near her lips. Gu Mohan's crystalline fingertip lingered on her reddened lips, his deep, teasing tone mocking her. "This mouth is quite dishonest." Shen Yunqing remained silent, particularly disdainful of the finger on her lips. Gu Mohan withdrew his hand, leaning down to kiss her again, allowing her to realize just how indispensable he had become. Some things can be addictive, and Shen Yunqing found herself entirely captivated by the man who had conquered her heart. Gu Mohan adjusted her skirt, his dark eyes fixed on her dazed expression, gently inquiring,
Can you walk?
Her body felt as pliable as water, but with stubborn resolve, Shen Yunqing nodded. "I can." Her voice, when she spoke, was enticingly sweet. Gu Mohan opened the car door and stepped out, hands tucked into his pockets, observing her as she gracefully disembarked. Shen Yunqing closed the car door, casting him an accusatory glare. He was utterly insufferable. The emptiness below felt utterly insecure. Gu Mohan entered the restaurant first, placing the order before taking a seat, watching her ascend the steps slowly. As Shen Yunqing pulled out the chair opposite him and sat down, her face was flushed, too shy to utter a word. The restaurant bustled with patrons, and Gu Mohan restrained his mischievous demeanor, straightening his attire, refraining from teasing her further. Once the dishes arrived, he ladled a bowl of soup to cool for her. This time, Shen Yunqing ate quite heartily, having expended energy earlier, and she nearly finished everything he placed in her bowl. "Sister-in-law, what are you reading?" At a table to their left, two women sat, each cradling a child in their arms. Yun Xiao was taken aback to encounter Gu Mohan here. Observing his deftness as he served dishes to the woman, it was evident their relationship ran deep. Xiao Xiaoman held her little nephew, feeling anxious and out of place amidst the unfamiliar city. She remarked, "Sister-in-law, I'm so nervous to see my brother soon." Yun Xiao comforted her gently. "Do not fret. This city is not as daunting as it seems. Once we reach your brother's workplace, he can introduce you to someone nice, and after a few visits, you'll feel right at home." Upon hearing the word someone, Xiao Xiaoman blushed fiercely, her demeanor shy as she replied, "Sister-in-law, please no more teasing." Yun Xiao smiled tenderly at her sister-in-law's bashfulness while feeding her younger son steamed buns. After a satisfying meal, Shen Yunqing set down her chopsticks. Gu Mohan polished off the remaining dishes with great fervor. After settling the bill, they exited the restaurant in succession. Yun Xiao's gaze fell upon the entrance, where the man tenderly opened the passenger door for the woman, a gesture of such gentleness that it bewildered her, filling her with confusion. So much had changed in this lifetime. Nevertheless, she resolved to focus on living a good life with Xiao Jianheng, steering clear of Gu Mohan, believing that such avoidance would keep her from an untimely demise. Her current priority was to nurture her twin sons into adulthood and guide them onto the right path. The pursuit of wealth and success through shortcuts was futile. True value lay in the fruits of one's own labor. All Yun Xiao could do was pray that the calamity anticipated in 2 years would not befall her. "Sister-in-law, it's 4:30. We should head to the dock to catch the boat." Yun Xiao lifted her younger son and slung the bag of belongings over her shoulder. Chapter 74, New Residence in the Family Quarters. Upon returning to the family compound, Shen Yunqing collapsed onto the bed in exhaustion. Gu Mohan prepared a plate of fruit and placed it on the chair beside the bed, instructing her, "I'll head to the factory if you feel too tired. Just rest." "All right," Shen Yunqing replied weakly. Gu Mohan closed the door behind him. After consuming a couple of lychees, Shen Yunqing listened to the sounds of children playing downstairs, her heavy eyelids succumbing to fatigue, and she unwittingly drifted off to sleep. In a hazy state, she thought she heard the sound of someone entering the house, accompanied by a man's voice. "Thank you, Director. My spouse will be disturbing you and sister-in-law for the next few days. It's a duty every household must fulfill,"
came the reply.
A group of family members arrived early today. The new family quarters were to be ready for 2 days. With more families arriving, the vacant dormitories were insufficient, leading to temporary arrangements in the family quarters, such as setting up a small bed in the living room for those with only 2 members. Yun Xiao did not anticipate being assigned to Gu Mohan's residence. Initially, she had considered refusing, but upon hearing her husband state he had a wife, she chose to remain silent. Xiao Jianheng brought in a folding bed and placed it against the wall. His wife, cradling their child, was too occupied to lend a hand, so he assisted in making the bed. Gu Mohan admired men who knew how to cherish their wives. The young woman was still asleep in the bedroom, and he turned to enter. Upon seeing her resting against the pillow, her small mouth slightly parted and drooling, he took out a handkerchief and placed it under her head. Shen Yunqing slept soundly, her face flushed and radiant, as if she were intoxicated. The quilt had been kicked to the foot of the bed. half of it already on the floor. Gu Mohan approached, picked it up, plugged in the electric fan, and directed it towards the bed. With his work completed, he had nothing else to occupy his time, so he retrieved a picture book from the bookshelf and sat down to sketch the woman as sleeping form. Unbeknownst to Shen Yunqing, her unflattering drooling while asleep was meticulously captured by the man as drawings. In the living room, Xiao Jianheng finished setting up the bed and turned to his wife, saying, "Make sure to feed the baby well tonight." He Yuanzhao understood his implication, after all. They were in the home of their superior, and if the baby's cries disturbed anyone's rest at night, it would surely be undesirable. Gently patting her son's bare bottom to quiet him, she nodded at her husband. "I understand. What about the eldest? Should we really leave it to Xiaomin?" "I'm not at ease." Since parting ways with her sister-in-law, Xiao Xiaomin had been assigned to the first floor, and their eldest son, only a little over a year old, had not yet been weaned, assuring that he would indeed cry at night. Xiao Jianheng shared her concerns for their eldest. Placing a hand on her shoulder and speaking softly, "I'll check at the supply and marketing cooperative to see if they have any formula. I'll buy a pack for Xiaomin to prepare for the baby tonight." "All right, I'll go with you," He Yuanzhao replied, not wishing to remain behind. They had endured 2 days on a train and a day on a boat. Xiao Jianheng initially intended for her to rest, but sensing her unease, he refrained from further discussion and took their son into his arms. The couple leisurely strolled to the cooperative, but they found no formula. A kind woman informed them to seek out the factory manager for assistance. Upon entering the living room, he approached the bedroom door and gently knocked. Chapter 75. Peeping. Gu Mohan heard the knock, set down his sketchbook, and rose to open the door. Xiao Jianheng clasped his hands together, awkwardly inquiring, "Manager, do you have any formula?" He glanced at the child and continued with a sheepish expression, "It's for my eldest son, who is still being cared for by my sister. He has not been weaned yet, and I worry that he will cry at night and disturb others' rest." With such a polite request, Gu Mohan found it difficult to refuse. He turned to the cabinet and retrieved a bag of formula. Approaching the door, he handed it to him and regarded him with newfound respect. "2 sons. You are quite fortunate." Xiao Jianheng felt a bit embarrassed by the compliment as he accepted the formula and pressed 5 yuan into Gu Mohan's hand. "Thank you, manager." Gu Mohan refrained from engaging in unnecessary pleasantries, accepting the money with a straightforward demeanor. Yet, he felt an odd sensation regarding the term son. He too desired a son. Closing the door, he turned to see the woman on the bed and shook his head to dispel his wandering thoughts, letting out a soft sigh. The careless young wife, still in her youth, would likely find herself overwhelmed if she were to have a child now, as the little one would surely keep her in a constant state of turmoil. Upon awakening from her slumber, Shen Yunqing noticed that the sky outside had yet to darken. Stretching languidly, she sat up in bed, furrowing her brows as she inquired of her husband, "Why do I hear the sound of a child crying in our home?" Gu Mohan handed her a glass of water, explaining, "Today, some employees' families have arrived on the island. Our dormitories are full, so we had to accommodate them in the family quarters. In our small living room, there is a female colleague and her 1-year-old son." "What?" She had barely awakened from her nap when suddenly, their home was filled with new occupants. After finishing her drink, Shen Yunqing returned the cup to him, slipped on her slippers and quietly tiptoed to the door, peering through a crack to see outside. Gu Mohan observed her timid behavior with mild exasperation, thinking it unnecessary to be so sneaky when she could simply step outside and look. He Yunjiao sat at the edge of the bed, nursing her child. Concerned that someone might unexpectedly emerge and disrupt the moment, she discreetly covered her upper body with a small cloth meant for the baby. Noticing movement at the bedroom door, she turned her head to glance. A woman's face peeked through the gap, her wide eyes filled with curiosity, exuding a charming and delightful demeanor. It was the same woman she had seen at the restaurant earlier, dining with Gu Mohan. So, this was his wife. She looked quite young. As soon as she turned away, Shen Yunqing was startled and promptly shut the door, her heart racing as she exclaimed, "She saw me." Gu Mohan approached, playfully tugging at her collar and pulling her towards the bed. "She is not unattractive. You are merely scaring yourself." Once she regained her composure, Shen Yunqing realized her previous actions had been rather impolite. She looked up at him, contemplating, "Should I go out and greet her?" Gu Mohan shrugged nonchalantly. "If you wish to go, then go." Shen Yunqing's expression reflected her inner turmoil, but I am afraid. In the past, she had encountered a rather unreasonable individual who had confronted her, which did not align with her current feelings of trepidation. Typically, other girls had approached her to forge friendships. And having grown up as the eldest daughter of the Shen family, she had always harbored a sense of superiority, looking down upon others. Yet, deep down, she was quite timid. Having followed her father throughout her childhood, witnessing the darker sides of humanity, she had come to believe that all people were inherently bad, leading her to develop a repulsion towards social interactions. In the bedroom, after much contemplation, Shen Yunqing finally mustered the courage to take that first step. Just as she was about to open the door, Gu Mohan called out, "Wait a moment." He approached with the plate of lychees she had not finished and handed it to her. Shen Yunqing glanced down at the platter, hesitating for a moment before finally opening the door. He Yunjiao had been anxiously awaiting her emergence, worried that she might have offended the woman. When she heard the door creak open, she turned to look. The woman stepped out, and seeing her calm demeanor eased He Yunjiao's worries considerably. "Hello." Shen Yunqing greeted with a gentle smile, placing the plate of fruit on the table before her. Taking care of a child is no easy feat. Please have some fruit. He Yunjiao picked a lychee, extracted the pit, and fed the succulent flesh to her youngest son, Yang. While smiling and expressing her gratitude, "Thank you for your hospitality these past few days. I hope you can be understanding." Shen Yunqing gently pulled out a chair and sat opposite her. "It's no trouble. Such circumstances are unavoidable." Noticing that she was not particularly chatty, He Yunjiao took the initiative to strike up a conversation. "You and the factory director must have just recently tied the knot, right?" Shen Yunqing replied. "It's been nearly half a month." Observing them, she felt as though they were newlyweds, their interactions reminiscent of her own past with her children's father. With keen insight, Shen Yunqing admired her perceptiveness. She then stood up to open the door, revealing a woman at the threshold holding a child. Xiao Xiaoman, startled upon seeing her, stammered a greeting. "CC comrade, hello." Shen Yunqing was taken aback by the girl's nervousness, stepped aside, and welcomed her in. "Hello." Upon noticing her sister-in-law sitting at the bedside, Xiao Xiaoman hurriedly entered, cradling her hungry nephew. "Sister-in-law, I don't know how to prepare the baby formula." He Yunjiao placed her satiated youngest son on the bed and stood up to take her elder son, who was crying hoarsely. She gently reassured her startled sister-in-law. "You go get it. I'll teach you how to prepare it while I feed Nyo. The elder son cried vehemently. And He Yunjiao, disregarding the presence of others, sat at the bedside and unbuttoned her blouse to nurse the child. Nyo, receiving nourishment, continued to sob softly in his mother's embrace, his expression one of utter distress. Xiao Xiaoman dashed out to the first floor to fetch the formula. The woman she was staying with, who was also newly married, had not been particularly amiable. From the moment Xiao Xiaoman entered, she had not spared her a glance. Once the designated personnel departed, the woman had berated her in the bedroom, calling them rural peasants and scoundrels, questioning why they had left the countryside to come to the island and cause trouble. Feeling aggrieved, Xiao Xiaoman swallowed her indignation, determined not to trouble her sister-in-law and elder brother. Yang, be good and don't wander around. He Yunjiao continued to nurse her elder son while keeping an eye on her mischievous youngest son to prevent him from climbing about. Seeing his mother feeding his brother, the already satiated little one, oblivious to his fullness, eagerly called out to He Yunjiao. Shen Yunqing, noticing the scene, turned to the bedroom and returned with a piece of sponge cake, offering it to He Yunjiao. "Thank you." He Yunjiao accepted the treat, dividing the cake in half, one portion for her youngest son and the other set aside for her elder son to enjoy after finishing his milk. With the cake in hand, Yang no longer disturbed his mother's nursing of his brother. He sat on the bed, munching on the cake, his face smeared with crumbs. Chapter 77. Going to bathe. Xiao Xiaoman entered with a baby formula, a porcelain cup and a spoon. "Sister-in-law, I'm going to borrow some hot water from the canteen." Before He Yunjiao could respond, Shen Yunqing, standing nearby, offered, "We have hot water here. Feel free to use it." Surprised by her kindness, Xiao Xiaoman smiled warmly and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, young sister." Observing that the other girl seemed younger than her, she was unsure how to address her, so she resorted to her native dialect. Shen Yunqing was momentarily taken aback by her authentic northeastern accent, but quickly regained her composure and waved her hand dismissively, assuring, "It's nothing." Now that both children were content and well-fed, He Yunjiao beckoned her younger sister to come and take a seat. Xiao Xiaoman, restless by nature, rummaged through her sister-in-law's bag, extracting needle and thread to embroider shoe insoles. Gu Mohan, who had just been leaning against the headboard engrossed in a book, was now soundly asleep on the bed, while the outside world had succumbed to darkness. Having had enough rest in the afternoon, Shen Yunqing felt bored being alone in the room. She prepared a small plate of peanut and sesame candy along with jiangmi sticks and ventured out to join them for a chat. "Where do you come from?" she inquired. Xiao Xiaoman, impressed by her first impression, replied with a lively smile, "From Heilongjiang. You should visit us sometime. I'll teach you how to skate and treat you to frozen pears." Shen Yunqing was pleasantly surprised by her warmth and curiously asked, "Are frozen pears delicious?" "My dear sister," she exclaimed, "they are incredibly tasty, especially when they are freshly picked from the snowy ground, crisp and hard." Indeed, one must experience the trials of life and death to truly discern what one desires. In her past life, when arriving at the family compound, she initially found herself captivated by Gu Mohan's tall and handsome figure, which sparked inappropriate thoughts. Later, upon learning from her own husband that he was the factory director, she became utterly enchanted, fantasizing that she might soon become the director's wife. In the days that followed, disregarding the scandalous rumors surrounding her husband's alleged infidelity, she exerted all her efforts simply to catch Gu Mohan's eye. The tragic events of her previous life could not be blamed on anyone but herself, for she had been blinded by infatuation and fanciful dreams. In this life, He Yunxiao yearned only for a stable existence with Xiao Jianheng, raising their 2 sons to adulthood together. As evening approached and the clock struck 8, both children had fallen asleep while playing in bed. Shen Yunqing rose, speaking softly. Both water kettles are filled with hot water. You'll need to go downstairs to the bathing hall for your showers. It's 20 cents per person. And do remember to bring your toiletries and a change of clothes. After a moment's thought, she looked at Xiao Xiaoman and said, I'm heading down to bathe now. Perhaps you could fetch your clothes. Sure, Xiao Xiaoman replied, leaping from her chair and, as she reached the door, turned to He Yunxiao, sister-in-law. Would you like to join us? All right, she acquiesced, and Xiao Xiaoman hurried downstairs. Shen Yunqing entered the bedroom, gathering her change of clothes, soap, and shampoo into a basin. Carrying the basin out, she called back to them, I'm leaving now. He Yunxiao smiled and nodded in response. All right, be careful as it's dark outside. With the basin in hand, Shen Yunqing closed the door behind her and descended the stairs. Chapter 78. Braiding Hair. Shortly after they left, Gu Mohan awoke from his slumber.
Parched.
He got out of bed, slipped on his shoes, and opened the bedroom door to step out. Approaching the table, he lifted the kettle to pour himself a glass of water. He Yunxiao, seated quietly on the edge of the bed, averted her gaze, afraid to meet his eyes. Once Gu Mohan finished his drink, he stretched his neck and limbs, inadvertently catching sight of the woman, which startled him. He exhaled sharply, his expression stiffening as he coolly remarked, It's quite late. Aren't you asleep yet? He almost forgot that a guest had moved into his home that afternoon. Noticing her apparent fear of him, Gu Mohan stroked his chin in self-doubt. Was he truly that intimidating? Lost in contemplation, he made his way toward the bedroom. Upon hearing the door close, He Yunxiao felt her taut nerves relax, exhaling heavily. Although the man's aura of hostility had lessened over time, it still exuded a formidable pressure. Xiao Xiaoman was watching her sister-in-law's child, while He Yunxiao rummaged through her bag for a change of clothes and borrowed a basin from Comrade Shen. She carried the basin filled with clothes to the bathhouse. Shen Yunqing, after washing the clothes in the bathhouse, hung them on the balcony to dry. Once finished, she turned and entered the bedroom, pushing the door open. Draped in her hair, Shen Yunqing stood before the fan and softly inquired, When did you wake up? Not long ago, Gu Mohan replied, moving a chair to face her. He extended his hand to pull her over, inviting her to sit on his lap. The scent of her freshly washed hair wafted towards him as he reached for a towel hanging on the rack to help dry her hair. The weather was sweltering, making their close proximity uncomfortable. Shen Yunqing hooked her toes around a small stool in front of the wardrobe, positioning it before her. She stepped away from his embrace and perched herself on the stool. The aroma of soap mingled with a faint hint of milk emanated from her petite form. The fan's powerful breeze prompted Gu Mohan to pause his drying, picking up a wooden comb to style her hair instead. Shen Yunqing's hair was abundant and soft, but after drying, it resembled a frizzy mess. Patiently, Gu Mohan unraveled the chaos, braiding her hair into 2 rather ungraceful plaits. The sound of a baby crying echoed from the living room, a sign of restless sleep. Feeling a tug on her scalp, Shen Yunqing frowned, Be gentle. Gu Mohan dismantled the unsightly braids, using the comb to detangle her hair, ready to reattempt the braiding. His hands were neither gentle nor harsh, prompting Shen Yunqing to rise and distance herself, wishing to spare her hair further torment. Gu Mohan set down the comb and gently led her to the edge of the bed, speaking softly, It's your first time. Practice will make perfect. This isn't to your task. Shen Yunqing raised her cup to sip water, stealing a glance at him. Why don't you grow your hair long instead? Forget it. Gu Mohan replied with a darkened expression. The idea of braiding his wife's hair had merely been a fleeting whim. The thought of growing his own hair long was utterly preposterous. Shen Yunqing placed her cup down and glanced out the window. If you don't wash up soon, the bathhouse will close. Perfect timing, Gu Mohan teased mischievously. I'll take you there in the dead of night. Shen Yunqing chose to ignore him, slipping off her shoes and sitting cross-legged on the bed. This dog of a man, she thought, the more you engage him, the more he revels in it. Silence was her best strategy to end the conversation on inappropriate topics. Seeing her disregard him, Gu Mohan reluctantly carried the basin outside. Chapter 79. Dragged into the alley. Gu Mohan's bath was quick, He completed the task in just 10 minutes. He emerged from the bathhouse shirtless, clad only in sports shorts and flip-flops, holding the basin with one hand. As the clock neared 10, the streets were nearly deserted. Halfway down the path, he was suddenly yanked into an alley by a hand. Anna pressed him against the wall, her hands roaming over him, her fiery body pressing against his chest. "Mohan, I miss you so much," she purred, her voice sweet like a mouthful of caramel, intoxicatingly seductive. What madness had possessed this woman today? Gu Mohan had no time to indulge her whims. He forcefully pushed her away, his voice icy. "Get away from me." Had he not encountered Shen Yunqing, he might have entertained her playful advances after all. She was his good third brother's careful selection to attend to him. Acting was a skill anyone could master.
But now?
His previous indifference had only solidified into disdain. Compared to this brazen older woman, he preferred the delicate little wife he had nurtured himself. Just as she was about to throw herself into his arms, Gu Mohan dismissively shook her off, his dark eyes cold and forbidding. "If you wish to live peacefully on the island, behave yourself. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to send you to meet the King of Hell." This woman truly was insatiable. After a few casual conversations, she had the audacity to presume he had feelings for her. Who gave her such confidence? Was it that old man Gu Mohan? Gu Mohan abruptly stepped out of the alley. Deep down, Anna was afraid of him, although she had been in his dorm. It was merely to read history to him throughout the night in her room. Tears shimmered in her beautiful, seductive eyes as she watched his figure recede into the distance. Yunqiao lowered his head, placing down the basin, and went to pick up his crying son. Gu Mohan pushed open the bedroom door. Upon seeing the little woman sprawled on the bed with a book, he approached, teasingly pinching her cheek. "What a little ingrate." Shen Yunqing swatted his hand away, frowning, her nose brushing against him. "Did you not go take a shower? Why do you smell so strange?" Gu Mohan froze, lifting his arm to his nose. "Do I? I can't smell anything." The original owner's sense of smell had always been highly sensitive, and Shen Yunqing had inherited this trait upon her rebirth.
"Yes.
It's a strong scent of perfume, reminiscent of decayed roses." Gu Mohan's heart sank. He hadn't realized his little wife possessed such keen senses. Maintaining his composure, he walked to the wardrobe, retrieved a bottle of perfume, and sprayed it on himself. Calmly, he explained, "I just came from the bath and brushed past a woman. I must have picked it up from her." The child's cries in the living room gradually subsided. Gu Mohan raised his hand to turn off the light. "You can read tomorrow. It's getting late. Time for bed." Shen Yunqing closed her book, carelessly placing it on the chair beside the bed. With the light extinguished, Gu Mohan fumbled his way to bed. Both had napped during the day, and despite it being nearly 11, sleep eluded them as they lay in bed. Estimating the time, Gu Mohan quietly reached for the woman beside him. With guests sleeping in the living room, even the faintest sound could be heard in the stillness of the night. Shen Yunqing pulled his hand away, refusing to let him be reckless. Chapter 80. Bathing the Child. Despite her efforts to resist, she could not escape the relentless pursuit of the man. That night, Shen Yunqing felt an unusual length of time stretch before her. Gu Mohan, concerned about being overheard, pulled the blanket to the floor and meditated with her. Eventually, exhaustion overwhelmed them, and they both succumbed to sleep on the ground. When Shen Yunqing awoke, she found herself in bed. With guests in the house, she rose early. Gu Mohan had just stepped out as she stirred. In the living room, Yunqiao was dressing the two children. Having traveled from the snowy expanse of northeast China to the sweltering North Ling Island, the children were struggling to acclimate to the sudden change in weather. Once she was ready, Shen Yunqing emerged from her bedroom and saw Yunqiao nursing the baby. She spoke gently. "Did you all rise so early? The heat seems to agitate the children." After nursing her eldest son, Yunqiao went to cradle her youngest for feeding. Approaching the bookshelf, Shen Yunqing reached for a cup and toothbrush, casually remarking, "They might be unaccustomed to the new environment. There is still hot water in the kettle. You can bathe the children." I felt quite out of sorts when I first arrived on the island. The water in the kettle had been heated on the gas stove of their neighbor, Zhao Xiuli. Grateful, Yunqiao smiled and replied, "Thank you, I appreciate it." Carrying a basin, Shen Yunqing headed outside, stating, "It's no trouble at all. Living in the same compound, we ought to support one another." Not long after she left, Xiao Xiaoman arrived. Yunqiao entrusted the children to her for a moment while she took the basin outside to fetch cold water. Shen Yunqing brushed her teeth at the sink, washed her face, and emptied the basin, noting that Yunqiao was struggling with the basin. Early in the morning, the women had gone to the breeding farm, leaving the compound mostly deserted. Yunqiao placed the basin on the ground, added some hot water from the kettle until it was pleasantly warm, and gently placed the child into the basin, using a towel to splash water over their bodies. In Heilongjiang, Winter brought cold, and they seldom bathed the children at home for fear of catching a cold. Before long, the water in the basin became murky from the wash. After ensuring her eldest was clean, Yunqiao lifted him into another basin of fresh water, wrapped him in a small blanket, and placed him on the bed. This seamless routine left not only the children slightly bewildered but also Shen Yunqing, who watched in astonishment. The younger son, Yang, opened his bright eyes wide, his expression one of confusion as he was swiftly lifted from the water by his mother. After half an hour of diligent work, both children were finally bathed. Observing the wet floor, Xiao Xiaoman placed her nephew on the bed and said, "Sister-in-law, please keep an eye on them while I fetch a mop to clean the floor." Yunqiao rummaged through a sack to find clean clothes for the children, responding, "Thank you, Xiaoman, for your hard work." Xiao Xiaoman, with her cheeks already rosy from the harsh winds of her hometown, felt slightly awkward under her sister-in-law's graciousness. Shen Yunqing squatted on the ground, deftly slicing open a jackfruit, extracting large, succulent pieces of flesh and placing them into a dish, her hands sticky with the sweet, viscous juice. Fearing the difficulty of cleaning up later, she placed the knife on the bookshelf and, holding the soap dish, made her way to the sink outside to wash her hands. After quite a while of scrubbing, she barely managed to cleanse her hands. Yet they still felt sticky even after shaking off the water. Yunqiao dressed her elder son and, upon seeing her enter, smiled and inquired, "Would you like to join us for breakfast in the cafeteria?" Holding her elder son, Yunqiao stood in the living room, waiting for her sister-in-law to come in. Xiao Xiaoman put the mop outside and entered the house to pick up her nephew, following them out. Chapter 81. The cafeteria was crowded with new family members. The morning sun lacked the midday heat, and a gentle breeze carried a hint of warmth. Many family members had arrived on the island yesterday, and early in the morning, the cafeteria was packed. It was commonplace to see a woman occupying a table with 4 or 5 children. The nurses and teachers who entered found no available seats, their expressions grim as they queued with their food containers, hastily finishing their breakfast before departing. Not even Gu Mohan, the factory director, managed to eat breakfast. Upon reaching the cafeteria entrance and seeing the long line, he decided against breakfast, especially since his wife was still asleep. Inside, the cafeteria buzzed with activity, reminiscent of a bustling market at dawn. They stood at the entrance, waiting until a table became available before entering with the children. New family members queued for breakfast, and those who finished their meals vacated their seats. The head chef, wielding a megaphone, stood atop a table, surveying the throng of patrons with a furrowed brow and a serious expression, calling out to maintain order. Xiao Xiaoman, witnessing such a grand spectacle for the first time, clutched her nephew nervously, obediently following her sister-in-law. When Shen Yunqing arrived on the island, she had already paid for her meals, setting her apart from the others. Using the employee entrance, she found that most patrons had already finished and departed, leaving her with ample space. She effortlessly grabbed a vegetable bun, a meat bun, and a bowl of seafood congee, garnished with a bit of pickled vegetables. As she stepped into the cafeteria, she immediately spotted her little wife, who was munching away, her cheeks puffed out like a hamster. How could she be up so early? With this question in mind, Gu Mohan approached her, asking, "What brought you to the cafeteria for breakfast today?" After swallowing her bun and catching her breath, Shen Yunqing replied, "I woke up and couldn't go back to sleep. I came with comrade, he, and the others." With that, she picked up a spoon to sip her congee. Although Gu Mohan wasn't initially hungry, watching her eat made the food seem appetizing, and he reached over to snatch a bun from her plate, taking a bite. Pork filling. For him, one bun was merely a snack. Gu Mohan stood up to grab a plate for breakfast. Given the high number of breakfast patrons, the buns, steamed cornbread, and seafood congee had already run out. The kitchen staff was bustling, several of them gathered around a large pot, frying dough sticks. Gu Mohan took 2 freshly fried dough sticks and a bowl of soy milk. Having consumed half of her congee, Shen Yunqing lost her appetite and pushed the bowl toward the man. Gu Mohan, not minding her leftovers, picked up a spoon to eat the congee, leaving the soy milk untouched, preferring the seafood congee with the dough sticks. Yunqiao and her sister-in-law stood in a long line before they finally received their breakfast. Carrying her breakfast and turning around, Shen Yunqing noticed the man seated opposite her, accompanied by her sister-in-law, who settled down at an adjacent empty table. Numerous family members, having finished their meals, lingered in the dining hall, reluctant to depart, with children in tow, awaiting the midday meal. For many hailing from impoverished regions, the fare on the island was already a sumptuous delight. During these initial days without assigned housing, the factory provided complimentary meals for the families. The cacophony of voices from the crowded dining hall severely disrupted the kitchen staff's efforts to prepare food. The head chef, wielding a megaphone, called out, "Once you finish your breakfast, please vacate promptly. Our lunch service begins at 11:45. You may take your children to the playground for a stroll. Behind it lies a cool waterfall in the mountains. Despite repeated urgings, only a handful of proud individuals were persuaded to leave, while many shamelessly clung to their children, unwilling to budge. Faced with this predicament, the head chef felt powerless. Spotting the factory manager and his spouse present, a spark of inspiration struck him. And he continued through the megaphone. Our factory manager is seated among you. If you do not leave soon, be wary of your husband's jobs. Do not sacrifice the greater good for trivial matters. Upon hearing his words, the family's anxiety surged. Even the most oblivious were now glancing around nervously. Observing others rising to depart, they too felt compelled to follow suit. Within mere minutes, a significant portion of the crowd had dispersed. As the dining hall grew quieter, the head chef breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Mohan approached the sink with his tray, noticing Chef Lu's dark expression. The chef scratched his head and chuckled. The factory manager's reputation certainly holds sway. Ignoring the flattery, Gu Mohan approached the woman, raising an eyebrow and speaking in a magnetic tone. Come sit in my office. Shen Yunqing stood, pouting playfully. What do you want me to do in your workplace? It would be dull for you to stay home alone. Accompany me for a chat, he replied, gently tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. In a moment, the factory will hold a lottery to allocate housing. It will be quite lively. Shen Yunqing, who relished a bustling atmosphere, considered for a moment before nodding slightly. All right, I'll hand the keys to Comrade He and the others. I'll wait for you at the entrance. Gu Mohan stepped outside the dining hall. He Yunjiao stared at the keys she was handed, momentarily taken aback by the trust Shen Yunqing placed in them. Many family members hesitated to leave the dining hall due to the unwelcoming attitude of those temporarily residing in the family quarters. Such kindness was rare, and He Yunjiao felt an increased fondness for the young woman, smiling as she accepted the keys. All right, Xiaomin and I will wait for you at home. As Shen Yunqing made her way to the entrance, she waved goodbye. All right, there's fruit at home. If you feel bored, feel free to help yourselves. With that, she exited the dining hall in search of Gu Mohan. Xiao Xiaomin took a sip of soy milk and smiled. Sister-in-law, Comrade Shen is truly wonderful. Indeed she is. He Yunjiao replied, feeding her son rice porridge, sighing, if she ever needs anything, we shall do our utmost to assist her. The hardest debt to repay in this world is the debt of human kindness. She originally intended to sever ties with the surname Gu after moving into her new home. However, given that his wife possesses such admirable character, beauty, and kindness, she finds it difficult to part with this friendship. Xiao Xiaomin nodded in agreement beside her. Shen Yunqing sat in the man's office, utterly bored. Zhao and was exceedingly attentive, offering sunflower seeds and peanuts, peeling oranges, and serving tea. He entirely forgot that he was merely Gu Mohan's driver and assistant, not his secretary. He had spent the entire morning in the laboratory, neglecting the little woman in the office. When noon arrived, Gu Mohan pushed open the office door and, upon seeing his little wife seated on the sofa, remembered that he had brought her to work today. Placing his thermos on the desk, Gu Mohan approached the petite woman, feeling quite guilty. In a gentle tone, he said, I apologize. I have been exceptionally busy today. Shen Yunqing looked up from her book, feigning anger as she pouted at him. Gu Mohan recognized that she was not genuinely upset. He raised his hand to ruffle her hair, a smile curving his lips, his gaze filled with affection. How can you be so adorable? Shen Yunqing turned her head to the side, her delicate brows slightly furrowing. Don't mess up my hairstyle. She had styled her hair in a single braid with a silk scarf that complemented her blue floral dress, making her look fresh and beautiful. Having snacked on treats in the office, she was not hungry at all, considering that the man had worked hard all morning. She closed her book and carelessly placed it on the sofa. Stretching her body and twisting her neck, she looked at him and said, Let us go. The midday sun blazed, and Gu Mohan removed his jacket, following the petite woman outside. The cafeteria was as bustling as it had been in the morning, filled with a throng of people, with a steady stream entering and exiting. Noticing the crowd, Shen Yunqing frowned, sensing the stifling heat even from a distance. Gu Mohan took her hand and led her to stand under a large tree at the entrance of the cafeteria. After a moment's hesitation, he sighed and said, You wait for me here, I'll go in and get takeout. On such a hot day, Shen Yunqing was reluctant to enter the crowded space. Nodding in acknowledgement of the man's suggestion, Gu Mohan released her hand only when the line had diminished slightly, quickening his pace towards the cafeteria entrance. Once he entered, Shen Yunqing, feeling bored, raised her hand and plucked a leaf from the tree, tearing it apart to pass the time. As people flowed in and out around her, her striking beauty drew glances from onlookers. That woman is quite beautiful. The factory director's wife. How could she not be? How do you know? The director brought his wife to the dormitory before. Most of us are aware. After about 10 minutes, Gu Mohan emerged with 3 lunchboxes and waved at her. Shen Yunqing dropped the leaf from her hand and hurried towards him. Today, the cafeteria did not prepare any appealing dishes. Gu Mohan had packed half a bowl of braised pork and some cold shredded tofu. The plain steamed buns were gone, so he took 5 cornmeal dumplings. Shen Yunqing ate 1 dumpling and a small portion of cold shredded tofu, finding her appetite lacking after a hearty breakfast. Gu Mohan was aware that she would not go hungry in the office, and he no longer urged her to eat more. He polished off the remaining dishes and steamed buns by himself. After lunch, Gu Mohan was called away again. Shen Yunqing tidied up the lunchbox and headed to the pantry to fetch hot water for cleaning. After waking from her afternoon nap in the office, she was finally taken by the man to witness the employee lottery ceremony. The new staff quarters comprised a 5-story building, with each floor accommodating 10 households, and a total of 10 such buildings were constructed. The leaders who previously resided in the old staff quarters were the first group to draw lots. Once they had completed their draw, those living in bungalows would follow, leaving the remainder for others. Deng Quan drew the coveted building number 6 and, in front of his colleagues, was exuberant to the point of being effusive. Zhaoan shared in his brother-in-law's joy, casting a grateful glance at Gu Mohan from a distance. Shen Yunqing, somewhat confused, inquired, "What makes number 6 so special?" Gu Mohan, standing with an air of authority on the second floor, explained softly, "Building number 6 features 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Who gets to move in is purely a matter of luck, and those fortunate enough often possess commendable character." Chapter 83. The Draw for the Coveted Building. Upon hearing his words, Shen Yunqing couldn't help but feel anxious about which building they would reside in, especially considering that the man's character did not seem particularly admirable. Had Gu Mohan been aware of her thoughts, he would surely have teased her for overindulging and letting her imagination run wild. After all, he was the factory director, accustomed to pleasing his employees, and when it came time for him to draw, there would not be a hint of impurity. Any random selection would yield the coveted building. Director Ma, responsible for the allocation, approached with a square box, his face adorned with sycophantic smiles. "Director, it's your turn. Let's see how lucky you are." Understanding the smile on Ma's face, Gu Mohan casually reached into the box, retrieving a crumpled piece of paper, which he handed to the nearby young wife. Shen Yunqing eagerly unwrapped the paper, revealing the number 6305. Not quite comprehending, she showed it to the man, her bright eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked up at him. "What does this mean?" Upon witnessing her naive excitement, Gu Mohan felt a smile tugging at his lips. Clearing his throat with a feigned calmness, he took the note from her and, glancing at it, raised an eyebrow. "Congratulations, you have room 05 on the 3rd floor of building number 6. Shen Yunqing was so nervous by his expression that when she heard it was number 6, she playfully punched his arm in excitement. Gu Mohan, mindful of his image in front of the employees, grasped her small hand and said in a low voice, calm down. I'm just so excited." Shen Yunqing replied, using her other hand to gently rub his arm. "Did I hurt you?" "Not at all," he reassured her. The enthusiasm displayed by the factory director's wife dispelled any suspicions among the employees regarding the potential improprieties of the lottery box. After the director's draw concluded, Director Ma discreetly swapped the box, allowing the rest to continue. The lottery process lasted over 3 hours before the housing allocation plan was satisfactorily completed. Many grassroots cadres residing in bungalows were reluctant to move, as their single-story homes boasted spacious 2-bedroom layouts complete with small yards, where they could raise a few chickens to enhance their family's meals. Such a splendid house, yet even Director Ma and his family are reluctant to leave. But they must comply with the directives from the factory. The area occupied by the single-story homes takes up too much space. In the future, the island's population will only grow, making the decision to demolish and rebuild a wise one. The island itself is quite expansive, with many areas yet to be developed. This year, Gu Mohan has already contemplated expanding the factory area. After finishing dinner in the cafeteria, Shen Yunqing sat in the car and inquired, "What happened to the batch of furniture we viewed yesterday?" Gu Mohan parked the car downstairs, removed the keys, turned his face to her and replied, "It's in the warehouse. Tomorrow Zhao will bring a team to move it over, with the new home ready for tomorrow." Shen Yunqing felt a mix of anticipation and nervousness. "There are still many things we need for the house. I'll make a list tomorrow, and we can go into the city to shop." His words sounded almost like a romantic confession. Shen Yunqing, feeling flustered, bit her lip and nodded shyly. "Well then, I'll leave everything to you." Her soft voice, laced with a hint of playfulness, struck Gu Mohan's heart like a gentle punch. Unable to resist, he leaned in, savoring her delicate features, and lifted his chin to kiss her. Shen Yunqing's heart raced as she gazed at the man drawing closer, feeling a mix of confusion and exhilaration. Yet she did not shy away. Chapter 84. Do not betray me. The courtyard was bustling with people. And Gu Mohan merely brushed his lips against hers before standing up and distancing himself. Through the car window, he glanced at the lights of his apartment before reinserting the keys and steering out of the compound, heading up the mountain. The night had deepened, and he stopped the car only in a secluded area. Shen Yunqing was no longer an innocent girl. She understood his intentions for bringing her to such a remote place at night. Gu Mohan took out a lighter, lit a cigarette, and blew out rings of smoke towards her face, grinning with a mix of mischief and delight. "Are you scared?" Her heart raced as she lifted her autumn-like eyes to meet his. Trying to maintain her composure, she replied, "If you're not scared, why should I be?" She resembled a child striving to impress an adult, eager to prove her mettle. After finishing the cigarette, Gu Mohan extinguished it and tossed the butt out the window. The depths of his eyes glimmered with affection as he opened up to her, his voice low. "I fear I might truly lose to you in this life." From the moment she entered his world, she had captivated his attention incessantly. Shen Yunqing, inexperienced in love and still somewhat naive, didn't he fully grasp his meaning. "We're not at war. Why would you lose to me?" With a playful tug, Gu Mohan pulled her onto his lap, adjusting the seat back as he scrutinized her face. "What I mean to say is, with you, I willingly accept defeat." Before her arrival, his heart was filled solely with hatred. And now, he no longer wished for a life of turmoil. He desired to cherish her for eternity. He had initially set a trap of mutual destruction, only to have it disrupted by her unexpected presence. Shen Yunqing's gaze met his with deep emotion. A mere cautious glance caused her to blush and lower her head, softly murmuring, "Oh, I think I understand." "I can't believe you," Gu Mohan warned, pressing her head against his heart, his voice dark and foreboding. "Do not betray me, or your future will be filled with despair." He never claimed to be a good man. Rationally speaking, his excessively twisted and obsessive nature had left his hands stained with blood, with only the small patch of white in his palm remaining as her last sanctuary. Gu Mohan dared not contemplate the consequences should this woman choose to betray him. His cold warning, devoid of any compassion, sent a shiver through Shen Yunqing's body, causing her heart to race with fear. "Do not be afraid." Gu Mohan's large hand caressed her spine, his tone softening. "As long as you do not leave me, we shall remain safe." This was no comfort. It was a blatant threat. Shen Yunqing lifted her head from his chest, frowning at him. "Could you please stop scaring me?" She pouted, her eyes filled with reproach. Exuding an adorable charm, Gu Mohan smiled slightly, kissing her lips, nibbling gently, words spilling from the edges of his mouth. "All right, I won't frighten you. Let us attend to more serious matters." Shen Yunqing felt her body turn to jelly in his embrace, as though she were a puddle, entirely limp against him. Gu Mohan turned off the lights in the car and opened the door, resting his legs on the steering wheel. The wind howled through the woods, mingling with the occasional caw of a crow, rendering the atmosphere eerily sinister. Outside, darkness loomed like an endless abyss, devoid of any glimmer of light. Shen Yunqing gazed at the open car door, her heart pounding with fear, feeling trapped in his embrace. Trembling, she asked, "Could you please close the door?" It would be a rare occurrence for Gu Mohan to heed her request. Instead, with a mischievous glint, he lifted her out of the car. Shen Yunqing's face paled as she slapped his sturdy shoulder, the thrill and danger of their desolate surroundings heightening her senses. It was only late at night that Gu Mohan finally carried her back into the car, helping her adjust her disheveled clothing and tidying up her appearance. The woman and child in the living room were already asleep. He quietly entered the bedroom with her, gently closing the door behind them. The next morning, he Yunjao, accompanied by Xiao Jianheng, set off early to transport their few belongings to the new family quarters. Their luck was not as fortunate. They had drawn apartment 501 in Building 7, situated at the top floor beside Building 6. After a long night, Gu Mohan, cradling his wife, slept soundly in bed. It was Sunday, and with no work obligations, his biological clock had ceased to function. The building was alive with the sounds of moving, the women's loud voices mingling with the clattering of pots and pans, creating a cacophony of chaos. The old family quarters housed just over 100 families moving to the new quarters, while others were not as lucky, their fates tethered to delays. Zhao Xiuli awoke early with her husband to sort through their belongings. Once organized, they awaited Zhao and to transport the newly arrived furniture from the factory to the new family quarters and bring a truck to assist with their move. Gu Mohan was roused from his slumber, blinking his bleary eyes as he gently nudged his wife, who was sleeping like a log in his arms. In a hoarse voice, he urged, "Wake up, let us retire to the new house." However, Shen Yunqing merely rolled over, draping her leg over the blanket, continuing her peaceful slumber. With a tousled head of hair, Gu Mohan sighed softly in resignation and got out of bed to dutifully tidy up. Once he had packed their belongings, he transported them one by one to the living room. Zhao Xiuli, having organized her own things, peeked into their doorway, spotting him bustling about alone. She smiled and inquired, "Director, isn't your sister-in-law coming with you?" Gu Mohan set down his load, straightened up and awkwardly smiled. She hasn't been feeling well these past few days. Understanding the nature of such times, Zhao Xiuli couldn't help but express her envy. You truly know how to care for your wife. If my husband showed even a fraction of that concern for me, I would be utterly content. Just as she finished her sentence, Deng Quan, with a scowl on his face, appeared behind her, cradling their young son. "All you do is gossip about me while neglecting your responsibilities," he grumbled. Seeing their father's stern demeanor, Pang Hai quickly took his sister by the hand, urging her to join him outside in search of their mother. Zhao Xiuli led the two children downstairs to check if her brother's delivery truck had arrived. By the time Gu Mohan had finished organizing their belongings, the woman on the bed finally stirred awake. Shen Yunqing, still with her eyes shut, felt a damp towel being rubbed over her face. After tending to her, Gu Mohan settled into a chair beside the bed, propping his leg up as he dried his feet. Upon opening her eyes and witnessing this scene, Shen Yunqing was momentarily petrified, incredulously pointing at the towel in his hand. "You used that to wash my face?" Gu Mohan chuckled, his eyes twinkling with mirth as he clarified, "It was just used for washing faces. It's different now." A sense of disquiet washed over Shen Yunqing, an unsettling thought that his foot odor lingered on her skin. Observing her disgruntled expression, Gu Mohan placed a large hand atop her head, tousling her already messy hair, and offered a reassuring laugh. "Don't be so picky. My feet don't smell." With an expression of irritation, Shen Yunqing replied, "Remove your hand. Don't provoke me into slapping you when I'm already feeling low." He had just dried his feet and now he was ruffling her hair as if he had no notions of cleanliness. Had he been pretending all along? Approaching the wardrobe, he retrieved the only dress hanging within and tossed it to her. "Hurry and change. Everyone else has moved out. We can't be the last to leave when others are waiting for us to vacate." Shen Yunqing ceased her procrastination, nimbly shedding her sleepwear and slipping into the dress. Gu Mohan stood behind her, assisting with the zipper. Chapter 86. Moving to the new home. They possessed little in the way of belongings here. The larger items were already at the new residence, rendering them unnecessary. Shen Yunqing followed her husband, and within 2 trips, they had moved everything, filling the trunk and back seat of their small car to capacity. Upon arriving at the new residential complex, Shen Yunqing, her stomach grumbling, grasped a lightweight woven bag and huffed her way up to the 3rd floor. The door to their room stood ajar, and upon entering, she was astounded by the decor and arrangement. It was truly a place where one could simply bring their belongings and move in. In the living room, there is a sofa, a coffee table, and a fan. Although the space appears somewhat sparse, it is gratifying to find that all the essentials are present. Placing the snakeskin bag on the floor, Shen Yunqing began to explore her new home. To her astonishment, there was a refrigerator in the kitchen. "Oh my goodness! What a delightful surprise! Do you like it?" Gu Mohan, standing in the living room, had already heard her excited exclamation. "I had it shipped over from Heishengmao Bay by boat." To ensure that his beloved woman could relish a life of happiness, he had truly gone to great lengths. Displaying considerable dedication, Shen Yunqing rushed out and collided into his embrace. "I love it. Now, during summer, I can enjoy icy watermelons, sip cold tea, and even make popsicles for you." "All right, stop acting like a child." Gu Mohan chuckled indulgently, gently pushing her away to avoid getting her dirty with the dust on him. Shen Yunqing refrained from being coy with him again and headed to the bedroom. The bedroom consists of 3 rooms, 2 of which contain beds and wardrobes. In the slightly smaller room, there is a wooden square crib surrounded by slats and equipped with 4 wheels, resembling a baby's crib. Shen Yunqing shouted loudly to the living room, "Gu Mohan, what is this thing?" Gu Mohan emerged from the bathroom, having washed his hands, and glanced at the crib with a smile playing on his lips. "It's for the baby." This time, Shen Yunqing did not react with any aversion, perhaps deep down. She was open to the idea of bearing his child. She nodded lightly and turned to leave. Her nonchalant attitude, however, tugged at Gu Mohan's heartstrings. Shen Yunqing rose from the sofa, stretched her limbs, and after a moment of hesitation, lazily uttered, "All right, I'll go wash up soon." Whenever she had a moment to spare, she became lethargic, preferring to sit rather than stand, and to lie down rather than sit. After Gu Mohan reiterated his instructions, he finally stepped outside. Shen Yunqing sighed softly, retrieved a dress from the wardrobe, and headed to the bathroom for a shower. She took care to wash her hair. But when it came to cleansing her body, she was rather perfunctory, merely rinsing off without even applying soap before emerging. After smoothing her hair, she stood at the doorway, leaning against the iron railing, gazing down below. Few had moved into Building 6. Zhao Xiuli and her family were on the 2nd floor, while several others had relocated from the bungalows, occupying the 4th, 3rd, and 1st floors. In total, there were only about 11 or 12 households residing here. On the same floor as them was a family of 6. The 2 elderly members appeared cultured and refined, and when they saw her moving things upstairs, they greeted her with polite smiles. While sitting in the living room eating, Shen Yunqing curiously inquired, "Why are there so few people who have moved into this building?" Gu Mohan did not want his little wife to adopt any bad habits from foreign girls. Shen Yunqing felt a mix of emotions. Since it had been predetermined from the start, why engage in such theatrics? Was it truly amusing for them to toy with others? She had witnessed yesterday's lottery, and seeing the employees' expressions of regret when they didn't draw their desired apartments, followed by their resigned acceptance, was genuinely heart-wrenching. They believed their misfortunes were merely the result of bad luck, never once shifting the blame onto external circumstances. Such innocent and kind-hearted individuals. Gu Mohan noticed her expression suddenly darken and placed the peeled crab meat before her. The powerful wield authority, while the weak remain foolishly loyal. Rather than confronting the harsh realities of unfair treatment, it is perhaps preferable for them to believe that everything is predestined, thus sparing their hearts from disappointment. Having grown up in a world rife with duplicity, Shen Yunqing was not oblivious to this truth. However, she found it somewhat difficult to accept. Throughout history, it seems that the wealthy only grow wealthier, while those who aspire to rise from obscurity are seldom successful. Shen Yunqing raised her gaze to him. "Is your family perpetually wealthy?" Gu Mohan appeared momentarily taken aback, and after a few seconds, he replied in a hushed tone, "We won't discuss events from 300 years ago, but the Gu family was renowned as affluent merchants during the Qing dynasty, maintaining harmony until the late Qing era. To escape the turmoil of war, many family members were forced apart, and now, our family's influence can be seen across the nation." Shen Yunqing had not anticipated the extent of the Gu family's roots. The modern Shen family thrived largely due to the legacy of the previous generation. One of her ancestors was a queen during the Ming dynasty. From the beginning, aside from a few years of hardship during famines, they had lived comfortably for many years thereafter. After savoring a bite of crab roe, Shen Yunqing inquired, "How is it that your father was untouched during that movement?" The elder Gu certainly appeared to have weathered his share of turmoil and hardship. Gu Mohan smirked disdainfully. "He was wealthy, you see." Sensing the changing tides, he quickly secured a government position, and it seems he became quite enamored with it. Goodness. This entire Gu family, much like her own modern Shen family, was not composed of virtuous individuals. Indeed, the righteous often suffer, while the unscrupulous thrive in any environment. Shen Yunqing, the modern capitalist heiress, found her meal today left a bitter taste in her heart. Knock, knock. Hearing the sound of someone at the door, Gu Mohan rose to answer it. Xiao Xiaoman stood at the entrance, holding a bowl of green jujubes. Upon seeing the door opened by her elder brother as superior, she felt a twinge of fear and stammered, We just returned from the city. Sister-in-law said she would stay at your home for the next few days. And she asked me to bring some jujubes, so please don't think ill of it." Saying this, she extended the bowl towards him. Gu Mohan accepted the enamel bowl, glanced at her and said, "I will take the jujubes, and you wait here while I fetch you a bowl." Xiao Xiaoman nodded. "All right." Gu Mohan turned and entered the house, walking to the living room to pour the jujubes into a woven fruit basket. Chapter 88. Dyeing the curtains. Shen Yunqing stretched her neck to glance towards the door and asked the man, "Is that Xiao Xiaoman?" Gu Mohan nodded, remaining silent. Shen Yunqing stood and headed to the kitchen, opening the refrigerator to retrieve 3 large mangoes, which she cradled as she exited. She placed the mangoes into an enamel bowl. Gu Mohan frowned. "What are you doing?" Shen Yunqing shot him a glare. "It's a matter of reciprocity, you fool."
Oh.
The little woman has learned the ways of social etiquette. Gu Mohan lifted his hand, gently ruffling her hair, while carrying a bowl of mangoes towards the door. Upon seeing the large mangoes in the bowl, Xiao Xiaoman softly expressed her gratitude and hurried away with it. Shen Yunqing gazed at the empty glass windows of her home and decided to search through the storage room for the fabric she had purchased a few days prior at the department store. Intending to craft a few curtains, she planned to make double-layered curtains in blue and white, finding the blue fabric somewhat monotonous. Shen Yunqing contemplated for a moment before fetching a vegetable basket from the kitchen, preparing to gather some wildflowers on the hillside to dye the fabric. Gu Mohan, lying on the sofa engrossed in a book, turned his head and noticed her carrying a basket. Curiously, he inquired, "What are you up to?" Shen Yunqing approached the coffee table, lifted a kettle, and poured herself a cup of water before replying, "I intend to make curtains. The fabric is too plain, so I'm going to find some wildflowers to create a botanical dye. Do you want me to accompany you?" Gu Mohan, although not entirely understanding her explanation, grasped the essence that she intended to pick flowers for dyeing. Shen Yunqing moved to the door, pulling it open with her basket in hand. No need. She preferred solitude. believing that having a man accompany her would draw too much attention. Gu Mohan sat up, watching her retreating figure, and cautioned, "Be careful on your way. Don't venture too deep into the mountains." "All right," she replied, closing the door behind her as she descended the stairs. The sun today was not overly harsh. It oscillated between sunny and cloudy. Living on the island, the most common occurrence was the refreshing sea breeze. The houses in the new residential area were built closely together. And today, everyone was busy arranging their new homes, unlike the usual scene where a group of women sat beneath the large tree gossiping. Shen Yunqing walked along the weedy roadside, spotting beautiful little flowers and appealing grass blades, carefully selecting and placing the more intact ones into her basket. The island was adorned with a variety of blooming flowers: shepherd's purse, purple dead nettle, wild daisies, bowl flowers, and dandelions. Though dandelions are not ideal for dyeing due to their scanty juice, they could still leave an imprint on the blue fabric. Upon entering the house, she found it empty. Shen Yunqing went to the kitchen to retrieve a pair of scissors, trimming the flowers and leaves into shape. She then took out the fabric intended for dyeing and began with the yellow wild daisies on the white cloth. With the cloth spread across the coffee table, she hammered away, lowering her head for an extended period, which soon resulted in a sore neck. After over an hour of effort, she completed one piece of white fabric. She then retrieved a basin from the bathroom, adding vinegar and salt to warm water for soaking the dyed cloth. Given the limited resources at home, she was uncertain of the fixing effect of vinegar and salt. She planned to let the fabric soak for a while longer. Just then, Gu Mohan entered, carrying a basket of seafood. Upon seeing the disarray in the living room, his handsome face twitched in irritation as he carried the items into the kitchen. He approached the bathroom, where he heard noise, and stood at the door, observing her. "What are you doing?" After soaking for half an hour, Shen Yunqing poured out the water and rinsed the fabric with clean water. Gu Mohan rolled up his sleeves, stepped in to wash his hands under the faucet, and assisted her in retrieving the fabric from the basin, twisting it vigorously with both hands. Shen Yunqing swiftly stepped aside, allowing him to exit. Grasping the cloth, she made her way to the balcony, where Gu Mohan unfurled it, shaking it a few times before draping it over the drying rack. The white fabric, adorned with yellow wildflowers and green leaves, looked exquisite under the sunlight, exuding a refreshing charm that was pleasing to the eye. Captivated by the beauty of the cloth, Gu Mohan found it hard to reprimand the little woman who had created such a delightful mess in the living room. Truth be told, witnessing her handiwork brought him a sense of joy. After a long afternoon of labor, Shen Yunqing felt her entire body ache. It had been ages since she had engaged in such exhausting work. Her old bones were protesting at the slightest movement. Gu Mohan entered the living room, tidying up the debris scattered across the table and floor. He then turned to the kitchen, retrieving a glass of lemon water from the refrigerator, and brought it to her. "I made this for you at noon. Give it a taste. I added rock sugar." "Thank you, dear husband," Shen Yunqing replied sweetly as she accepted the glass. Raising it to her lips, she took a sip, the icy sensation brightening her eyes. Delicious. Gu Mohan stood before her, momentarily lost in thought, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Had she just called him husband? His little wife today was particularly sweet, and he felt an overwhelming desire to steal a kiss. After finishing half the glass of lemon water, Shen Yunqing settled onto the sofa and nodded at him. "It's definitely better than that. When the weather gets warmer, we should make more and keep it in the fridge for later." "Agreed." Gu Mohan moved to sit beside her, leaning closer as he gazed into her eyes, his voice low and velvety. "Don't you have any tokens of appreciation for me?" Shen Yunqing, perplexed by his handsome visage looming over her, asked, "What tokens?" Gu Mohan's expression momentarily fell, but he quickly abandoned the notion of waiting for her to take the initiative. He leaned in and captured her lips, savoring this prize of his. Shen Yunqing was taken aback by his kiss, her large eyes blinking in confusion. After the kiss, Gu Mohan craved more than just one. The atmosphere ignited with palpable desire as he gently pushed her back onto the sofa. His lips traveled from hers, down her chin, and further still. As a wave of discomfort surged through her chest, Shen Yunqing propped herself up against him, attempting to push his head away, frowning as she protested, "Let go of me." She couldn't fathom why this insatiable man was always in the mood. With the frequency of his advances, she truly found it hard to keep up. Gu Mohan rested his chin against her neck, breathing heavily, his desires overwhelming his restraint. His warm breath brushed against her ear as he murmured, "Wife, don't you want to leave some mark of our new home?" "No, not at all," she replied, her heart racing at the sight of his flushed face. His towering frame over her rendered her incapable of movement. With a teasing smile, Gu Mohan leaned closer, his stubble grazing her neck. "But I do want to, and I believe you can feel it too." Dressed in a skirt today, Shen Yunqing found herself at his mercy. She playfully pushed against his back, insisting, Don't pin me down. Unfazed, Gu Mohan shifted their positions, his hands gripping her slender waist. All right, then you can be the one to pin me down. Shen Yunqing's cheeks flushed crimson, caught in a mix of resistance and acquiescence. She truly wished to avoid this. Chapter 90. Raising Piglets. As the day of separating piglets approached, Gu Mohan diligently educated her on the nuances of pig husbandry, advising her on the appropriate types of pig feed, fearing that her inexperience might lead to the unfortunate demise of the pigs. Shen Yunqing remained unfazed. Over the past few days, she had occupied her time crafting curtains, having completed those for the bedroom and living room, with only the guest room and the storage area left to finish. The hues derived from botanical dyeing were particularly pleasing, and her next project involved creating duvet covers. On the day of the piglet distribution, she arose early and arranged to meet Zhao Xiuli from downstairs and Heiress, who resided in Building 7, to queue together. Zhao Xiuli, merely bringing her child along for the excitement, had 3 pigs to nurture until the end of the year and worried that her sister-in-law might struggle with the task, so she decided to accompany her to provide guidance. The director of the breeding facility, seated with a small notebook at a table for registration, instructed those in line to simply state their husband's name. It was amusing to note that some women, married for years, were unaware of their husband's full name, leading to a number of humorous situations. The woman ahead of Shen Yunqing, a quintessential example of this, was so flustered that she nearly cried while cradling her child. The bald-headed director, with glasses perched on his nose and a stern expression, maintained an air of impartiality as he inquired, "What is your husband's name?" The woman, flustered and stamping her foot, pleaded, "Just help me register as is. I've been waiting in this long line with my child. It's not easy." The director remained resolute in his procedures, stating, "Everyone in this queue is facing their own challenges. If I make an exception for you, what will the others think? The piglets are allocated by the factory, and their destinations must be documented. There are numerous families here, and if issues arise, whom should I hold accountable?" After being scolded by him, the woman left, dejected, with her child in tow. The director adjusted his glasses and continued with his work, asking, "What is your husband's name? And how many pigs do you wish to raise?" Shen Yunqing stood before him, following the protocol. "My husband is Gu Mohan, and I wish to raise 1 pig." The director paused, his pen in midair, and nodded in acknowledgement. "All right, proceed to the side to collect your piglet." Shen Yunqing moved to the area designated for piglet collection and continued to wait in line. Behind her, Heiress requested 2 piglets in one breath. Their requests were modest. Had the limit not been set at 5, some rural women would have aspired to acquire the entire breeding facility. "Director, please grant me 1 more. I used to raise pigs while in line, and I assure you I will care for them well, ensuring they are plump and healthy. You think this is the countryside? The factory's regulations strictly allow for a maximum of 5 pigs. Step aside quickly, and do not obstruct those behind you." Seeing her plea fall on deaf ears, the woman left with a sheepish grin, leading a group of pigs toward the pigpen. Zhao Xiuli, having lived in the family housing for 3 to 4 years, was well accustomed to such scenarios. Shen Yunqing received a small spotted piglet with a black head and tail, adorably petite. After ushering the piglet into a bamboo cage, she carried it to the designated pigsty. Most city dwellers tended to approach pig raising with indifference, arriving early in flamboyant attire, those who knew they were there to collect piglets, while others mistakenly believed they were attending a beauty contest. Chapter 91. A gathering of women sparks conflict. The women of the city exude an air of arrogance. Observing a group of rural women, their faces marked by toil and hardship, whose eyes seem to rise to the heavens. In line, they stand tall with heads held high, disdainfully keeping their distance, fearful of being tainted by the perceived poverty of the countryside. Some rural women, unaccustomed to such contempt, begin to stir among the crowd. They look at these city women, imagining their men hold positions of great authority. Any man who chooses such a woman would find that mountains of gold would not suffice to satisfy her desires. Just look at the factory manager's wife. Her husband is a significant leader, yet she does not exhibit such disdain towards us. Among the group of leading city women, Lin Meichin overhears their idle gossip and rolls her eyes in disdain. What does it matter if a man holds a high position? He lacks discernment if he marries a country bumpkin. At that moment, Shen Yunqing, carrying a pig, walks past them. The women's gazes converge upon her. Despite her typically good-natured temperament, upon hearing the remarks, her expression darkens. She places the pig down and asks Sister Zhao to keep an eye on it. Anger flushes her face as she approaches the women, her eyes scornfully surveying their attire. With a derisive sneer, she remarks, "And you consider yourself of noble status? Beneath that yellow dress, you wear floral panties, and while your appearance may not be adorned, your choices certainly are." Lin Meichin's face fluctuates between red and pale. her large eyes filled with rage and humiliation, her lips trembling, unable to utter a word. The other women fixate on her skirt, noticing that the yellow fabric is somewhat sheer, revealing the floral pattern of her underwear upon closer inspection. Laughter erupts among them, and they exclaim in disbelief. Who would have thought the city women's undergarments are more flamboyant than ours? The city women, initially standing beside Lin Meichin, feel insulted and quickly distance themselves, their expressions mirroring the disdain of the rural women. Oh, how the sisterhood has crumbled. Can they not bear the slightest provocation? Sister Chen, standing nearby, revels in the spectacle. Eager to stoke the flames, a pair of floral panties has clearly struck a nerve. What woman doesn't wear them? Sister Zhao, what color do you wear? Let us speak openly about it. Sister Zhao, cradling her chubby son, pushes through the crowd, lifting her shirt to reveal the edges of her underwear, proudly declaring, red. My husband says red brings good fortune. Lin Meichin as friends, pale-faced, point at them in outrage, scolding, you shameless women. Such disgraceful behavior. Sister Zhao, unyielding, hands her son to Sister Chen and confronts Lin Meichin as friend. I wear my underwear just fine. How is that disgraceful? If anyone is indecent, it's Lin Meichin, exposing her underwear in broad daylight. At this moment, Lin Meichin, never having felt so humiliated, tears brimming in her eyes, pushes her way through the crowd, weeping as she flees towards the breeding farm. With the main character gone, the remaining onlookers exchange glances, unsure of what to do. Zhang Weiwei, abandoning her pig, turns on her heels in her high-heeled shoes, determined to chase after her dear friend. After the crowd dispersed, Zhao Xiuli gave Shen Yunqing a thumbs up, exclaiming, Sister-in-law, you truly are remarkable. It was the first time she had witnessed that group of people who often flaunted their power scurry away in such a defeated manner. If others do not provoke me, I shall not provoke them, but if they dare to challenge me, I shall not hesitate to retaliate.
With that,
Shen Yunqing lifted her little piglet and made her way to the assigned pig pen. Zhao Xiuli, noticing her delicate and charming appearance, was astonished by her formidable strength. Upon reaching the pig pen, Shen Yunqing lit some mugwort to fumigate the area before ushering the pigs inside. The piglets were particularly challenging to rear, and the factory provided cornmeal and sweet potatoes, which she collected every morning from the breeding farm's warehouse. During meetings, the leaders emphasized that pigs should be fed 5 meals a day, with cornmeal mixed with chopped pigweed, cooked and served in smaller portions. Given the island's sweltering heat, it was imperative to maintain cleanliness in the pig pen to prevent the outbreak of swine fever. This situation greatly alarmed those with ulterior motives.
today,
The distribution of pigs was delayed, leaving Shen Yunqing with no time to gather pigweed. Zhao Xiuli had collected an ample supply of pigweed earlier that morning with her son and brought a day's worth to her. Upon seeing Shen Yunqing using a new kitchen knife to chop the pigweed, Zhao Xiuli felt a pang of sympathy, thinking the knife was too precious for such a task. As Shen Yunqing chopped the pigweed, she raised her head and said, There's no other option. We don't have any excess at home. Zhao Xiuli, upon hearing this, refrained from further comment and, holding her young son, turned to prepare her family's pig feed. The earthen stove was built adjacent to the pig pen, with rows of stove tops allocated for each household. The 2 family stoves were situated nearby, and He Yunxiao approached to borrow a knife and cutting board. Shen Yunqing smiled and said, When you go to gather pigweed tomorrow, I will accompany you. He Yunxiao, taking the knife and board, turned and replied, All right, let us meet at the playground at 8. So early? Shen Yunqing mused. Raising pigs was indeed no easy task, and it seemed she would need to set an alarm. The firewood and feed bucket had been prepared for her by Gu Mohan a couple of days prior. After spending 3 days preparing pig feed at the Shen household, Shen Yunqing had become quite familiar with the process. Once the water boiled, she added the cornmeal and chopped sweet potatoes to the pot, vigorously stirring with a feeding stick. When it was nearly done, she tossed in the pigweed for a brief cooking. A single pot of pig feed would suffice for the piglets for an entire day. Seeing that Shen Yunqing had finished, Sister Zhao Si approached, retrieving a baked sweet potato from the fire. She broke it in half and handed one portion to her, saying, Sister-in-law, have some sweet potato to fill your stomach. Shen Yunqing paused, contemplating whether to accept it. The logic in Zhao Si's words was compelling, and she ultimately reached out to take half of the sweet potato. After brushing off the ashes, she took a bite. However, Zhao Si's subsequent words made her wish she could take it back immediately. Sister-in-law, having eaten the sweet potato, you can no longer report me, as we are now accomplices. Shen Yunqing, momentarily stunned, blinked at her, contemplating whether it was too late to spit it out. Zhao Si, oblivious to her internal struggle, quickly finished her sweet potato and stood up to serve the pig feed. Half a sweet potato, Shen Yunqing savored a medley of flavors, all mere ruses. Once Sister Zhao departed with the pig feed, she cast the sweet potato peel into the furnace, obliterating the evidence. Rising, she ladled a portion of the pig feed from the pot to nourish the piglets. Chapter 93. Feeding the pigs. The freshly cooked pig feed was scalding. She dared not feed it to the piglets immediately. After it cooled slightly, Shen Yunqing carried the wooden bucket to the pigsty. The little pig, having just arrived in its new environment, was still unaccustomed, snorting and nudging at the door. Shen Yunqing set down the bucket and carefully scooped a small amount with a gourd ladle, waiting for the wind to cool it before placing it in the trough. Upon catching the scent, the little pig ceased its nuzzling at the door, prancing over with its 4 little trotters, swaying its hindquarters as it scampered, burying its snout in the stone basin, voraciously devouring the feed. Pouring the entire contents of the bucket into the basin, Shen Yunqing fetched a bucket of water from the well and stood at the entrance of the pigsty. Once the little pig finished its meal, she opened a gate, entered with the water bucket, poured a little into the basin for it to drink, and sprinkled the remaining droplets over its body. Initially startled, the little pig squealed and scurried aside, but once it acclimated to the water temperature, it stood motionless, concerned that its dampness might lead to a chill. Shen Yunqing removed her coat and gently dried its body. Having been pampered by her care, the pig squinted its eyes, making soft, contented sounds. After tidying the pigsty and clearing away the droppings, she prepared to leave. Heiress had also finished feeding the pigs and approached her with a knife and cutting board, saying, "I'm heading to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some vegetables. Would you care to join?" Since moving into their new home, the cooperative had begun daily supplies of vegetables and meat. Though it could not rival the department stores in the city, it was still significantly larger than the average cooperative, offering a wide range of daily necessities. With their pantry nearly bare, Shen Yunqing set down the bucket and replied softly, "All right, let us go now." The two women, carrying their baskets, walked towards the exit of the farm. Ever since they settled into their new home and completed a month of cafeteria meals, she and Gu Mohan had taken to cooking for themselves. The couple divided their duties. They prepared their own breakfasts, while Shen Yunqing handled lunch and Gu Mohan took care of dinner. At the entrance of the cooperative, a substantial line had formed,
with only 3 staff members.
The atmosphere was bustling. Shen Yunqing and Heiress joined the long queue. Seafood was available almost daily, priced at merely 20 cents per pound. Yet few opted to purchase it as they found it fishy and unpalatable compared to pork. Spotting squid in the bucket, Shen Yunqing's lips curled into a smile. The first dish for lunch was decided, stir-fried squid. After waiting approximately half an hour, it was finally their turn. The clerk packed their items into the basket and handed it to her, saying, "Comrade, your total is 1 yuan and 54 cents. Shen Yunqing presented the 2 yuan she had prepared, and, once the clerk returned her change, she stepped aside with the basket to allow others to purchase. Arriving late, the fatty pork had already sold out. Heiress requested a pound of pork belly, along with 3 pounds of lard, 2 heads of cabbage, and a pound of seaweed. Upon arriving at her building, Shen Yunqing bid farewell to her companion and ascended the stairs with her belongings. Once home, she first rinsed the rice and set it to cook. A few days prior, she had attempted to use the gas stove for the first time to prepare rice. But either the rice was undercooked, or it was overdone and burnt. Ultimately, it was through Gu Mohan's patient instruction that she achieved success in cooking it. During the cooking process, Shen Yunqing washed the pork ribs, placed them in a clay pot, added water, and set it on the empty stove to blanch. She had intended to add some goji berries, but found none in her pantry. As the fire crackled, she diligently prepared the squid, slicing it into decorative patterns and arranging it on a plate for later use. Today, the supply store lacked her preferred greens, so she opted for some green peas instead. After work, Gu Mohan made a trip to the farm to feed the piglets, once more. As he climbed the stairs, a delightful aroma wafted from the apartment. Upon entering, he shed his coat onto the sofa, set down his water cup, and washed his hands in the bathroom. Shaking off the excess water, he approached the kitchen door. Observing Shen Yunqing busy at the stove filled him with an indescribable joy. What delectable dishes had she prepared today? It seemed quite lavish. Gu Mohan stepped inside, opened the kitchen cabinet, and retrieved 2 sets of chopsticks and bowls, placing them on the dining table. Shen Yunqing followed closely behind, carrying 2 plates of dishes. They set the plates down and pulled out their chairs to sit. Suddenly, Gu Mohan remembered something, stood up, and walked to the sofa to retrieve his clothes and check his pockets. Shen Yunqing placed a bowl of soup in front of him, then sat down and opened a letter to read. The letter, penned by her sister-in-law, bore elegant handwriting. Noticing her frown, Gu Mohan gently inquired, "What is it? Has something happened at home?" As her informal son-in-law, he had yet to formally acknowledge ties with her family, thus he couldn't meddle in their affairs. Taking a sip of soup to soothe his throat, he suggested, if relations are strained, it might be best to separate. Even if your parents have no son, they still have me as their son-in-law. I can support them in their old age. Shen Yunqing placed a piece of squid in her mouth and shook her head, replying, if only it were that simple. My parents are far too earnest, nearly willing to dedicate their entire lives to their children. If the family were to split, they would only worry about my elder brother's family, especially since he has 2 children. My sister-in-law has been unwell since giving birth to their second child, and the land for growing crops in the village is pitifully scarce. Relying solely on my elder brother to support the entire family would surely cause my parents distress. She recalled how her elder brother had relinquished his opportunity for schooling so that her second brother could attend. Their parents have always supported the elder brother's family, and she and her sister-in-law had no objections. Her third brother was different. Being gentle and indecisive, he had married a strong-willed wife, fearing he might not even be able to manage the household. From the letter, Shen Yunqing could sense her mother's worry regarding the new daughter-in-law, and she could easily imagine her mother's furrowed brow. After lunch, Gu Mohan took the initiative to clean the dishes in the kitchen. Indeed, what the man had said earlier held truth. Rather than allowing a single rat droppings to spoil a pot of porridge, it might be wiser to part ways. The dilemma revolved around her elder brother, who was 10 years older than the original owner of the household. She had practically grown up on his back, making him akin to a half-father to her. In the initial days following Shen Yunqing's arrival in this new realm, her discontent with the unpalatable meals led her to protest by abstaining from food for 2 days. During the day, she relied on her mother's eggs to quell her hunger, while at night, her elder brother would rise in the dead of night to prepare potatoes for her. Such a kind soul, she could not bear to witness his hardships. At this moment, she began to comprehend the sentiments of Shen's father and mother. After all, even 5 fingers vary in length. How could favoritism be avoided? Gu Mohan emerged from the kitchen and took a seat beside her, gently smoothing the furrowed brow that marred her delicate visage. What troubles you? Your little face bears a frown, he remarked. Upon seeing him, Shen Yunqing's eyes sparkled with inspiration, though she acknowledged the moral ambiguity of her ensuing thoughts. Noticing her inclination to speak, Gu Mohan's lips curled into a knowing smile. Speak freely. There is no need for pretense with me. Shen Yunqing bit her lip, hesitating for some time before finally voicing her request. I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? Please help my brother find a job. Gu Mohan nodded, his dark eyes fixed upon her. What do you offer in return? Shen Yunqing understood that soliciting his assistance would not be a simple matter. With a playful blink, she teased, just tell me what you desire. Very well. Let us come to an agreement, Gu Mohan said, pleased with her straightforwardness. First, you must honestly inform your parents that you are married to me. Second, you must take the initiative with me for 3 nights. His second condition was utterly absurd. Upon hearing it, her expression instantly stiffened. What kind of ridiculous demand was that? Shen Yunqing widened her eyes in disbelief, pointing at herself and him, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. You want me to approach you? Gu Mohan, with utmost seriousness, nodded affirmatively. I merely wish to witness your attempts at flirtation. Unable to contain herself upon seeing his earnest demeanor, Shen Yunqing erupted into laughter, her giggles ringing out joyfully. He was truly ludicrous. How could she even consider such an act? Merely the thought left her speechless. The little woman laughed so hard, she bent over, while Gu Mohan, his expression darkening, reached out to pull her back into a proper sitting position. What is so amusing? Shen Yunqing, her face flushed with mirth, looked up at him and cleared her throat. I cannot possibly do that, she declared, only to succumb to another fit of laughter. Gu Mohan found himself infected by her joyous laughter, his serious facade beginning to waver as the corners of his mouth twitched. What is so unfeasible? I can teach you. Her laughter ceased, and with a cold demeanor, she scoffed at him. How could you instruct me? Are you truly going to act in such a manner? You are my legitimate husband. Would you truly allow me to be sullied by a rogue? Gu Mohan maintained his feigned innocence. I need not assume the role of a rogue. I could instruct you in the art of being a rogue woman instead. Who do you think you are? With such theatricality, you might as well change careers and direct in Hong Kong, Shen Yunqing retorted, playfully kicking him on the thigh, her cheeks aflame. I cannot do that. Please suggest something else. I refuse. Even Gu Gongzi possessed his principles. Chapter 96. Mutual Harm. Under the man's persistent insistence, Shen Yunqing ultimately capitulated, becoming increasingly enamored with her role as a rogue. The two spent the following days in a fervor of mischief and amusement. Gu Mohan had just risen from his slumber when the woman behind him pressed against him once more. His brow furrowed in frustration as he playfully smacked her rear, declaring, This is the 3rd day. It has to come to an end. Is it? Shen Yunqing's delicate hand caressed the man's abdominal muscles, her throat involuntarily swallowing as a playful smile graced her lips. "My lord, I can certainly perform other acts as well." Her sultry voice, imbued with the morning's lingering intoxication, was particularly tantalizing, akin to a vixen intent on draining a man's vitality. A warmth surged through Gu Mohan's body, and he inwardly cursed the enchantress. Fearing he might be utterly depleted, he swiftly pushed her away, insisting, "Save this act for another time. Allow me a respite of 2 days." He hastily donned a scarf around his waist and fled through the door toward the bathroom. After he departed, Shen Yunqing collapsed onto the bed, massaging her nearly fragile waist, muttering curses at the beast. Judging by his tone, it seemed he would not be interested for a while. Oh heavens! She could finally take a well-deserved break. After a shower, Gu Mohan re-entered the room, reaching for his clothes in the wardrobe. In a hoarse voice, he inquired, "What would you like to eat?" "I can prepare something for you." Shen Yunqing lifted the covers, revealing her radiant face glistening from his affection. With half-closed eyes, she gazed at the loosely wrapped towel around his waist and coyly replied, "I desire nothing but you." Hearing her sultry tone sent a jolt through Gu Mohan, and with a darkened expression, he admonished her, "Behave yourself." Shen Yunqing feigned innocence, retorting, "Why so fierce? You were not like this last night. You're being naughty." This insufferable woman clearly aimed to provoke him. Gu Mohan's face flushed crimson as he hastily dressed and fled outside. Upon hearing the door slam shut, Shen Yunqing regained her composure, arching her elegant neck to shout, "You go find the pig feed first. I'll come over later to prepare the pig's meal." "I understand." Gu Mohan re-entered, placing 2 eggs on the bedside table, and bent down to plant a kiss on her cheek. "For the next few days, we shall sleep in separate rooms. We'll resume our endeavors afterward." Just as Shen Yunqing sighed in relief, his words reignited her frustration. Could he not spare her? Her legs trembled as she attempted to rise. She furrowed her brow, and Gu Mohan, sensing her distress, caressed her cheek and chuckled. "Look how well I've treated you. You've grown even more beautiful these past few days." In this compound, no one dared to claim the title of the most enchanting woman if she held the second position. Her charm, a blend of innocence and maturity, was entirely his doing. Shen Yunqing buried her head under the covers, her blood pressure rising. "Could you not come any closer?" she demanded, feeling as though he was tainting her with his very presence while also bombarding her with flirtatious banter. Oh heavens, send a deity to take him away. Gu Mohan relished in riling her up, especially since she had just attempted to annoy him. He lifted the covers and kissed her nape, murmuring, "My dear, await your husband's return in a couple of days." Shen Yunqing nearly retched at the nauseating endearment. "My dear." How utterly cloying. Was he attempting to suffocate her with his overindulgent affection? Glancing at the time on her wristwatch, Gu Mohan resumed his serious demeanor and strode outside. She sat up, lifting her heavy body from the bed, struggling to put on her shoes, enduring an indescribable pain. Pulling open the bedroom door, she made her way to the bathroom. Perhaps it was due to the man's earlier provocative words, but halfway through her bath, she found herself retching. The turbulence in her stomach was unbearable. She turned off the water and squatted before the toilet, expelling the remnants of last night's meal. After her bath, Shen Yunqing entered her bedroom to change clothes. She had no appetite for the eggs left by the man and grabbed a basket of vegetables before heading out. Upon arriving at the farm, she noticed a basket of pig feed beside the stove, with a sickle resting on top. Shen Yunqing sat on a stool, feeling utterly drained. "You're here," He Yinxiao said as she returned her kitchen knife, noticing Shen's pale complexion. "Are you unwell? You look dreadful." Shen Yunqing shook her head. "I feel nauseous. I've been retching since I woke up." Having experienced similar symptoms herself, He Yunxiao casually remarked, "Could it be that you're pregnant?" Shen Yunqing paused, realizing that since her arrival in this world, she had not had a single menstrual cycle. Now, 2 months into her marriage with Gu Mohan, her period still hadn't come. Previously, she had been careless and hadn't paid attention, but hearing He Yunxiao's words sparked a vague suspicion within her. Suddenly, Shen Yunqing sprang from the stool. "Help me prepare the pig feed. I'm going to the clinic."
All right.
He Yunxiao watched in astonishment as she rushed out, then sat down on a small stool, deftly untying the ropes on the basket and chopping the pig feed for her. The clinic was located half an hour away from the farm, near the old family compound. Shen Yunqing approached the clinic with a mix of apprehension and hope. The doctor, who would take her pulse, was an elderly gentleman living next door. Dr. Liu released her wrist and smiled. "It's a positive sign. You're nearly 2 months along. You and your husband should minimize contact for now. Pay extra attention to the health of the fetus in the first trimester." Shen Yunqing found it hard to articulate her emotions. Was she calm? A bit excited? Was she excited? Perhaps not entirely. Yet, hearing the doctor's subsequent words caused her cheeks to flush. Thank you, doctor. Noticing some instability in her pregnancy, Dr. Lu prescribed her a course of traditional medicine to take for 3 days to ensure the fetus's safety. Shen Yunqing expressed her gratitude, settled the bill, and left the clinic with 3 packets of herbs. Her expression remained composed as she slightly smiled and nodded at He Yunxiao. That is truly wonderful news. He Yunxiao, who was not one for flowery words, pulled up a stool for Shen Yunqing to rest. The first pregnancy is the most challenging. It's best to take it easy in the early stages. Once your belly grows, try to move around more to build up your strength for the delivery. Shen Yunqing listened intently. Thank you, Sister Yunxiao. He Yunxiao, having married young and now a mother of 2 at just 20, had previously struggled to make friends due to her strong-willed nature. Her newfound friendship with Shen Yunqing was serendipitous. It's no trouble at all. Whenever you have questions about pregnancy, feel free to ask me. Shen Yunqing observed the pig feed simmering in the pot and nodded in acknowledgement, saying, All right. I appreciate your assistance today. I do not relish hearing such words, He Yunqing replied, turning towards her kitchen as she spoke. We are friends. Your help to me and my help to you is entirely normal. Then I shall not stand on ceremony, Shen Yunqing retorted. It is best that you do not. Shen Yunqing ladled the pig feed into a bucket and carried it to the pig pen. To minimize her trips, she added an ample portion of feed to the trough, intending to return again in the evening after Gu Mohan finished his work. The pig pen belonging to the He family was located in another greenhouse. The two set off together to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase groceries. Chapter 98. Peace of mind. Lacking appetite, for lunch, she prepared 2 simple bowls of cold noodles. After frying the crispy meat, she filled 3 small bowls. As Gu Mohan entered, he picked up a piece and praised, Delicious. How is it that my little wife is so adept? Every dish you create is exquisite. Shen Yunqing, flattered by his words, felt a bloom of happiness as she chopped scallions to sprinkle over the noodles. Looking at the 3 bowls of crispy meat on the counter, she instructed, Take these to Dr. Lu next door, Sister Zhao downstairs, and also deliver one to Xiao Jianhing's family in Building 7. Gu Mohan, his dark eyes glimmering with mirth, inquired, Is today a special occasion? Very well, he agreed, balancing the 3 small bowls as he turned to leave. He first descended the stairs, delivering 2 bowls of crispy meat to Zhao Xiuli and asking her to send the other bowl with her son, Pang Hai, to Xiao Jianhing's family in Building 7. Carrying the remaining bowl, he ascended to Dr. Lu's residence, an instinct suggesting that a secret lay hidden there. Striding into the kitchen, he enveloped her from behind, his hand resting on her lower abdomen. Is that true? He inquired. Could it be anything else? Shen Yunqing brushed his hand away, sprinkling scallions atop the cold noodles. As Gu Mohan was not fond of cilantro, she refrained from adding it to his generous bowl. A visible joy illuminated his face, his lips curling into an unyielding smile as he carried the cold noodles and crispy meat into the living room. Shen Yunqing followed, clutching her own small bowl. Seated at the dining table, Gu Mohan noticed her meager portion and furrowed his brows. Is this all you intend to eat? Shen Yunqing sipped her lemon water and replied softly, I feel nauseous. I would only end up expelling it afterward. Gu Mohan had gleaned some information about pregnant women from Dr. Lu, and his previously joyful demeanor shifted to one of dismay. Had I known this would torment you so, I should have heeded your advice to take precautions. You cannot say that now, Shen Yunqing replied protectively, placing her hand on her abdomen. Once we have this child, we will ensure the best for him. The tenderness radiating from her face, akin to a ray of light, unexpectedly stirred Gu Mohan's heart once more. Very well. Tell me what you wish to eat, and I shall prepare it for you. At that moment, Shen Yunqing found herself inexplicably enamored with him. Setting aside his occasional domineering nature, he proved to be a devoted husband. Her heart, marred with scars and vulnerabilities, felt mended by his gentle attentiveness. And she found a sense of security in the idea of a stable life with him. She lifted her gaze to him and asked, What about your work? Gu Mohan offered her a reassuring smile, declaring, I am the factory director. I can do as I please, and no one can dictate my actions. Ah. His usual domineering demeanor remained unchanged. After a restless night and a morning filled with turmoil, Shen Yunqing felt genuinely fatigued. Pushing her chair back, she stood and made her way towards the bedroom. Just as she entered the room and prepared to close the door, a voice from the kitchen called out, Wife, the Chinese medicine you stored in the cabinet, are you planning to brew it? Shen Yunqing stepped forward to the kitchen doorway, her brow furrowed as she replied. Dr. Lu mentioned that the fetal condition is somewhat unstable and advised me to take Chinese medicine for 3 days to ensure the pregnancy. Gu Mohan retrieved a clay pot from the cabinet and rinsed it under the faucet, contemplating, I understand. You should go rest. I will handle the medicine. Very well. Thank you for your efforts, she replied. Chapter 99. Drinking Chinese medicine. After an hour and a half of napping, Shen Yunqing was awakened by the pungent aroma of the herbal concoction, soon followed by a wave of nausea. She hastily threw off the covers, slipped into her slippers, and rushed to the bathroom. In the kitchen, Gu Mohan ladled out a bowl of thick herbal soup, the scent alone causing him to frown. It appeared unpalatable. How could his wife possibly consume this? Perhaps they should visit the hospital in the city and switch to Western medicine. Upon exiting the kitchen, Gu Mohan heard the sounds of retching emanating from the bathroom, prompting him to place the bowl on the dining table. He hurried to the bathroom door, knocking with concern. Wife, how are you faring? Shen Yunqing had just finished at the toilet, rinsed her hands, and swished water in her mouth before opening the door. Her complexion pale. The frail woman looked as delicate as a porcelain doll, and Gu Mohan's heart ached, his throat tightening as he suggested, perhaps we should reconsider the pregnancy. If a mere embryo could cause her such torment, what would the future hold? Gu Mohan typically assessed matters through a lens of practicality. In his view, the child was merely a financial liability. He had already acquired a low-cost wife. This inexpensive child was dispensable. What are you saying? Shen Yunqing retorted, knowing he was concerned for her, yet inexplicably feeling anger rise within her at the mention of the child. Seeing her anger, Gu Mohan, feeling guilty, hastily shifted the subject, glancing at the bowl on the table. I've prepared the medicine. It smells quite unpalatable. Please don't force yourself. Shen Yunqing approached the dining table, gazing at the dark, viscous soup, her resolve wavering. Yet, the thought of the child rekindled her courage. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself, lifted the bowl, closed her eyes, and gulped it down in one go. Even as the bitterness and foul taste threatened to rise again, she compelled herself, grimacing in pain, and swallowed the concoction. Gu Mohan had never witnessed her such determination. While she faced the challenge head-on, he felt himself repeatedly falling short. A wave of shame washed over him. He retreated to the kitchen and retrieved a piece of rock candy. When she finally set the bowl down, he quickly placed the candy in her mouth. The bitterness and herbal aftertaste were momentarily softened by the sudden sweetness of the candy, leaving Shen Yunqing's heart feeling unexpectedly warmed, despite the overall unpleasantness. In the past couple of days, I took leave to care for you at home. Gu Mohan gently pulled her along, leading her to the sofa where they sat down. Softly, he spoke, I called your parents at noon to inform them of your pregnancy, asking them to take the nearest bus to Bo City tomorrow, and then a boat to Nanhai. They should arrive here in about 2 days. This revelation brought great joy to Shen Yunqing, who had not seen her mother in quite some time and found herself yearning for her presence. As she raised her gaze to the man's chin, an impulsive desire compelled her to pucker her lips and plant a kiss on his jaw. The fleeting contact was electric. The strong taste of traditional Chinese medicine lingered in her mouth, and Gu Mohan, detecting the flavor, frowned slightly. He lowered his shoulder, meeting her gaze at eye level, and captured her lips, tasting the remnants of the bitter medicine she had just consumed. As his tongue ventured within, he was immediately struck by the overwhelming bitterness, nearly causing him to recoil. A mere sip was enough to reveal the unpalatable nature of the concoction. He persevered, coaxing her discomfort away through the intimacy of the kiss. Shen Yunqing found herself lost in the depths of his passionate kiss, her mind swirling in a haze, her heart racing, and her fists clenched as she playfully thumped his chest. Gu Mohan, with his eyes wide open, revealed a hint of crimson in the whites of his eyes, breathing heavily as he reluctantly released her and hurried to the bathroom. A single kiss had nearly pushed him to the brink of losing control. Chapter 100. A sense of being controlled. Shen Yunqing gasped, attempting to steady her breath. The wildness of their connection stirred something within him, just as it did within her. She felt a flutter of anxiety. Initially, her curiosity had led her here, but gradually, she found herself yielding to his desires. Their relationship had transcended the ordinary bounds of marital intimacy. It seemed as if she were perpetually ensnared by his passion. What's wrong with you? Gu Mohan emerged from the bathroom, his bare torso glistening after a cold shower, cautious not to sit too close to her. He settled into a corner of the sofa, maintaining a distance of about a meter. Shen Yunqing looked up at him, her eyes filled with conflict. She wished to ask him directly, but found the words difficult to utter, biting her lip in hesitation. After a minute, she finally mustered the courage to speak. I feel strange. Gu Mohan picked up a pack of cigarettes from the table, extracted one, and placed it between his teeth, his dark eyes scrutinizing her. What feels strange? Being casually teased by you makes it hard to bear, Shen Yunqing confessed, feeling a sense of relief rather than embarrassment. Gu Mohan's prominent Adam's apple bobbed as he shifted closer, wrapping an arm around her shoulder, his deep-set eyes brimming with possessiveness. It's merely your body becoming accustomed to mine. It's a perfectly normal phenomenon. Shen Yunqing furrowed her brow, retorting, it's different. I feel as though something is controlling me. Gu Mohan removed the cigarette from his lips, a charming smile gracing his features, imbued with satisfaction and excitement. Don't overthink it. What could possibly control you? This question, he knew, was one he understood all too well. From the very beginning, he had led her onto a treacherous path. Unless she vowed never to engage with another man, she would remain bound to him for life. After all, a woman who has savored a lavish feast would find no allure in mere broth and greens. Shen Yunqing, lulled by his reassurances, momentarily considered that perhaps she had overthought the situation. Indeed, she belonged to him. What could possibly sway her autonomy? Gu Mohan, observing her newfound acceptance, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He could not allow her to perceive the truth. Otherwise, all would be lost. The glimmer in Shen Yunqing's eyes bore a hint of reproach as she remarked, I am pregnant and cannot endure the smell of smoke. It would be detrimental to the baby. Very well, I shall be more mindful in the future. Gu Mohan tossed the lighter onto the table and, with a playful grin, teased her, do share your feelings from earlier. He yearned to glean more about her condition, envisioning a future that would leave her utterly enchanted. However, the thought of discussing such an embarrassing matter caused a flush to rise in Shen Yunqing's cheeks, and she hesitated to divulge it. Gu Mohan found her occasional shyness endearing. Previously, he had believed his ideal type to be the sophisticated, mature woman. Yet, it was only after she emerged from the dressing room that he realized his true affection lay with her, the seemingly innocent girl who concealed a spirited nature beneath her exterior. What is there to be shy about? I am your man. Gu Mohan wrapped his arms around her waist, lifting her onto his lap with a roguish smile. Let me carry you inside. With that, he drew her leg around him in a princess carry as he made his way to the bedroom. Please do not act recklessly. Shen Yunqing grasped the nape of his neck, startled by his boldness, her heart racing as she recalled Dr. Lu's earlier admonition. This morning, Doctor Lu specifically advised that we should not share a bed. I intend to do nothing to you, Gu Mohan reassured her, placing her gently on the bed and softening his earlier smirk. His hand caressed her belly. You now possess a talisman, so fear not. His words struck a chord with Shen Yunqing. Despite his shortcomings, he would not force himself upon a newly pregnant woman. Yet, his subsequent actions left her utterly aghast. Chapter 101. Uncle. At around 6 in the evening, Shen Yunqing lay languidly on the bed, her exquisite features flushed, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Gu Mohan stood at her bedside, pinching her cheek between two fingers. After their encounter, he exhaled with satisfaction, lying beside her, enveloping her in his embrace, kissing the corners of her lips while his hand explored her belly. I keep my promises. I will not harm him. You may not have harmed him, but you certainly have harmed me. After a couple of minutes, Shen Yunqing managed to regain her composure. The transition from his roughness to this gentler touch was overwhelming. With great effort, she lifted a feeble hand and slapped his face, her eyes blazing with fury. You beast, how could you do such things? Gu Mohan seized her hand, kissing it fervently, his voice husky and laced with satisfaction as he began to persuade her. There are no boundaries to such matters. If it brings you pleasure, does it not suffice? The flush that had just faded from her face returned, spreading to her neck, ignited once more by his words. His breath against her neck, heavy with desire, proclaimed his intent to possess her wholly. Last night, the two had a restless evening, and just now they spontaneously engaged in 2 more rounds. In the past few days, Gu Mohan had not accumulated more than 10 hours of sleep in total, and at this moment, his eyelids were heavy with fatigue. He pulled the blanket over himself and, in a hoarse and languid voice, uttered, "Let us sleep." Shen Yunqing was equally exhausted. As soon as she closed her eyes, she drifted into an incoherent slumber. Meanwhile, in the upper floor of the Wen household, this afternoon, the absence of the enticing aroma of cooking from downstairs left Aunt Wen without any side dishes for her cornmeal buns. She emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of stir-fried greens and a small bowl of crispy meat, placing them on the dining table. This was sent by that young rascal Mohan at noon. She remarked, he said his wife is pregnant and has been nauseated by the smell of oil. When Jingy picked up chopsticks from the table and placed a piece of crispy meat in his mouth, savoring it slowly. This child never forgets us. No matter what he eats. Aunt Wen sipped her plain porridge, her face etched with worry. We've relied on him too much. How will Kangwen and the others repay us later? Do not view this child so narrowly, when Jingy replied, his tone light-hearted. The Wen family has already fallen from grace. What could he possibly gain? His ability to look after us is merely due to the faint blood ties I share with him as his uncle. Indeed. Perhaps I am overthinking it, Aunt Wen conceded. Yet, deep within, sister when harbored a lingering distrust towards Gu Mohan. After all, the death of his mother years ago had entangled their family with the Yi and Gu families, each bearing a share of responsibility. Despite his outward steadiness and gentleness, that sly, fox-like countenance of his always cast a shadow of unease over her heart. Wen Zhengyi, lost in thought as he ate, mused. It is perhaps for the best that he remains here. He will work diligently at the factory and Mohan will not neglect him. Lingling mentioned that this recent injury had left him half his spirit lost. While he spoke thus, he feared that the boy might succumb to despair. Isn't it all your indulgence? I have but one son. Is it wrong to pamper him a little? He has merely inherited your stubbornness. As the elderly couple exchanged words, their conversation escalated towards a quarrel. With a darkened expression, when Zhengyi finished his bun and crispy meat, picked up his thermos, filled it with water from the kitchen, and turned to leave. The elderly matriarch found his presence irksome. Aunt Wen, watching his retreating figure, ground her teeth in frustration. Had she known back then that the bitter fruit of their forced union would remain unpalatable after more than 20 years, she would never have pleaded with her parents to compel him to marry her, no matter how much she cherished him. Chapter 102. Will you attend the banquet? After sleeping for over 10 hours, both awoke early the next morning. After breakfast, Gu Mohan went to gather pig fodder and then proceeded to the farm to cook pig feed. His actions drew the admiration of countless women at the farm, who envied him immensely. While they spent their days tending to the pigs, they also rose before dawn to prepare breakfast for their husbands and children, often without even tasting a warm meal themselves, only to return to the relentless chore of washing the family's laundry. Their days were spent toiling like old draft horses, ceaselessly caring for their families, only to receive not a word of concern in return. As their thoughts turned increasingly bitter, many of the women, after feeding the pigs, trudged home with faces clouded in indignation. Shen Yunqing's morning sickness had been exceedingly severe. Aside from the medication she managed to swallow, she endured the torment of her meals, only to rush to the restroom immediately after rising from the dining table. Gu Mohan, observing her plight, felt a pang of anxiety. Within just a few days, the petite woman had become emaciated. This situation was untenable, so he sought out Dr. Liu, inquiring if there were any remedies to alleviate her nausea. Dr. Liu offered little in the way of solutions, merely suggesting smaller, more frequent meals and to focus on fruits and liquids when the vomiting was intense. Knock, knock. Hearing the sound of a knock, Shen Yunqing rose from the sofa and walked over to open the door. He Yunjiao, upon seeing her haggard appearance, could not help but express concern. Is the vomiting quite severe? Shen Yunqing invited her inside and, turning away, replied, I can barely keep anything down. It's driving me mad. As they settled onto the sofa, He Yunjiao sighed. In just a few months, this will pass. I was actually hoping you could assist me with some cooking. Shen Yunqing looked at her in confusion and asked, what is going on? You need my help with cooking? He Yunjiao continued, having moved here for some time now, other families have already hosted meals, and it's high time my family reciprocated. She shifted her tone and added, this afternoon, please come to our home and visit with Director Gu. Given the stature of such a leader, they would not have dared to entertain any notions otherwise. However, due to her camaraderie with Shen Yunqing, it felt improper not to extend an invitation. Once the arrangements were made, He Yunjiao stood up. Well then, I shall not intrude upon your rest any longer. Shen Yunqing escorted her to the door. Just as she was about to close it, Gu Mohan ascended the stairs, carrying a basket of goods. I just saw the young bride from the Shao family. Was she looking for you? Shen Yunqing cast a fleeting glance at him. Their family is hosting a dinner tonight and has invited us to join. Gu Mohan replied, perhaps we should decline. If I attend, they might end up feeling discontented. Setting this precedent could lead to a cascade of similar invitations within the compound, disrupting our peace. Shen Yunqing pondered his reasoning, softly nodding. But isn't it a bit impolite not to attend? They specifically came to invite us. After finishing his water, Gu Mohan set down the glass and headed toward the study. I'll have Fat Hai deliver a bottle of wine. He suggested sending the child over. It would appear more appropriate, and others would not raise an eyebrow. Within moments, he emerged from the study, carrying a bottle of Mao Tai. Shen Yunqing cast a glance at the bottle, saying nothing. Gu Mohan then entered the kitchen, retrieving some small snacks he had purchased for his wife, filling a plate with a handful and carrying it alongside the wine as he stepped outside. It was customary to offer a token of appreciation when enlisting the help of young ones. Just as he settled down to catch his breath, Fat Hai, the little errand boy, arrived at their door, holding a plate of green mangoes. Gu Mohan stood and opened the door. Fat Hai, panting, presented the plate, saying, he said this is for Sister Yunqing. Gu Mohan accepted the plate, furrowing his brow as he corrected him. From now on, refer to her as auntie, not sister. It feels strange for a child to address her as if there were 2 generations between us. Peng Hai gazed at him with a hint of confusion. Nodding innocently, Uncle Gu, I understand. Gu Mohan's furrowed brow relaxed as he reached out to ruffle the boy's hair, speaking gently, hurry downstairs to eat. Lest your sister finishes everything. I'm off then. Recalling his gluttonous sister, Ong Hop hurriedly turned and dashed down the stairs. Watching the child's small figure, Gu Mohan chuckled and shook his head. Deng Quan was merely 2 years a senior, yet his own son had yet to be born. By this reckoning, the child his wife carried would indeed be his late-in-life offspring. Shen Yunqing sat on the sofa, threading a needle to mend his trousers. Noticing the man standing at the door without moving, she lifted her head to inquire, "What are you doing just standing at the door?" Closing the door, Gu Mohan approached her holding a plate of sour mangoes. He placed the dish on the table before her, his voice melodious. A gift from the young daughter-in-law of the Shao family. Shen Yunqing snipped the thread with scissors, tossing the trousers to him, and popped a piece of mango into her mouth. The unripe mango, both tart and astringent, was just the remedy for her nausea, alleviating her queasiness somewhat. Gu Mohan picked up the trousers, glanced at the neatly sewn crotch, and smiled with satisfaction. Having a wife is indeed a blessing. Upon hearing this, Shen Yunqing pouted slightly. Are all men's trousers just worn out at the crotch? Since arriving on the island, she had already mended 5 pairs of such trousers for him. As for others, I cannot say, Gu Mohan replied, setting down the trousers and standing up, striding toward the bathroom with a hint of pride. Mine were torn from being stretched. Shen Yunqing curled her lip in disdain, muttering under her breath, how shameless. The sound of rushing water echoed from the bathroom. After eating a few more pieces of mango, she rose and walked to the bathroom door. Folding her arms across her chest, she watched the man seated on a small stool washing clothes and anxiously asked, "When will my parents arrive tomorrow?" Due to the busy harvest season, Shen's parents had not hurried to catch the train. They had only departed from town yesterday after finishing the autumn corn harvest. Gu Mohan straightened his back, rubbing the fabric in his hands, and replied in a low tone, "They should arrive around noon. They must be in Bo City by now." The thought of meeting his future in-laws filled him with both excitement and a touch of nervousness. Shen Yunqing, too, felt a bit restless as she turned to the guest room, retrieving blankets from the wardrobe to prepare the bed. Given the warm weather, she worried her parents might not be accustomed to it, so she took out a silk quilt from the cupboard, encased it in a cover, and laid it on the bed. The guest room was rather empty, lacking much to arrange. After simply making the bed, Shen Yunqing turned to close the door and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Although she lacked an appetite, there was still a man at home who required nourishment. Tonight's meal was simple yet plentiful, featuring steamed prawns, abalone with vermicelli, and a variety of nutritious cold vegetable dishes. Shen Yunqing also prepared a bowl of marinated crabs and shrimp, which needed to be refrigerated for 5 to 6 hours before they could be enjoyed. Gu Mohan washed the sheets and quilt covers, carrying the basin to the balcony to dry. Chapter 104. Anna has died. After airing the quilt, he turned and walked into the living room, his nose suddenly catching a strong scent of alcohol. Gu Mohan furrowed his brows and looked at her. Have you been drinking? Shen Yunqing emerged from the kitchen, carrying dishes, and placed the plates on the dining table. No, I borrowed a bit of your wine to marinate something delicious for you. Seeing her mysterious demeanor, Gu Mohan felt a surge of curiosity about the delicious thing she mentioned. What is it? Is it tasty? Shen Yunqing set a bowl of rice in front of him. You'll find out tomorrow, now eat. Reluctantly, Gu Mohan picked up his chopsticks, distractedly eating the dishes. Shen Yunqing peeled a few shrimp. The abalone vermicelli was somewhat greasy, and the sight of oil diminished her appetite. Perhaps the sour mango from He Yunxiao had taken effect, as after dinner, she surprisingly didn't rush to the bathroom to vomit. However, she couldn't escape discomfort for long. After dinner, while lying on the sofa with the man and reading, the tumult in her stomach returned. She hurriedly set down her book and ran barefoot to the bathroom. This had become a recurring pattern, and Gu Mohan had grown accustomed to it, quietly heading to the kitchen to prepare her a glass of lemon water. As dusk settled, he opened the bedroom door, glanced at the woman in bed, and silently closed the door again. Shen Yunqing lay there with her eyes closed, not truly asleep, bewildered by his stealthy behavior, which felt as if he were hiding something from her, betraying her trust. Around 9 o'clock, Gu Mohan approached the bedroom door once more, peeking through the crack. Are you sick? This is the 5th time. Shen Yunqing feigned sleep under the covers, curious about his intentions. This time, however, Gu Mohan stepped outside. Filled with deepening confusion, she threw off the covers, got out of bed, put on her shoes, and cautiously followed him. Perhaps it was her innate talent for tracking or Gu Mohan's carelessness, but she managed to follow him all the way to the seaside in the dark. She saw him stop abruptly a short distance away. Shen Yunqing hurriedly hid behind a pile of grass, peeking out to observe. Mohan, you finally came, Anna exclaimed, rushing into the man's embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist, burying her head against his chest. I knew you loved me. Gu Mohan glanced at the suitcase resting on the shore, a smirk playing on his lips, his eyes devoid of warmth. With a gloved hand, he tenderly brushed Anna's tears away, his voice soft. Indeed, I truly love you to death. From her distant vantage point, Shen Yunqing could not hear their conversation. Just as she contemplated stepping forward to interrupt them, she noticed something in Gu Mohan's hand, which seemed to be a weapon. Her eyes widened in terror as she instinctively recoiled. The smile at the corner of Gu Mohan's eyes grew more pronounced as he lifted her chin. Gently wiping away Anna's tears, the cold barrel of a gun pressed against her chest. Anna's expression changed dramatically. The bullet mercilessly pierced her chest. She appeared oblivious to the pain, her tear-filled eyes gazing up at him in disbelief. Did you ever truly love me? Gu Mohan retracted his feigned gentleness, adopting a calm and aloof demeanor as he gazed down at her, a smirk playing upon his lips, exuding an air of wicked charm. What do you think? Anna collapsed to the ground, blood trickling from her lips, her face etched with resentment as she succumbed to her fate. Gu Mohan surveyed the lifeless body on the floor with a relaxed expression, raising an eyebrow as he leaned against a stone pillar by the shore, casually extracting a black handkerchief from his coat pocket to wipe his gun. Chapter 105. You are the murderer. How terrifying. After committing murder, he remained unfazed, standing by calmly while smoking. How could he engage in such a perverse act? It was too dangerous to remain near such a person. She had to leave this place. Gu Mohan ascended the stairs with a light step, noticing the door to his home ajar, his brow furrowing in confusion as he approached. He found the small woman sitting on the sofa, her face pale as a frightened bird, and his perceptive mind quickly sensed something was amiss. His gaze shifted downward to her feet, which were clad in filthy slippers caked with mud. Cursing internally, Gu Mohan composed himself and entered the room. Closing the door behind him, his demeanor refined as he regarded her. Why are you still awake at this hour? Shen Yunqing watched as the man approached, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. No, she must not reveal any signs of weakness. A chill ran down her spine as she pinched her thigh, striving to appear nonchalant. I got up for a drink, she stammered. Where did you go so late? Gu Mohan's lips twitched involuntarily. Look at her, her acting skills are truly abysmal. Perhaps if she tidied her dirty feet a little, he might be persuaded to believe her. He settled beside her, lifting a hand to pinch her cheek, his gaze both tender and amused. What makes you so endearing? Although it was a question, his gentle, magnetic voice conveyed a sense of indulgence. Shen Yunqing's eyes widened, desperately trying to unveil his true nature, her lips quivering in fear, her throat constricted, rendering her unable to utter a single word. When she finally managed to exclaim, the pain in the back of her neck overwhelmed her, and she fainted. That night, Shen Yunqing's dreams were a haze, filled with images of a man pressing a gun against a woman's chest, replaying like a haunting film. Awoken from her nightmare by the bright morning light, she turned, drenched in sweat, to glance at the man sleeping beside her. Gu Mohan appeared so harmless in slumber. How could he resemble the figure from her dreams? Shen Yunqing momentarily struggled to distinguish between dream and reality. She reached out to nudge his shoulder. Wake up. Where did you go last night? Gu Mohan furrowed his brow, turning over with a hoarse voice. What are you talking about? Haven't I been in bed with you the entire time? Could she have been mistaken? It seemed improbable, for she had witnessed it with her own eyes. When she had fled, she had worn slippers, yes. She had even stepped in mud. Shen Yunqing threw off the covers and got out of bed, her blue slippers neatly placed on the floor, completely clean, devoid of any dirt. Doubtful, she flipped them over, discovering a thin layer of dust on the soles, but nothing to suggest they had been tampered with. Shen Yunqing turned her head to glance at the man on the bed, soundly asleep. She reached out to tap him. Did I see you commit murder last night?
Don't jest.
Gu Mohan, disturbed by her incessant chatter, rubbed his tousled hair and sat up, one bleary eye open, casting a deeply resentful look her way. Do I appear to you as a murderer? He questioned, his disheveled state and lethargy evident. Shen Yunqing shook her head, but then quickly nodded in realization. Yes. You killed Secretary and last night. His nonchalant attitude left her momentarily stunned, causing her to doubt whether it had all just been a dream. Yet, the vividness of the dream was undeniable. The man before her, so unkempt, bore little resemblance to the twisted figure from her nightmare. Ignoring her, Gu Mohan buried himself under the covers and turned over, returning to his slumber. Chapter 106, Deliberately Made for Me. Shen Yunqing's heart raced as she lay in bed, eyes closed for what felt like an eternity, yet sleep eluded her. This dream could not continue. Frustrated, she finally rose to prepare breakfast, in an attempt to distract herself. Today, her parents would arrive on the island. Perhaps the source of her anxiety these past few days had triggered such unsettling dreams. The marinated crabs and shrimp in the refrigerator had absorbed their flavors perfectly. Distracted, Shen Yunqing prepared 2 bowls of cold noodles in the kitchen. Hearing the commotion, the man in the bedroom ceased to slumber, rising to tidy the disheveled bed. With a scruffy appearance, he made his way to the bathroom to wash up. After Gu Mohan finished his morning routine and emerged from the bathroom, he found her at the dining table, resting her chin in her hands, lost in thought. Discarding her earlier suspicions, Shen Yunqing sighed. It's probably just a dream, albeit a rather vivid one. Isn't it normal for dreams to feel real? Gu Mohan, wielding his chopsticks as he consumed his noodles, remarked teasingly, have you forgotten? You used to frequently dream of me sleeping with you. Shen Yunqing's face flushed with embarrassment, successfully diverted from her earlier thoughts, pouting indignantly, don't spout nonsense, I never did. With a loud laugh, Gu Mohan responded, indeed, I'm just speaking nonsense. You are innocent. Silence. Shen Yunqing retorted, angrily tossing a perfectly fried egg from her bowl into his. He caught the egg, took a hearty bite and grinned. My wife truly cares for me. Shen Yunqing felt an overwhelming urge to wipe that smug smile off his face. The egg had been her mistake, as she had accidentally placed it in the wrong bowl while lost in thought in the kitchen. After finishing his noodles, Gu Mohan picked up a piece of marinated crab and brought it to his mouth, noting how delicious it was, especially on a hot day. After savoring the flavor, he peeled a shrimp and placed it in Shen Yunqing's bowl. By the time she opened her mouth to protest, it was too late. Prodding the shrimp with her chopsticks, she muttered, I don't eat raw food. Shen Yunqing lowered her gaze, stirring her noodles, suit yourself. As long as she didn't admit it, it wasn't true. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Gu Mohan couldn't help but chuckle, raising his hand to pat her head, only to be halted by the sauce on his fingers. Under the intense gaze of his deep, affectionate eyes, Shen Yunqing felt an overwhelming discomfort. After finishing her noodles, she set down her chopsticks, pulled out the chair behind her, and rose to her feet. Gu Mohan called out to her, I will take the boat to fetch my parents shortly. You should bear with it and head to the farm to prepare pig feed this morning. His tone was somewhat stiff when he mentioned his parents, as he had never referred to them with such familiarity before. Just make sure you don't take my parents anywhere indiscreet, she replied. A remark that Gu Mohan found displeasing, his expression darkening. Am I to understand that I would sell my father-in-law and mother-in-law? Shen Yunqing was unsure of her own feelings. Ever since that dream last night, she had awakened with a heightened sense of vigilance towards him. Chapter 107. One must not betray the sister-in-law. When Shen Yunqing arrived, she found a crowd gathered beneath the shed. Have you heard? Secretary, and is actually a spy. No way. That can't be true. News had spread from Heiress, and it was said to be a confirmed case, with a death sentence looming. My goodness, someone who appeared so normal is actually a female spy. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. If she had concealed it so well, what would be the point of revealing it now? Listening to their conversation gradually dispelled Shen Yunqing's doubts about her own man. Perhaps the dream was a premonition stemming from a prior encounter with Secretarian He Yunjiao. Surprised to see her, exclaimed, What are you doing here? Shen Yunqing settled onto a small stool, sorting through the pig feed in the cage, and smiled lightly. He had to rush to the city to pick up my parents, so I came in his stead. He Yunjiao smiled enviously. Director Gu is truly kind to you. She had also overheard the women's conversation moments before. In her heart, He Yunjiao understood better than anyone who was responsible for Anna's demise. The difference this time was that Anna's death had come 2 years earlier, in her past life. She had been strangled by Gu Mohan with a piece of rope. Only she knew the truth, and the events had not stirred such widespread commotion. So many things had changed. In this life, Gu Mohan not only had a beloved but also took proactive steps. For instance, the renovation of the restroom in the old residential compound, which had led to a tragedy in her previous life when Lu Cancan had lost her reputation due to an unexpected intrusion while using the facilities, ultimately leading her to take her own life a year later. Now that the restroom had been repaired, such an incident would naturally be averted. Indeed, the man treated her exceptionally well, and a sweet smile graced Shen Yunqing's lips. As the car of the elder approached, Zhao and hurriedly stepped forward. Gu Mohan lowered the window, his countenance stern as he inquired, Has the body been dealt with? Zhao opened the passenger door and sat down, replying, It has been recovered. Within 3 days, Gu Sanyu will receive quite the gift. A hint of satisfaction crossed Gu Mohan's face as he produced a cigarette pack, offering one to him. There are many brothers by my side, but you are the one whose work I am most pleased with. Zhao accepted a cigarette, grinning as he nodded repeatedly. Thanks to your support, I feel very secure being here with you. Not wishing to dwell on that subject any longer, Zhao and expressed his lingering doubts. Boss, I don't quite understand why we need to spread this information around. If it were as usual, matters pertaining to murder would typically be shrouded in the strictest secrecy. Zhao found himself perplexed by the intentions of his superior.
Gu Mohan lit a cigarette, inhalait deeply,
And exhaled a cloud of smoke, speaking in a low voice. Your sister-in-law came over last night. Zhao En's hand, which held the lighter, froze. And his eyes widened in alarm. What should we do? She must not have seen anything, right? Gu Mohan flicked the ash from his cigarette out the window. She likely witnessed the entire ordeal, but it is of no concern now. Since she became pregnant, she has been plagued by nightmares, perceiving all of this as merely a dream. Zhao En let out a heavy sigh of relief, grateful that all was well. He could hardly fathom the consequences if his sister-in-law were to harbor resentment towards his boss. For Gu Mohan, his sister-in-law was the remedy that soothed all his troubles. As the boat was about to set sail, Gu Mohan started the car and drove onto the vessel. After parking, he adjusted his collar and softly inquired, "How do I look today?" Zhao En cast a glance at him, his mind racing with curiosity. His boss was impeccably dressed. Was he off to meet a mistress? His heart, which had just settled, began to race again, and summoning his courage, he said, "Not bad, boss, but please, do not betray your sister-in-law." Gu Mohan playfully smacked him on the head, understanding his misguided thoughts, and patiently clarified, "What are you thinking? Apart from your sister-in-law, none of the other women interest me. I am merely going to pick up my father-in-law and mother-in-law." He had never had many women. Gu Mohan truly wondered what this lad spent his days contemplating. Even if he did engage with women, it was merely for sharing drinks and discussing life. If something truly significant had occurred, he wouldn't still be a virgin at 28, needing his wife to assist him in such matters. Upon hearing this, Zhao En felt instantly at ease, rubbing his sore head with a goofy smile. That's a relief. Chapter 108. The cooperative's revenue doubles. After tending to the pigs, Shen Yunqing and He Yunqiao leisurely strolled to the cooperative to buy groceries. Today, Shen's parents were visiting the island, and she felt compelled to prepare an abundance of delectable dishes to nourish them. Shen Yunqing requested a striped base, 2 pounds of pig liver, 2 pounds of shrimp, a pound of tofu, and a pumpkin. He Yunqiao, observing the sheer volume of her purchases, chuckled. "You are the only one in our residential compound bold enough to spend money so freely." This was indeed the truth. Many women in the compound meticulously calculated their monthly expenditures, ensuring they did not exceed their daily budget for groceries, with even the occasional indulgence in meat met with sighs and careful consideration of future living expenses. Shen Yunqing remained unfazed by others' opinions of her. After all, if anyone was to suffer, it should not be herself. She refused to feign poverty simply to appease their sentiments of inequality. Pulling out her money, she handed it to the cashier with a gentle smile. Money is something one cannot take with them in life or death. Our time on this earth is fleeting. If you do not treat yourself kindly, do not expect men and children to do so. Perhaps in the next life. He Yunqiao pondered her words and nodded in agreement. That makes sense. I shall buy 2 more pounds of ribs. Behind them stood an elderly gentleman, his face etched with the weariness of age, lamenting, "You truly do not know how to live. At this rate, no matter how much wealth you possess, it will inevitably be squandered." Deng Yuhua, also in line for groceries, had her previously dull mind illuminated by Shen Yunqing's words, awakening her to newfound clarity. Some newlywed women, resonating with this sentiment, reflected on their earlier years spent toiling alongside their parents, struggling to escape past hardships. Now, having finally broken free, they pondered, if we eat poorly, what is the point of marrying? With this realization, a throng of women eagerly surged to the pork stall. Shen Yunqing's remarks had dramatically increased the cooperative sales that day, multiplying them 2- or 3-fold. The typically frugal housewives, usually buying only vegetables, indulged themselves, purchasing fish and meat without restraint. They craved sustenance. By the time Zhao Xiuli had soothed her child to sleep and hurried to buy groceries for lunch, the cooperative had sold out not only of vegetables and fruits but also of seafood that typically went unnoticed. Throughout the compound at noon, the aroma of meat wafted from every household. When Zhengyi, upstairs, gazed at the bowl of braised pork his wife had served, his expression akin to seeing a ghost as he asked, "What prompted you to buy meat today?" Aunt Wen, savoring a piece of the braised pork and biting into a fluffy bun, felt tears well up. She had never realized how delectable braised pork could be. Observing her delight, when Jingyi felt a pang in his heart and sighed, braised fish, braised abalone, braised seafood. All are delightful. Once a young lady from a prominent family, Aunt Wen had endured hardship after marrying into the fallen Wen family, living frugally. It was common for the couple to go months without seeing oil or fish on their table. In truth, they were not lacking in funds. When Jingyi, a teacher, earned a monthly salary of 65 yuan, supplemented to around 70 yuan. Chapter 109. Receiving Shen's father and mother. Alone at home during lunch. Shen Yunqing lacked an appetite and opted not to cook, instead retrieving 2 frozen mangoes from the refrigerator as a makeshift meal. Gu Mohan met his father-in-law and mother-in-law at the dock, proactively taking their meager luggage and guiding them to the parking area. Shen's parents, on their first journey away from home, were exceedingly cautious, remaining alert on the train, unwilling to close their eyes for fear of thieves stealing the cured meats and eggs intended for their daughter. Once aboard the ferry in the cabin arranged by their son-in-law, they finally breathed a sigh of relief, taking turns resting. Upon disembarking, they were surprised to see their son-in-law, who appeared even more distinguished in person than in his photograph, exuding composure and grace. As they entered the car, Gu Mohan felt his own nervousness. He endeavored to suppress any harshness in his demeanor, striving to be amiable and humble. "Mom and Dad, I will take you to a restaurant for lunch. You've had a long morning on the ferry. You must be weary." The first experience of traveling in a car left Mr. Shen's emotions beyond the realm of mere words. He awkwardly smiled and waved his hand, insisting, "It's not tiring." "Not at all." Mrs. Shen, with perspiration pooling in her palms, sat in the vehicle, feeling as if this entire scenario was surreal. That girl, Yunqing, had an exceptionally high standard, securing a son-in-law of considerable wealth and stature, which explained why she had previously overlooked the village chief's precious son. Upon arriving at the state-run hotel, Gu Mohan exited first, graciously opening the door for his in-laws. As their feet touched the ground, Mr. and Mrs. Shen finally felt a sense of reality. Perhaps due to their prolonged time aboard the boat, their legs felt light as they walked. Leading his in-laws into the restaurant, Gu Mohan found a vacant table and ordered an array of dishes: braised beef, 3 delicacies soup, fermented tofu with pork, pine nut stuffed intestines, cold tomatoes, and 2 kilograms of rice. For the first time, the Shen elders experienced such an abundance of culinary delights, and Mrs. Shen, sitting upright beside her husband, was filled with a sense of propriety. Gu Mohan served rice to the elderly couple, and Mr. Shen, accepting the bowl with a simple, genuine smile, said, "Thank you, Gu." Struggling to find an appropriate term of endearment for his son-in-law, Mr. Shen pondered for some time in the car before settling on a title that conveyed respect without being overly distant. Observing the happiness radiating from his son-in-law as he spoke of their daughter, Mr. Shen felt his initial awkwardness dissipate. Today he was in high spirits and, with a wave of his hand, called for the waiter to bring a small bottle of liquor. Having not seen their daughter for several months, Mrs. Shen's heart remained in a state of anxiety, and amid the meal, she couldn't help but inquire, "Yunqing, she must be 3 months along now, right?" When a strange man's voice came through the phone, Mrs. Shen's heart sank, particularly upon hearing him mention Yunqing's marriage and pregnancy. A wave of concern washed over her. She worried about how their daughter could have chosen a family so far away, whether they would look down upon her rural background, or if they might mistreat Yunqing. Without seeing her daughter in person, Mrs. Shen's heart could never find solace. Gu Mohan discerned his mother-in-law's unease and patiently replied, "It's been over 3 months. The baby has been quite active lately, and she has been suffering from severe morning sickness. Anything other than sour food tends to come right back up." The worry on Mrs. Shen's face was unmistakable, and after a moment's contemplation, she suggested, "Then could you take me to the market later? I'd like to buy some radishes to pickle for her." Gu Mohan set down his chopsticks and rose to serve Mrs. Shen a bowl of soup, saying, "Of course. Mom, let us enjoy our meal first." This dinner and the demeanor of his son-in-law filled Mr. Shen with admiration. Meanwhile, Mrs. Shen, distracted and unable to savor even the most exquisite dishes, was consumed by her thoughts. After the meal, Gu Mohan drove to the market, purchasing a basket of radishes and 2 chickens. Mr. Shen and his wife were still dressed in their winter garments, and the sweltering heat had drenched them in sweat during the ferry ride. Gu Mohan turned the steering wheel, intending to stop by the department store to buy a few suitable outfits for the elderly couple to wear in this warmer climate. Upon arriving at the department store, the couple from the countryside found themselves dazzled by the myriad of products on display. Gu Mohan guided them on a brief tour downstairs, and only after the elderly couple had satisfied their curiosity did they ascend to the second-floor clothing store. There, the staff assisted in selecting 3 summer outfits for each of the elders. Shen's father, accustomed to the daily toil of farm work, bore thick calluses on his hands. He gently caressed the fabric of his new clothes, fearful of damaging them. Chapter 110. Curiosity about bathing. Shen Yunqing awoke from her afternoon nap and went to the bathroom for a quick shower. Upon emerging, she settled in the living room, positioning herself in front of the fan to dry her hair. Hearing the sound of the door being unlocked, she hastily rose to her feet. As she opened the door, Gu Mohan entered with the 2 elders. Seeing her mother, Shen Yunqing quickly approached, unable to conceal the joy radiating from her face. Mom and Dad, you're here. From the moment they stepped inside, Shen's mother's gaze was fixed on her daughter. In just a few months, her eldest girl had become a wife and was soon to be a mother. As she scrutinized her daughter, tears welled in her eyes. After days of anticipation, they were finally reunited. Observing that his daughter was thriving, Shen's father felt the worries that had plagued him during their journey dissipate. Gu Mohan poured water for the two elders. Mom and Dad, please sit down and rest. Shen Yunqing linked her arm with her mother's, guiding her to the sofa. I was so overjoyed just now that I forgot you had just disembarked. Shen's mother glanced down at her daughter's still flat abdomen. I heard from Mohan that you've been quite nauseous. Seeing her daughter still possess the playful demeanor of her youth, pouting and seeking affection, filled Shen's mother with warmth. Mohan just took me and your father to the market. I'll prepare some pickled radish for you. If you feel queasy during meals, you can just take a bowl and set it on the table. Shen Yunqing tilted her head, resting against her mother's shoulder.
Thank you, Mom.
The living room buzzed with the cheerful chatter of the mother-daughter pair, their laughter echoing throughout the space. Meanwhile, Gu Mohan led his father-in-law on a tour of their home, introducing him to each room and showcasing some of his prized liquor collection. Shen's father grew increasingly satisfied with his daughter and son-in-law's modest abode. Having raised 3 sons, he had longed for a daughter, and naturally, he hoped she would lead a prosperous life. He had once contemplated marrying her off to the village chief's son, believing that her roots in the village, bolstered by 3 brothers, would shield her from any mistreatment. His daughter had always been strong-willed, and he sensed that things would not be straightforward. When the village boy pressured her for a bride price, the dates kept getting pushed back, allowing his daughter the freedom to choose. Now, it seemed, her judgment had proven wise. After 2 sleepless days, Shen's father arrived at their home, his anxious heart finally at ease. His eyelids grew heavy with fatigue, and without hesitation, he nodded with a smile. All right. Lead me to the restroom and show me how to use that water-spraying device. Having just witnessed his son-in-law's simple operation of the water system, he was intrigued by the mechanism that sprayed water above. Sure. I'll take you in, Gu Mohan replied, finding his simple and endearing father-in-law quite likable, genuine and unpretentious. In stark contrast to his own father, who often carried himself with an air of superiority. Mrs. Shen, observing her husband's face brimming with excitement, rose from the sofa. Her curiosity piqued and followed behind them to see what they were tinkering with. Gu Mohan patiently repeated his instructions to the elderly couple. The faucet on the right dispenses cold water, while the one on the left provides hot water. Mr. Shen nodded, seemingly grasping the concept, and declared, let me give it a try. Gu Mohan stepped back to the wall, allowing his mother-in-law to join him as they watched Mr. Shen operate the faucet. Mr. Shen reached out and turned on the cold water, which cascaded down from above. He was as delighted as a child, extending his palm to catch the water. Mrs. Shen, marveling at the spectacle, exclaimed with surprise and excitement, Old man, teach me how to do it. Mr. Shen, shedding his previous stern demeanor, took Mrs. Shen by the hand and proudly pointed at the 2 switches, instructing her, do you see? This one is for cold water, and this one is for hot. Just turn it, and water will pour down from above. Oh, Mrs. Shen echoed, mimicking her husband's actions as she reached for the switch. Chapter 111. Inviting Uncle Wen for dinner. Shen Yunqing accompanied her husband to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Darling, once we finish cooking, I'll go upstairs to invite Uncle Wen and the others down to eat with us. The 2 gentlemen upstairs. Shen Yunqing had met once before and had heard they were teachers at the school. A flicker of curiosity crossed her mind. What was the purpose of her husband's invitation? Given the inopportune timing, she refrained from asking and simply nodded. All right, but make sure to cook extra rice. My father has quite the appetite, just like you. After a light lunch at the state-run restaurant, Gu Mohan munched on a cucumber while using one hand to wash the rice in a basin. Then, please ladle another bowl to add in. Shen Yunqing squatted down, opened the cupboard, and carefully scooped a bowl of raw rice from the bag. She stood up gingerly, cradling the bowl as she walked over to pour the abundant grains into the basin. Gu Mohan turned on the tap to add water. After rinsing the rice twice, he placed it in the pot, added the appropriate amount of water, and set it on the stove to cook. He then proceeded to prepare the fish and seafood. How should we prepare the fish? Shen Yunqing asked, holding the iron basin as she squeezed beside him to collect water. Watching him clean the fish, she pondered aloud. I initially wanted to make sour fish soup, but we're out of pickled vegetables. Let us go for steamed instead. Gu Mohan placed the fish in a basin of water, set down his knife, and, shaking the water from his hands, turned to the cupboard. Retrieving a bowl while playfully raising an eyebrow at her, I'll go borrow some pickled vegetables from Sister Zhao. In that fleeting moment, as he raised his brow, He appeared remarkably handsome. Shen Yunqing felt a flutter, her lips curling into an involuntary smile. Don't just grab an empty bowl. Take something useful with you. Whenever there was something inconvenient, he would enlist Fat Hai's help, and the bags of snacks at home had gradually diminished. This was the first time Shen Yunqing witnessed his frugal side. With your attitude, you risk Fat Hai refusing to run errands for you in the future. Gu Mohan, bowl in hand, sauntered toward the door, a proud smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, if that chubby kid refuses to run errands after eating my food, I'll break his uncle's legs. His voice faded as he exited, leaving Shen Yunqing chuckling and shaking her head as she approached the sink to clean the shrimp. Gu Mohan descended the stairs to borrow some pickled vegetables, then hurried back upstairs to inform Wenjingi that they should refrain from cooking dinner that evening. Upon hearing that his father-in-law and mother-in-law had arrived, Wenjingi instantly grasped the young man's intentions and responded with a smile. His younger sister had left early, and his nephew had come to invite him downstairs, leaving him with a mix of emotions. The boy, in his efforts to protect him, could not openly refer to him as uncle, which stirred an uneasy feeling within Wenjingi. Madame Wen was reluctant to go. Her face set in a stern expression as she sat in the living room, grumbling about how the family was gathered together and questioned what they would eat. After closing the door, Wenjingi overheard her words and his expression darkened. Gu Mohan came to invite me as his uncle, not you. Madame Wen's face soured instantly, her eyes widening in anger as she shouted at him. What do you mean? Am I not his aunt? You still can't forget that wretched woman. Wenjingi sat down, suppressing his anger, and warned her through gritted teeth. Today is a joyous occasion, so do not create unnecessary trouble. A good day belongs to you, not to me. Madame Wen retorted, picking up the teapot from the dining table and hurling it to the ground, her eyes red as she confronted him. Wenjingi, after all these years, I should have repaid you by now. Is your heart made of stone? Wenjingi remained impassive, watching her tantrum as if it had nothing to do with him. If you cannot endure it any longer, then divorce. I have said this before. You will gain nothing from me. Madame Wen, leaning against the edge of the table, suddenly lost her strength and collapsed to the ground, her earlier bravado evaporating in an instant. Ignoring her, Wenjingi rose and headed toward the study. Chapter 112. Cheering up Shenmu. The bed at his son-in-law's home was excessively soft, and the elderly couple, accustomed to the hard wooden beds of their hometown, found it somewhat uncomfortable on their first night. After resting for 2 hours, Shenmu called her husband to get up, neatly folding the blankets. As she stepped out of the bedroom, the delightful aroma wafted through the air. Shen Fu and Shenmu approached the kitchen door, witnessing their son-in-law stirring a pot while their daughter stood by, holding a bowl. While they disapproved of their daughter's laziness, they felt a sense of pride in having such a good son-in-law. Their daughter, Shen Qingyun, truly had married well. Sensitive, by nature. Shen Qingyun sensed a gaze upon them and turned her head to find her parents standing at the door, startled. Dinner is still a while away. Why don't you two rest a bit longer? She exclaimed. It's too hot to sleep, Shenmu replied, rolling up her sleeves and walking inside to wash the dirty dishes in the sink. Having been accustomed to hard work at home, she felt restless when idle. Gu Mohan served the pickled fish into a clay pot and glanced at his mother-in-law, quickly interjecting, Mom, leave that there. I'll wash it later. It was inappropriate for his mother-in-law to start working the moment she entered their home. Shenmu turned to him with a reassuring smile as she turned on the tap. I know you are a dutiful son. I just can't sit idly by. It gives me peace of mind to do something. With her insistence, Gu Mohan chose to say no more, allowing the elder to do as she pleased. Once he finished sautéing the dishes, Shen Qingyun, using a cloth as a cushion, carried the food to the table outside. Mr. Shen stood on the balcony, hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at the boundless ocean, lost in thought. After preparing the meal, Gu Mohan entrusted the subsequent tasks to his wife before stepping out to summon Wenjingi from upstairs. Upon hearing the knock, Wenjingi recognized it was him, carrying a thermos in one hand and a bottle of wine in the other. He disregarded the commotion in the kitchen and opened the door. Gu Mohan glanced behind him, asking, Are you alone? With a resigned sigh, Wenjingi replied, Do not concern yourself with her. Mrs. Wen was flustered, bustling about in the kitchen, too anxious to face anyone. Gu Mohan, aware of the underlying tension between the two elder figures, refrained from questioning them as he led Wenjingi downstairs. Mrs. Shen had tidied up the kitchen, wiping her hands on a clean cloth before stepping out. Wenjingi entered the room, warmly greeting Mr. Shen. His scholarly aura exuded elegance and grace. Mr. Shen, feeling somewhat at a loss, managed to smile, greeting him in return. Gu Mohan uncorked the wine bottle and poured it into glasses, introducing, Mom, this is my uncle. Upon seeing the refined middle-aged man seated at the dining table, Mrs. Shen was momentarily taken aback. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the man in the photographs. Wen Jingyi rose, smiling as he addressed her. In-laws, it is a pleasure to finally meet you, though I apologize for the abruptness. Noticing his wife lost in thought, Mr. Shen reached out to tug at her sleeve. Gu Mohan, perceptive to his mother-in-law's unease, placed 2 glasses of wine before Mr. Shen and Wen Jingyi, declaring, "Today marks your first meeting. Let us raise a glass." "Very well. I shall not hold back," Wen Jingyi said, lifting his glass to clink with Mr. Shen's. Mrs. Shen, distracted, found the delicious meal devoid of flavor. Shen Yunqing served her a bowl of fish soup, whispering, "Mom, are you feeling unwell?" At her remark, Shen Yunqing glanced at the storage room, suggesting, "There is a fan in the storage room. I will have Mohan move it into your room shortly." "This weather is indeed much warmer than our hometown. I felt quite uncomfortable when I first arrived." Mrs. Shen picked a piece of fish from the belly and placed it in her bowl, replying, "All right, I appreciate Mohan's help." Gu Mohan, lifting his gaze from his bowl, remarked, "Mom, about what you said to me today, 3 out of 5 sentences were merely formalities." Shen Yunqing, perceptive as ever, chimed in, "That is simply due to unfamiliarity. Once you are accustomed, Mom will chatter away in your presence all day. Mohan, have you started cooking the pig feed? Mohan, did you light the fire? Mohan, why are you eating so little?" Mrs. Shen blushed at her daughter's teasing, momentarily diverting her attention from her worries. She quietly tugged at her sleeve, muttering, "You talk too much." Their playful banter brought a smile to her face, and the young couple exchanged a knowing glance. Gu Mohan served Shen Yunqing a helping of pickled vegetables, complimenting her efforts. Wen Jingyi, observing the joy on his nephew's face, felt a wave of emotion wash over him. This child had finally found a home. Chapter 113. The birth of a son or daughter. After dinner, Mrs. Shen took charge of washing the dishes. Shen Yunqing stood beside her, drying the dishes with a clean towel before placing them in the cabinet. Gu Mohan assisted the inebriated Wen Jingyi up the stairs. On the balcony, Shen's father stood, allowing the sea breeze to sober him up. This stubborn and obstinate old man, Shen Yunqing no longer urged him otherwise. She entered the bedroom to change her clothes. Having spent the entire afternoon in the kitchen, her attire reeking of cooking oil, just as she donned a fresh outfit, the familiar wave of nausea surged within her. Shen Yunqing hurriedly opened the door and rushed to the bathroom to vomit. The commotion startled Shen's father, who was seated on the sofa. He stood abruptly, gazing bewilderedly at the bathroom door. Hearing the retching sounds, Shen's mother brought a glass of water and stood by the bathroom door, waiting for her to finish. The food she had just consumed was expelled completely. After flushing the toilet, Shen Yunqing weakly reached for the rinsing cup on the shelf, filling it with water to brush her teeth, unable to tolerate the complex taste lingering in her mouth. When she emerged from the bathroom, Shen's mother handed her the cup. "Your condition resembles that of your sister-in-law in her early stages." Shen Yunqing accepted the cup and took a small sip. "Your sister-in-law must be nearing her delivery, right?" Pulling her mother to the sofa, she playfully inquired, "Mom, do you hope for a grandson or a granddaughter with your sister-in-law's baby?" "Both a grandson and a granddaughter are dear to me." Shen's mother gazed at her belly, pausing momentarily before expressing her concern. "For this child, I hope it is a grandson." In affluent families, a son is often desired to inherit the family business. After learning from neighbors that your brother-in-law is the factory manager, it seems the pressure is lesser for a daughter if the firstborn is a son. Future births will not carry the same anxieties regarding gender. Shen Yunqing perceived her mother's worries. She caressed her belly and pouted slightly. "He said it doesn't matter whether it's a boy or a girl. He is merely trying to placate you." Her mother retorted, gently tapping her on the forehead, imparting her wisdom. "Even if Mohan is indifferent, his family will certainly care. In powerful and influential families, it is auspicious to have a son first." Shen Yunqing believed that Gu Mohan's father was still unaware of her pregnancy. She did not take her mother's words to heart. After all, both of Gu Mohan's elder brothers had sons, making her own pregnancy seemingly inconsequential to the Gu family. Gu Mohan then entered the room. "Mom and Dad, let me take you for a walk." Shen's father shot a glare at his wife, his fierce expression softening instantly. "All right, thank you." It was merely a formality. Gu Mohan sighed helplessly, finished his glass of water, and let his wife out first. Having just spoken ill of someone, Shen's mother felt a twinge of guilt. Uncertain if he had overheard her. If he had, where would she hide her face? Gu Mohan took them downstairs, strolling around the basketball court. Many family members had gathered outside to enjoy the cool air, their eyes frequently darting towards the group. He Yunjiao and her sister-in-law were also present, playing with their 2 children at the basketball court. Shen Yunqing tugged at her mother to join them. Gu Mohan, accompanied by his father-in-law, wandered off to other areas. Chapter 114. The Love of Parents. Upon entering the house, Shen's mother retrieved 2 jars of eggs and 2 pieces of cured meat from the burlap bag she had brought. The eggs were purchased by me from the villagers. Here. The heat prevents them from lasting long, so please consume them quickly. When you are to give birth next year, I shall save more for you. Shen Yunqing gazed at the peanuts and walnuts in her pocket, as well as the glutinous rice that her mother usually refrained from eating. Feeling a twinge of discomfort in her heart, I lack nothing here, yet you bring all these to me. Have your sisters-in-law expressed any discontent? To which Shen's mother replied, I came to see my dear daughter. They cannot possibly have any objections. Shen's mother laid everything out on the dining table and continued, on the day your father and I were tidying up, your third sister-in-law stood in the courtyard, speaking in a sarcastic tone, and your father raised his voice, which silenced her. Shen's father was known for his eccentric temperament. He typically refrained from involving himself in the matters of the women in the household, but this time, perhaps he was thoroughly exasperated, leading him to lose his temper momentarily. Shen Yunqing understood that her parents cherished her deeply, and her nose tinged with a hint of sorrow. You and father should take better care of yourselves. Do not be too frugal. Your brothers are all married now, and you both deserve to enjoy life. What enjoyment is there? Shen's mother busily organized the items into the kitchen cabinets, arranging them methodically, and sighed, while your father and I are still capable, we shall do our utmost to assist your brothers. The matter of enjoying life can be discussed later. Shen Yunqing truly admired the selfless dedication of the elder generation towards their children. In modern times, her biological parents entered into a marriage of convenience. And aside from her grandmother and father, who were quite fond of her mother and maternal grandparents favored sons over daughters. When Wenbiu gave birth to Shen Yunqing, it took a toll on her health, and for many years thereafter, she could not conceive. As the family's assets were about to fall into the hands of a daughter, she felt a deep sense of resentment, leading her to bring 2 sponsored children into the Shen family. Shen's father, who had taken a mistress outside, felt a sense of shame towards his wife and did not impede her actions, inadvertently causing harm to Shen Yunqing. Shen Xiaoyan treated Shen Yunqing quite well. Yet alongside him was Shen Xiaoya, who had entered the Shen family. This woman was 3 years her senior and possessed a silver tongue, winning over Wenbiu's heart effortlessly. Wenbiu frequently took Shen Xiaoya out for afternoon tea with the socialites, attending various banquets, and their relationship was exceedingly close, often inseparable. Those unaware of the truth would mistakenly believe that they were the genuine mother and daughter. She lifted her gaze towards the entrance, where Gu Mohan entered, carrying a large bunch of coconuts, while Shen's father cradled 2 large ones. Shen Yunqing exclaimed in astonishment, Where did you pick these? Gu Mohan set the coconuts down and went into the kitchen to retrieve a knife. Upon returning, he opened one and offered it to her for a taste. I took Dad on a boat to the beach behind Biling Island, where the shore was bustling with a plethora of coconut trees. Shen Yunqing poured the coconut water into a cup, taking a small sip. It was fragrant and slightly sweet. The flavor was delightful, and she drank half the cup in one go. Gu Mohan opened 2 more coconuts, pouring the clear liquid into cups for her mother-in-law and father-in-law to sample. Shen's mother took a sip and smiled. Delicious, though not overly sweet. Shen Yunqing set her cup down and explained, This is how natural coconut water tastes. Shen's mother took another small sip, savoring it slowly, yet after a long while, she could not quite articulate its flavor. As the day drew to a close, Gu Mohan entered the bedroom to retrieve his clothes, proceeding to the bathroom for a shower. Shen Yunqing had previously purchased a set of pajamas for each of them, which she now extracted from the wardrobe. Approaching the guest room door, she gently knocked. Shen's mother opened the door, looking at her with a hint of confusion. Shen Yunqing handed her the 2 sets of pajamas, saying, These are for you and Dad. The weather here is quite warm, and wearing pajamas will keep you cooler at night. Shen's mother accepted the garments. Unable to resist a few admonitions, you should refrain from being so extravagant with your spending. Once you have children, expenses will arise from every corner. I understand, Shen Yunqing replied, wishing to avoid further lecturing, and prepare to take her leave. Please rest well. And is there a fan inside? Yes, there is. All right. I shall take my leave now. Chapter 115. Not cleanly shorn. The oppressive heat of the day prompted Shen's parents to rise early, to avoid disturbing their children's slumber. They chose to descend the stairs for a leisurely stroll. Before retiring for the night, Gu Mohan had set an alarm, and upon its ringing, he promptly arose to prepare breakfast. On this rare sunny morning, Shen Yunqing found herself awake before 8, eagerly trailing behind the man. Gu Mohan scooped noodles into bowls and, with a gentle tone, called to the petite woman beside him, Please wake your parents for breakfast. Certainly, she replied, carrying a plate of meat buns out of the kitchen. Placing the plate on the dining table, she approached the door of the secondary bedroom and knocked. After several attempts with no response, she pushed the door open and entered. The bed was neatly made, but her parents were absent. Yunqing, they announced as they entered, Shen's father holding a plum pen. Hearing the commotion, Shen Yunqing emerged, closing the door behind her. Noticing the item in their possession, she inquired, "Mom, where did you buy that hen?" Shen's mother raised a kettle to pour water, explaining, "From an elderly lady, she raises her own laying hens." Inviting them to sit down for breakfast, Shen Yunqing remarked, "You both are up quite early. I just went to your room to call you." Spotting her husband bustling about in the kitchen, Shen's mother couldn't help but smile. "Your father and I are accustomed to rising early. We naturally wake up at this hour. Thank you, Mohan, for your efforts this morning." Gu Mohan placed 2 bowls of noodles before them, saying graciously, "There's no need for such formality. We are all family." Shen Yunqing, feeling averse due to morning sickness, refrained from touching the noodles and buns, opting instead for a few pieces of cut fruit. Shen's mother lifted her gaze from the bowl and said, "Is this all you plan to eat? How will the baby receive adequate nutrition?" Shen Yunqing explained as she popped a piece of mango into her mouth, "I'll eat more at lunch. If I eat now, I may feel nauseous again. And that sensation is unbearable." Each episode of morning sickness seemed to drain her vitality, and her already delicate constitution was truly struggling. Having experienced similar discomfort in the past, Shen's mother refrained from pressuring her to eat. "Very well, I shall prepare some pickled radishes for you later." "Thank you, Mom." "This man, why is he so concerned about others?" Shen Yunqing playfully huffed at him. "Understood, housekeeper." Gu Mohan adjusted his watch and playfully flicked her forehead, saying, "If you could be a bit more obedient, I wouldn't need to keep such a close watch over you." Shen Yunqing covered her forehead, slightly pouting as she shot him a glare, before huffily turning on her heel and walking towards the bedroom. Observing the harmonious interaction between the young couple, Shen's mother sighed softly, reflecting on her daughter's youthful demeanor. Gu Mohan greeted the elderly couple before picking up the briefcase from the coffee table. He first headed to the farm to feed the pigs, then proceeded to the factory for work. Shen's father learned that every household in their compound raised piglets. Once the old lady had finished preparing pickled vegetables, they took a basket to leisurely stroll outside, also helping their daughter gather pig feed along the way. Bored at home, Shen Yunqing decided to wash the clothes soaking in the basin. Meanwhile, Shen's parents found a basket of pig feed and went to check on the piglets their daughter was raising. They noticed that her little pig was considerably thinner than those of other families. Shen's father quickly identified the issue. Upon returning home, Shen's mother went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Spotting her daughter hanging laundry on the balcony, Shen's father approached her and asked, "Isn't this little pig of yours a bit underdeveloped?" "What do you mean?" Shen Yunqing turned around, puzzled. With a sigh, Shen's father patiently explained, "It means it hasn't been castrated properly. Pigs that haven't been castrated grow more slowly." Oh, Shen Yunqing understood, realizing that it was because the pig hadn't been neutered. After nearly a month of raising the pig, she had been perplexed as to why her pig, despite eating so much, was growing slower than others. Casting her a glance, Shen's father walked towards the living room and settled onto the sofa. She went to the kitchen to assist her mother with the cooking. They decided to use the chicken from the morning, making soup from the bones and stir-frying the meat. Shen's mother, holding a bottle of chili sauce, raised her voice to inquire, "How does Xiaogu handle spicy food?" The Shen family was generally okay with spice, but when cooking for her son-in-law, Shen's mother was cautious not to overdo it, concerned it might displease him. Shen Yunqing replied, "You can add as much as you like. He eats everything and isn't picky." Shen's mother rolled her eyes and began to gently admonish her. "As a wife, you should at least know what he likes to eat." This was something Shen Yunqing genuinely did not know. She was not the type to consider others' preferences, often absorbed in her own thoughts and somewhat careless. As a mother, Shen's mother could easily discern her daughter's shortcomings. Realizing her oversight, Shen Yunqing nodded and promised, "I will pay more attention in the future." With the chicken sizzling in the pot, Shen's mother added 2 spoons of bean paste and stirred with a spatula. As Gu Mohan entered the house, he was greeted by the delightful aroma wafting through the air. Glancing at the dishes on the table, he smiled warmly and remarked, "This lunch must be made by Mom. It smells wonderful." Shen Yunqing, setting the table, lifted her eyelids to glance at him, pouting, "What, was my cooking not good enough before?" "No," Gu Mohan quickly clarified, not daring to say otherwise, "It's just that your cooking and Mom's taste different." To avoid further questioning, he rolled up his shirt sleeves and headed towards the bathroom. After washing her hands, she took over her young wife's tasks and assisted in serving the rice. Mother Shen pulled out a chair and sat down to eat. "Both your father and I are rather unsophisticated, completely unaware of matters concerning the factories in the city. I apologize for that." Such a remark from her mother-in-law seemed excessively polite. Gu Mohan furrowed his brows slightly, the corners of his mouth lifting in a gentle smile as he replied, "Not at all." Shen Yunqing picked up a piece of chicken and placed it into the man's bowl. "Do try it and see if it's to your liking." Gu Mohan was not particularly fond of chicken. No matter how it was prepared, it always retained a somewhat dry texture. However, since his wife had offered it to him, he felt compelled to taste it. The meat, stir-fried with bean paste, was indeed a bit dry, yet the flavor was commendable. After chewing, Gu Mohan nodded in approval. Quite good indeed. Mother Shen beamed with joy, serving half of the chicken head to Yunqing. You used to love gnawing on these. Today there are 2, and they are all yours. No one will compete with you. The several brothers at home relished meat, while Shen and her husband often thought to reserve some for the children's nourishment, merely nibbling on the bones themselves whenever a chicken was slaughtered. The original owner had little taste for meat, preferring to gnaw on wings and feet instead. During such moments, her 3 brothers would intentionally tease her, vying for the chicken head. Shen Yunqing shared this fondness for bone gnawing. The distinction lay in the fact that Mother Shen personally served her, whereas her modern mother would always exhibit disdain whenever she indulged in such things, often claiming there was something wrong with her for consuming such dirty food. She wondered if her mother would feel sorrow or sadness after the accident. Even shedding a single tear would suffice for Shen Yunqing, for it would signify that she still cared for her. Upon finishing lunch, Gu Mohan noticed the young woman's mood was less than cheerful and took her to the bedroom. After closing the door, he looked at her with concern. What is troubling you? Shen Yunqing shook her head. It's nothing. This was a secret that belonged solely to her. No matter how sorrowful or distressing, it was something she had to digest alone. Gu Mohan raised a hand and gently pinched her cheek. Seeing you so downcast makes me feel rather uncomfortable. Shen Yunqing felt a pang in her nostrils, pressing her lips together as she raised her gaze to him. Her eyes sparkled like stars in the night, filled with untold stories, and her silence conveyed a profound sense of grievance. Gu Mohan understood she harbored her own little secret. He did not pry, but simply enveloped her in his embrace, providing her with a sense of security. Leaning against the man, inhaling the faint scent of soap from his clothing, Shen Yunqing gradually calmed down. Gu Mohan furrowed his brow and looked down at her. Is that so? I'll have Zhao and check on it shortly. Are you not aware whether the pig is pregnant? Shen Yunqing assumed he must have already known. After all, they were all male. There should have been some distinction. She was surprised by his inattentiveness. Gu Mohan found himself at a loss for words at the young woman's gaze, his expression darkening. I have no interest in pigs. Why would I watch them all day? Please refrain from comparing me to livestock. Shen Yunqing. Fine. I cannot provoke you. Chapter 117. Time to return. During the days spent on the island, Mr. and Mrs. Shen would rise early to the seaside, observing fishing boats as they gathered seafood. They would assist their daughter at the farm, feeding the pigs, and after lunch, they would sit downstairs with a group of elderly ladies, engaging in casual conversations about family affairs. As Shen Yunqing's pregnancy progressed to 3.5 months, her bouts of morning sickness diminished significantly. The first jar of pickled radishes made by Mrs. Shen had fermented perfectly within 3 days, and Shen Yunqing allocated several bowls to share with neighbors both upstairs and downstairs, as well as with the He family from Building 7. After enjoying the delicious pickles, He Yunqiao and Zhao Xiuli visited the next afternoon to inquire about the recipe. Auntie, your pickled radishes are truly delightful, they exclaimed. Mrs. Shen, who was preparing ingredients nearby, smiled at their sweet words, her lips curving upward involuntarily. I added ginger slices, Sichuan peppercorns, small chili peppers, and celery. If you can't wait to make your own, you can add a bit of white vinegar to speed up the pickling process. Zhao Xiuli, while slicing radish strips, couldn't resist tasting one, only to grimace at the spiciness. She quickly chewed and swallowed, saying, delicious as it is. The process and seasoning are quite intricate. My mother taught me to simply pickle with salt and then add some sour liquid to the jar. It was easy, but it lacked fragrance. He Yunqiao, holding her eldest son beside her, chimed in, it seems our mothers share the same approach, simple and straightforward. My mother has been cooking for decades, yet my father always complains about the lack of novelty. In their hometown, where merely having enough to eat was a challenge, they spent their days laboring in the fields, and meals typically consisted of whatever was cooked sufficiently to be edible. Although the Shen family faced their own difficulties, Mrs. Shen still devoted effort to food preparation. In the original owner's childhood, meals often included wild vegetable steamed buns accompanied by various pickled dishes. After draining the radishes, Mrs. Shen guided them step by step in adding seasonings. Zhao Xiuli and He Yunqiao, who cooked daily, quickly grasped the basic process after just one demonstration. Once Mrs. Shen sealed the jars, the two could hardly contain their eagerness to try their hand at it. They left her home and rushed to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase radishes. What a sudden turn of events. After a few days away, the elderly couple could not shake their worry about home. At your age, you needn't concern yourselves with us, Shen Yunqing thought, feeling a pang of reluctance for her parents. Previously, she hadn't considered it much, but after spending a few days together, she had developed feelings for them. Mr. and Mrs. Shen looked at their daughter, lowering their heads in silence. Life with their son-in-law was undoubtedly pleasant, yet the couple remained preoccupied with thoughts of their large family back home. Mr. Shen's eyes brightened as he looked up at her, asking, "What kind of job?" Shen Yunqing took a sip of water, her tone calm and soothing. "It's a long-distance freight job. The salary is 25 yuan for the first 3 months, and after that it increases to 35 yuan upon becoming permanent. My brother can learn to drive alongside the truck driver, and once he obtains his driver's license, he can expect to earn no less than 50 or 60 yuan. Faced with such a promising opportunity, the elderly couple found themselves in a quandary, primarily concerned about their younger son feeling slighted and accusing them of favoritism. Worrying that complications might arise later, Shen Yunqing reminded them, "Mom and Dad, please don't mention my situation to my brothers until after the family division. Once that occurs, I will naturally assist as needed." Chapter 118 bears a striking resemblance to reality. Last night, Mr. and Mrs. Shen lay in bed, conversing for hours about their daughter's husband, whose family background starkly contrasted with their own. Realizing they could offer little assistance to their daughter, they resolved to avoid being a burden to her. As parents, Mrs. Shen was acutely aware of her children's temperaments. They understood the capabilities of their 3 sons. They did not aspire for their children to achieve great wealth, but merely wished for their safety and a stable life. After contemplating the matter seriously, Mr. Shen deemed the plan feasible and decisively stated, "Let it be so. With the eldest son now employed, we can rest easy about the family." Having lived together for so many years, Mrs. Shen, as a mother, was reluctant to see the family divided. After years of toil for her children, the prospect of separation left her heart feeling hollow. Noticing her mother's disquiet, Shen Yunqing gently reassured her mother if the 3rd sister-in-law were a good match, it would indeed be best for the whole family to stay together. However, given that the 3rd brother has chosen such a spouse, if we do not separate now, we risk future conflicts among the brothers, which would be a regrettable outcome. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Mrs. Shen dabbed at her eyes and nodded. "Then it is settled. We shall celebrate one more reunion this year, and when spring arrives next year, we will invite your uncle and others to witness the division of the 3 children as shares. Your father and I are still capable of managing ourselves. Matters of retirement can be addressed once we reach 60. Hearing her mother's forthrightness alleviated Shen Yunqing's worries. She could assist her parents to a certain extent. Given her favorable circumstances compared to her 3 brothers, she planned to purchase a house for them to enjoy their retirement once they grew weary of their hometown. Having spoken so directly, Mrs. Shen, regaining her composure, left to prepare dinner, while Mr. Shen went upstairs to converse with Wen Jingyi. Shen Yunqing filled a jug with water in the bathroom to tend to the wild chrysanthemums she had planted on the balcony a few days prior. As she closed the door, she inquired anxiously, "What's wrong? Mother seems a bit down." Gu Mohan, unable to comprehend his mother-in-law's sadness, questioned why they didn't stay longer. Unaware of the tensions that might arise among the 3 sisters-in-law, Shen Yunqing exhaled deeply and continued, "Children are flesh of their mother's flesh. After nurturing them with great effort, they gradually drift away from their parents upon starting their own families. It is unbearable for anyone." Upon finishing her thought, she realized that she too would face such a day, and her heart ached. The wisdom of a son grows distant from his mother resonated with Gu Mohan, who had been forcibly separated from his mother at the tender age of 7, never to see her again. This remained his greatest regret, fueling his resentment towards Gu Jingnian, who, despite knowing the identity of his mother's killer, chose to turn a blind eye and conspire with the villain. "What troubles you?" Shen Yunqing lifted her gaze to find his eyes aflame with a fierce intensity, a sight that sent a chill through her. The man before her felt utterly foreign, momentarily resembling the figure from her dreams, the one who had slain Anna. After approximately a minute, he opened his eyes, returning to his gentle and modest demeanor. Shaking his head, "It's nothing." Shen Yunqing had been quite startled by his earlier expression. She looked up at him and exclaimed, "You were really terrifying just now. Just like in my dream where you choked Secretary into death." Gu Mohan's face darkened as he stepped closer, standing before her. He pulled her head against his waist and admonished her in a deep voice, "Can you refrain from such wild imaginings?" Shen Yunqing tilted her face upwards, observing the taut muscles of his jaw, pouting slightly, but it truly resembled that moment. "I even saw you smirkingly lift her chin. Is that so?" Gu Mohan lowered his gaze to scrutinize her, a chilling smile playing on his lips. "Is it really like that?" Shen Yunqing nodded vigorously, her delicate chin tapping against his abdomen, a shiver running down her spine. Damn it, he really did look like that. Gu Mohan brushed her face aside, his fair wrist lifting to tug at the button of his shirt nonchalantly, chuckling, "If you keep tapping, my brother might just grow larger." Shen Yunqing retorted. You rogue. Can you not be so indecent? Your lewd demeanor is quite vulgar. Chapter 119. Not wanting to get too involved. His brazen words made Shen Yunqing's cheeks flush, and she instinctively leaned back, distancing herself from him. You are the one who pulled my head over. Due to her pregnancy. The couple had not been intimate for nearly a month. At night, Gu Mohan held her close as they slept, a certain part of him ever ready.
Now.
Seeing her fair and rosy face, Gu Mohan felt a tightness in his throat, his voice rough yet magnetic. I heard that after 3 months, we can resume. Shen Yunqing lifted her head to look at him. Who told you that? Gu Mohan, noticing her anxious expression, smirked. I went to the hospital today. What did you go to the hospital for? To check if I was in a bad condition. Shen Yunqing recognized his jest, yet her ears still flushed. Yunqing, Mohan, dinner is ready. Hearing her mother's voice, Shen Yunqing pushed the man away, stood up, and opened the door to exit. Shen's father assisted his wife in bringing dishes from the kitchen. Such warm scenes were seldom witnessed at their home. As the head of the family, Shen's father usually maintained a serious demeanor in front of his son and daughter-in-law. Gu Mohan in the bedroom suppressed the restlessness within him, waiting for a certain part to settle before he stepped out. Shen's mother's cooking was quite commendable. Her son-in-law's family lacked neither ingredients nor seasonings, allowing her to cook without the frugality she often displayed at home. At the dining table, Shen's mother served the 2 young ones each a bowl of chicken stewed in coconut milk. Gu Mohan took a sip of the soup and exclaimed, Mom, this chicken soup is truly delicious. Receiving praise from her son-in-law, Shen's mother beamed with delight, adding a chicken leg to his bowl. Don't just drink the soup. Gu Mohan momentarily lost his focus upon seeing the chicken leg in his bowl. That feeling, buried deep within for over 20 years, was stirred once more. He intended to suggest at the dinner table that the elders stay a few more days. After dinner, Shen Yunqing was pulled into the room by the man.
No.
Shen Yunqing anticipated the words he was about to utter and swiftly interjected, second brother and third brother bear no burdens. They do not require my assistance. Initially, she had no intention of meddling, but considering the circumstances of eldest brother's family, with sister-in-law's poor health and 2 children to care for, as well as the situation of their parents, she contemplated securing a job for eldest brother to ensure their later years would be spent in peace and comfort. Human nature is unpredictable. Once one accepts the notion of receiving without labor, the consequences can be dire. She wished to keep the matter of finding a job for eldest brother from second and third brothers, fearing that Gu Mohan's excessive care for her family could lead to her feeling out of place. Initially, they might express gratitude, but as time progressed, they could come to view her assistance as a given. If she were to refuse their future requests, she would inevitably be seen as an ungrateful wretch. Shen Yunqing did not desire her marital family to be overly entangled with her own. Differences in social standing naturally lead to divergent mindsets. Some individuals are destined to remain at a certain level, and attempting to force their growth will only yield adverse outcomes. Is it not unjust? Gu Mohan pondered, lacking the foresight of a spouse. His sole concern was that marrying her naturally entailed treating her family well. Moreover, he was not lacking in funds. But wouldn't this be unfair to your second and third brothers? Shen Yunqing glanced at him, stating, there is little fairness in this world. Do not bring me trouble in the future. It is undeniable that once a man assists several brothers, what little he shares could suffice for their comfort in their later years. Shen Yunqing did not harbor disdain for her 3 brothers, but rather, she was wary of the relatives-in-law. Gu Mohan understood her sentiment, resting his arm on her shoulder and nodding, all right. But if your parents ask for your assistance in the future, will you oblige? That depends on the request. Shen Yunqing assured him that her parents would not have to worry about finances in their later years. However, if they were to compel her to aid relatives in finding employment, then she would firmly decline. As for second and third brothers, she was willing to assist as long as their requests were not unreasonable. Gu Mohan gazed at the young woman's face, smiling with satisfaction, pleasantly surprised by her rationality. Shen Yunqing shrugged off his arm, rising to her feet and walking to the wardrobe to retrieve her nightwear. She opened the door to find the living room empty. Her parents must have gone for a walk downstairs. After she entered the bathroom to shower, Gu Mohan sat at the edge of the bed, his mind restless. It had been quite some time since he had been intimate with her, and tonight, no matter what, he was determined to make it happen. The thought of what was to come left him parched. Rising, he headed to the kitchen, retrieving a glass of iced lemonade from the refrigerator and downing it in one go, trying to quell the rising heat within him. When Shen Yunqing emerged from the bathroom, she found him on the floor, performing push-ups, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Curiously, she inquired, "What are you doing?" "You're out," Gu Mohan replied, rising from the carpet and seizing the nightwear he had prepared on the sofa, his spirits soaring as he eagerly exclaimed, "Go wait for me in the bedroom." With that, He hurriedly made his way into the bathroom. Shen Yunqing found herself utterly perplexed by his actions. After smoothing her damp hair, she entered the bedroom to plug in the fan, sitting on the edge of the bed to dry her hair. Gu Mohan emerged from the shower swiftly, returning in less than 10 minutes with a basin of water. Noticing the water in his hands, Shen Yunqing was quite puzzled. "Are you cleaning?" she inquired.
No.
Gu Mohan replied, placing the basin behind the door before striding eagerly towards her. Without hesitation, he pushed the woman, who was seated on the bed, down to lie flat, leaning in for a fervent kiss. The intensity of his kiss left Shen Yunqing breathless, her eyes widening in surprise at his sudden advance. After their deep kiss, Gu Mohan released her, his gaze burning with desire, the corners of his eyes tinged with a rosy hue. "We shouldn't. We're still at the Deng residence," she protested. Gu Mohan hastily discarded any obstructive clothing onto the floor, careful to avoid pressing against her abdomen as he lay beside her. As her mind went blank, Shen Yunqing could only inwardly pray for him to finish quickly. Gu Mohan's heavy breaths filled her ears as he kissed her ear delicately. As the evening glow faded, Shen Yunqing found herself drenched in sweat, rendering her earlier bath useless. Gu Mohan, having only partially quenched his thirst, sensed her altered state and, suppressing his rising desires, got up to fetch the basin and wrung out a towel to wipe her body. The cold towel against her skin revealed to Shen Yunqing the reason for his earlier actions. He covered her with a blanket before taking the basin to the bathroom. Chapter 121. Inquiring for assistance the following afternoon, after lunch, Shen Yunqing accompanied her parents downstairs. Zhao was waiting for them in a vehicle from the factory. Since the supply cooperative on the island had started providing vegetables and meat, the women in the family compound no longer yearned for trips to the city. The once crowded boat cabin now appeared desolate, with only a few figures visible. Once the vehicle was aboard the ship, Shen's mother spotted an acquaintance entering the cabin and, with a smile, remarked, "It's stifling in this vehicle. Let us get out and stretch our legs." The sun blazed outside, and Shen Yunqing was reluctant to disembark. However, seeing her mother's eager demeanor in the rear-view mirror, she sighed resignedly and got out to open the door for her. Shen's mother walked towards the cabin, followed closely by Shen's father and Shen Yunqing. The cabin was filled with several passengers, and Shen's mother immediately recognized Mrs. Liu, who lived on the same floor, quickening her pace to join her in the front row. Shen Yunqing chose not to join the group of elderly women and instead separated from her parents at the entrance, moving to stand beside He Yunjiao. Xiao Xiaoman was pleasantly surprised to see her. "You're going to the city too?" He Yunjiao, holding her eldest son, softly asked. "Why, isn't your aunt staying here to enjoy a few more days?" "She's worried about home. They're simply restless on this island," Shen Yunqing quipped, rolling her eyes. "I initially thought to have them stay for the new year, but given their level of concern, perhaps it's best to avoid it altogether. I wouldn't want them to end up anxious." Shen Yunqing struggled to comprehend the mindset of the older generation. Their lives seemed far from indulgent. Reflecting on her mother's incessant nagging in her ear, she felt a wave of helplessness wash over her and shifted the topic, asking, "What brings you two to the city today?" He Yunjiao cast a fleeting glance at her sister-in-law, smiling as she suggested, "The fabric at the supply and marketing cooperative is rather unappealing. Let us procure a fine piece from the department store to craft a dress for Xiaoman." Xiao Xiaoman, feeling a tinge of shyness, lowered her head, cast a sideways glance at her sister-in-law, and, cradling her nephew, rose to stand by the window, gazing out at the vast ocean. Shen Yunqing, catching sight of Xiao Xiaoman's bashfulness, speculated with a teasing remark, "It seems there's delightful news on the horizon." He Yunjiao lifted her gaze, surveying those around her, and noticing their preoccupations, leaned closer to whisper in Shen Yunqing's ear. "The younger brother of manager Deng has caught her eye. Could you inquire with the factory director about Deng Yaochun's character? I asked my husband, but he's rather uncertain." He Yunjiao continued, "My brother and I are aware of the situation. I appreciate your assistance." Shen Yunqing recalled her previous encounter with Deng Yaochun during her visit to Gu Mohan's office. He was a strikingly handsome young man engaged in clerical work at the factory, several years junior to Zhao, and certainly embodied the essence of youth. As the vessel approached the dock, Shen Yunqing went to summon her parents, Shen Fu and Shen Mu, to disembark. Shen Mu bid farewell to the friends she had made over the past few days, walking alongside her daughter with a hint of reluctance, expressing, "We leave tomorrow, and my heart feels heavy at the thought of parting. I wonder if we shall meet again." Shen Yunqing smiled gently, suggesting, "Why not extend our stay for a couple more days?" She anticipated this response. Chapter 122. Accompanying parents for shopping. Zhao drove them directly to the department store. Upon arrival, Shen Yunqing led her parents inside, locating the specialty goods section and leisurely browsing. The sales attendant enthusiastically followed them, showcasing the store's offerings: dried seafood, newly available beef jerky, and local teas alongside homemade white liquor. Upon glancing at the prices, Shen Mu shook her head vigorously, resembling a bobblehead doll. Just buy some biscuits for the journey. These items are exorbitantly priced. Let us not squander our money. Shen Yunqing discerned that it would be impractical to solicit her mother's specific desires, so she turned to her father. Dad, would you care for a few bottles of liquor? Upon entering the shop, Shen Fu was greeted by the enticing aroma of alcohol. Unlike his wife, he held no reservations and nodded with a smile. Yes, please get me 2 bottles of liquor and some rolling tobacco. Shen Yunqing relished dealing with such forthright individuals and addressed the attendant. Please fetch me 2 bottles of white liquor and 2 jean of yellow flower tobacco. The sales attendant responded with a smile. Certainly. Feel free to browse further. As the attendant turned to gather the items, Shen Yunqing noticed bamboo baskets for packing seafood, with various types of seafood priced uniformly at 1 yuan and 30 cents per jean. She selected 2 handfuls and placed them in her basket. Noticing this, Shenmu refrained from further commentary and redirected her gaze to other jars and containers in the store. After filling her basket with an assortment of dried seafood, Shen Yunqing paused to grab 4 bottles of chili sauce and a quantity of beef jerky, which was more affordable at 1 yuan per jean. While the chili sauce cost 80 cents per bottle, the sales attendant returned with her selected items, weighed them at the counter, and packaged them in oil paper. The total came to 36 yuan and 8 jiao. Shen Yunqing retrieved 37 yuan from her bag and handed it to the vendor, requesting, "Please pack some beef jerky for me. You need not give change for the 2 dimes." "Certainly," the vendor replied, swiftly gathering a handful of beef jerky and placing it into an oil paper bag. Shen's father then placed the items into his backpack, and the 3 of them made their way outside. Shen's mother murmured softly beside them, "The prices here are exorbitant. Just the few small packets in your father's backpack cost as much as someone's monthly salary." "I am aware," Shen's mother said, noticing her husband chewing on the beef jerky. She slipped her hand into his coat pocket, retrieving a piece to taste, and after a small bite remarked, "No wonder it's so expensive. The flavor is quite delightful. I can hardly bear to share it with our family of debtors." The items packed in Shen's father's backpack had remained untouched. The couple had only sampled the small pieces offered on the platter, which were no larger than a fingernail. "You mustn't do this," Shen's mother cautioned, concerned that their daughter might squander money and overly indulge her maternal family, potentially complicating her future in her marital home. Noticing her mother's troubled expression, Shen Yunqing refrained from further discussion. Conversely, Shen's father took a more relaxed view. Having endured hardships for most of his life, with their children now settled, he felt it was his turn to enjoy a little comfort. Observing his wife's good spirits dimming, he produced a piece of beef jerky from his bag and placed it into her hand, his eyes wide and reproachful. Chapter 123. Purchasing wool. Upon entering the clothing store, Shen Yunqing surveyed the garments, but found nothing of interest. "As long as it isn't expensive," Shen's mother nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us choose the gray one." Shen Yunqing requested 5 pounds of wool from the sales clerk. This was her first time buying wool, and she was taken aback to discover it cost 15 yuan per pound, leaving Shen's mother speechless in shock. With her rough hands, she quickly tugged at her daughter's sleeve, urging, "Let us go. This is highway robbery." Shen Yunqing gently patted her mother's hand to calm her, saying, "It's all right. Considering you and Dad have gone so many years without a single sweater, it pains me. Let this small expenditure be my act of filial piety." With her nose tinged with emotion, Shen's mother released her grip on her daughter's sleeve, reflecting deeply on how thoughtful her daughter was. After purchasing the wool, Shen Yunqing noticed some scarves for sale and, thinking of her 3 sisters-in-law at home, urged her mother to help choose the colors. Still feeling melancholic, Shen's mother reluctantly pointed to a purple scarf, saying, "Let us get this one." The purple hue seemed a bit too mature, and Shen Yunqing suggested the sales clerk bring out 3 red floral scarves instead, as the color appeared festive. Shen's mother scoffed. "Get a purple one for your aunt." Had she not mentioned it, Shen Yunqing would have entirely forgotten about that person. The relationships among the daughters-in-law of the Shen family had always been amicable, with even the eldest and second sisters-in-law being considerate of one another. Shen Yunqing handed a purple scarf to the sales clerk and, unable to contain her curiosity, asked, "Mother, what kind of person is the 3rd sister-in-law?" At the mention of that woman, Shen's mother sighed heavily. She hails from a large family, and her mother possesses quite a fiery temperament. Naturally, she inherited her mother's disposition, with a volatile temper and a tendency to hold grudges. "Now that my daughter is married, Mother Shen no longer hides her sordid affairs," indignantly stating, "Your 3rd brother has long been enchanted by that vixen, and she is now with child. Your father and I were initially opposed, but her family threatened to report your brother for misconduct if they did not marry. We had no choice." Shen Yunqing could hardly believe that her usually earnest third brother would engage in such behavior behind their parents' backs. To forge a family connection with such a troublesome clan would surely lead to unfavorable consequences in the future. After much prodding, the child finally confessed, his ears flushed with embarrassment. Shen Yunqing concurred with Father Shen's sentiment. Everyone possesses a unique destiny, and, regardless of how her brother's life unfolds, it is a consequence of his own making. The shop assistant neatly packaged the items and smiled at her, inquiring, "Comrade, do you wish to purchase anything else?" "Very well," she replied. The assistant approached the shelf, retrieving 2 boxes, which were added to the already prepared bag. After calculating the total with an abacus, she announced, "Comrade, the total comes to 91.
6 yuan.
5 pounds of yarn cost 75 yuan. The scarves are 5 yuan each. The snowflake cream is 5 yuan per box. And the clam oil is 3 yuan. Upon hearing the substantial amount, Mother Shen and Father Shen were taken aback, their expressions exaggerated with disbelief. Shen Yunqing, unfazed, produced the money along with a yarn ticket, handing it to the assistant while effortlessly placing the items into the basket on Father Shen's back. She had initially intended to take her parents for a bit more shopping, but Mother Shen, concerned about her spending habits, quickly tugged at her sleeve, guiding her downstairs. Once outside the mall and seated in the car, Mother Shen finally released her grip. Shen Yunqing turned to the driver, Zhao In, and requested, "Comrade Zhao, could you please take us to the vegetable market?" Mother Shen widened her eyes in surprise. "What do you need to go there for? Haven't you bought enough? Even if your husband has money, it doesn't come from thin air." She was deeply worried about her daughter's fiscal recklessness and its implications for her future married life. However, upon learning that it was for her own husband, Mother Shen felt a wave of relief. At last, her daughter seemed to understand the importance of caring for a man. During their few days on the island, the elderly couple had observed how well their son-in-law treated Yunqing. Initially apprehensive upon hearing she had found a city husband, they felt reassured after witnessing her happiness firsthand. The city market was quite large, akin to a modern agricultural trade center, albeit lacking some technological advancements. The car stopped at the entrance, and Shen Yunqing led Mother Shen inside. Father Shen, weary from strolling, opted to remain in the vehicle, reluctant to accompany them further. Approaching a stall selling live animals, Shen Yunqing pointed to the ducks in a bamboo cage and inquired, "How much for the ducks?" The old man glanced up at her, then pulled a duck from the cage, holding it aloft for her to see. 2 yuan per pound, no receipt. The duck was white and somewhat dazed. Neither too plump nor too thin, suitable for soup or stir-fry. "Please weigh it properly and tie it up," Shen Yunqing instructed, retrieving money from her bag. The old man bound the duck's legs with straw and hung it from the scales hook for weighing, for 2 pounds, totaling 4 yuan. Shen Yunqing handed the money to the old man, and Mother Shen took the duck, carrying it in her hand. Having purchased the duck, Shen Yunqing proceeded to the shop selling rice, flour, and oil, where she acquired a modest quantity of goji berries. Passing by a stall offering pork, she noticed adjacent beef for sale, which tempted her palate. Approaching the vendor, she requested 5 pounds of beef. With the refrigerator at home, she knew that any excess could be saved for future meals. Priced at 60 cents per pound, the beef was even cheaper than fatty pork. The 5 pounds seemed a meager amount, so after a moment's contemplation, she asked for another 5 pounds. In total, she acquired 10 pounds of meat for merely $6. Seeing her daughter purchase such a substantial quantity of meat in one go, Shen's mother contemplated offering a few words of caution. However, recollecting that her daughter was now part of another family, she opted for silence. Shen Yunqing, with both hands laden with beef, turned to her mother. "Mom, we shall feast on grilled meat tonight." Shen's mother expressed no objections. "You two manage it. I have never indulged in such fare." Upon reaching the car, they stowed their purchases in the trunk. As they drove to the dock, Shen Yunqing checked the time on her wristwatch, noting it was 4:36 p.m. The ship's horn signaled departure, and the captain steered the vessel away from the harbor. He Yunjeo's 2 sons had grown weary from their outing, and she, along with her sister-in-law, each carried a large basket draped in black cloth, filled to the brim. Shen Yunqing approached them, extending her hands to receive the basket. "Thank you." She peeled back the wrapping and took a bite of the crisp, juicy sugarcane from Yun province. After drifting on the sea for over an hour, the ship finally docked at Biling Island. Zhaoan drove them to the entrance of their residential complex. From the oiled paper bag, Shen Yunqing took 3 or 4 pieces of beef jerky and handed them to her, for Qingni and the others to munch on. Living in the same building, Zhao Xiuli accepted the offering without hesitation. "You mustn't spoil these children. Every day they resemble the little ant from Uncle Gu's family." Thinking of the lively girl Qingni, Shen Yunqing smiled. "I shall require their assistance once my daughter is born." Zhao Xiuli glanced at her belly and offered a kind remark. I suspect you are expecting a boy. Hearing such words from an outsider, Shen's mother, standing nearby, genuinely smiled. Then may good fortune favor us with a robust grandson. Zhao Xiuli replied, Indeed, auntie, it shall come to pass. With family planning regulations becoming more stringent, leaders like the factory director were expected to set an example, which likely meant their family would have just this one child. While Zhao Xiuli felt a tinge of regret for her own earlier childbirth, she was also somewhat relieved. Shen Yunqing, however, was unperturbed, carrying her items upstairs. It matters not. I cherish both sons and daughters equally. Zhao Xiuli flattered her. After all, they are all flesh of your flesh. There is no reason for disdain. Upon reaching the second floor, Shen Yunqing spotted her younger sister, who was helping their brother learn to walk. After observing them for a moment, she bid farewell to Zhao Xiuli. Do bring the children upstairs to play sometime. Zhao Xiuli replied humorously. As long as you don't mind the noise. I'll bring them every day. Shen Yunqing chuckled, shaking her head, and ascended the stairs. Shen's father set down the basket, panting heavily from exhaustion. Gu Mohan poured a glass of water and handed it to his father-in-law. What have you all bought? Look at how exhausted Dad is. Shen's father took a sip of water, breathing heavily, and glanced at the two women at the dining table, busily sorting through their purchases. Shen Yunqing casually took out some dried seafood and placed it into a snakeskin bag, saying, I bought some local specialties for Mom and Dad. Dad usually seems quite capable working in the fields, but why does he falter when it comes to shopping? Shen's father retorted. What I do is serious work. Unlike you all, who can endlessly shop for hours. He had never accompanied Shen's mother to town before, but after this outing, he was genuinely intimidated by the women. Gu Mohan noticed the displeased expression on his father-in-law's face and felt a chuckle rising within him. Accompanying women on shopping excursions was indeed a physically demanding endeavor. Shen's mother looked at her husband disapprovingly and chided him. You make it seem like you bought nothing at all. Shen's father, unable to counter her, shifted his body to face her sideways, choosing not to argue with the woman. Once everything was tidied up, Shen Yunqing turned to Gu Mohan. When are Mom and Dad leaving tomorrow? Gu Mohan rose, carrying 2 bags of beef toward the kitchen. I bought them tickets for 10 o'clock. Isn't that a bit early? Shen Yunqing followed him into the kitchen, placing the goji berries into the cabinet. Tonight, we'll have grilled beef. Gu Mohan cut a piece of meat, turning to her. Are you sure? Shen Yunqing replied. What's wrong? Is that not acceptable? No, Gu Mohan said, putting the excess beef into the refrigerator to chill and rinsing the grease off his hands under the faucet. He dried his hands with a towel, heading outside. I'm going upstairs to borrow a stove from Uncle Wen. In the morning, with their parents set to depart, Shen Yunqing asked her father to help slaughter a duck, preparing to make soup for them. The grilled meat was greasy, so she took out 2 bowls of pickled vegetables and radishes that her mother had prepared a few days prior to accompany the beef. Shen's mother, washing lettuce and placing it on a plate, asked in confusion, Does this really not need to be stir-fried? Shen Yunqing, having sliced the beef, replied, We'll use it to wrap the beef. There's no need to fry it. Eating beef on its own would be too monotonous. So she planned to prepare a simplified version of sukiyaki. The only regret was the absence of sterilized eggs. The seasoning would have to be a simple sweet vinegar sauce for dipping. Gu Mohan not only borrowed a stove from Wenjungi, but also requested some coal and firewood. Shen Yunqing had prepared all the ingredients for grilling. The stove was placed on the balcony, where the 4 of them gathered around it. On a hot day, grilling inevitably caused sweat to bead. And a large fan was set nearby. The marinated beef cooked to tenderness, releasing a savory aroma that Shen's father and mother found irresistible. Keeping an eye on the time, Shen Yunqing rose to the kitchen to turn off the stove. The entire building was filled with the enticing scent of their grilled meat, tempting the children upstairs and downstairs. Today, Wenjungi was once again gnawing on a steamed bun. Unable to resist the mouth-watering aroma wafting from the balcony, he swallowed hard. Meanwhile, Aunt Wen wore a stern expression, placing a piece of pickled vegetable into her mouth. Since the last incident, the couple had not spoken a word to each other. Mom, I want to eat meat, Wenjungi exclaimed. On the second floor, Jingnier caught a whiff of the savory aroma of meat, and with a pout, she lost all interest in the egg noodles before her. Zhao Xiuli glared at her, stating that the meat at the supply cooperative had sold out today, and they would have to wait until tomorrow to enjoy it. It wasn't just Jingnier who craved the meat. Even the chubby Hai, this little big child, lifted his neck to savor the tantalizing scent wafting in from the window, his expression one of blissful intoxication. Deng Quan smacked his arm with chopsticks, his face adorned with stern authority, proclaiming that there was simply no discipline. Observing her daughter and son in such a state of longing, Zhao Xiuli sighed, rose from her chair, and approached the cabinet. She opened a drawer and retrieved the beef jerky that Shen Yunqing had gifted her that day. Taking out a strip, she sliced it in half with a kitchen knife and distributed it to the two children. With this delightful treat, Qingnier ceased her fussing, nibbling on the jerky while pairing it with the egg noodles. Shen Yunqing lifted the lid off the pot, serving 4 bowls of duck soup from a clay pot. She garnished each bowl with a sprinkle of chopped green onions before carrying the tray outside. When Gu Mohan saw what she had brought out, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "You've made soup too? Today's little wife certainly knows how to warm the heart." Gu Mohan was utterly enchanted by her. He scooped a spoonful of soup into his mouth, too enamored to focus on its flavor. His heart felt genuinely sweet. Shen's parents observed their son-in-law's beaming smile, exchanging satisfied glances and nods. After finishing the soup, Gu Mohan prepared grilled beef for his wife. Shen Yunqing preferred her beef well-cooked, unlike her husband, who favored it tender and medium rare with a hint of red within. Today's barbecue was a resounding success, with everyone feeling thoroughly satisfied, wrapping up only as dusk approached. Shen's mother busied herself clearing the dishes in the kitchen. Gu Mohan rolled up his sleeves and approached her, saying, "Mom, let me do the washing. You should sit and rest." It was the last night his mother-in-law would spend at their home, and he felt it inappropriate for her to be working. Understanding her son-in-law's intentions, Shen's mother stepped aside without contention, taking the apron hanging on the door and handing it to him. "Put this on, so you don't dirty your clothes." With oily hands, Gu Mohan bent down to allow his mother-in-law to assist him in putting it on. As the apron settled on his shoulders, Shen's mother tied a neat knot behind him. Chapter 127. Preparing breakfast for parents. The moon shone particularly bright that night. Shen's father, unable to sleep, slipped out of bed, donned his slippers, and quietly closed the bedroom door before stepping out onto the balcony to gaze at the stars with his hands clasped behind his back. Gu Mohan awoke in the middle of the night to get a drink and noticed his father-in-law's solitary figure on the balcony. He headed to the kitchen, poured 2 cups of wine, and approached the elder, offering him one. "Dad, are you having trouble sleeping tonight? I assure you, such concerns will never plague Yunqing and me." A father naturally cares for his children, and Gu Mohan felt delighted that his wife had such loving parents. Shen's father turned to him with a profound gaze and sternly remarked, "You'd best keep your word. Although our Shen family may be farmers, lacking your power and influence, when we are determined, we fear not the formidable." Gu Mohan smiled, clinking his glass with the elders, and turned his gaze skyward to the twinkling stars above. The chirping of wild sparrows in the mountains fills the air, and even in the stillness of night, the sound of waves crashing against the shore can be heard. After finishing a glass of wine, Mr. Shen felt a sense of relief wash over him. "I'll head into sleep now. You should rest early as well."
All right.
Gu Mohan replied, watching him enter the guest room. Alone on the balcony, he enjoyed the sea breeze for a while. It was only around 2:30 that he finally made his way to the living room and pushed open the bedroom door. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the room, and Shen Yunqing had risen quite early. Gu Mohan stood before the wardrobe, changing clothes while listening for any movement from the bed. As he fastened his tie, he turned to her and asked, "Up so early today?" With a slight dryness in her throat, Shen Yunqing sat up on the bed, her sleep-laden eyes barely open as she squinted at him. "Why are you awake so early too?" Gu Mohan yawned, his voice deep and resonant. "I'll personally take my parents to the boat later. You should lie down and catch a bit more sleep." Shen Yunqing brushed her tousled hair back behind her ears. "I'll sleep in a bit later. I'll make them breakfast in the kitchen." During her parents' stay on the island, she had yet to rise early to prepare them a meal, and she felt a pang of guilt for not having done so. Gu Mohan, knowing her filial piety, retrieved her dress from the wardrobe and tossed it in front of her. "If you're making breakfast, then I'll go find pig feed and prepare the pig's meal as well." "Sounds good," she replied, her throat still a bit raspy, prompting her to cough lightly to clear it. The piglets had grown quite a bit recently. Feeding them 3 meals a day was sufficient for now. In a month, when their appetite increased, they would start feeding them twice a day, with a bit more food in the trough. Gu Mohan tugged at the tie he had just fastened, tossing it back into the wardrobe before stepping out of the bedroom. Shen Yunqing changed her clothes and headed to the kitchen to make porridge with the leftover old duck soup from yesterday. Considering they would spend the entire day on the ferry, they would likely be reluctant to buy lunch, so she kneaded dough to make some buns. Shen's mother emerged from the guest room and, seeing her busy in the kitchen, expressed her surprise. "Why aren't you sleeping in a bit longer?"
With teary eyes.
Shen's mother's voice trembled slightly. "My dear daughter, you've finally grown up. When you have a baby, I'll come to take care of you during your confinement." Shen Yunqing felt a strange discomfort in her heart, a sensation she had never experienced before. Chapter 128. The departure of Shen's parents. Breakfast was served at the dining table just as Mr. Shen emerged from the bathroom. The meal was consumed in silence. lacking the usual laughter and cheer that filled the air. After finishing breakfast, Shen Yunqing stood up and went to the kitchen to wrap the buns from the steamer in oil paper. Shen's mother appeared from the bedroom, carrying 2 large bags. Shen Yunqing handed the buns to her. Mom, don't hesitate to buy food on the way. Shen's mother accepted the buns and stuffed them into her bag. I know. Gu Mohan has to work. You must be careful at home. With your growing belly, you can't afford any bumps. Turning back to the bedroom, Shen Yunqing retrieved 60 yuan along with a few meat and grain coupons from the drawer. Closing the bedroom door, she handed the money and coupons to her mother. You and Dad should eat well on the train. Don't be stingy. Shen's mother took the money, pulling out 2 large black 10 yuan notes and returning the rest to her. 20 yuan is enough. Just don't be too extravagant with your spending. Gu Mohan works hard for his money, and you'll need to save up for the child. Shen Yunqing no longer insisted, placing the money on the table before descending the stairs with her, dragging a bag made of snakeskin. Shen's mother, concerned about tiring her, carried the bag filled with clothes, while she herself bore the heavier bag of local specialties. After finishing breakfast, Gu Mohan took his father-in-law out, their demeanor secretive, leaving one to wonder about their intentions. Gu Mohan placed a bag of fruit and half a bag of cured meat sausages in the trunk. The fruit was purchased from the supply and marketing cooperative, and the sausages were made from pigs slaughtered the previous year at the cafeteria. By the time the mother and daughter made their way downstairs, the trunk was already brimming. Shen Yunqing set the snakeskin bag on the back seat, squeezing in beside her father, while her mother took the front passenger seat. She had initially intended to accompany them for a send-off, but the loaded car left no room. Gu Mohan stood by the vehicle, observing the small woman's forlorn expression and gently inquired, "Is there anything you would like to eat? I can buy something for you after I drop off my parents." Shen Yunqing shook her head. "I don't wish to eat anything." Her heart felt heavy. After exchanging farewells, he entered the car. Shen's mother sat inside, wiping her tears, unable to meet her gaze. Shen Yunqing raised her hand to brush away the tears from her eyes, watching as the car slowly disappeared from sight. It was only after the vehicle vanished that she ascended the stairs. Zhao Xiuli stood on the second floor, cradling her son. Witnessing this poignant scene, she, as a married daughter, was reminded of the moment her own mother had sent her off, and her eyes instinctively misted. Upon seeing her standing there, Shen Yunqing was momentarily startled, but once she composed herself, she softly asked, "What are you doing here?" Zhao Xiuli, her expression somber, sighed. "Seeing you and your aunt like this reminds me of my mother. How could I have forgotten?" This realization prompted Zhao Xiuli to exclaim, "I must call my parents right away." With a burst of energy, she hurried down the stairs, holding her child. Shen Yunqing, witnessing this, felt her own discomfort lift considerably. Zhao Xiuli had only one sibling, and their hometown was not far from where Shen's parents had traveled from Songyo City. Upon returning home, Shen Yunqing found herself lost in thought, so she decided to wash the clothes she had changed out of the previous night in the bathroom. Since Shen's parents had arrived on the island, it had nearly been a week since she last visited the farm. The piglets had grown considerably, no longer the size of a palm but now round and plump, with visible fat on their bellies. Gu had taken her parents to the dock, and now they would be able to see each other daily again. Setting down the bucket, she approached the well to wash her hands. He Yunjiao came to her side, squatting down to share a basin of water, smiling as she said, "I will wait for you on the playground tomorrow morning." Shen Yunqing sighed lightly. "It seems I cannot escape the fate of feeding pigs." He Yunjiao envied Shen's carefree lifestyle and found it hard to comprehend why she lamented. After washing her hands, the two women grabbed their baskets and headed towards the supply and marketing cooperative. To their surprise, the cooperative was selling steamed glutinous rice cakes that noon. Each bought one and strolled towards the playground, enjoying their treat as they walked. The recent weather had turned pleasantly cool, with a gentle breeze and just the right amount of sunshine. As the voice echoed, "I will make you eat, you insolent creature," Shen Yunqing was drawn in. Lifting her gaze, on the playground, a woman clad in a red dress was forcefully shoving an unknown substance into the mouth of a little girl, approximately 6 or 7 years old. The child, filthy and desperate, shook her head vigorously to evade Zhang Lijuan's attempts to force dirt into her mouth, crying pitifully until her voice grew hoarse. He Yunjiao, having finished her glutinous rice dumpling, expressed her sympathy. That poor child, enduring such a cruel stepmother. Shen Yunqing looked up, her curiosity piqued. He Yunjiao sighed and continued, "Xiaohua is the daughter of team leader Chen and his ex-wife. His ex-wife left him because she could not bear a son, manipulated by her mother-in-law. The one abusing her is Chen's new wife, who lives just below my apartment. This girl is frequently mistreated by her stepmother, often thrown out in the dead of night. How can there be such a wicked woman? Even if you are a stepmother, How can you be so ruthless towards a child? Please don't hit me, the little girl pleaded as Zhang Lijuan wielded a stick, striking Xiaohua, who lay curled on the ground, clutching her head in desperation. Unable to stand idly by, Shen Yunqing discarded the leaves of her glutinous rice dumpling and stepped forward to intervene. Can't you see the child is bleeding? If she's not your own, shouldn't you feel some compassion? Zhang Lijuan, newly arrived and unaware of Shen Yunqing standing, glared menacingly. Who do you think you are? I can discipline my own child. It's none of your business. With that, she approached and forcefully shoved Shen Yunqing's shoulder. Zhang Lijuan, tall and robust, regarded her with disdainful eyes. Shen Yunqing stumbled back, nearly losing her balance, but was caught just in time by He Yunjiao, preventing her from falling. He Yunjiao, filled with indignation, pulled Shen Yunqing away, her sharp gaze piercing through Zhang Lijuan as they turned to leave. Zhang Lijuan, arms crossed, smirked triumphantly. What a pathetic thing, daring to meddle in my affairs. Chapter 130. Unable to swallow this anger. As He Yunjiao was pulled away, frustration surged within her. What will happen to that child if we just walk away? Upon reaching the courtyard, Shen Yunqing released her grip, still reeling from the push she had received from that vile woman. A sudden idea struck her as she looked up. Let's gather at the playground tonight. Bring along Xiaomin. What for? He Yunjiao inquired, puzzled. Shen Yunqing glanced around, ensuring they were alone, and whispered in her ear. That woman is strong. We certainly cannot confront her directly. We must outsmart her. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yunqing smiled. Let us meet at 9 o'clock downstairs. Once He Yunjiao departed, Shen Yunqing carried her basket of vegetables directly towards her apartment building. Upon returning home, she ventured into the storage room and retrieved a burlap sack. After a busy afternoon, Shen Yunqing felt somewhat fatigued and lay on the sofa, closing her eyes to take a brief nap. Gu Mohan entered the room quietly, noticing her asleep on the sofa. He tiptoed in and gently closed the door behind him. Concerned that she might catch a chill from the fan, he placed the car keys on the table and turned to the bedroom to fetch a light blanket, covering the small woman with it. Shen Yunqing awoke, captivated by a delightful aroma. She hadn't had any appetite for lunch earlier, and now her stomach was growling in protest. Gu Mohan emerged from the kitchen, setting a plate on the table. He looked at her, noting the time. Around 4 o'clock and you didn't eat lunch? Upon entering the kitchen, he had found the countertop as spotless as it had been that morning, with the leftovers untouched in the cupboard. Shen Yunqing slipped on her slippers, folded the blanket neatly, and placed it in the corner of the sofa. Stretching her body and twisting her neck, she replied, I didn't have much of an appetite at noon. Gu Mohan, with a serious expression, served rice into a bowl. You may not eat, but the child in your womb needs nourishment. Your erratic eating habits are detrimental to your health. Shen Yunqing approached, pulled out a chair, and sat down, picking up her chopsticks to savor the sweet and sour ribs, satisfying her cravings. Noticing her silence, Gu Mohan flicked her forehead gently. You're not the same as before. For the sake of the child, you need to eat more each day. Shen Yunqing found his nagging quite irksome. I understand. Her impatient demeanor elicited a huff from Gu Mohan. If you don't gain some weight and go out looking like a skeleton, others might think I'm mistreating you. Hearing the word mistreat, Shen Yunqing recalled a small incident at the playground earlier that day. Pausing mid-bite, she looked up at him. Darling, there's a case of child mistreatment at the factory. Who can address this? Gu Mohan placed a piece of rib into her bowl, responding nonchalantly. There are specialized women-s directors who handle family disputes. Who is the women-s director? Shen Yunqing inquired. Aunt Lu next door is one of them, he replied. Noticing her barrage of questions, Gu Mohan narrowed his dark eyes. Are you concealing something from me? Remembering tonight's plans, Shen Yunqing shook her head. No. I'm just asking. If I find any instances of child mistreatment in the future, I will report it directly. Gu Mohan was skeptical of her words. He could discern any hint of deceit in her demeanor at first glance. This girl had a nature that leaned towards quietly accomplishing significant matters. Chapter 131. The night of the ambush after dinner, Shen Yunqing sat on the sofa, anxiously awaiting the night. Gu Mohan sat beside her, engrossed in a book. Sensing her agitation, he gently inquired, Is something troubling you? Do you need to go out? Shen Yunqing forced a smile. No. Aren't you going to the bathroom to take a shower? She hoped to sneak out while he was occupied. If he were to discover their plan, he would undoubtedly prevent her from leaving for safety's sake. Gu Mohan closed the book and set it on the coffee table, wrapping his arm around her from behind. While his other hand caressed her slightly protruding abdomen with tenderness, it has grown quite a bit. Shen Yunqing's belly had reached the 4-month mark just a couple of days ago. Now, clad in fitted attire, the distinct outline of her abdomen was evident. Having just indulged in a hearty meal, it was no surprise that her belly appeared to be growing. Don't move, Gu Mohan urged, sensing a sudden stir beneath his palm. His face alight with anticipation as he gazed at her belly. Shen Yunqing looked at him in confusion. What's wrong with you? Gu Mohan's large hand gently glided over her abdomen, his voice tinged with excitement. I just felt it move. How come I didn't feel anything? Shen Yunqing's gaze fixated on her belly, her heart momentarily skipping a beat. No way. It's only been 4 months. Fetal movement typically begins around 5 months. Gu Mohan was adamant that the child had indeed stirred. Unable to feel it with his hand, he leaned his ear against her belly to listen. Shen Yunqing was bewildered by his actions. I heard a thumping sound, Gu Mohan whispered, cautious not to disturb the baby. Shen Yunqing retorted. Are you sure that isn't my heartbeat? Gu Mohan lifted his face, a displeased expression adorning his features. I sense it's not. Your heart isn't racing. Shen Yunqing playfully pushed his head away, smirking. If the heart isn't beating, a person would be dead. Realizing his own folly, Gu Mohan scratched his head. Clearing his throat, I'm going to take a shower. Shen Yunqing felt a rush of joy at his departure. Once he entered the bedroom and retrieved his sleepwear for the bathroom, Shen Yunqing knelt down, reaching for the burlap sack hidden beneath the sofa. Rising to her feet, she glanced towards the bathroom, hearing the sound of water running. With eager steps, she made her way to the door. Outside, darkness enveloped the sky as she switched on a flashlight to illuminate her descent downstairs. He Yunjiao had arrived half an hour early, waiting with her sister-in-law at the playground. Spotting the beam of the flashlight from a distance, she approached. Shen Yunqing, flashlight in hand, cast a beam across the playground. He Yunjiao waved, hurry over. Turn off the flashlight. We don't want to be seen. Heeding her hushed tone, Shen Yunqing extinguished the light and proceeded towards her, guided by the moonlight. Xiao Xiaoman, aware of their intentions for the evening, felt particularly anxious, her words stumbling. Yunqing, did you bring the stuff? Shen Yunqing displayed the burlap sack. I did. We'll cover her head first. He Yunjiao bent down to pick up a prepared stick, handing one to Shen Yunqing. When you strike, avoid the head. Aim for the fleshy parts of that wretched woman. This instruction stemmed from her concern that they might not gauge their strength correctly and cause serious harm. The stick she offered was thick and long, and as Shen Yunqing prepared for her first foray into such an endeavor, a wave of trepidation washed over her. Grasping the stick, she took a couple of deep breaths to bolster her courage. Positioned at the playground entrance, Xiao Xiaoman whispered urgently, She's coming. She's entering the restroom. With one hand clutching the burlap sack and the other gripping the stick, Shen Yunqing and He Yunjiao stealthily advanced. Chapter 132, It Won't Happen Again. They quietly approached the restroom door. He Yunjiao instructed her sister-in-law to keep watch outside as she swung the stick into a combat-ready stance. The restroom was dimly lit, the air filled with the sound of urination. Shen Yunqing pressed her back against the wall, lifting a burlap sack with both hands, ready to spring into action as soon as someone emerged. Her heart raced as she heard the sound of a woman adjusting her belt inside. Had the cleaner perished? The stalls were overflowing. Why hadn't anyone come to tidy up this mess? Zhang Lijuan, repulsed by the stench, emerged cursing and spat a mouthful of phlegm onto the ground. Seizing the opportunity as she turned, Shen Yunqing swiftly approached and purposefully draped the sack over her head. Who are you? What are you doing? Zhang Lijuan screamed in terror, her robust figure struggling against the sack. Hearing the commotion, He Yunjiao and Xiao Xiaoman entered, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at the older woman, pinning her to the floor of the restroom. The two, accustomed to hard labor in their rural hometown, possessed ample strength. Zhang Lijuan's cries and desperate struggles proved futile. Following He Yunjiao's advice, Shen Yunqing targeted the softer parts of the woman's body, wielding a sturdy stick with all her might against Zhang Lijuan's rear. Xiao Xiaoman, initially timid, found herself exhilarated by the violence, relentlessly striking regardless of the woman's size, causing Zhang Lijuan to wail in anguish. Exhausted, the trio exchanged glances, smiles breaking across their faces, and quickly departed. The thrill of their collective misdeed left them in a state of exhilaration. Passing the playground, they discarded their tools in a nearby thicket. Ascending the staircase, Shen Yunqing's eyelids fluttered incessantly. Upon reaching her door, she cautiously pushed it open to find her husband seated on the sofa with a serious expression. She quietly closed the door behind her. Gu Mohan turned his head, casting a sidelong glance at her, his voice low. Where have you been? His stern demeanor made Shen Yunqing feel a twinge of guilt. She lowered her gaze to avoid his eyes, settling onto the sofa and stammering, I went to confront someone. Given the strict vigilance on the island, word of her actions would surely spread by morning. It was better to confess outright. After all, her husband was the island's highest authority, and surely, considering her pregnancy, he wouldn't act against her. Gu Mohan's gaze remained fixed on her face. a smirk gracing his lips. You've become bold, venturing out to confront others with your belly. Who dared to upset you? It wasn't a confrontation, Shen Yunqing replied. Recalling the restroom scene, her anger flaring as she exclaimed, "There's a wicked woman in Building 7 who mistreats children. He Yunxiao and I witnessed it on the playground today. When I approached her to reason, she shoved me. If not for Yunxiao catching me, that child and I would surely have been in grave danger. Who is so audacious as to bully my little wife?" Shen Yunqing nodded earnestly. It's true. That child was covered in bruises, her face filthy and pitiful. Gu Mohan, indifferent to others' plights, scrutinized her and her belly, relieved to see her vibrant and unharmed. How many of you were there tonight? He inquired. Shen Yunqing answered candidly. 3 of us. Don't worry, I covered her head with the sack. She doesn't know who we are. Look at your arrogance, Gu Mohan said, raising his eyes to glare at her. Such behavior cannot be repeated. What if the other party resists? With your condition, delicate and vulnerable, what would happen if something were to go awry? Reflecting on the events of the previous night, Shen Yunqing felt a twinge of fear. She lifted her cup to sip some water, attempting to calm her nerves. Rest assured, it won't happen again. I was simply overwhelmed by anger today. Gu Mohan extended his hand to pinch her nose. Chapter 133. It was you all along. After a physically demanding night, Shen Yunqing overslept the following day. Unbeknownst to her, the entire residential compound was in an uproar. The local police and the head of the Women's Association were busy trying to track down the perpetrators from the previous evening. He Yunjiao, having finished feeding the pigs, rushed over with her child in search of Shen Yunqing. Knock, knock. Shen Yunqing sat at the dining table, eating the breakfast left by the man. When she heard a knock at the door, rising to answer, she welcomed He Yunjiao into the room. With a serious expression, He Yunjiao said, "There's trouble. The head of the Women's Association is looking for people everywhere." Seeing her anxious demeanor, Shen Yunqing's heart sank, and she quickly inquired, "What is the matter?" He Yunjiao, seated on the sofa with the child, gasped for breath before explaining, "What we did last night was witnessed by Chun Zhaodi from the old residential compound." "Oh my goodness!" Shen Yunqing exclaimed. If the residents discovered that it was them, regardless of the justification behind their actions, they would face ostracism and relentless gossip. While Shen Yunqing was unperturbed by others' opinions of her, knowing they wouldn't dare speak ill of her in her presence, she worried for He Yunjiao and her sister-in-law, who might not be so fortunate. Did she reveal our identities? He Yunjiao hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. "I'm not entirely sure. But I heard others say that Zhang Lijuan was covered in injuries. When I was standing on the upper floor holding the child, I saw her. Her face was swollen like a pig's head, tightly wrapped in thick bandages. The 2 of them are currently taking the head of the Women's Association to the public restroom to investigate the scene of the incident. They have professional ethics. It's a matter of principle not to strike the face." "My goodness," Shen Yunqing remarked, astonished. "They wouldn't have thrown that stuff at her, would they? Who could have done such a thing?" Knock, knock. Another knock echoed through the room. Shen Yunqing and He Yunjiao turned to face the door simultaneously. "Sister-in-law, are you home?" Upon recognizing the voice of Zhao Xiuli, Shen Yunqing felt her tense nerves relax as she sighed and approached the door. Once inside, Zhao Xiuli grasped Shen Yunqing's arm tightly. "Sister-in-law, you must help me." Shen Yunqing looked at her in confusion, her face a mask of bewilderment. "What's wrong?" Zhao Xiuli ran her fingers through her hair, seemingly at a loss. "After you all left last night, I couldn't help myself and ended up giving that wicked woman another beating." He Yunjiao's eyes widened in shock as she moved closer, holding her child. "So, it was you." Zhao Xiuli forced a bitter smile, her lips twitching. "It must have been me that Chen Zhaodi saw. You all have to help me. We're all in this together. If the police and the head of the Women's Association find out, my husband's job will be at stake." Shen Yunqing was taken aback. She hadn't expected Zhao Xiuli, who usually appeared so amiable, to be even fiercer in her wrath than they were. She instructed them to take a seat on the sofa, while Shen Yunqing gently placed 2 cups of water on the coffee table, urging everyone to calm down. After organizing her thoughts in her mind, Shen Yunqing spoke first. "Regardless of whether she saw it or not, you must firmly deny it. Both Yunjiao and I can attest that we spent the entire night at your house." He Yunjiao found this tactic plausible, no matter how eloquent Chen Zhaodi might be. With you as the factory director's wife as a witness, the women's director would not dare to act recklessly. However, Zhao Xiuli felt a deep sense of unease. "I fear that they might retaliate and cling to me without letting go." Shen Yunqing softly reassured her. "What is there to fear? The matter of her mistreating her children is known to everyone living in the same building. Even if they do drag us into this, we are merely ridding society of a menace. You must trust that the public's eyes are discerning." The final words left Shen Yunqing herself feeling uncertain. Zhao Xiuli pondered and found some truth in it. She was acting against Chen Zhaodi's cruelty towards her children. And as she had done nothing wrong, what was there to fear? Chapter 134. Will it be managed? After devising a strategy, Zhao Xiuli and He Yunjiao departed from her home. On their way back, He Yunjiao maintained an expression of ignorance, revealing nothing of her role as the true perpetrator from the previous night. After lunch, Xiao Xiaoman was extremely anxious. She called upon He Yunjiao, bringing along 2 children to gather information from outside. The women's director was forcibly dragged by Zhang Lijuan back to the scene of the incident. As they passed by a public restroom, He Yunjiao deliberately halted, positioning herself at the back of the crowd to observe the unfolding drama. Accompanying the women's director were 2 police officers conducting the investigation. Chen Zhaodi, please tell us what the assailant looked like. Zhang Lijuan leaned on her cane, her head entirely bandaged, one arm broken and suspended with a scarf, presenting a pitiable sight. Her once lovely visage was now bruised and battered beyond recognition. Chen Zhaodi glanced into the crowd, shrugging her shoulders. It was too dark. I couldn't see clearly. I only vaguely noticed 3 figures rush out from the restroom, resembling men, followed by a woman entering. Chen Zhaodi's gaze fell upon the spot where a woman stood holding children, indicating she may have witnessed the entire incident. Yet, He Yunjiao was filled with confusion as to why she had not been forthright with the women's director. With no substantial findings, the police entered the women's restroom to take a couple of photographs of the crime scene before departing. Such a grave matter occurring on her territory left the women's director, who was supposed to advocate for women's rights, feeling humiliated. Zhang Lijuan, have you offended anyone recently? Zhang Lijuan attempted to speak, but the pain from her injuries brought tears to her eyes. Aunt, I truly haven't offended anyone. The women's director glared at her, bitterness evident in her voice. You better behave yourself. If this escalates, neither of us will escape unscathed. The neighbors had reported Zhang Lijuan's abuse towards her children numerous times. But due to her familial ties with the women's director, every complaint had ultimately been ignored. The women's director merely issued a couple of warnings to Zhang Lijuan, who would comply for a brief period before resuming her abusive behavior towards the child. The onlookers, witnessing the incident unfold, included many who felt compassion for the child and began to voice their concerns. Director, little Hua is still confined in that dog cage. Are you going to take action or not? If not, I will go directly to seek out Section Chief Wang at the factory. The women's director, Zhang Shimei, wore a grim expression, her eyes glaring with fury as she addressed Jiang Qiaohui. What child doesn't require a bit of discipline? Every family has to resort to such measures at times. It is a truth you seem not to grasp. Section Chief Wang stands with the Zhang family. I am not afraid of these gossiping women filing complaints. The women seethed with indignation, wishing fervently to confront the cruel matron. Let us go and find the factory manager's wife. We may not gain entry to the factory, but who can stop us from entering the family compound? Yes. If this matter remains unresolved, I will not find peace and sleep tonight, fearing that a tragedy may occur within the building. That poor girl. This morning I went upstairs for a glance, and she lay lifeless in the cage, her legs in a state of decay. I wished to free her, yet I lacked the key to unlock the cage. What a pitiful child. One must wonder what her biological father is thinking, marrying such a wretched woman. Those who commit heinous acts are bound to face retribution. Why does heaven allow this child to suffer so? Why does a bolt of lightning not strike down that heartless creature? As the situation escalated, the group made their way towards Building 6. While the women's director maintained a facade of calm, her heart racing with trepidation, her eyes narrowing menacingly at Zhang Lijuan. Zhang Lijuan, bewildered by her aunt's glare, stood there with a bruised face, her expression one of utmost innocence. Chapter 135. The complaints of all. Shen Yunqing was in the kitchen rinsing rice and preparing a meal when she heard knocking at the door. Wiping her hands on a towel, she approached to open it. Upon swinging the door wide, she was taken aback to find a crowd gathered at her doorstep, her mind racing with anxiety. Had their actions from the previous night been exposed? Hello, sister-in-law. Jiang Qiaohui, the leader of the group, greeted her in a gentle tone. Shen Yunqing stepped back a few paces to allow everyone to enter her home. Over a dozen women filed into the living room, some taking seats on the sofa, while those who could not find a place stood nearby. Shen Yunqing looked at them, puzzled. Is there something you need from me? Jiang Qiaohui, her brow furrowed with concern, took a deep breath to compose herself and lamented. Zhang Lijuan from Building 7 is abusing her child, locking the poor girl in a dog cage without food or water, her body covered in bruises, and her legs in a dreadful state. We have reported this to the women's director multiple times. Yet she has neglected her duties and turned a blind eye. We have no choice but to seek your assistance for that unfortunate child, Xiaohua. Upon hearing this account, Shen Yunqing was utterly astonished. It dawned on her that the cruelty displayed by this inhumane being had indeed been too lenient the night prior. The hearts of those present lifted ever so slightly, sensing a glimmer of hope upon hearing her words. With their objective accomplished, Zhang Xiaohui rose to her feet, saying, "Well then, we apologize for the intrusion." She organized the group to exit. Shen Yunqing stood to see them off, assuring them, "This is my responsibility. Your willingness to come forward means a great deal. I will certainly take action on your behalf." As they reached the entrance, Zhang Xiaohui smiled politely and said, "We are all residents of the island. Every family has 1 or 2 children. In situations like this, everyone feels the same pang of anxiety." Shen Yunqing nodded in agreement. "Indeed, if any family encounters such issues again, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Zhang Xiaohui's furrowed brow relaxed with her words. "My surname is Jiang. And my husband's is Yuan. I may trouble you more often in the future, so please bear that in mind." Shen Yunqing replied lightly, "There is no need for such formality with me." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhang Xiaohui led her group downstairs. The bustling crowd startled Zhao Xiuli on the second floor, making her anxious and fearful that they had come to confront her. Once they departed, Zhao Xiuli hurried upstairs. "Sister-in-law, are you all right?" Shen Yunqing was about to step inside when she saw Zhao Xiuli approaching and sighed. "They came to ask for my help. That Zhang Lijuan is truly despicable for locking a child in a dog cage. Heavens!" Zhao Xiuli's face paled. How could anyone be so heartless? Do they not fear retribution? This tarnishes the reputation of our community. Zhao Xiuli nodded with unease. "Indeed, we must prioritize rescuing the child." In the kitchen, the scent of burnt rice wafted from the stove. Shen Yunqing, not having the time to converse, hurried into the kitchen to extinguish the fire. Lifting the pot lid, the acrid odor stung her throat. The rice at the bottom was charred, but the top layer appeared edible. After she entered, Zhao Xiuli descended the stairs with a heavy heart. Shen Yunqing scooped the clean rice into a bowl, discarded the burnt portion, and filled a pot with water. Chapter 136. The Women's Director Pays a Visit. Gu Mohan entered the room, detecting a burnt smell. Approaching the kitchen doorway, he observed the petite figure of Shen Yunqing at the stove, frowning. "Did you burn the rice again?" Holding chopsticks, Shen Yunqing was fishing out noodles from the pot. "Some residents from the compound came to find me, and I momentarily forgot to turn off the stove." "What did they want?" Gu Mohan removed his coat and draped it over the sofa, rolling up his shirt sleeves as he stepped into the kitchen to assist her. "It wouldn't be about what happened last night, would it?" "No." Shen Yunqing rinsed the noodles under the tap and placed them in a bowl. The stir-fried dishes were arranged on the countertop, and Gu Mohan carried 2 plates outside. Once Shen Yunqing added the seasonings to her noodles, she joined him at the table. Pulling out a chair and sitting down, she spoke slowly. "They came to ask for my help, saying that Zhang Lijuan from Building 7 is abusing her child, and the women's director is turning a blind eye, asking for your intervention." Gu Mohan looked up at her. "What is her husband's name?" Shen Yunqing squinted and thought. "I believe his surname is Chen, but I am not sure of his full name. I will have Zhao and look into it." Gu Mohan placed a piece of shrimp into her bowl. He was eating rice, while Shen Yunqing, not particularly hungry, nibbled on some noodles to satisfy her stomach. With the hot weather making leftovers unmanageable, once Shen Yunqing set down her chopsticks, Gu Mohan finished the remaining dishes in one swift motion, mixing them with his rice. Just as Shen Yunqing stood to leave, there was a knock at the door. She walked over to open it. At the entrance stood a middle-aged woman, unfamiliar to them. Director Zhang, holding a gift and 2 bottles of Maotai liquor, ingratiatingly smiled and inquired, "Good evening, Mrs. Factory Director. Have you had dinner?" It was rather rude to keep someone waiting at the door, so Shen Yunqing turned lightly and invited her in, saying, "I just finished eating." Director Zhang entered, placing the gifts on the coffee table. Shen Yunqing poured a glass of water and set it before her, gesturing for her to take a seat. "You sought me out. What brings you here?" After settling onto the sofa, Director Zhang lifted the glass to her lips and slowly remarked, "The women from Building 7 have caused you some inconvenience today. I have come to express their apologies on their behalf." Shen Yunqing's gaze shifted, her expression altering as she furrowed her brow. "May I ask who you are?" Director Zhang, appearing benevolent and serene, replied, "I am the Women's Director of Building 7, dedicated to fostering neighborly relations and promoting women's work." So that was the case. Had no one come to report her work ethic today, Shen Yunqing might have been deceived by her demeanor. A woman in such a position, neglectful and lacking compassion towards children, was indeed unworthy of her role. Shen Yunqing's attitude underwent a complete transformation, turning decidedly frosty. "Today, the women have brought up your work situation. What do you have to say regarding the mistreatment of Comrade Zhang Lijuan's child?" "There is no talk of mistreatment." Director Zhang sensed the shift in Shen Yunqing's demeanor and felt a twinge of apprehension. With a helpless and distressed expression, she replied, "Children can be disobedient. It's quite normal for adults to discipline them. In our residential compound, whose child has never been spanked?" Shen Yunqing snorted coldly, challenging by your logic. Have your children been confined in dog cages, disciplined to the point of injury, and not taken for medical attention, even when their flesh was rotting? Chapter 137. Visiting the Jiao family. The inherent aura of authority from the factory director far surpassed that of the factory director's wife. Director Zhang feigned a smile as she rose. Well then, I apologize for troubling you over such minor issues. Shen Yunqing found her hypocrisy utterly distasteful. Glancing at the items she had brought, she coldly remarked, "Take your things and leave. If you have nothing to be ashamed of, why fear the ghosts at the door?" Director Zhang's expression faltered as she glanced at the indifferent man opposite her. Seeing his dispassionate demeanor, she reluctantly picked up the bag of fruit and snacks and departed in dejection. Shen Yunqing stood to close the door, a sneer escaping her lips. What a shameless person, trying to bribe us after being exposed for her inaction. Gu Mohan, applying essential oil to his hands, remarked leisurely, "Such occurrences in the residential compound are inevitable. Tomorrow, I will convene a meeting to emphasize the importance of proper child-rearing methods." Is that all? Shen Yunqing felt a pang of sympathy for the abused child. This stepmother truly lacks decency. Now that the matter has escalated, life at home for that child will likely become unbearable. Gu Mohan raised his eyes to her. There are orphanages funded by the factory in the city. If her father and biological mother are unwilling to care for her, she may be sent there. In recent years, with stricter family planning policies, many families that favored sons over daughters have been known to abandon baby girls in hopes of having a son to carry on the family line. In the past 2 years, Gu Mohan has witnessed countless similar situations. The best he could offer the children was a sanctuary. Shen Yunqing, however, was unaware of the current conditions of the orphanage, as she believed that children were better off with their parents. Rising from her seat, she made her way to the kitchen, stating her intent to check on the child. After retrieving 2 pieces of biscuit from the cupboard, she wrapped them in oiled paper. Gu Mohan accompanied her as they stepped outside. The two parted ways downstairs, with him heading to the staff dormitory to find Zhao, while Shen Yunqing, clutching the biscuits, proceeded to He Yunqiao's home. Unsure of the Zhang family's room number, she requested He Yunqiao's assistance in guiding her. The buildings in Block 7 bore a striking resemblance to those in Block 6, albeit with narrower stairwell corridors. He Yunqiao resided on the 5th floor, and Shen Yunqing found herself breathless from the climb. After a laborious ascent, she finally arrived at her door and knocked. Knock, knock. Upon hearing the knocking, Xiao Xiaoman emerged to open the door. A radiant smile spread across her face upon seeing Shen Yunqing, who was warmly invited inside. "Yunqing, what a pleasant surprise. What brings you to our home today?" Catching her breath, Shen Yunqing replied, "I came to play and to take care of a few matters." The living room of their home was quite spacious, albeit lacking 1 room and half a balcony compared to Block 6. The furniture was minimal but impeccably organized by the lady of the house, creating a cozy and inviting atmosphere. Xiao Jianheng sat at the dining table, holding a bowl of corn porridge, feeding his 2 sons. He Yunqiao was in the kitchen washing dishes. Upon hearing the commotion outside, she hastened her pace, rinsing the clean dishes and placing them neatly in the cupboard. Lifting her apron, she dried her hands and stepped out. "What brings you here?" Seated on the long wooden bench, Shen Yunqing looked up at her and smiled. "Today, the neighbors from your building and the women's director visited my home. I came to check on that child." Chapter 138. Visiting the child. When Shen Yunqing had just ascended from downstairs, she noticed no dog cages. None? Perhaps the child is locked inside. He Yunqiao continued, "Zhang Lijuan must be frightened. Under normal circumstances, we would have already heard the child's heart-wrenching cries. If you wish to see her, I can take you to her home shortly." Shen Yunqing nodded. "That would be great. I appreciate your guidance." "Not at all." He Yunqiao rose and approached the dining table, picking up her eldest son to take him to the bathroom, where she cleaned his messy little face with a washcloth. Xiao Xiaoman tidied up the bowls and spoons used by the 2 children before heading to the kitchen to wash them. After cleaning her eldest son's face, He Yunqiao returned to the bathroom with her youngest son. Worried he might fall, Shen Yunqing instinctively placed her hand behind his head for support. The little one was quite clever. As his short legs touched the floor, his chubby hands gripped the edge of the low table tightly as he took tentative steps. Once steady, Nyo released his grip and began to waddle around the living room unsteadily. His gait was amusing, with his legs not quite straight, causing him to bobble as he walked. Shen Yunqing felt anxious he might tumble, so she closely followed him. The 2 children were over a year and a half old. Nyo walked confidently, while Yang was timid and preferred to be carried by their mother. He Yunqiao emerged from the bathroom and set her youngest son down on the floor. Once the little lamb steadied itself, it clutched its mother's pant leg with both hands. Fearful of falling and hesitant to take a step forward, Yunqiao extended her hand to guide him. Only then did the lamb dare to follow his mother, taking small, tentative steps towards the door. Upon seeing his mother and younger brother leave, Nunyo, who had rushed to the balcony, laughed heartily and hurried to join them. "Mama!" The little one called out in a sweet, cherubic voice, melting Shen Yunqing's heart with his sheer adorableness. Xiao Xiaoman approached and lifted him up, and the three of them ventured out together. As they reached the fourth floor, Yunqiao pointed out the spot where the dog cage used to be. A square imprint on the cement floor bore deep stains, remnants of the child's earlier misadventures. The heat of the day intensified the unpleasant odor of urine, leaving Shen Yunqing with a tumultuous mix of emotions. Arriving at the door of room 401, Yunqiao freed a hand to knock. The door was opened by Zhang Lijuan's husband, Chen Taizhu. A thin man with an honest demeanor, he greeted them with a polite smile, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Standing before him, Shen Yunqing raised her gaze to peer inside, responding coolly, "We came to see your child." Chen Taizhu stepped back, allowing them entry. At the dining table sat 2 men, 3 women, and 4 children. The women's director, who had come earlier that afternoon with supplies, was also present at Zhang Lijuan's table. The dinner spread was quite lavish, featuring fish and meat, while the 4 children each busily peeled eggs, suggesting that the meal had just begun. The women's director pushed back her chair and approached them warmly. What a pleasant surprise to see the factory director's wife. "Please, join us for a bite." Her tone did not suggest she was an outsider, but rather the lady of the house. Shen Yunqing cast her a disinterested glance, stating, "I'm here to see the child. I've heard he's in serious condition." Zhang Lijuan, upon recognizing her, wore an expression of shock and disbelief. How could she possibly be the factory director's wife? Chapter 139. Worse than beasts. Little Hua was locked inside the bedroom, her body marred with bruises of various shades. Given the child's condition, it was certainly not appropriate for them to see her. The women's director, with a smile and a hint of flattery in her gaze, suggested, "The child has gone out to play. Please have a seat and drink some water while I send someone to find them." Upon hearing that the factory director's wife had arrived, a crowd had gathered at the Zhang household, each person craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the spectacle within. Shen Yunqing looked at the 4 children at the dining table and questioned, "Why are the children outside playing at dinner time instead of eating at home?" The women's director was at a loss for words, her earlier remarks now sounding insincere, even to herself. A neighbor, residing next door, called out loudly, "The children didn't go out to play. They've been locked in the bedroom. I saw it with my own eyes as I passed by." Shen Yunqing approached the bedroom door and pushed it open, revealing a chaotic mess of items and a large bed. Not finding the child there, she moved to the next bedroom door. "Stop." Zhang Lijuan, watching her actions, felt her heart leap to her throat, her previous arrogance having vanished. Shen Yunqing disregarded her, forcefully pushing the door, only to find it locked. She turned to the timid Chen Taizhu and demanded, "Whose hands hold the key? Produce it." Chen Taizhu cast a furtive glance at Zhang Lijuan, but in the blink of an eye, his courage faltered, and he lowered his head. Shen Yunqing felt an uncontainable anger toward such a man. His own daughter was being mistreated, and yet he bore no responsibility. It was incomprehensible how such individuals were allowed to exist in this factory, along with the female director, whose malicious intentions thrived within the confines of the staff quarters. A fierce expression crossed Shen Yunqing's face as she directed an unyielding gaze at Zhang Lijuan, her voice laced with irritation. "Either hand over the key, or your entire family can vacate this place tonight." Zhang Lijuan shuddered at her fierce demeanor, her back chilled with fear. The female director, standing behind her, nudged her heel against Zhang's ankle, urging her to comply quickly. Zhang Lijuan, unable to defy her aunt's command, retrieved the key from her pocket with her uninjured hand and handed it over. Shen Yunqing seized the key and inserted it into the lock, swiftly turning it to unlock the door. As she pushed open the wooden door, a foul stench emanated from the bedroom, causing her brow to furrow in disgust. A noxious blend of mold and excrement assaulted Shen Yunqing's senses, akin to a poisonous gas. She held her breath, retreating slightly. A large number of onlookers had already surged into the room, each straining their necks to peer inside the bedroom. The little girl, enveloped in a putrid odor, was chained to a wooden bed frame with a dog leash, utterly devoid of clothing. Xiaohua gazed at them with terror, her half-rotted legs swarming with flies. The women present could not help but tear up at the sight. The poor child had been subjected to such torment. Shen Yunqing's heart ached unexpectedly, her fury igniting as she glared at the Zhang family. Jiang Xiaohui removed her coat and rushed inside, wrapping the child in it. Shen Yunqing entered, using the key to unlock the chain around the child's neck. Jiang Xiaohui scooped the child up and ran towards the exit, commanding, "Step aside. Do not obstruct the way." Shen Yunqing turned to the female director, her tone icy. "Is this what you call educating a child?" The female director faltered for a moment, hastily organizing her thoughts to distance herself from the situation. "I had no idea it would come to this. It was all Zhang Lijuan's doing. It has nothing to do with me." Zhang Lijuan, taken aback by her aunt's attempt to shift the blame, stared at her in disbelief. The female director tilted her head, avoiding Zhang's gaze. Zhang Lijuan, known for her fiery temper, could not endure this treatment. Her anger ignited and she shouted, "Aunt, I wasn't the only one who harmed Xiaohua. Your son, daughter-in-law, and other men were all involved." This explosive revelation left everyone stunned. Not a single person in the family seemed worthy of respect. They were even worse than beasts. The female director, panic-stricken, raised her hand to hurriedly cover Zhang's mouth, her eyes narrowing in a menacing glare as she warned, "I suspect you're losing your mind," speaking without restraint. Do not believe her words. I have served as the female director for so many years, and everyone knows how I interact with others. The family members were aware of her significant connection with Section Chief Wang from the factory. Just moments ago, the room was filled with condemnation. Now, it was enveloped in silence. Shen Yunqing, uninterested in witnessing their petty squabbles, pushed through the crowd and made her way to the door. Chapter 140, The Clinic. Jiang Xiaohui hurried down the stairs with little Hua in her arms, heading straight for the clinic. When Shen Yunqing arrived with her sister-in-law He Yunxiao, a nurse was disinfecting the child's festering leg wound with iodine. Little Hua buried her head into Jiang Xiaohui's embrace, silent and pitiful. The child's leg bore a sizable, oozing wound, which had become inflamed and infected due to a lack of timely care. As the nurse cleared away the decayed flesh, the gruesome sight of exposed bone filled her with sorrow. Who could be so inhumane as to inflict such suffering upon a child? He Yunxiao, who had children of her own, could not bear to witness the wound being treated. She stepped outside, cradling the child. Once the wound was properly tended to, the nurse wrapped the leg with clean gauze, applying a soothing herbal remedy. She advised that the dressing be changed twice daily, and if the wound remained uninfected, it should heal completely in about 2 weeks. Shen Yunqing took out money to settle the medical bill alongside the nurse. Jiang Xiaohui looked up at her, saying, "Sister-in-law, let me handle this." Shen Yunqing smiled gently. "It matters not who pays. In the end, it will all be reimbursed from the child's father's wages." A faint smile finally appeared on Jiang Xiaohui's previously troubled face. "It's no trouble at all. I'm happy to help." Having been married for 6 or 7 years, she and her husband, whose body had been injured on the battlefield, had yet to have children. She had maintained a decent relationship with little Hua's biological mother, and seeing the child in pain pained her more than anyone else. Shen Yunqing produced a packet of biscuits wrapped in oiled paper and handed it to her. "Let the child have a little something to eat." "Thank you, sister-in-law," Jiang Xiaohui replied, accepting the package. She opened it and offered a piece of peach pastry to little Hua, who had been keeping her head down in her embrace. Her frail form and disheveled hair a stark contrast to the lively child she once was. With timid eyes, she glanced up at Jiang Xiaohui, waiting for a nod before daring to take small bites. The transformation from her former cheerful self to this fragile state made Jiang Xiaohui's heart ache. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she fought to swallow her sorrow. The nurse prepared the medication and handed Shen Yunqing a package along with a bright red apple, saying, "If you cannot apply the medication, feel free to bring the child back. We'll help with the dressing for free. There are still good people in the world." Shen Yunqing accepted the items with a serene smile. "Thank you." She handed the apple to Jiang Xiaohui. Little Hua, traumatized and fearful of strangers, only felt at ease with Jiang Xiaohui, who had always treated her kindly. Jiang Xiaohui placed the apple in little Hua's other hand, supporting the child's head against her shoulder as she lifted her and headed toward the door. Shen Yunqing followed closely behind, holding 2 bundles of herbal medicine. He Yunxiao, with her son in tow, coaxed him to walk on his own. Upon seeing them emerge, she bent down to pick him up and hurried to catch up. "No. I've been staying at Comrade Zhang's home for the past few days." Shen Yunqing paused momentarily before continuing. "By the time her injury heals, the authorities should have reached a conclusion." Xiao Xiaoman replied, "That is reassuring." Chapter 141. Sleep, I won't disturb you. Jiang Xiaohui resided on the 2nd floor of Building 7, Room 203. Upon reaching her home, after placing the medicine down and exchanging a few pleasantries, Shen Yunqing and He Yunjiao took their leave. Upon returning home, Shen Yunqing found the man in the living room and sat down beside him. Gu Mohan closed his book, raised his gaze to her, and inquired, "How is the child?" The memory of the child's injury weighed heavily on Shen Yunqing's heart. It was utterly tragic. When I opened the door and saw Xiaohua, the child was barely clothed, tethered by a dog chain in a room reeking of filth. Such severity. Gu Mohan was profoundly shocked, never having imagined that such malicious employees could exist in his factory. As parents, how could they so utterly abandon their humanity? Indeed. Their entire family gathered around the dining table, enjoying lavish meals, completely indifferent to Xiaohua's plight in that room. Even her biological father, while his own daughter suffered abuse, seemed more concerned with entertaining the director's family. Gu Mohan lifted a glass, poured her a cup of water to soothe her throat, encouraging her to speak at a measured pace. After hearing about the child's ordeal, Gu Mohan could not remain indifferent. After a moment's contemplation, he stated solemnly, "The Zhang and Qin families can no longer remain on the island. We must find a way to contact the child's mother and have her come forward to take the child away. As long as it helps the child, I am more than willing to assist." "Who is Xiaohua's mother? Where is she now?" Shen Yunqing asked eagerly. Gu Mohan replied, "I will have Zhao and investigate tomorrow. It is getting late. You should wash up and rest." "All right," Shen Yunqing acknowledged, understanding that one must not rush in any endeavor but rather proceed with caution and patience. She rose from the sofa and headed to the bedroom to fetch her nightgown. As she stood beneath the warm water, an elusive thought flickered through her mind. She felt she had forgotten something important. Straining to remember, she ultimately could not. Turning off the faucet, she reached for a towel on the rack, dried herself, wrapped her hair, donned her nightgown, and opened the bathroom door. At the bedroom door, she noticed the man resting against the headboard with his eyes closed. And then she recalled her promise to Yunjiao a few days prior to inquire about the character of her future brother-in-law. After drying her hair, she moved in front of the fan, plugged it in, and sat at her vanity to blow-dry her hair. "I am merely drying my hair," she thought, as she brushed her hair back, turning her chair to face him. "I have a question for you." "What is it?" "How is Deng Quan's brother's character?" Gu Mohan raised an eyebrow slightly, his eyes narrowing. "Why do you ask this?" Shen Yunqing, smoothing her hair, replied calmly, "He Yunjiao asked me to help her inquire. Her sister-in-law has taken a liking to Zhao Xiuli's younger uncle." "Oh, I see." Gu Mohan's tone softened, his voice rich and soothing. "I am not very familiar with him. But in terms of work, this young man is quite reliable and capable. Regarding matters of a lifelong commitment, I would hesitate to offer an opinion. One misstep could lead to a regrettable outcome." "Very well. I shall convey this to her tomorrow." After drying her hair, Shen Yunqing gently turned off the electric fan and the light on the wall, then made her way to bed in the dark. Concerned that she might stumble, Gu Mohan opened the drawer and retrieved a flashlight to illuminate her path. Shen Yunqing removed her shoes and climbed onto the bed, sliding beneath the covers. Fearing that the man might engage in untoward behavior, she pushed his large hand away, saying, "Don't disturb my sleep." Gu Mohan placed his hand back on her abdomen, nuzzling his face against her back, and murmured in a deep voice, "Why is the child so quiet today? I need to sleep too." Shen Yunqing, who had not napped during the day, was now lying in bed, drowsiness overtaking her as her eyelids grew too heavy to keep open. "Go to sleep. I won't touch you." Chapter 142. Into the Deep Mountains. After finishing the breakfast prepared by the man, Shen Yunqing donned her backpack and set out to forage for pigweed. With a black umbrella in hand, she descended the stairs and walked towards the playground. From a distance, she spotted a figure standing under the banyan tree, clutching a bag of fertilizer. As she approached, she recognized it to be He Yunjiao. "Why aren't you carrying an umbrella?" Shen Yunqing asked, adjusting her snakeskin bag and scanning her companion's attire, utterly speechless. "We are searching for pigweed, not going on a spring outing." With one hand holding an umbrella and the other a sickle, "You are severely hampering our foraging speed." Shen Yunqing, her hands full, responded with dismay. "What should I do then?" "Follow me." Upon reaching the ground floor, Shen Yunqing waited while He Yunjiao quickly ascended the stairs to retrieve a snakeskin bag. Just folding it a bit to shield from the rain will suffice. Shen Yunqing placed her backpack on the ground and imitated her friend's actions, balancing the snakeskin bag atop her head. He Yunjiao, amused by Shen Yunqing's similar rustic appearance, clapped her hands and smiled. "All right, let us go." Stowing the umbrella in her backpack, Shen Yunqing followed her towards the base of the mountain. With many pigs in the breeding farm, everyone dispersed around the mountain's edge to gather pigweed. The deep mountains concealed wild beasts and venomous snakes, deterring most from venturing inward. At the foot of the mountain, a vast expanse of barren land had been cleared, designated by the factory's logistics department for planting sweet potatoes and corn in the coming spring, providing sustenance for the pigs. During winter, pigweed was scarce. The two of them wandered around the mountain's periphery for about 10 minutes before discovering a few dandelions, purslane, and gray weeds. He Yunjiao spotted some tender grass roots, digging up quite a few to toss into her backpack. Once this rain passes, the wild grass will sprout again in a couple of days. Amidst the light rain, Shen Yunqing felt rather disheartened while searching for pigweed and sighed, even when it grows, it will be hard to find. Those women are much faster than us. Upon reaching a fork at the foot of the mountain, Shen Yunqing tugged at her companion's arm, gesturing for her to look deeper into the mountain. He Yunjiao stood upright, clutching a handful of pigweed, her gaze following Shen Yunqing's direction, staring blankly at the dense grove. Puzzled by what she was trying to convey, Shen Yunqing, gripping the sickle, began to clear the roadside weeds and thorns, stepping inward as she whispered. I once ventured up the mountain to look for mushrooms and discovered a small creek alongside a thicket of bamboo. After last night's rain, the winter bamboo shoots should be nearly ready. He Yunjiao felt a surge of excitement upon hearing about the bamboo shoots. Disregarding the warnings from the factory and following her companion into the woods. Upon reaching the forest's edge, she glanced around the mountainside, ensuring no one was paying attention to them. With a sense of urgency, she urged Shen Yunqing to quicken their pace. If they were spotted by others, it would surely create a commotion. Thus, it was better to proceed quietly. The mountains were overgrown with wild grasses, and Shen Yunqing led her through to seek out the bamboo grove, filling their empty baskets along the way. After the rain, the mountain paths were treacherous, with moss-covered stones making the journey slippery. Shen Yunqing felt fortunate to have worn a pair of anti-slip rubber shoes that morning. When they finally found the bamboo grove, their clothes were drenched with dew, so wet that they could be wrung out. He Yunjiao's eyes sparkled at the sight of the bamboo shoots. She adored them. The winter bamboo shoots stir-fried with cured meat were simply delectable. On Biling Island, the wild thorn bamboo grew tall and slender, nestled among dense thickets. Shen Yunqing used a sickle to cut over 20 shoots, sitting on a stone by the creek to peel them. He Yunjiao emerged from the woods with an abundant harvest and, noticing Shen Yunqing had only gathered a small handful, frowned and said, "Why didn't you get more? These are so hard to find. We can always come back later." Shen Yunqing, however, was not greedy. She intended to use the excuse of gathering bamboo shoots to search for other treasures next time. After peeling the shoots, Shen Yunqing placed them into her basket, hiding them beneath the pig feed. The families residing in the compound were quite observant, and if they spotted these treasures, it could lead to considerable trouble. With the basket full of pig feed, heavy with dew, Shen Yunqing braced herself against a stone and struggled to rise, waiting for He Yunjiao to finish. He Yunjiao, having collected a substantial amount of bamboo shoots, had her basket overflowing, with an additional bundle of pig feed in her arms. Shen Yunqing looked at her in astonishment. "Aren't you tired?" He Yunjiao squatted down, suddenly standing up with the basket on her back, flashing a grin. "What is there to be tired about? The more we can carry, the better. We are used to this in the countryside." Shen Yunqing was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling somewhat silenced by her remark, and led the way with her black umbrella. The fine drizzle that had accompanied them earlier had ceased, and now the fog had lifted, revealing a bright blue sky adorned with white clouds, suggesting a clearing of the weather. Birds chirped merrily from the branches. After a laborious trek, the two finally emerged from the woods. He Yunjiao, panting and sweating, set the basket down on the ground beside the path to catch her breath. Shen Yunqing, unaccustomed to physical labor, felt quite fatigued from carrying so much, especially as the straps of the basket rubbed painfully against her shoulders. After resting for 2 minutes by the roadside, they resumed their descent with the pig feed, heading towards the animal husbandry farm. Zhao Xiuli, having finished feeding the pigs, emerged from the farm and, spotting the two of them carrying pig feed, inquired with curiosity, "Where did you come from? I didn't see you at the foot of the mountain just now." Zhao Xiuli, without a hint of suspicion, greeted them with a smile. "I shall also take a look tomorrow. The eastern area is rather bare, nearly all scoured by everyone." He Yunqiao replied, "All right. We will go together tomorrow. Yunqing and I will first prepare pig feed." Zhao Xiuli stood in place, gazing at their silhouettes for several seconds before turning to walk towards the family compound. Upon arriving at the shed for cooking pig feed, Shen Yunqing removed her sticky outer garment and placed it on a small stool, beginning to chop the pig grass. As midday approached, their little flower pig, hungry and impatient, nudged the door with its snout and cried out. After half an hour, the pig feed was cooked. Shen Yunqing, lacking time to let it cool, hastily poured 2 scoops of well water into a wooden barrel with a gourd ladle, stirred it carelessly, and rushed to feed the pig. The pig's cries were jarring. Upon reaching the pen, Shen Yunqing, ladle in hand, knocked on the iron gate. "Stop calling, it's time to eat." The slightly larger flower pig, upon seeing her, intensified its efforts to nudge the door. Gripping the handle tightly, Shen Yunqing lifted the wooden barrel with determination, standing at the entrance to pour the feed into the stone trough. The flower pig, catching the scent, rushed over and buried its head in the basin, chomping down eagerly. The delightful sounds of its feeding filling the air. Despite the addition of well water, the freshly cooked feed was still quite hot. The pig squealed as it was scalded, splattering Shen Yunqing with food. With a face full of disdain, she left, carrying the bucket away. Shen Yunqing stood up, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. The weather here is truly peculiar. During hot days, it is dry, but after rain, the temperature drops and becomes exceedingly humid. One gets accustomed to it. Yun Xiao rinsed her hands in the barrel and turned to grab a basket. The two of them, laden with tender bamboo shoots, exited the breeding farm. Upon reaching the base of the family compound, Shen Yunqing parted ways with her. Chen Zhaodi stood at the foot of Building 6. Upon seeing her approach, she hurried forward to greet her. Shen Yunqing recognized her as the woman who had spoken ill of her beneath the flame tree in the old compound. Do you need something from me? Chapter 144. Borrowing. Chen Zhaodi rubbed her hands together, looking at her with unease. I would like to ask you for a favor. Shen Yunqing frowned. We don't seem to be well acquainted. I witnessed what you and comrade he did the night before last, Chen Zhaodi said, her tone turning serious. But rest assured, I did not report you to the Women's Director. Ha! Shen Yunqing raised her eyelids, remaining composed and indifferent. What do you wish to ask of me? Seeing her objective achieved, Chen Zhaodi wasted no time and stated plainly, I would like to borrow some brown sugar. My son is ill and craves brown sugar boiled eggs. Is it truly as simple as borrowing brown sugar? Shen Yunqing narrowed her eyes with suspicion, surveying her from head to toe. Follow me. Chen Zhaodi trailed her up the stairs. Upon reaching the door, Shen Yunqing noticed it was unlocked and pushed it open. Chen Zhaodi, following behind, halted at the entrance.
Inside.
Shen Yunqing set down the basket, glanced back at Chen Zhaodi, who stood timidly at the threshold. Without uttering a word, Shen Yunqing walked straight into the kitchen, rummaging through the cabinet for the brown sugar, taking a bit longer than expected while searching for the pig grass. Shen Yun lightly explained herself, holding 2 pieces of brown sugar, before closing the cupboard door and stepping outside. Chen Zhaodi, noticing her with the sugar, anxiously extended her hand to receive it, saying, Thank you. I'm sorry to trouble you. Shen Yun cast a faint glance in her direction, cautioning, Do not speak of things that should remain unsaid. She was not particularly worried about Chen Zhaodi spreading rumors. After all, the residents of the compound would not dare to voice such matters in her presence, fearing the potential complications it might bring to Yun's peaceful existence. Rest assured, I shall not speak a word, Chen Zhaodi vowed, raising her hand in oath. If I do, may I be struck down by lightning. All right, I apologize for the disturbance. Chen Zhaodi tucked the brown sugar into her pocket and turned to descend the stairs. Shen Yun gently closed the door and returned inside. Gu Mohan emerged from the kitchen, carrying a dish, his dark eyes fixed upon her. You ventured into the mountains, he stated with certainty, clearly convinced of his assertion. Shen Yun pulled out a chair and sat down, lifting her gaze to him. How did you know? Gu Mohan set the dish down and reached out to ruffle her hair, his expression serious as he replied, I, the king of the mountains, am well aware that there are no bamboo shoots in those hills. Very well, you are indeed clever, Shen Yun retorted, tilting her head to evade his hand, pouting slightly, her eyes sparkling with playful reproach. Who else would wash your clothes, cook your meals, or feed the pigs? Her tone was soft and feigned, tinged with a hint of lament over the pigs. Realizing he had spoken too hastily, he paused to collect his thoughts, frowning slightly as he continued. There are many venomous snakes in those mountains. Are you truly aware of your situation? Do not venture there out of mere curiosity. Shen Yun felt thoroughly chastised by his admonishment, her brows knitting in disdain as she poked at the rice in her bowl, retorting, I understand. Seeing him treat her with such earnestness today, she discerned that there must indeed be dangers lurking in those mountains. Now that she carried a little one within her, she recognized that, even in her reckless moments, she could not afford to endanger the child. It would be wise to heed his advice and remain more cautious in the future. Gu Mohan worried that this carefree little wife of his might one day endanger herself. He picked up a pair of chopsticks and placed a portion of greens into her bowl, softening his tone a little after the baby is born. Should you wish to explore, just tell me, and I shall take you. Shen Yun chewed on the greens, her cheeks puffed out adorably, and nodded obediently. Emichim. Chapter 145. A Bright Side. After finishing lunch, Shen Yun languidly reclined on the sofa, rubbing her shoulders where the straps had left red marks. Gu Mohan retrieved the thorny bamboo shoots from the backpack, rinsed them in the sink, drained them, and stored them in the refrigerator. Once everything was in order, he dried his hands and emerged from the kitchen, picking up the thermos from the coffee table. Glancing at her with a light flutter of his eyelids, he said, I'm off to work. Do not wander about alone. Shen Yun straightened her posture, letting down her tied hair. her misty eyes gazing vacantly at his tall figure as he approached the door. Once the door closed, she lazily stretched, tousling her disheveled hair and yawning widely. Although the sun had not emerged outside, the atmosphere within the house felt stifling and humid, rendering one lethargic and devoid of vitality. After spending the morning traversing the forest, her skin felt uncomfortably itchy. Shen Yunqing wearily rose to her feet and made her way to the bathroom. With no sunlight to warm the water, the faucet produced a pleasantly tepid stream. She draped her hair forward and crouched down, submerging her head in the basin. The cool water enveloped her scalp, alleviating much of the agitation that had been festering within her. As she discovered the shampoo had run out, she resorted to lathering some soap, rubbing it casually into her hair. Having rinsed her hair clean, Shen Yunqing shed her clothes and stood beneath the shower. The warm water cascaded over her skin. Initially, it felt a tad cold, causing her to shiver slightly, but soon she acclimated to the temperature and the sensation became utterly delightful. Had it not been for the incessant knocking at the door, she would have lingered under the spray for a while longer. Knock, knock. The persistent sound echoed. Shen Yunqing dried herself with a towel, hastily donned a long dress, and wrapped the towel around her hair. As she opened the bathroom door, she stepped out in her slippers. Zhao Shili, waiting at the door, had assumed no one was home after a prolonged silence and was about to turn away when the door swung open unexpectedly. Seeing Shen Yunqing with her hair wrapped, Zhao Shili smiled and asked, "Did you wash your hair?" Shen Yunqing opened the door wider, inviting her inside. "I got caught in the rain this morning. I felt sticky with sweat and needed a refreshing shower." Zhao Shili made her way to the living room and casually settled onto the sofa. Boiling water is such a hassle. With this dreary weather, there was no hot water this morning. Shen Yunqing released her towel-wrapped hair and dried it with a separate towel. Leisurely responding, "Sister-in-law, what brings you here today?" Zhao Shili replied, "I just came to see if you wanted to visit the Jiang family and check on Xiaohua. If you're going, it would be nice to have company." The recent incident had stirred quite a commotion in the family compound. Zhang Lijuan's husband and the female director's family had already been suspended for investigation. Many of the women expressed sympathy for Xiaohua's tragic plight, and those who typically socialized with her were organizing a visit to Jiang Xiaohui's home to show their support. "I have nothing to do at home, so let us go together," Shen Yunqing suggested. Suddenly, she recalled Chen Zhaodi's visit that morning and mentioned, "Chen Zhaodi came to borrow brown sugar for her son to make brown sugar eggs. She seems to be aware of what transpired that night." Zhao Shili furrowed her brow in contemplation before gently reassuring her, "Chen Zhaodi isn't a bad person at heart. She just struggles with her words and can be a bit oblivious. Like Zhang Lijuan, she plays the role of a stepmother, treating her husband's children from a previous marriage with the same affection as her own. She is quite a responsible stepmother." It was surprising how one's appearance can be deceiving. Shen Yunqing had not recognized this admirable trait in Chen Zhaodi before. Reflecting on it, she realized that compared to the malicious Zhang Lijuan, Chen Zhaodi appeared rather commendable, though she had previously held a dislike for her. Zhao Shili's words had significantly altered Shen Yunqing's perception. Chapter 146. A visit to see Xiaohua. Her hair, brushed but not dripping, cascaded casually over her shoulders as Shen Yunqing gracefully entered the kitchen. She opened the refrigerator door and selected 5 apples, placing them into a net bag before heading out. Zhao Shili rose from the sofa and announced, "I am going downstairs to fetch something." Shen Yunqing seized the keys from the table and followed her outside. Pulling the door shut behind them, Zhao Shili reminded Pang Hai to take good care of his younger sister and brother, then she and Shen Yunqing descended the stairs together, carrying the 6 eggs she had purchased from the supply and marketing cooperative. With little to occupy their time at noon, most of the families could hardly remain indoors, bringing their small stools to gather in a circle around the basketball court to chat. "Look, is that the factory director's sister-in-law?" Deng Yuhua glanced up and followed the gaze of the woman, spotting her own sister-in-law leisurely walking toward Building 7 alongside the factory director's wife. Thanks to the sister-in-law's timely intervention in Xiaohua's predicament, that child would likely have perished at the hands of that wicked woman. Indeed, despite her seemingly haughty demeanor, the sister-in-law possessed a commendable character. She had married a high-ranking official, yet never looked down upon us rural folk. The last time I witnessed her silencing Lin Meiqin, I stood by in delight, unable to contain my joy. In Jiang Xiaoqin's living room, many gathered to see Xiaohua. The door stood wide open as Zhao Shili and Shen Yunqing entered with their belongings. Sister Lin greeted them warmly, cheerfully offering a long bench for them to sit on. Zhao Shili placed the items on the table, arranging them beside Shen Yunqing's, and her eyes scanned the living room as she softly inquired, "Is Xiaohui not home?" Sister Lin glanced towards the bedroom, saying, "The child is feeling unwell. I'm trying to soothe her to sleep." Just then, the bedroom door creaked open. Jiang Xiaohui emerged quietly, gently closing the door behind her, and walked towards them. Upon seeing Shen Yunqing, she offered a polite smile. There aren't enough hands at home, so I apologize for the lack of hospitality. Shen Yunqing replied with a gentle smile. How is the child? She has just fallen asleep. Jiang Xiaohui sighed, her brow furrowed. She had only just drifted off when she was startled awake, crying for her mother. The atmosphere in the living room turned somber at her words. A collective silence enveloping them, their eyes filled with compassion. Poor child, Shen Yunqing thought of the man's words from the previous day and softly asked, Do you know where Xiao Hua's mother is? Lao Gu mentioned that if we find her, she could come and take the child. The negligence of that mother was truly disheartening. The people in the room sighed in sympathy. If Xiao Hua's mother chose to remain absent, the situation would become quite complicated. Should Xiao Hua's father be dismissed from the factory, she would have to leave the island with them. Shen Yunqing longed to assist this unfortunate child in escaping her plight. Yet the means she contemplated were rather dubious. Chapter 147. Have her mother come forward. Zhao Xiuli sensed that Shen Yunqing had something to express and asked, Yunqing, have you thought of a solution? Nearby, Jiang Xiaohui raised her eyes to look at her, her expression filled with urgency. In her heart, Shen Yunqing found herself wavering, meticulously contemplating the matter at hand. She turned to Jiang Xiaohui and inquired, Do you wish for Xiao Hua to be your daughter? Naturally, Jiang Xiaohui harbored such desires. Yet she hesitated to voice them openly, feeling ill-equipped to confront the women's director. Tears brimmed in her eyes, her mouth agape in silence. Her yearning gaze fixated upon Shen Yunqing. Shen Yunqing could likely surmise the source of her anxiety and spoke comforting words. The women's director and the Chen family will be finished once the investigation concludes. You should approach Xiao Hua's mother and discuss your intention to adopt her. Persuade her to relinquish the child. After all, even the most callous mother would not wish for her child to suffer. Once you reach an agreement, you can proceed to the police station to handle the adoption formalities. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xiaohui felt a pang in her heart, tears spilling forth as she nodded repeatedly. Thank you, sister-in-law. I now know what to do. I will cherish this child. The women around her, moved by her fervor, empathized with her plight, wiping their own tears as they offered words of consolation to Jiang Xiaohui. Sister-in-law, why weep? You are about to have a daughter. With Xiao Hua by your side, a bright future awaits. Indeed, they should rejoice. It was the malevolent family that deserved to grieve. Following the events of the previous day, the women's director's family had not ventured outside, fearing the scorn of their neighbors. This morning, Zhang Lijuan attempted to queue at the supply and marketing cooperative to buy vegetables. But the sales staff resolutely ignored her, regardless of her desperate antics. Zhao Xiuli observed their escalating excitement and raised a finger to her lips, urging them to lower their voices. Let us not attract the attention of outsiders who might report to the women's director. We must keep this matter to ourselves until Xiao Hua's situation is resolved. Xiaohui would not neglect us. The others found her reasoning sound, gradually quieting down, their voices hushed and cautious. Xiaohui, once this is accomplished, remember to treat us to candy. Jiang Xiaohui felt a surge of happiness, a smile breaking through her previously troubled visage as she declared, Candy pales in comparison. I shall host a banquet and treat you all to a feast. Her husband was among the earliest employees on the island, and without children to support, their monthly expenses were modest, primarily consisting of the 20 yuan sent home. Over 5 or 6 years, they had managed to save several thousand yuan. It's a promise, no backing out. I will lend a hand in the kitchen. The dumplings we prepare for celebrations back home are simply delectable. Once the matter is settled and a date is set, everyone is welcome to join in the festivities. You all know my character after all these years on the island. I am not one to break my word. Seated comfortably, Shen Yunqing leisurely snacked on sunflower seeds, listening to the cheerful discussions about the menu for the banquet. She genuinely hoped that the situation would unfold as smoothly as the merriment surrounding her suggested, with the only uncertainty lying with Xiao Hua's mother and how Jiang Xiaohui would approach her. There was little use in overthinking. All she could do was hope that Xiao Hua's mother retained a shred of compassion. Around 4 in the afternoon, the group gradually began to rise and depart. On her way to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase vegetables, Zhao Xiuli ceaselessly praised her, saying, Yunqing must have read extensively. Your mind indeed works faster than that of most women among us. While everyone else was in a state of panic, you devised a solution. Shen Yunqing humbly smiled, replying, After graduating from high school, I did not get into university, so I did not pursue further studies. It's not as exaggerated as you say, sister-in-law. Zhao Xiuli responded, For a girl to finish high school is already quite remarkable. My parents urged me daily to continue my education, but I heeded my uncle's words that education for girls was futile, and I stopped attending school after elementary.
Now,
I suffer the consequences of my lack of education and often think back, wishing I could slap some sense into myself. Shen Yunqing comforted her, in your time. Life was difficult. It is not comparable to our present circumstances. Indeed, in those days, I shared a corn bun with Zhao, and when we were still hungry, we would drink water to fill our stomachs. Unlike now, when everyone's standard of living has improved and children do not have to worry about going hungry. Chapter 148. New neighbors move in. At the entrance of the cooperative, there were not many people queuing to buy vegetables in the afternoon. Shen Yunqing purchased 2 pounds of potatoes, 2 pounds of pork ribs, and a piece of pig's ear, spending a total of 1 yuan and 40 cents. Gu Mohan had a considerable appetite. He alone consumed enough to equal 3 meals for her. If she did not buy enough meat, he would grumble, questioning whether they were so impoverished that they could barely afford to eat. Today, her brother was coming over for dinner. So Jia Shuli bought 2 pounds of pork belly to enhance the family meal. After both had completed their shopping for dinner ingredients, they carried their bags back toward the residential compound. At the bottom of the residential compound, 2 large trucks were parked. Zhao, and along with a group of comrades, was hauling furniture upstairs. Jia Shuli approached him and inquired, whose family is moving? Such a grand affair. It's the families of those engineers from M country. Zhaoan replied, offering a nod and a smile to his sister-in-law. Shen Yunqing observed as they carried their belongings into the vacant house next door, her understanding clear. There were indeed a few foreigners at the factory, as everyone knew. Zhao Xioli craned her neck curiously to look upstairs, eager to see what the wives and children of the foreigners looked like. Once the moving was completed, Shen Yunqing ascended the stairs with her groceries. The door to the house next door, which had been vacant, was now wide open, and the sounds of lively conversations filled the air, with children and parents cheerfully arranging their new home. Shen Yunqing was proficient in French, English, and Russian. Hearing the children speak English with a regional accent, bickering over rooms, brought a slight smile to her lips as she stood before her door, unlocking it. The sounds of N-O pierced through her eardrums. Upon entering her home, Shen Yunqing took the vegetables to the kitchen. Gu Mohan set down his briefcase and poured himself a glass of water first. The incessant chatter of the children next door was quite bothersome. The sound insulation in the new residential units was decent, yet it could not withstand the noise of loud voices. After setting down his glass, Gu Mohan removed his outer coat, rolled up his sleeves, and entered the kitchen, asking, "Is the noise from next door bothering you?" He lifted the pot onto the stove, turned on the valve, and ignited the flame to cook, sighing slightly. The Benjamins have 5 children, and the 2 units next door share a common wall. As she peeled the potato, Shen Yunqing turned to him and asked, "Then how large must their house be?" Gu Mohan replied, "Over 300 square meters, with 6 bedrooms. In the family compound, it's common for couples to live in 2-bedroom apartments with 4 or 5 children. The disparity in treatment is glaringly obvious." Shen Yunqing tossed the partially peeled potato into the sink, pondering aloud, "Aren't you concerned that others in the compound might voice their discontent?" Gu Mohan, exuding calmness, responded, "Every individual possesses a corresponding value. Those of higher worth are coveted in the market. If you don't cater to them properly, they are not bound to you. In contrast, ordinary employees enjoy accommodations provided by the factory, and their children attend school without incurring any fees. They are already living better than the vast majority of the populace. What more could they desire?" This truth remains constant across eras. The upper class judges individuals solely based on their capabilities. Shen Yunqing reflected on herself and looked up at him, asking, "Then why did you choose me?" In her eyes, as someone who prioritizes profit, she felt utterly lacking and believed there was nothing about her worthy of his recognition. Standing by the sink, Gu Mohan picked up the discarded potato, took the peeler from her, and continued to peel. "You are different. At least to me, you are invaluable." Upon hearing this, Shen Yunqing felt a strange warmth envelop her heart, not with excitement, but with a soothing sensation. Chapter 149. A War of Words. After rinsing his hands under the faucet, she stood by, watching him work, and casually inquired about a previous matter. "How is the factory handling the issue with the women's director and Zhang Lijuan?" "Naturally. They have been dismissed and must leave the island within 3 days, Gu Mohan stated as he finished peeling 2 potatoes, rinsing them in a bowl of water before reaching for the cutting board. "How shall we prepare the potatoes?" Shen Yunqing opened the refrigerator, retrieving 2 ribs and a handful of green beans, handing them to him. "We can braise the potatoes with the ribs and green beans, and boil the pig's ears to serve cold once cooked. The potatoes will turn black." Gu Mohan shot her a disgruntled glance while washing the ribs under the faucet and placing them on the cutting board, grasping the knife to chop them. Noticing his complaints, Shen Yunqing crossed her arms, a wry smile on her lips as she watched him. "Are you dissatisfied with me?" "How could I dare?" Gu Mohan replied, blanching the ribs in the pot. Feeling weary, Shen Yunqing rummaged through the cupboard for 2 cloves of garlic, sitting before the trash can to peel them, muttering, "What is there to fear? I see that you simply find me lazy and wish to seek another." With a smirk, Gu Mohan retorted, "Dealing with you is already a challenge. Why would I subject myself to a new ordeal?" Shen Yunqing shot back, "Am I truly that difficult to handle? This insufferable man only knows how to sweet talk. How poorly must I be regarded in his eyes for him to complain so?" Shen Yunqing, holding the peeled garlic, rose to her feet and approached the sink to rinse it with water, tossing the garlic onto the cutting board. "From the tone of your voice, it seems you regret marrying me," she remarked. "What is there to regret?" Gu Mohan, carrying a pot, came over and poured the blanched ribs into a bowl, then leaned down to peck her cheek. "Although your character may leave much to be desired, your health is commendable. I rather enjoy your feisty and combative demeanor." Shen Yunqing's face flushed with indignation as she stepped on the toe of his polished shoe. "You'd best be quiet. If you can't speak properly, then don't speak at all. What do you mean by saying I have a poor character? When have I ever been flirtatious?" The force of her foot was unexpectedly strong, sending a sharp pain shooting through Gu Mohan's head as he limped away. Turning to glare at his retreating figure, Shen Yunqing muttered, "Serves you right. That LL teach you to be so glib. I 1T stooped to your level." Gu Mohan sat down on a chair, removed his shoes, and inspected his toes for injury. Fortunately, they appear to be fine. No swelling, just a slight ache from where she had stepped. He hopped on one foot to the bathroom, washed his foot, and changed into a pair of slippers before heading to the kitchen. The rice was ready, and Shen Yunqing took the pot off the stove, preparing to cook the pig's ears next. When she noticed him entering, she quickly interjected, "You should go relax outside." Having just removed his shoes and socks, she had no desire for him to add any unwelcome flavors to their dinner. Gu Mohan crossed his arms, leaning casually against the refrigerator, watching her with a nonchalant expression. "You really need to ease up on your cleanliness obsession. I've washed my hands, using the soap you use for your bras. Are you out of your mind?" Shen Yunqing glared at him, her irritation boiling over. "If you dare use my soap for your dirty hands, I will not hesitate to throw my underwear at your face." The fiery indignation of the petite woman was simply too endearing. Gu Mohan chuckled, his chest vibrating with laughter, observing the flames of fury in her eyes as he smirked. "I was just teasing you. Why can't you take a joke?" Shen Yunqing, feeling offended, shot him a fierce look. "I am not joking." Gu Mohan climbed onto a chair in front of the trash can, idly bantering with her. Chapter 150, A Little One in Search of a Meal. The couple exchanged playful banter in the kitchen. The iron wok was too heavy for Shen Yunqing to lift single-handedly, especially filled with potatoes and ribs. Gu Mohan stepped forward to assist her, lifting the pot and pouring its contents into a large bowl. With enough food prepared for both of them, Shen Yunqing had no intention of making soup, knowing it would only go to waste. She placed the chopped seasonings into the dish, containing the pig's ears, stirring them evenly with her chopsticks before carrying the cold dish out behind Gu Mohan. Gu Mohan cast a glance at the small chili peppers in the pig's ears. Letting out a cold snort, this little woman was clearly intent on getting back at him. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted them. Gu Mohan paused, then turned to open the door. Standing there was a handsome little boy, around 5 or 6 years old, with golden hair and striking blue eyes, holding a box of chocolates and gazing up at him with an adorable, clever expression. Shen Yunqing sat quietly at the dining table, gazing out the window as a man conversed fluently in English with a young boy. Gu Mohan took the chocolate from the boy's hands, instructing him to wait at the door, before turning back inside to place the chocolate on the table. He entered the kitchen and filled a plate with the few remaining snacks his wife had, carrying it out. The young boy, enticed by the aroma of the delicious food on the table, couldn't help but swallow hard. Without an invitation from the host, he politely stood at the door, refraining from stepping inside. Nodding eagerly, the boy reached out for the plate and glanced at the dining table, lifting his cherubic face to ask, "Uncle, does your dinner taste good?" Gu Mohan was momentarily taken aback, turning to glance at his wife at the table, before lowering his gaze to the boy. "Would you like to eat?" The boy's starry eyes brightened, a smile appearing on his lips as he nodded. "May I come in?" "Please do," Gu Mohan replied, stepping aside to allow him entry and leading the way to the dining table. With a flutter of excitement in his heart, the boy followed closely behind, holding the plate. Upon seeing the lady seated at the table, he politely greeted her, "Hello, ma'am." Shen Yunqing responded with a warm smile, "Hello, little friend." Gu Mohan invited the young guest to sit down, then went to the kitchen to fetch a clean bowl and spoon. Children from the M country seldom eat rice, and are unfamiliar with chopsticks. He filled a bowl with rice and ladled 2 spoons of rich rib soup over it, placing the bowl before the little one. "Eat up." "Thank you," the boy replied politely, eagerly scooping the rice into his mouth. This was his first taste of Chinese cuisine, The soup, rich and thick with ribs, green beans, and potatoes, melded beautifully with the rice, causing the boy to squint in delight as he savored the flavors. Shen Yunqing, using serving chopsticks, added a piece of rib to his bowl, hesitating for a moment before saying, "This is especially delicious. You should try it." Had she not caught sight of the man across the table, she might have almost spoken in English. "Thank you," the boy said, scooping up a bone to take a bite. Just as the bone reached his mouth, it slipped from the spoon and fell back into the bowl. Impatient, he set down the spoon and picked up the bone to gnaw on the meat. The little one savored it heartily, his fair face smeared with broth. Concerned about neighborhood relations, Shen Yunqing refrained from offering him pig ears, knowing they were not favored by American children. Once he finished the rice in his bowl, the boy smacked his lips and burped. Moving his chair back, he stood on the floor, holding the plate of snacks, waving and smiling as he bid them farewell. As he reached the door, he bowed his head in gratitude. This foreign boy, with delicate features resembling a doll, was truly endearing. Shen Yunqing watched him leave, a gentle smile gracing her face. Chapter 151. The Family Doctrine. As the child vanished from sight, Gu Mohan noticed his wife staring dreamily at the door, her eyes unblinking, and playfully tapped her head with his chopsticks. "Do you like him that much? What kind of reasoning is that?" While tidying up the dishes and making his way to the kitchen, he remarked, Gu Mohan's child, will surely be no less appealing than others, unless—" Shen Yunqing gazed at his retreating figure, urging him to speak. "Unless what?" Gu Mohan turned his head, flashing her a grin. "Unless you lower the child's genetic quality." "How outrageous!" His words were infuriating beyond measure. Shen Yunqing, in a fit of anger, leapt to her feet and aimed a kick at him. "I possess ample excellent genes, so you can just keep barking." The man was exceedingly tall, and her foot barely made contact with his thigh. Gu Mohan, holding a bowl and chopsticks, stumbled forward from her push, almost losing his balance. "Madam Shen, you're soon to become a mother. Could you perhaps exhibit a touch of elegance? Avoid kicking or stepping on men. Be careful, or I might file a domestic violence claim against you." Today was indeed his unluckiest day. First, she had stepped on him in the kitchen, and now this sudden assault. Where was the dignity of a husband? "It's impossible to be elegant with you around," Shen Yunqing retorted, settling onto the sofa, her mouth running incessantly. "Who told you to speak such irritating nonsense every day, uttering things I despise?" Ever since she became pregnant, her temper had escalated, causing her to erupt in anger over the slightest inconvenience. Gu Mohan chose not to engage with her temper and retreated to the kitchen to wash the dishes and tidy up. Bored out of her mind in the living room, Shen Yunqing recalled that the pigs still needed feeding. Her irritation at the man in the house prompted her to grab a basket of vegetables, intending to return it to the supply and marketing cooperative and simultaneously feed the pigs at the farm. Gu Mohan, wiping the table with a cloth, noticed her preparing to leave with the basket and asked in a low voice, "Where are you going?" Shen Yunqing shot him a glance. "To feed Heiress." Gu Mohan furrowed his brow. "Who is Heiress?" "Your brother," she replied, unwilling to elaborate further, continuing her way out. The tone of her words was laced with sarcasm, leading Gu Mohan to feel she was indirectly scolding him. Shi-xiang, surely this referred to a male. The more he pondered, the more uneasy he became, prompting him to hasten his dishwashing. Downstairs, Shen Yunqing encountered Zhao Xiuli. Spotting her gathering dried potato slices with a dustpan, Shen Yunqing approached and greeted her. "Would you like to join me in feeding the pigs at the farm?" If she hadn't mentioned it, Shen Yunqing would have nearly forgotten that in just over half a month, the new year would arrive. Time indeed flew, and the new year was fast approaching. Shen Yunqing carried the basket to the supply and marketing cooperative to return it, then headed directly to the farm. By evening, families had come to feed the pigs, standing in clusters, discussing the new foreign families that had recently moved into the compound. The pig feed from the morning still remained, so Shen Yunqing added a couple of scoops of water, chopped some pigweed, mixed it thoroughly, and carried the wooden bucket to feed the pigs. Gu Mohan, wishing to conserve manpower and time, had deliberately chosen a day to leave the pigs unattended, intending to let them grow before sending them to the training ground as breeding stock. Chapter 152. Am I not handsome now? After Shen Yunqing finished feeding the pigs and set down the wooden bucket, she stepped outside. The factory school was on winter break, and groups of children were frolicking by the roadside. Young girls squatted on the ground, playing house, crafting bowls from leaves filled with flowers and herbs, mimicking adults cooking for children. Gu Mohan, having completed his chores, searched for her around the downstairs and playground. Unable to find anyone, he strolled towards the breeding farm. Shen Yunqing was taken aback upon seeing the man. "What brings you here?" Gu Mohan glanced behind her, frowning. "Where is your second senior brother?" Shen Yunqing was momentarily confused by his question, but quickly realized. Surely, This man did not think she had come out to meet another man. At this thought, she let out a soft laugh. Gu Mohan, perplexed by her reaction, tugged at her sleeve. Speak. Shen Yunqing stifled her laughter, lifting her chin to indicate the breeding farm. My second senior brother just finished eating. Would you like me to take you to see him? Gu Mohan, so, your second senior brother is a pig. He felt foolish for worrying unnecessarily. With a nonchalant expression, Gu Mohan ignored the woman who mocked him and turned towards the residential area. What's wrong with you? Shen Yunqing caught up, walking shoulder to shoulder with him. Gu Mohan cast a resentful glance her way. Do you find it amusing to tease me? Shen Yunqing blinked innocently. When did I ever tease you? It's you who misunderstood. Gu Mohan raised a hand and poked her forehead. You call a pig your second senior brother? Are you so idle that your mind has rotted? Truth be told, the old man's jealous demeanor was rather endearing. Shen Yunqing swatted his hand away, asserting, I was just joking. Who knew you would think of it as a man? How dare you say that? Gu Mohan, having been astute for so many years, had never felt so embarrassed. Passing by the basketball court, Shen Yunqing spotted Heiress and her friends playing with children inside. Life should be simple. The more complicated it is, the more exhausting it becomes, both physically and emotionally. Nyo, seeing the older boys playing basketball, eagerly waddled over with his little legs, but Heiress, engrossed in conversation with Shen Yunqing, did not notice her son's antics. Nyo looked up with his chubby face, adorably curious, staring blankly at the unfamiliar uncle, unaware of the situation behind her. Heiress continued chatting with her close friend. The factory just posted a notice, informing everyone that we will have a communal lunch in the cafeteria tomorrow for pig slaughtering. Shen Yunqing frowned. What time? Is there anything we need to do? Gu Mohan disdainfully glanced at the little boy, curling his lips in disdain as he set him down in front of Heiress. Upon seeing the other person, Heiress's joyful smile instantly vanished, and she hurriedly bent down to pick up her son. Shen Yunqing pushed the man lightly. Why do you always wear such a gloomy face? No wonder the children in the residential area avoid you. Am I really that frightening? Gu Mohan stroked his chin, furrowing his brows, half closing his eyes to reflect on himself. Shen Yunqing noticed an empty bench nearby and walked over to sit down. Gu Mohan remained beside his wife, leaving space for Heiress and her son. Heiress harbored a deep-seated fear of this man, and when she spoke with Shen Yunqing, she became noticeably uneasy, wary of saying something displeasing that might provoke him. As night fell, she bid farewell to Shen Yunqing while carrying her son and hurriedly made her way home. Shen Yunqing gazed at her hurriedly departing silhouette, her brow furrowed in perplexity. Why did she seem so strange today? I see she's afraid of you. Shen Yunqing discerned the evident hesitation and unease in Heiress moments ago. Although the older man typically wore a stern and unapproachable demeanor, it hardly warranted such fear. Gu Mohan turned his face towards her. Do not speak nonsense. What is there for me to fear? Shen Yunqing lifted her gaze, her eyes colliding with his profound orbs, scrutinizing his visage intently. He was not unappealing. His high nose bridge, deep-set eyes, and eyelashes longer than a woman's exuded a rugged charm intertwined with an understated elegance. How could anyone be afraid of him? She found it utterly incomprehensible. Her gaze wandered over his collarbone, tracing the prominent, alluring Adam's apple, causing her to swallow hard and divert her eyes elsewhere. You would look quite handsome in glasses, she remarked. A vivid image of him donned in spectacles, a white shirt, casually loosening his tie while nonchalantly displaying his charm before her, flashed through her mind. Especially if a couple of buttons were undone, revealing a hint of his abdominal muscles. The mere thought could make any woman's heart race. Gu Mohan, with a hand brushing through the tousled hair on his forehead, narcissistically inquired, Am I not handsome now? Shen Yunqing's daydream was abruptly interrupted by his question. Moistening her dry lips, she surveyed him from head to toe. The striped navy shirt and black trousers, coupled with 2 days' worth of stubble, rendered him rather rugged. This disheveled appearance was a stark contrast to the suave gentleman she had encountered previously. Her gaze held a mixture of pity and a nostalgic sorrow, as if she were contemplating a bygone era. There is something I'm unsure whether to say, she hesitated. Why was this woman looking at him with such a reminiscent gaze? It was as though she perceived him to be gravely ill, on the brink of death. Gu Mohan, sensing her trepidation, masked his anticipation and asked, What do you wish to convey? Shen Yunqing pursed her lips, pondering for a few moments before earnestly stating, Could you take better care of yourself? Do you find me repulsive? Gu Mohan stared at her in disbelief, feeling as if the sky itself were collapsing. His wife found him distasteful. How could that be? Shen Yunqing hadn't anticipated that her words would have such a significant impact on him. She gently reassured him. I do not mean to offend. I simply wish for you to appear handsome. It would brighten my days considerably. You woman, how can you say such things? Gu Mohan's mind was consumed by the memory of her earlier gaze, which clung to him like a shadow. Do you not find joy in looking at me now? Was he truly so unappealing? Doubts about his existence flooded his mind, prompting him to spring to his feet and stride purposefully homeward. Chapter 153. Empathy. Upon entering his abode, Gu Mohan made a beeline for the bathroom. Standing before the mirror, he scrutinized his reflection. Due to recently unquenched desires, his hormones surged, and the stubble on his chin had thickened considerably. He acknowledged that he appeared less polished than before. Yet, he did not believe he had reached a state that warranted his wife's disdain. This ruggedness, in fact, added to his masculinity. He felt rather self-satisfied. Gu Mohan admired his own visage for a moment, exhaling with satisfaction before striding out with a relaxed demeanor. Casting a disdainful glance at the woman on the sofa, he rolled his eyes and remarked, "What do you know? With my striking looks, how can you possibly find me lacking?" Shen Yunqing, observing his nonchalant and carefree emergence from the bathroom, attempted to defend herself, saying, "I never said I found you displeasing. That was a misinterpretation on your part." The reproachful look she had cast upon him earlier on the playground was an indelible memory for Gu Mohan. He settled beside her, his resolute gaze fixed intently upon her face. "Speak," he demanded. "What exactly did you find objectionable about me just now?" He felt a restless fire smoldering within, yearning for clarity. His piercing gaze instilled a sense of pressure in Shen Yunqing, making her feel somewhat guilty as she mumbled softly, "I was merely reminiscing about the past you." A shadow flickered across Gu Mohan's eyes as he pinched her chin, compelling her to lift her face. In a low, somber tone, he questioned, "Was the former version of me truly so remarkable?" After spending a few months in the comfortable company of this woman, he found it increasingly difficult to recall what he had once been like. Shen Yunqing's eyes sparkled with clarity as she discreetly observed his subtle emotions. Noticing that he bore no anger, she spoke in a gentle voice, "I simply admired your charm and style back then. As for your character, I prefer the you of today." While the previous Gu Mohan had been undeniably handsome, his gaze often carried a chilling remoteness, shrouded in gloom. Though he smiled, his emotions failed to reach his eyes. The man before her now was different. His eyes radiated a tender affection, imbued with a desire to spoil her with his gaze. When the little woman looked up at him, her eyes brimming with affection, Gu Mohan felt his troubled spirit ease. He released her chin, suddenly feeling awkward himself. "You could have just told me directly. I shall be more mindful of my appearance in the future." Seeing him in this bashful light was a rare delight for Shen Yunqing. She caught a glimpse of his beaming face and playfully poked his dimple. "Gu Mohan, I never knew you could be shy. What nonsense are you speaking?" Gu Mohan coughed lightly, regaining his composed demeanor. Seizing her mischievous hand, he added in a deep, resonant voice, "This is called being handsome, not shy." His self-adulation surprised Shen Yunqing. She had not anticipated this narcissistic side of him. As she withdrew her hand, she murmured, "You really don't understand modesty." Gu Mohan's expression shifted, his gaze sharpening as he intently scrutinized her. What is so appealing about a pretty boy? A rugged man is far more enticing. Was he indirectly suggesting that he had once been a pretty boy? Pretty boys may look good, but they can be quite tiresome. Shen Yunqing quipped, shifting her position to sit half a meter away from him. Gu Mohan's expression darkened, a dangerous glint in his eyes as he demanded, "What did you say? Repeat that." How dare this woman imply that he was tiresome? Shen Yunqing fell silent, choosing not to elaborate. Instead, she picked a banana from the fruit bowl, peeling it in her hands. With her mouth slightly agape, she took small bites of the banana. Gu Mohan's gaze transformed as he casually reached for an apple and took a bite, nonchalantly remarking, "When you were enjoying yourself back then, you never complained about me. What's this? Now that it's over, you refuse to acknowledge it? Or is it that you've always favored a particular trait of mine?" What was he implying? Shen Yunqing's face flushed crimson. She quickly devoured her banana, discarding the peel into the trash, and looked up at him, questioning, "What do you mean?" "Nothing much." Gu Mohan replied, extending his arms and reclining arrogantly against the back of the sofa, his eyes playfully scanning her form before curling into a dismissive smirk. Shen Yunqing felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny. Lowering her gaze, she asked, "What are you staring at?" Gu Mohan crossed his legs, gently rocking them, continuing to nibble on his apple while casually glancing at her. "Haven't you gained a tad too much weight lately?" "Have I?" Shen Yunqing found his gaze distressing. Was he implying that she was too fat? But she was pregnant. Gaining weight was perfectly normal. After finishing the apple, Gu Mohan straightened up, discarding the core into the bin. He extended a gentle hand, playfully pinching her cheek. "Indeed, you've become quite plump." Upon hearing this, Shen Yunqing sighed with relief, her earlier anxiety evaporating. She looked at him, hesitating for a moment, realizing her previous rudeness. Pouting slightly, she said softly, "I'm sorry." She shouldn't have been so blatantly critical of him, regardless of whether he was Gu Mohan or someone else. She acknowledged her mistake. Seeing the little woman sincerely repentant, Gu Mohan's tone softened. "In the future, be mindful of your words. Your opinions and every utterance can potentially hurt others." Shen Yunqing nodded like an obedient child. Her eyelashes lowered. "I understand." Gu Mohan gathered her into his embrace, speaking gently. "You, my dear, aside from your speech, are delightful in every other aspect. In my presence, you can be unrestrained, but elsewhere, you should exercise some restraint." He could not be by her side at all times. Her innocent and delicate nature needed occasional reminders. The world was far more complex than she perceived, with its hidden treachery. One must step beyond their comfort zone to aspire toward a broader horizon. Shen Yunqing felt somewhat gloomy, leaning against him, her thoughts a chaotic whirl. Was he astute enough to have already noticed her inner turmoil? With this thought, she lifted her gaze to his chiseled jaw, wanting to inquire but hesitating, fearing she might be overthinking. Gu Mohan lowered his eyes to her. "What's wrong?" Shen Yunqing shook her head. "Nothing." Her doe-like eyes shimmered with a rosy hue as Gu Mohan cupped her face, irresistibly kissing her eyelids. "You look so adorable," he remarked, his breath tinged with the scent of smoke. Shen Yunqing frowned, her face nearly contorted from his kiss. Gu Mohan pecked her lips, releasing her, his voice deep and resonant. "I've been smoking for over a decade. It's not easy to quit all of a sudden. It's truly bothersome." The petite woman expressed her disdain for the lingering scent of smoke on his lips, leaving Gu Mohan in a state of helplessness. He had gradually reduced his consumption from over a pack a day to merely 6 or 7 cigarettes, choosing to take it slow. Shen Yunqing yawned lazily and remarked, "Actually, you need not quit entirely, just refrain from smoking in my presence until the baby arrives. You don't mind me, do you?" Chapter 154, A False Pretense. "As long as you don't smoke before kissing me, that should suffice. In that case, perhaps it's best to quit altogether." Shen Yunqing lifted her gaze to him. "What has compelled you to make such a resolute decision?" Gu Mohan stretched his long legs across the coffee table, his dark eyes fixated on her lips as they moved. A subtle smile gracing his face. "I simply wish to be able to kiss you anytime, anywhere." He certainly didn't want to brush his teeth after every kiss. For that sensation was akin to being prepared for battle, yet lacking the necessary equipment, forcing one to halt. The audacity of this man was astounding. Just moments ago, Shen Yunqing felt drowsy, but his words now sent her heart racing, a rosy blush blooming across her cheeks. "How can you be so easily teased?" Gu Mohan chuckled mischievously, his gaze intensifying as he noticed the flush creeping up to her ears. An unexpected interruption shattered their intimate atmosphere. Shen Yunqing abruptly turned her head toward the balcony and whispered, "Did you hear that noise?" Observing her furtive demeanor as she peered curiously towards the balcony, Gu Mohan smirked. "The commotion is quite evident. It seems Dr. Frant and his wife are engaged in a rather vigorous activity next door." Encountering such a situation at night was undeniably awkward. The sounds from next door escalated, each wave more intense than the last. Unable to endure any longer, Shen Yunqing rose to fetch her pajamas from the bedroom. As she emerged, Gu Mohan followed her toward the bathroom. Shen Yunqing turned to him. "Why are you following me?" Gu Mohan tossed his t-shirt onto the sofa, his eyes drifting towards the balcony with a devilish glint in his gaze. "Just comparing times with our neighbors to see which country boasts the greater prowess." "You shameless rogue!" Shen Yunqing exclaimed, startled, casting a wary glance his way. "Don't get any ideas. I'm pregnant." Though Gu Mohan had indeed desired something more, his previous words were merely playful banter, as the current circumstances did not permit such actions. Any comparisons could wait until later. "Are you afraid?" he mused, stepping into the bathroom. "Fear you?" Not in the slightest, she thought, having spent nearly half a year with him. She understood well his intentions and trusted he wouldn't overstep. Yet, she still felt uneasy, standing at the door, waiting for him to finish washing. Turning on the water, Gu Mohan removed the last remnants of his clothing, standing beneath the cascading shower, allowing the droplets to wash over him. Wiping the water from his face, he glanced at her silhouette by the door. "Come in and help me scrub my back." "Absolutely not," Shen Yunqing replied without a moment's hesitation. Gu Mohan squeezed some shampoo into his hair, his voice a low rumble. "I want to do anything to you. What are you afraid of?" Shen Yunqing turned to look at him. "I'm just not confident in myself." She certainly lacks the self-restraint that men possess. After becoming pregnant, her body underwent numerous changes. Previously indifferent to male allure, Shen Yunqing now found herself captivated. The robust physique of a man, with muscles evenly distributed, neither excessive nor deficient, especially the definition of his abdominal muscles. became apparent as he raised his hand to scrub his back with a towel, the droplets cascading down his form. Gu Mohan couldn't help but chuckle, remarking to himself that he never expected her to experience such insatiable longing. Undeniably, the way the petite woman gazed at him with a hint of desire was quite flattering. "Be quick," Shen Yunqing urged, clutching her nightgown as she walked to the kitchen to pour herself a glass of water. Her throat felt parched, and when she spoke, her voice carried a soft, alluring lilt. It baffled her how she had succumbed to such uncharacteristic desires, developing an interest in male beauty. This behavior felt utterly unrestrained. As a woman, she ought to control her wandering thoughts. After teasing her, Gu Mohan felt a surge of warmth within himself. With a sigh of frustration, he kicked the bathroom door. Self-sufficiency is key. After drinking 2 glasses of ice water, Shen Yunqing managed to quell the restlessness in her heart. Half an hour later, Gu Mohan emerged from the bathroom, water droplets still glistening on his skin. "I've finished washing up," he said, his voice rich and enticing. It was utterly disarming. Shen Yunqing snatched her clothes off the sofa and hurriedly made her way to the bathroom. Gu Mohan glanced at the bathroom door, chuckling to himself, then retreated to the bedroom to change into his nightgown before entering the guest room. Given the circumstances of the evening, it was perhaps wiser for the couple to spend the night apart to avoid any untoward incidents. After her shower, Shen Yunqing noticed his absence from the master bedroom and, sensing a connection, felt a pang of understanding. She turned off the lights and climbed into bed, both of them believing that peace would prevail as they closed their eyes. However, in the depths of the night, having shared a bed with his wife for the past 6 months, Gu Mohan found himself unable to sleep without her familiar scent lingering beside him. Tossing and turning, he eventually resorted to turning on the bedside lamp and attempting to read, but the densely packed words on the page eluded his focus. Reluctantly, he slipped on his slippers and stepped outside. Pushing open the bedroom door, Gu Mohan felt his way to the bed, softly calling out, "Wife, are you asleep?" Silence enveloped the room for a few seconds. Just as he was about to give up, the figure in bed stirred. Shen Yunqing propped herself up to look at him. "What is it?" "I can't sleep," Gu Mohan confessed, entering the room without bothering to turn on the wall lamp. He settled at the foot of the bed. Shen Yunqing, continuing to lie down, turned away from him and, in a clear voice, remarked, "Your inability to sleep has nothing to do with me." Gu Mohan's hand slipped beneath the covers, playfully grasping her petite foot, chuckling softly, "How can it not concern you? Don't pretend otherwise." He lifted the blanket covering her and stood at the bedside, gazing at her slender side profile. "If I'm not here beside you, do you truly not miss me?" In the past, she would have been sound asleep without a second thought. That night, she found herself unable to sleep until the witching hour, and both were acutely aware of the reason. Yet, Shen Yunqing, a woman of delicate sensibilities, stubbornly refused to acknowledge it, dismissing with feigned indifference, "What would I want from you at this late hour?" Gu Mohan unhurried, removed his slippers and lay beside her, gazing at the ceiling with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Very well, I shall not disturb you. Sleep." To his unexpected decisiveness, the woman behind him stiffened. Shen Yunqing's inner turmoil stirred restlessly, vexing her immensely. Did he truly come to her side solely for slumber? With a resolve to remain unmoved, she repeatedly chanted to herself, "Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form." Time stretched on like this for several minutes, until Shen Yunqing, unable to contain herself any longer, felt a searing warmth against her back. Truly, he was infuriating. Gu Mohan rested his chin against her neck, his breath warm against her skin. "What would happen if you took the initiative for once? You play the coy maiden day after day." Shen Yunqing, torn between rejection and acceptance, brushed his hand away. Sleep. After enduring a restless night, it was indeed a challenge to find repose. Gu Mohan felt a mix of love and frustration towards her as he lifted her, bare feet carrying her off the bed. "Where are you taking me?" Shen Yunqing gasped, gripping his shoulders tightly. Upon reaching the living room, Gu Mohan set her down on the dining table, pushing the chair aside to clear the way. Chapter 155. Zhao Meiqin confronted directly. "Sister-in-law, could you step aside? I need to fetch water with Yunjiao." Shen Yunqing rose with a small stool in hand, standing aside to watch Zhao Xiuli and He Yunjiao work together to lift a large iron basin towards the water ditch. A sizable bowl of freshly washed cabbage rested on the table, a product of their labor. From the livestock farm came the piercing cries of pigs, a dismal cacophony. Yet everyone wore expressions of joy, the atmosphere bubbling with liveliness akin to a grand festival. In the rear courtyard of the factory canteen, a group of women busied themselves with tasks assigned by the head chef. Chun Zhaodi, alongside Sister Zhao, sat peeling potatoes when she noticed her eldest son being jostled by several older children. With a stern face, she seized a broom from the wall and shouted towards the children, "If you want to play, then play properly." "What sort of game is this?" pushing back and forth. The boys, startled by her authoritative voice, immediately ceased their antics and stepped aside, distancing themselves from Li Daba. Seeing his stepmother meddling once more, Li Daba glared at her. Are you ever going to stop? They're just playing with me. Can't you see? Chun Zhaodi, stung by her son's words, sighed dejectedly. Am I not concerned for you? If you push and shove and get hurt, who will take you to the clinic? Have you forgotten the last time you were ill? And the doctor had to chase you down? Embarrassed by his stepmother's public reprimand, Li Daba's face turned crimson as he turned to flee. This child. Can't I say a word to him? Sister Zhao, witnessing her futile efforts, chimed in. Why do you care so much? Yes, not even your own. Unfazed by her eldest son's indifference, Chen Zhaodi wore a nonchalant expression, no matter where he goes. If he gets into trouble, it will still reflect poorly on me and his father. Zhao Sijia hails from the same village as her, and knowing her temperament, she chose not to pursue the matter further. Surrounding the well, Zhao Meiqin and her companions, with their noses held high, engaged in hushed whispers. What do you think of Chun Zhaodi? She is certainly no match for Zhang Lijuan. Just a shout from her stepson and she crumbles. Lacking any semblance of a stepmother-s authority, rural women are all alike. They either cower meekly or transform into shrewish harpies, unleashing their wrath indiscriminately. What could one possibly expect of them in terms of achieving anything significant? It was Wan Ting who astutely analyzed the situation, articulating the disparity in perspectives between urban dwellers and their rural counterparts. Zhao Shuli, carrying a bucket of water, passed by and overheard their comparison of Zhang Lijuan and Chun Zhaodi. With a sense of indignation, she exclaimed, We rural women are capable of discerning right from wrong. Unlike some who take pride in their shame, feigning superiority while wallowing in the company of scoundrels. Her voice was loud enough for everyone working in the yard to hear, causing heads to turn towards the well. Xiuli, what's the matter? Zhao Xiuli, her expression stern, pointed at Zhao Meiqin and her group. It's outrageous that they dare to defend Zhang Lijuan's actions towards Xiaohua, claiming that Chen Zhaodi is inferior to that malicious woman as a stepmother. This provoked a wave of outrage among the crowd. The women turned their gazes towards the group of young wives washing radishes by the well. Jiang Qiaohui, infuriated, leapt from her seat, pointing at them and shouting, The child was abused to such an extent, and you still have the gall to empathize with the perpetrator? Have you lost your conscience? Your apathy makes you worse than beasts. Deng Yuhua stepped forward to calm her down. Qiaohui, temper your anger. Do not waste your energy on these heartless individuals. They will inevitably face their comeuppance. The group by the well, now subject to the scornful gazes of so many, fell silent, unable to utter a word. The main offenders, Li Wanting and Zhao Meiqin, felt the color drain from their faces, their shame pinned to the proverbial pillory by the eyes of the onlookers. With so many adversaries suddenly arising, they could no longer bear to remain under the scrutiny. Turning their backs to the crowd, tugging at their aprons, and storming towards the heavy iron gate, filled with indignation. How audacious to speak yet shy away from facing the consequences. Such flawed individuals ought to be detained for re-education, lest they tarnish the atmosphere of our community. The crowd expressed their disdain, harboring deep resentment for such people. The Women's director from Building 4, fearful of attracting trouble, wished she could vanish into the concrete floor. Embarrassed by the scandal unfolding in her jurisdiction, this minor incident soon passed amid the collective outrage, and once calm was restored, everyone returned to their respective tasks. Cooking was left to the factory chefs, rendering the efforts of these women unnecessary. After finishing their chores, the families gathered in the backyard for casual conversation. Shen Yunqing and He Yunjiao found it difficult to engage in the ongoing discussions, walking towards the gate one after the other. Xiao Xiaoman played with her two nephews on the basketball court, where several young men, including Deng Quan's brother, were playing basketball. Today, the entire staff at the factory was granted a holiday, and Gu Mohan also refrained from attending work. Upon noticing him carrying a basket filled with apples and pears, she softly inquired, Did you go to the city? Zhaoan ventured into the city this morning to procure supplies. I asked him to assist, Gu Mohan replied, ascending the stairs with the fruit in hand. Shen Yunqing followed closely behind, casually engaging in conversation. Will we be celebrating the new year on the island this year? She had never inquired about the matter of their marriage, or whether the Gu family was aware of it. Previously, she had not been concerned. But now that she was with child, she felt the need to contemplate their future. What about your father? Her tone bore a hint of probing. After placing the items down in the room, Gu Mohan poured a glass of water and handed it to her. In a couple of days, I will call him. The old man will understand. Shen Yunqing, sensitive to nuances, perceived that he seemed reluctant to engage too much with the Gu family. Why was that? The months of her pregnancy were advancing, and she had recently begun to feel the presence of the baby quite distinctly. As it was her first pregnancy, She was uncertain about the preparations needed, so she decided to start by crafting a small blanket for the child. Chapter 156, Gossip. Gu Mohan strolled leisurely behind her, hands clasped behind his back, his eyes curiously fixed on the items she held. Once she finished sewing the zipper onto the small blanket, Shen Yunqing flipped it over and turned to him. Can silkworms be raised on this island?
What would you do with that?
Harvest silk to create a quilt for the baby. My dear wife, your foresight is truly commendable. Gu Mohan felt warmth in his heart, a smile of happiness gracing his lips. There are places in the city that specialize in silkworm cultivation. I can take you to purchase ready-made silk in the next couple of days. There are no mulberry trees on the island. Raising silkworms is too time-consuming and laborious. It is better to resolve it with money. Shen Yunqing caressed the soft fabric in her hands, already envisioning the adorable, plump little one swaddled in the blanket. Then I will ask Zhao's sister to help me gather some fabric. She rarely interacted with the residents of the family compound and lacked a wide social circle. Thus, she could only rely on the well-connected Zhao Xiuli for assistance. Gu Mohan, unfamiliar with these matters, encouraged her to pursue what she enjoyed. Shen Yunqing neatly folded the small quilt cover and placed it into the sewing machine. Glancing at the clock on the shelf, it was nearly 11:30. Gu Mohan took a knife to slice the apple, breaking it in half and offering a piece to her. Come, let us head to the cafeteria for a meal. He set the fruit knife on the coffee table, bit into half an apple, and strode towards the door. Shen Yunqing, holding the apple, followed him outside. En Luan was playing at the stairway, and upon seeing them emerge, his cherubic face lit up as he waved joyously. Hello, uncle and aunt. Gu Mohan cast a fleeting glance at him, still biting into the apple, and continued his descent. Shen Yunqing handed the uneaten portion of the apple to En Luan, asking, What are you doing here all alone? Mommy went to beg for food. I'm waiting here. The little one replied, his speech slightly stuttered, pronouncing certain words imperfectly, making him adorably endearing. Shen Yunqing raised her hand and gently ruffled his chestnut curls, the texture resembling that of a plush teddy bear. En Luan nodded at her, biting into an apple as she settled onto the steps, her azure eyes fixed upon her retreating figure, her small hand waving. In the cafeteria, the lady serving the meals carried a large iron basin brimming with dishes, placing them into the serving cabinet before wielding a ladle to begin dishing out food. The offerings included steamed meat with rice noodles, braised pork, cold pig liver salad, pork stew with vermicelli, loofah and egg flour soup, and steamed fish. The staple foods featured large meat buns, millet porridge, steamed white buns, and lava congee. The annual full pig feast, occurring only once a year, brought radiant smiles to the faces of the family members, while the children clutched plates, jostling at the window to be served. When Shen Yunqing entered alongside the man, the others had already begun their meals. Gu Mohan, esteemed in his position at the factory, garnered numerous respectful greetings as he made his entrance. After collecting their meals, Shen Yunqing settled at the table with Yun Xiao and the others, leaving the man to seek out Zhao En. Today, the cafeteria offered beverages, prompting several leaders from the factory to approach Gu Mohan for toasts. Yun Xiao, holding a small bowl, served some steamed meat to ensure the children were well fed. A long table in the cafeteria accommodated over a dozen people, with Chen Zhaodi and Zhao Sijia seated together. Zhao Meiqin, adorned with her friends, strutted through the entrance, her chest held high in a display of arrogance, her earlier embarrassment from the morning's events nowhere to be seen. Following the morning's incidents, she and her companions had gained notoriety within the factory. The gazes directed towards them were laden with disdain. How shameless to appear for a meal without having contributed much to the work. If it were me, I would feel too embarrassed to show my face for at least 3 days. After all, her husband is a section chief. What does she have to fear? Observing her harsh demeanor, it was clear she bore an ill fate. Regardless of her husband's position, marrying such a troublesome woman would surely lead to misfortune. Their whispers were not discreet, and Shen Yunqing, positioned 2 meters away, heard every word distinctly. Xiao Xiaoman and her sister-in-law leaned in, eager to eavesdrop. Chen Zhaodi, noticing their keen interest, leaned forward and said, Did you know that Zhao Meiqin was originally the sister-in-law of Section Chief Liang? Her sister passed away less than a year ago, and she immediately pursued her brother-in-law. This revelation left the crowd astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. Even Zhao Xiuli, typically uninterested in gossip, could not help but inquire, How did you come by this information? There is nothing in the family compound that I, Chen Zhaodi, do not know, she replied. One day, while I was in the city, I happened to overhear Zhao Meiqin in a scuffle with a woman. I hid behind a corner and listened for quite a while. The others unanimously deemed Chen Zhaodi's penchant for spying as an undesirable trait. Zhaodi, if you do not change your ways, you will eventually bring harm upon yourself. Unfazed, Chen Zhaodi continued to munch on her steamed bun, her eyes wide as she glared at the meddlesome Wen Fongfong. I have done nothing wrong, so why should I be afraid? Besides, it is those who have done wrong who ought to be fearful. As she spoke, her voice rose, her gaze pointedly directed at Zhao Meiqin, who was passing by with her plate. Initially, Chen Zhaodi had no intention of discussing others' gossip. But Zhao Meiqin had drawn an unfavorable comparison between her and the venomous Zhang Lijuan earlier that morning. Zhao Meiqin's face turned ashen, and she glanced sideways, glaring fiercely at her before storming off in indignation, her little shoes clicking angrily against the floor. Shen Yunqing couldn't help but compliment her boldness. Your audacity is truly remarkable. As long as you're happy, sister-in-law, Chen Zhaodi replied with a grin after swallowing her steamed bun. If you have my back, I have even more daring secrets to share. I'd rather not, Shen Yunqing thought. Though she found Chen Zhaodi's company tolerable, she certainly did not admire her character. Xiao Xiaomin, intrigued, pressed her for more. Aside from this, do you know anything else? I have plenty of gossip, Chen Zhaodi began enthusiastically. The daughter-in-law from Aunt Chun's family has been fooling around with Director Ma from the factory. Before long, she became pregnant. No way. Aunt Chun has always been so kind to Feng Danny. Just yesterday, I saw her cooking a nourishing chicken soup for her daughter-in-law, came the incredulous response. Chen Zhaodi smirked. That's because her son is infertile. Otherwise, after so many years of marriage, how could she conceive so suddenly? Believe it or not, Shen Yunqing's first thought was about surrogacy. That notion seemed rather avant-garde. After finishing her porridge, she rose with her plate and headed to the sink. Gu Mohan had barely touched his food but had consumed a fair amount of alcohol. He stood by the flower pot at the cafeteria entrance, smoking. As soon as his wife emerged, Gu Mohan swaggered over, teasingly remarking, "You eat so slowly." He had smoked 3 cigarettes while she sauntered out. Shen Yunqing noticed the cigarette dangling from his fingers and took 2 steps back, maintaining a distance of half a meter. Cut down on those, be careful. Or you might end up with lung cancer. I'll try to, Gu Mohan replied, extinguishing his cigarette and tossing it into the trash can. Upon returning home, the effects of the alcohol weighed heavily on Gu Mohan, who sank into the sofa, his head spinning. Shen Yunqing picked up his discarded shoes and placed them on the shoe rack before heading to the bathroom to do the laundry. She had left a large basin full of clothes unwashed that morning. She scrubbed a few lightweight items by hand, standing in the basin and using the wall for support as she stepped on the sheets and duvet cover. Once she was nearly done, she called out to the living room, "Gu Mohan, come in and help me wring out the duvet." The man on the sofa frowned slightly, got up lazily, put on his slippers, and ambled into the bathroom, tousling his hair. Shen Yunqing held out one end of the duvet cover for him. But after waiting a moment without him reaching for it, she looked up at him. "You." Her words were caught in her throat as she saw him unfastening his belt, about to urinate in front of the squat toilet. Having not enjoyed a restful nap, Gu Mohan's voice was hoarse and gravelly as he lowered his gaze, looking down at her. "What's wrong?" Shen Yunqing, rising from her small stool, stared incredulously at him. "You splashed my face." The lingering scent of alcohol on Gu Mohan was still strong as he smirked with a cocky grin. "Sorry. I got a little too forceful." His nonchalant demeanor was rather infuriating. Shen Yunqing turned on the faucet to rinse her hands, using a towel to wipe her face. After shaking off the excess water and securing his belt, Gu Mohan bent down, picked up the duvet cover from the basin, wrung it out, and placed it in another empty basin. The man's arms were robust and powerful, a testament to the task he had just completed. Shen Yunqing felt a twinge of discomfort, wondering why he couldn't wash his hands before attending to her. Gu Mohan, after filling a basin with water, crouched down to wash the clothes and looked up at her. "What's there to be disdainful of? It's not like I'm serving you food." How could he be so crude and uncouth? Shen Yunqing cast him a disapproving glance, allowing him to interpret her silence as he wished. Then took a towel to dry his hands and strolled into the living room. The consequence of angering one's wife is solitude in the chore of laundry. After scrubbing with clean water 4 times, her hands were wrinkled and pruny. Gu Mohan lifted a large basin of clothes and headed to the balcony to hang them out. "Wife, pass me some hangers." Shen Yunqing, holding a kettle, poured water into a thermos. In the bedroom, she retrieved 6 hangers and 4 clips from the wardrobe. The island's sea breeze was strong. When hanging sheets and duvet covers, it was best to secure them with clips, lest they be whisked away by the wind. Receiving the hangers she handed over, Gu Mohan first hung her skirt, carefully placing it on the rod. After finishing with the laundry and returning inside, he noticed her holding a glass of water and set the basin down, frowning. "Aren't you going to pour me a glass?" Before she could respond, he domineeringly snatched the cup from her hand. Shen Yunqing had intended to pour it for him, but his forceful act irked her. "If you want a drink, pour it yourself. You have hands." Gu Mohan gulped down the water in one breath, setting the cup down with a sigh, and with a smirk. He looked at her with feigned reproach. "You're my wife. Is it such a hardship to pour me a glass of water?" Shen Yunqing, limited in her vocabulary, was rendered speechless by his smooth tongue, unable to counter his words. Unfulfilled, Gu Mohan pulled her by the arm and seated her beside him on the sofa. Gazing at her profile with a mischievous smile, "The water you give me, I might not even enjoy. After all, I prefer coconut juice. Be serious." Shen Yunqing felt her face flush and her heart race, memories of his reckless behavior back in their hometown flooding her mind. What a man! With so many tricks up his sleeve. Gu Mohan leaned back lazily, half closing his eyes, his gaze playful, and after a moment, he smirked. "I never said I wanted to drink your water." The day was unbearably hot, and Shen Yunqing playfully slapped his chest, glaring at him to maintain some decorum. She stood up, preparing to distance herself from the rogue. "Don't go." Gu Mohan grasped her wrist gently, pulling her back into his embrace, his nose brushing against her back. "You really can't take a joke. Wait until our little one is born. Then you'll see how I deal with you." His voice was deep and melodious, like a cello's rich, resonant tones. Shen Yunqing, sensing his other reactions, remained still, waiting for him to return to normal. After a few minutes, Gu Mohan reluctantly released her, lifting his head. Shen Yunqing quickly walked towards the bedroom, her swift departure leaving no trace. "Why are you running?" "I won't bite," Gu Mohan murmured, casting a glance at his still wrinkled pants with a resigned sigh before heading to the bathroom. Shen Yunqing gently closed the bedroom door, leaned against it, and exhaled deeply, allowing her racing heart to settle. Once her excitement had subsided, she approached the bedside, removed her shoes, and climbed into bed for a midday nap. Lying on her side, she initially found it difficult to drift off, her mind swirling with indescribable images. Yet, before she realized it, slumber overtook her. Yesterday, the petite woman had expressed a desire for labakanji. Gu Mohan emerged from the restroom, stood at the threshold of the bedroom, and quietly pushed the door open, observing her soundly asleep. He carried a basket to the supply store to procure ingredients. From Zhao Shili's household, they managed to secure 60 pounds of pork, which included 7 pounds of lard, a pig's head, 20 pounds of fat, and 20 pounds of streaky pork. The families who had only begun feeding the pigs this year were not entitled to any meat. A group nearby gazed enviously at the fresh pork. All the ingredients for labakanji had been provided to the canteen today, leaving Gu Mohan with an empty basket and nothing acquired. This year, it was just him and his little wife, making the days rather mundane. Accepting a cigarette from him and tucking it behind his ear, Gu Mohan cast a curious glance his way. "All right, let us have a drink together tonight." Deng Quan was fully aware that their current good fortune was entirely due to his brother-in-law's blessings. Having a brother-in-law with connections among the upper echelons was indeed a stroke of luck. Holding the basket, Gu Mohan, momentarily losing his factory director's demeanor, entrusted it to Pang Dehai and turned to seek Zhaoan. An important shipment was scheduled to arrive in S City before the new year, necessitating advanced security measures. Zhao Shili's home was bustling today, the living room filled with guests. Deng Yuhua poured tea from a kettle. Xiaomin and Yao Chen's matter can be arranged come spring. He Yunjiao set her son down on the floor, encouraging him to play with Zhao Shili's youngest. Casting a sidelong glance at her sister-in-law with a smile, "This matter is up to them." The sister-in-law was not yet 20, and she pondered whether marrying early was advisable. Xiao Xiaomin discreetly raised her eyes to meet Deng Yaochen's gaze across the room, twirling a strand of hair around her finger. "I'll follow whatever brother Yaochen decides." Xiao Jianheng, exasperated, shot her a glare. What girl is in such a hurry to get married? With their parents absent, the gravity of his sister's future was a matter he approached with utmost caution, deliberation, and care. Deng Yaochen rolled up his sleeves, revealing his fair wrists, adjusted his glasses perched on his nose, exuding an air of scholarly charm. With a warm smile directed at the girl whose affections he harbored, he stood to personally prepare a cup of tea for his future brother-in-law. He Yunjiao felt quite pleased with this young man, noting his humility and gentle demeanor, suggesting he would be caring. In her previous life, the sister-in-law had ultimately married him, albeit a year earlier than this time. Chapter 158. Qingyi Air Causes Trouble. Upon waking from her afternoon nap, Shen Yunqing went to the kitchen, poured water from the kettle into a pitcher to cool. Carrying the boiled water back, she had just set it down on the coffee table when the man unexpectedly pushed open the door and entered. Awake? Gu Mohan closed the door behind him and took a seat across from her. Still groggy from her slumber, Shen Yunqing sipped some water, nodded at him, and inquired, "What shall we have for dinner?" Gu Mohan tilted his head back, stretching his limbs gently, and said in a soft voice, "No need to cook tonight. Let us dine at the Deng family downstairs." Surprised by this sudden change in his demeanor, Shen Yunqing regarded him with suspicion. "Aren't you concerned about what others might think?" He replied, "My feet belong to me. I shall go wherever I please. Raising a water pitcher and retrieving a glass from the plate, he poured water with an air of authority, adding, "Moreover, what can they possibly say about me?" As he spoke, his face radiated confidence, his narrow eyes sparkling with disdain and defiance, resembling a dictator who commands the situation. She felt an inexplicable twinge of envy at his audacious spirit. Shen Yunqing pursed her lips and rose to head to the bedroom. After taking a sip of water, Gu Mohan set the glass down and gazed at her retreating figure, inquiring, "What troubles you?" She pulled a shirt and a skirt from the wardrobe, leisurely undoing the buttons of her nightgown as she contentedly replied, "I'm just going downstairs to see if they need any assistance. I just came up from there, and the Deng household is quite lively." Gu Mohan entered the room, sat at the bedside, and lowered his head to remove his shoes. Leaning against the headboard, he yawned lazily, his tone casual. "I'll take a nap. Call me when it's time to eat." The previous night, they had been in the living room, bustling until dawn, and with little sleep. He now craved rest the moment he had a moment of leisure. Having changed her clothes, Shen Yunqing glanced back at the man who had already closed his eyes. Tossing her nightgown into the laundry basket, she gently pulled the door shut behind her. Zhao Xiuli was in the kitchen with her sister-in-law, He Yunjiao, preparing a meal. As Shen Yunqing approached the doorway, the delightful aroma wafted towards her. "Sister-in-law, what have you made? It smells heavenly." Upon hearing her voice, Zhao Xiuli lifted her apron to wipe her hands and stepped out of the kitchen. "I fried some crispy meat. What brings you down?" "I was just about to finish cooking and send Fat Hai to fetch you." Standing at the kitchen entrance, Shen Yunqing peered inside, smiling as she replied, "I couldn't sit still. I wanted to chat with you." Aside from the first 3 months, when she suffered from severe morning sickness, she had experienced no further symptoms, eating and drinking as usual without hindrance to her enjoyment. This time, "I feared the morning sickness," she thought, recalling the times she had been nauseous. A shiver ran through her as she said, "Sister-in-law, could you do me a favor?" It was rare for her to be so polite, prompting Zhao Xiuli to look at her with mild curiosity. "What do you need?" Shen Yunqing replied, "Could you help me gather some fabric? I wish to make a quilt for the baby." "I thought it was something significant," Zhao Xiuli remarked, retrieving a piece of ginger from the cupboard. Standing before the trash bin as she peeled it with a small knife. "Your aunt should prepare this for you, right?" Shen Yunqing didn't want to trouble her. She preferred to make things herself. "I want to sew it for the baby with my own hands." Zhao Xiuli did not pry further and readily agreed. "All right. I'll help you gather some in a couple of days." "Thank you, I appreciate it. It's no trouble at all, just a simple task." Shen Yunqing pulled out a chair and sat at the dining table, assisting in preparing the vegetables. Just as she had stepped out, she realized she had forgotten to bring sugar and smiled apologetically at Zhao Xiuli. "I don't have any today." "That's fine," came the reply. Qing pouted her lips and climbed onto the chair, settling comfortably with her small hands propping up her chin, her chubby little face fixed on her. Shen Yunqing pretended to be oblivious, softly teasing her. "What have you been up to? Did you cook any meat?" "There are toads, morning glories, and mimosa," Qing replied. With delicate fingernails, she couldn't quite manage to pinch the scallion, but she handed the peeled scallion to her. "I gave the grasshopper a shot. It wouldn't behave and kept jumping around, so I broke its legs." What an odd fascination these children of this era possess, Shen Yunqing thought, her lips twitching in disbelief. Noticing her silence, Qing reached into the pocket of her floral apron and pulled out a handful of insects, presenting them to her for inspection. The grasshopper, despite its broken legs, was still alive, wriggling desperately in the chubby palm of the child. The sight of the insects caused Shen Yunqing's smile to freeze and vanish entirely. Shouldn't little girls prefer dolls, skipping ropes, and rubber bands instead of torturing bugs? Zhao Xiuli emerged from the kitchen and, upon seeing her daughter playing with insects on the table, expressed her disdain. "You little brat, hurry up and throw that out." Startled by her mother's reprimand, Qing quickly grabbed the insects and jumped down, her short legs scurrying away in a flash. Shen Yunqing lifted a basin of vegetables and entered the kitchen. She noticed Deng Yuhua peeling a century egg and softly inquired, "What dish will you make with this egg?" Deng Yuhua looked up at her. "We'll make a soup with the Han cuisine." Shen Yunqing had only ever eaten century eggs in cold dishes and congee. This was the first time she had heard of them being used in soup. He Yunjiao snatched the basin from her hands. Smiling gently, "You go sit and play for a while. 3 of us in the kitchen is sufficient." The kitchen was not particularly spacious, and with so many people crowded together, it was difficult to move or retrieve anything. Observing this, Shen Yunqing decided not to compete for tasks, instead going to the sink to wash her hands. "Who told you to scare others?" Zhao entered, holding Qing his face stern as he lectured his niece. With tear-filled eyes, Qing looked towards Deng Quan, her body suspended in the air, waving at him. "Daddy, help. Uncle is mean." "How can you say I'm mean?" Zhao set her down, his expression dark as he admonished her. Little girls shouldn't throw insects at other children. Who would dare to play with you now? Qingner pouted, her eyes red from crying, feeling utterly wronged, and stuttered. I. The little one was so worked up that her nose was nearly dripping. Zhao pulled out a handkerchief, quickly wiping her face clean, and seeing her pitiful demeanor, could no longer maintain his stern expression, his lips twitching into a smile. I just saw her downstairs, throwing insects at the foreign boy upstairs. He was so frightened that he cried out loud. Everyone knew the residents of the upper floors. Deng Quan's face darkened severely. He went into the kitchen to pull his wife out, discussing how to go apologize in person. Upon hearing that her daughter had caused a significant trouble, Zhao Xiuli grabbed a willow branch from the balcony, threatening to discipline the audacious child. Seeing his sister emerge with a stick, Zhao instinctively gathered Qing near to shield her from the impending reprimand. Today, with many family members present, Zhao Xiuli could not genuinely strike the child. It was merely an attempt to frighten Qingni. Deng Yaochen observed the worried expressions on his sister-in-law and elder brother's faces, set down the baby he was holding, and stood up to say, Mr. Wer enjoys drinking mitai. I shall make a trip to the supply and marketing cooperative. All right, I will keep an eye on the purchase, responded the elder brother. Deng Yaochen exited with Deng Quan to buy supplies at the cooperative. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiuli entered the kitchen, opened the cupboard, retrieved a large bowl, and filled it with crispy meat, placing it on the dining table in the living room. Chapter 159. Borrowed intoxication to act petulantly. Mara gently caressed her son's head and inquired anxiously, Enluin, what has happened? Enluin cried, gasping for breath, his azure eyes brimming with fear and grievance. His mother's warm hand soothed his turbulent emotions. After a few minutes of weeping, Enluin calmed down and recounted to his mother. A bad girl threw strange bugs at me. Mara's face displayed shock, taken aback by such an occurrence, and she tenderly stroked her son's face.
Deng Quan,
holding a bowl of crispy meat, and his brother, who carried a gift bag, knocked on Enluin's door. Mara poured a glass of water for Enluin and rose to open the door. Upon seeing the unfamiliar duo at the threshold, she asked in confusion, Who are you? Deng Quan smiled simply, hastily responding, Our girl has acted thoughtlessly and bullied your child. We sincerely apologize. Being proficient in Chinese, Mara understood that their daughter had troubled her son, and they had come to express their apologies. She stepped aside graciously, inviting them to enter. Deng Yaochen, carrying the items, walked in and, noticing the little boy with red-rimmed eyes from crying on the sofa, smiled gently at him. I apologize for frightening you today on behalf of Qingni.
Enluin,
not comprehending his words, looked at his mother with wide, confused eyes. Mara sat beside her son and explained in English. Deng Quan placed the items on the low table, wearing an international smile, unable to grasp the chatter between mother and son. After a few minutes, Enluin nodded, indicating his understanding, and with a hint of defiance in his pure gaze, looked at Deng Yaochen, saying, You need to make her apologize to me. Mara, deeply respecting her son, translated for them. Enluin says that your child should come forward to apologize. He cannot be a coward. Deng Yaochen, relieved to find the situation less troublesome than he had anticipated, responded, That is only right. I will summon her immediately. He rose from the sofa and walked toward the door, while Deng Quan hurriedly followed, treading lightly. Gu Mohan had slept for an hour and a half before heading to the bathroom for a quick shower. He emerged in slippers, grabbing the keys from the table as he left. Qingni, feeling wronged, trailed behind her uncle as they exited Enluin's home. Gu Mohan noticed Zhao and frowned. What are you doing here? Zhao sighed, glancing back at his niece. This girl frightened that foreign child by throwing bugs. I brought her here to apologize. Gu Mohan lifted his gaze toward room 305. They did not make things difficult for you, did they?
Doctor.
Will's wife and son moved in at the same time as the Frant family next door. Mara and her husband both work in the laboratory, while Enluin, their child, spends his days alone at home, which is quite pitiful. However, the family is genuinely kind. Zhao tugged at Qing and Heiress, leading her downstairs. Enluin hid behind the door, peeking out with his little head, clutching a piece of crispy meat. Today, Mara, rarely resting at home, busied herself in the kitchen preparing hamburgers. Shen Yunqing stood on the balcony, amusing the calf. Deng Yaochen moved the large round table into the living room and called for Pang Hai to arrange the chairs. Xiao Xiaoman emerged from the kitchen carrying dishes, while Deng Yuhua hurried to set the table with bowls and chopsticks. Today was a splendid occasion for Zhao Xiuli's family, with fish and meat gracing the dining table. Deng Quan invited Gu Mohan to sit down and poured him a drink. As the sumptuous dinner was laid out, everyone took their seats, except for Zhao Xiuli, who was still bustling about. You all start eating. I'll check on the water on the stove, she said. Zhao, disapproving of his sister's incessant activity, remarked with a frown. The water will make a sound when it boils. Come, eat first. Deng Quan pulled out a chair beside him, urging her to sit down. Zhao Xioli lifted her scarf to wipe her hands and joined her husband at the table, filling her bowl with rice and meat broth to ensure their youngest son was well fed. Shen Yunqing sat to the left of Xiao Xiaoman, who, while eating, continued to chat with her. Did you know Zhang Lijuan's family moved away this morning? What about the woman director? She left too. Her son initially refused to leave, claiming that his mother's misdeeds shouldn't define him, but ultimately, the security team had to intervene and forcibly take him away. Speaking of this matter, a smile spread across Zhao Xioli's face. Xiaohua's mother has some conscience, helping Jiang Qiaohui keep the child. Shen Yunqing picked up her chopsticks, taking some stir-fried pumpkin, and remarked as she chewed, as long as the child has a good future, everyone can rest easy. Qiaohui is kind-hearted. With her, the child will have no worries about a good life ahead. Zhao Xioli set down her bowl and stood up to serve them more rice. The meal was delightful with so many people, and Shen Yunqing found herself eating more than usual. The men took their time with their drinks and meals. Feeling it would be impolite to not contribute after dining, Shen Yunqing and Xiao Xiaoman proactively took on the task of washing the dishes. Deng Yaochen, still young, was rendered unconscious after 3 cups of liquor poured by Zhao and sprawled out on the long sofa in the living room. Deng Quan, seemingly oblivious, continued pouring drinks for Gu Mohan, despite his moderate tolerance. Shen Yunqing assisted the intoxicated man into the house, laying him down on the sofa. Wife, make me a bowl of noodles, Gu Mohan slurred, rising unsteadily towards the bathroom. Shen Yunqing dutifully went to the kitchen to boil water for noodles. With water simmering on the stove, she stepped onto the balcony to snip some scallions. However, the man had been in the bathroom for quite a while without emerging. She placed the scallions on the table and approached the door, knocking gently. How are you doing in there? You haven't thrown up, have you? A sound of flushing resonated from within. Gu Mohan emerged from the room, his dark eyes deep and inscrutable, gazing at her with an enigmatic intensity. Shen Yunqing, reassured by his apparent calmness, turned to head toward the kitchen. However, just as she took a step, her wrist was seized, and she found herself pressed against the wall by the man. She lifted her chin, looking at him with irritation. What are you doing? Let go. He did not relent. Gu Mohan brushed his nose against her delicate one, leaning slightly closer to steal a kiss, his breath laced with the scent of alcohol. Wife, I feel unwell. With something pressing against her waist, Shen Yunqing dared not move, her eyes wide with indignation. Didn't he say you wanted noodles? Just sit on the sofa and wait for me. Emboldened by the liquor, the man let his chin nuzzle against her fair collarbone. His voice a sultry whisper. I no longer crave noodles. I desire something else, perhaps a juicy bread roll. Scoundrel, are you pretending to be drunk on purpose? Shen Yunqing pushed him away with force, her expression frosty as she retorted. Stop with that nonsense. Without waiting for a response, she strode back to the kitchen. Gu Mohan tugged at the collar of his shirt, leaning against the wall with a sigh. Why was it so difficult to indulge in a little flesh? His little wife was utterly oblivious, and he had hoped for something different tonight. Shen Yunqing had no time to indulge in the man's errant thoughts. She was diligently preparing in the kitchen, wielding a knife to chop scallions. Once the noodles were ready, she deftly scooped them into a bowl with chopsticks, hiding a fried egg beneath the noodles. Sprinkling the scallions on top, she eagerly carried the dish out. Upon entering the living room, however, her words were abruptly silenced by the shocking scene before her. The shameless rogue was lounging on the sofa, his pants half dropped, legs splayed wide. Chapter 160. Loving you through all eternity. Gu Mohan's eyes, tinged with desire, glinted with a hint of crimson at the corners as he looked at her with a languorous gaze. He adjusted his trousers and fastened his belt, approaching her, the remnants of lust still evident in his gaze. Elevating himself, he scrutinized her astonished expression, laughter bubbling within him. He snapped his fingers before her eyes. What's the matter? Haven't you seen such a spectacle before? With a crash, Shen Yunqing's grip faltered, and the bowl she held plummeted to the floor, shattering into pieces, noodles and broth spilling everywhere. Gu Mohan's instinct kicked in, and he swiftly pulled her aside, his dark eyes scanning her from head to toe, relieved she had not been scalded. How old are you? Why are you so clumsy? He turned to the balcony to fetch a broom and dustpan, diligently cleaning up the mess of noodles and shattered porcelain. His actions left her at a loss for words. Raising his head, his smoldering gaze fixated on her face, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Last night's little encounter merely quenched my thirst. The visual stimulation in the living room was overwhelming, and I resolved matters swiftly. Heaven knew he had toiled for ages, and seeing her eyes widen in shock was exhilarating. A rush that sent shivers down his spine. Shen Yunqing was aware of the man's considerable desires, but never anticipated them to be so overwhelming. I find myself at a loss for words regarding him. Every time she poses a question, he deftly employs a multitude of reasons to decline. Lowering her gaze to the noodles in the dustpan, along with the golden brown fried egg nestled beneath. Shen Yunqing felt a flicker of irritation. Are you still going to eat the noodles? I'm no longer hungry. Gu Mohan cast a meaningful glance her way before taking the spatula and disposing of the contents into the trash bin on the balcony. Shen Yunqing tossed the cloth onto the table and turned to wash her hands in the bathroom. Ever since witnessing that scene moments ago, the image of the man's half-unbuttoned shirt, with sweat dampening his neck, lingered in her mind. What am I thinking? Gu Mohan entered and noticed her lost in thought, reaching for the faucet to wash his hands while simultaneously turning off the water. Shen Yunqing shook her head, attempting to dispel those unwelcome images. I wasn't thinking of anything. Her eyes cast downward, avoiding his gaze. Just as she stepped towards the door, her wrist was suddenly grasped by him, and her body was pressed against the tiled wall. Shen Yunqing widened her eyes in astonishment and looked up at him. What are you doing? Gu Mohan licked his lips, a smile breaking across his face. His voice deep and husky as he leaned closer, his breath warm against her cheeks, provoking a tingling sensation on her skin. He held her with an intense gaze for what felt like an eternity. Just as Shen Yunqing could no longer contain her urge to scold him, he silenced her with a fervent kiss. In the brief moments of breath, Gu Mohan murmured, Wifey, I'm hungry again. Shen Yunqing playfully slapped his shoulder a few times. Realizing she could not push him away, she had no choice but to comply. The room was filled with chaos. Outside, the sky had darkened completely. Gu Mohan flicked on the lamp by the wall and carried her to the bedroom. His many peculiar tastes were utterly exasperating, and Shen Yunqing felt utterly defenseless against them. In the dead of night, Gu Mohan padded barefoot out of bed, rummaging through the wardrobe for a pair of trousers. Turning his head to glance at her, he asked, Are you hungry? Upon hearing him mention hunger, Shen Yunqing's body sank into the bed, her eyes fluttering open as she chided him. I'm truly exhausted. Gu Mohan chuckled softly. I'll head to the kitchen and cook something. What would you like to eat? Oh, so that's how it is. Shen Yunqing's taut body relaxed. She cleared her throat, her voice hoarse. I'd like some water and some fried skewers. What kind? Gu Mohan did not quite grasp what she desired. Shen Yunqing pulled her hair back, propping herself up on the bed with a pillow behind her. Leaning against the headboard as she regarded him, whatever vegetables you have in the kitchen, just heat some oil and fry them up. Once they're done, sprinkle some chili powder on top. Gu Mohan looked at her with eyes filled with affection and a hint of helplessness. With a mouth like yours, you certainly know how to eat. Just as he turned, Shen Yunqing called out to him, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Husband, no matter how I change, will you still love me? It was a rare moment for the petite woman to express her affection. Gu Mohan gently caressed her face, leaning down to kiss the top of her head, offering a sincere promise. No matter how you change, I will love you for eternity, in this life and the next. Really? Shen Yunqing, lacking in security, fixed her gaze on him, seeking to discern the truth of his words. Gu Mohan's stomach growled, and he sighed, releasing his grip on her face. If I don't eat something soon, I shall truly starve. Without waiting for the petite woman to utter another word, he turned and opened the door, exiting. He first went to the living room, poured a glass of water, and brought it back for her to drink before he busied himself in the kitchen. Shen Yunqing finished her water and, yawning repeatedly, sat at the edge of the bed awaiting his return, her mind echoing his reassuring words. In the kitchen, the man stood by the sink late into the night, diligently washing vegetables, patiently preparing a delectable meal for the young woman. A fish remained in the refrigerator, but given the late hour, he decided against something too greasy, opting instead to clean the fish and steam it. By the time he completed this midnight snack, dawn had already broken. Shen Yunqing, having waited, had long since fallen asleep in bed. Downstairs, Deng Quan emerged from the bathroom after brushing his teeth and glanced towards the balcony, addressing Zhao Xiuli in the kitchen. Whose house is cooking this early? The aroma is quite delightful. Zhao Xiuli, carrying a bowl of porridge and a plate of boiled sweet potatoes, set them on the dining table. I reckon it's from the factory manager's home upstairs. Aside from them, I can't think of another household in this building that would be cooking something so fragrant at this hour. Deng Quan took a sip of porridge and sighed. At least there's porridge. One must be content. Gu Mohan had not slept all night, yet he felt invigorated. He energetically set the breakfast on the table, eagerly going to wake the petite woman for her late-night treat. Upon finding her buried under the covers, he gently pulled them back and softly patted her sleeping face. Wife. Wake up. Shen Yunqing furrowed her brows, tilting her head to evade him. Gu Mohan, unperturbed, patiently stood by the bed, leaning down to kiss her forehead and then her cheek, coaxing her from her slumber. Through his persistent affection, the slumbering figure was successfully roused. Are you ever going to stop? Shen Yunqing kicked off the covers, her morning grumpiness evident as she sat up, her face a picture of annoyance for being disturbed from her dreams. Gu Mohan gently brushed her tousled hair, soothingly murmuring, "The fried skewers you crave are ready. Eat first. Then you can sleep." Shen Yunqing opened her eyes, glaring at him with a look that could kill. "You're so annoying. If I weren't, would you wake up?" Gu Mohan teased as he scooped her up in a princess carry and took her to the dining chair. Seated at the table, Shen Yunqing gazed at the spread of delicacies, but her sense of smell had yet to recover, rendering her unable to discern any aromas. Gu Mohan picked up a piece of fried potato and held it to her mouth. "Here, give it a try and see if it's tasty." Shen Yunqing, her mind blank, looked at him as if he were a fool, mechanically opening her mouth in compliance. "Is it good?" The man watched her expectantly for a response. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. "Who is it so early?" Gu Mohan set down his chopsticks and went to open the door. Chapter 161. An Luan's breakfast visit. An Luan stood at the door in her pajamas and little slippers, holding a bowl in her hands. With her fluffy, curly hair and an adorably dazed expression, she looked up at him and said, "Uncle, good morning." Gu Mohan looked down at the small figure at his doorstep, frowning slightly. "What do you need?" An Luan licked her lips and swallowed, puffing out her cheeks, her deep-set eyes framed by long, curled lashes. She smiled cutely and said, "Your house smells so good." With a bowl in hand, he tilted it towards his direction, the intention unmistakable. The little one, clearly enticed by the aroma, approached in search of a meal. Gu Mohan smiled subtly, chuckling as he moved aside from the doorway to allow the child entry. An Luan, with his short legs, scampered in eagerly. Shen Yunqing, listless and resting her chin on the dining table, dozed off. As she half-closed her eyes, a glimpse of the little one caused her to suddenly open them wide. "What brings you here?" An Luan climbed onto the dining chair, flashing her an innocent smile. "Hello, Auntie." Upon seeing the child's self-provided bowl and spoon, Shen Yunqing instantly understood. The drowsiness evaporated in an instant as she deftly picked up her chopsticks and placed some non-spicy cauliflower into his bowl. In the corridor, Gu Mohan observed Dr. Wei's residence, peering through the glass window into the kitchen, which was immaculate and silent, suggesting that no one had yet risen. An Luan relished his meal, sweetly exclaiming, "Auntie's cooking is much better than what my mommy makes." Shen Yunqing chuckled, adding steamed fish to his bowl. "Breakfast was prepared by Uncle." "Really?" An Luan's eyes widened in surprise as he turned to the man entering through the door. "Uncle is amazing. My daddy only knows how to make sandwiches and coffee." The child's admiration pleased Gu Mohan immensely. He closed the door and approached the dining table, pulling out a chair to sit down. In good spirits, he picked up his chopsticks and placed a shrimp into An Luan's bowl. With busy parents often neglecting their child's needs, An Luan felt utterly satisfied with the hearty breakfast. After finishing his meal, he politely expressed his heartfelt gratitude, carrying his small bowl as he departed. Having spent an entire night awake, Gu Mohan felt somewhat weary and slightly haggard. He collected the dishes and utensils, placing them in the kitchen sink, turned on the tap, and washed his hands clean. He then exited and directly proceeded to the bedroom. Shen Yunqing lay on the bed, falling into a deep slumber without any preamble. Gu Mohan changed into loose sleepwear, lifted the covers, and lay beside her. The gentle sunlight streamed in, and the sea breeze danced playfully with the blankets on the balcony, inviting them to sway in the wind. Meanwhile, Shen Yunqing's stove remained cold, prompting her to wonder about the man's whereabouts and why he had not yet come to tend to the pigs. After waiting for about 10 minutes on the stool, seeing no sign of him, Hyun stood up, scooping half a bucket of pig feed from her large pot to assist with the feeding. The couple, after awakening, found the sun already high in the sky. Shen Yunqing kicked the man. "Aren't you going to feed the pigs?" Gu Mohan jolted awake, sitting up abruptly, rubbing his tousled hair, his eyes still shut, his voice groggy. "What time is it?" Shen Yunqing stepped off him to the bedside, checking the alarm clock on the nightstand. "Almost 3 o'clock. Missing one meal shouldn't be fatal." Gu Mohan leisurely slipped on his slippers and headed to the bathroom. After a deep sleep, the warmth of the midday sun at 20 degrees made him feel lethargic and unmotivated. A cold shower finally roused him from his stupor. Once dressed, he grabbed the keys from the table. "I'm heading to the farm." Shen Yunqing sat in the living room, sipping water, nodding absently in response. Upon arriving at the breeding farm, Gu Mohan ventured into the pig pen to observe the pigs. The little flower pig lay sleeping on the cement floor, appearing far from starved. Uninformed, a man assumed it was slumbering from hunger and went to the logistics department to fetch a half basket of sweet potatoes and a few scoops of rice bran, preparing to cook pig feed. Gu Mohan, carrying a full bucket of pig food, poured it into the stone trough and playfully whistled at the pig lying on the ground, urging it to rise and eat. Noticing the flower pig's lack of appetite, Gu Mohan furrowed his brow in contemplation. What could be the matter? Surely it wasn't he ill. A sick pig could pose a serious issue, potentially infecting the entire pig pen. With this thought, Gu Mohan's expression turned serious as he hurriedly headed back to the logistics department in search of a veterinarian. The veterinarian, toolbox in hand, followed him hastily to the pig pen. After a thorough examination, it was determined that the flower pig was perfectly fine, its belly round and content, leaving Gu Mohan unnecessarily worried. Embarrassed, he walked away, ignoring the veterinarian's teasing gaze. Meanwhile, Shen Yunqing, busy hosting guests at home, was oblivious to the series of amusing events that had transpired at the breeding farm. When Kang Gwen, in a poor state of mind, stared blankly towards the balcony, his wife, Ji Ling, smiled gently, saying, "Thank you for your troubles." Shen Yunqing was taken aback by the sudden visit from the couple, recognizing them as the son and daughter-in-law of Uncle Wen from upstairs. She smiled politely. "I have nothing to do at home. Feel free to come and visit me." One must be cautious about such compliments, as she was still unfamiliar with their characters. Furthermore, the man across from her, with vacant eyes devoid of vitality, struck her as peculiar. "Cousin Mohan," Ji Ling exclaimed, her earlier reserve dissipating as she stood up excitedly to greet him. A flicker of emotion crossed Wen Kangwen's dazed face as he managed a bittersweet smile, saying, "I've been cast out by the army, and now I can only seek refuge with you." "What nonsense is that?" Gu Mohan replied, his tone both distant and polite. "A talent such as yourself would be valued anywhere." For a moment, Wen Kangwen's expression stiffened, and he fell silent, looking downcast. Ji Ling, sensing the tension, shifted the conversation. "It's been years since we last met. When are you getting married, Mohan? I thought you only had eyes for cousin Qinghuan." At the mention of that name, Gu Mohan's brow furrowed, and he cautiously glanced at the woman beside him.
I am now a married man.
"Lingling, please be mindful of your words. I wouldn't want my wife to misunderstand." Ji Ling's face flushed with embarrassment as she gazed at Shen Yunqing, offering a serene smile. "Sister-in-law, I misspoke. Please don't overthink it." Shen Yunqing had long sensed the unusual look in Ji Ling's eyes and smiled brightly. "It's all right. Your happiness is what matters." The subtle implications in their conversation were something only they could decipher. "All right," Shen Yunqing responded with a smile, her eyes sparkling with clarity. Gu Mohan's expression shifted as he regarded Ji Ling, his politeness fading. "I heard your parents have divorced. Don't you feel sad, Lingling?" Recently, the Ji family in Heiress has become the subject of much amusement. Ji Shanting, who has reached the age of knowing his fate, has become entangled with a university student over 30 years his junior, who is now pregnant. Ji Ling's expression darkened slightly. Her lips pressed together. "My parents' affairs are not my concern." The atmosphere in the living room grew peculiar. Shen Yunqing, holding her cup, rose and retreated to the bedroom, leaving the men to entertain their guests. She sat at the head of the bed, perusing books on parenting. Having slept the entire day, she had yet to have lunch, and her stomach protested with hunger. Contemplating a trip to the kitchen for something to eat, the thought of that bothersome woman in the living room made her hesitate. She was reluctant to face her sarcastic remarks. Around 5:30, Gu Mohan bid farewell to the guests and headed to the kitchen to prepare 2 bowls of noodles. Shen Yunqing, nearly famished, caught a whiff of the aroma and opened the door, making her way to the dining table where she eagerly slurped a mouthful of noodles. "Eat slowly," Gu Mohan said, placing a small dish of pickled vegetables before her. After finishing her fried egg, she looked up at him and asked, "Who is Qinghuan?" Earlier, she had retreated to the bedroom, and Gu Mohan had assumed she was indifferent. He pondered for a moment, his dark eyes fixed on her expression. And with a bit of trepidation, he replied, "She was my ex. We parted ways when she went abroad for her studies." "An ex?" Shen Yunqing paused mid-bite, pursing her lips and staring intently at him. Time seemed to stand still for about half a minute. "Do you still love her?" she finally asked, her mind racing with thoughts that led her to this singular question. "Not at all," Gu Mohan replied without a moment's hesitation as her words hung in the air. Shen Yunqing's skeptical gaze scrutinized his demeanor. "If you don't love her, then why were you together?" During those years, with Lin Qinghuan, Gu Mohan had utilized her for his own purposes, lacking any genuine affection. At most, he did not dislike her. At that time, he held no expectations for love. To him, marriage was merely a partnership that could yield direct benefits. Their separation was indirectly his doing. To put it more objectively, Lin Qinghuan had lost her utility. Back then, his status in the Gu family was far less esteemed than it is now. He had to maintain the image of a good man, leading Lin Qinghuan to mistakenly believe she was at fault and to take the initiative to break up. Of course, he could not divulge these matters to his wife. So Gu Mohan casually offered an excuse. It was arranged by the old man. We came together because it seemed suitable. This was indeed a truth. Their initial acquaintance had indeed been orchestrated by the elder. What had he been lost in thought about during that fleeting moment? Shen Yunqing felt a pang of hurt from the man's hesitation, her noodles losing their flavor. How long were you together? Why did you break up? She hurled her questions one after another, and Gu Mohan answered with ease. 5 years. She fell for a senior at school. This response lodged in her throat like a noodle, impossible to swallow or spit out, leaving Shen Yunqing feeling unsettled. His declaration of not loving her carried a hint of ambiguity, rendering it somewhat cheapened. Noticing her sudden change in expression, Gu Mohan panicked. Wife. What's wrong? Shen Yunqing met his gaze, her eyes brimming with skepticism, suspicion, and distrust. This look sent a jolt through Gu Mohan's heart, as if something he could not grasp was silently slipping away. I'm full, Shen Yunqing stated, setting down her chopsticks, pushing back her chair, and retreating to the bedroom. She needed solitude to ponder deeply and seriously. After a considerable time had passed, the sun outside began to set. Abruptly, he stood up from his chair and approached the bedroom door, his heart unsettled as he pushed the door open. Shen Yunqing sat at her vanity, her expression returning to normal, yet her gaze held a newfound clarity, devoid of the previous naivety. Gu Mohan found her demeanor unsettling and foreign, beyond his control. Cautiously, he spoke. You barely ate dinner. Would you like something? I can make it for you. No, thank you, Shen Yunqing replied coldly, rising to leave. She did not wish to remain in the same room as him. She walked to the living room, poured herself a glass of water, and stepped onto the balcony to admire the view. Gu Mohan followed closely behind, drenched in cold sweat, unable to restrain himself from asking wife. What is the matter with you? Shen Yunqing turned her head slightly, casting him a fleeting glance, yet remained silent as her eyes drifted towards the distant mountains. Having spent 5 years with his ex-girlfriend, he claimed he had no feelings left. Was he deceiving her, or did he think her too gullible? While she often appeared innocent and oblivious, it did not mean she was unaware of his past. If her body could be sanitized, it was tolerable. But if her heart was tainted, there was no reason for her to remain a fool. Weighing the pros and cons, Shen Yunqing resolved to safeguard her and her child's interests. Wife, what's truly wrong? The more she refrained from speaking, the more anxious Gu Mohan became. Under his persistent questioning, Shen Yunqing took a sip of water and replied with unexpected calmness. You previously mentioned a reward of 100,000 for having a child. Is that still valid? Turning to face him, she lifted her eyelids, her eyes cold and piercing, revealing his true nature. I am securing a safety net for myself and the child. Should you fall in love with someone else or reconcile with anyone from your past, I will not be left floundering alone with the child. Are you overthinking this? Gu Mohan had no intention of divorcing her. Her preparations seemed premature.
No.
When did this woman become so astute? Upon realizing this, Gu Mohan's eyes widened in shock as he fixed his gaze on her face, his fists clenched at his sides. Gritting his teeth in frustration, are you pretending to be innocent? Is it amusing to toy with me? Shen Yunqing remained composed in the face of his intense reaction, her expression slightly detached. With a slight frown, she replied, it's manageable. After all, I nearly deceived myself while acting. People must be clever when necessary. Yet being a fool at times can be quite advantageous. Having shattered the impression he held of her, Shen Yunqing was curious to discover the depth of his feelings for her. Did his professed love truly reflect a commitment to cherish her throughout eternity? Chapter 163. Divorce. What are you doing? Shen Yunqing impatiently shook off his hand and strode into the living room. Gu Mohan felt a sharp pang in his heart. The sudden turn of events was truly unbearable for him. Grasping her arm, he pinned her against the wall. His eyes reddened. The feelings you had for me before were genuine, weren't they? His crimson gaze was filled with desperation, yearning for a shred of sincerity from her. Shen Yunqing bit her lip, reflecting that her affection for Gu Mohan had been substantial before dinner, perhaps a 5 out of 10. However, upon learning of his 5-year relationship, she had fortified her heart with defenses, leaving her uncertain about the remnants of her feelings for him. The powerful grip on her wrist slackened. His disappointed eyes locked onto her face, searching for any signs of deceit. But alas, he found none. The warmth she once held for him had vanished, replaced by an unsettling distance. Get lost, I don't want to see you, he hissed in a low voice, filled with despair and anguish. Gu Mohan's tear-filled eyes brimmed with loathing, his fist smashing against the wall, blood oozing without him feeling the pain as he roared, I am such a fool. Utterly deceived by you. Shen Yunqing felt a sudden sharp pain in her heart and reached out to grasp his sleeve. You said you would love me no matter how I changed. Upon hearing her words, Gu Mohan let out a bitter laugh, his bloodied hand drawing her face closer, glaring fiercely into her still beautiful yet lifeless eyes. In that moment, his rage was palpable, as if he wished to end her suffering. After a prolonged silence, he reluctantly released her, his voice chillingly calm as he gazed into her dark eyes, devoid of the tenderness they once shared. Why can't you maintain the facade? This way, we both suffer. Then what? Shen Yunqing clenched her teeth, meeting his contemptuous gaze. Her heart, which had once harbored hope, now fell into an abyss of silence. You have never loved me. You only cherish the persona I created, haven't you? Gu Mohan turned his head away, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket, his once despairing countenance now replaced with a cold demeanor. He lit the cigarette, casting a glance at her that seemed to acknowledge her words. Shen Yunqing felt a pang of bitterness. He deemed her despicable, yet how much truth did he hold within himself? I understand now. Determined not to let her tears fall, or perhaps too stubborn to reveal her vulnerability before him, she pulled open the door and fled outside. The night had fallen, and as she dashed down the stairs, she looked up at the myriad lights in the residential area, feeling lost and without a home. Wandering aimlessly through the compound, the haunting quiet of the night enveloped her. She staggered, guided by the moonlight, making her way up the hill. In her disoriented state, she recalled the little green snake she had once idly played with between her fingers. Shen Yunqing was unsure how she had wandered into the woods. Lying on a rock, listening to the sound of the waves crashing, she wiped away her incessant tears, contemplating what to do next. Now that she had laid bare the truth to him, he could not accept her authentic self, and she was unwilling to confront his insincere affections any longer. Continuing to stay by his side, was it right or wrong? Lost in thought, Shen Yunqing felt utterly exhausted, and before she realized it, she had closed her eyes unguarded and drifted off to sleep in the wilderness. When she awoke, daylight had already broken. Sitting up, she turned her gaze to her surroundings, feeling a sense of disorientation. Indeed, she had confessed everything to the man last night. He must despise her for being a deceiver and wish for her to vanish from his sight. Shen Yunqing rose and brushed the dust from her hands. As she passed by the brook, she encountered the little green snake again, now considerably larger, flicking its tongue while coiling around a stone by the water's edge. She paused to observe it for a moment, then, with a wistful smile, continued on her way. Upon returning to the family compound, most of the residents had yet to awaken. The door was not locked, so Shen Yunqing pushed it open and stepped inside. The acrid smell of alcohol made her frown. The living room floor was littered with empty bottles, yet the man was nowhere to be found. She opened the bedroom door, only to find it empty. Turning, she proceeded to the guest room. Gu Mohan lay sprawled on the floor, lost in a deep slumber. Instinctively, Shen Yunqing approached to help him up. Get away.
Don't touch me.
I don't want to see you, he growled, pushing her away and turning his head. Did he truly loathe her so much? Shen Yunqing steadied herself against the ground, her heart filled with turmoil as she gazed at the man on the floor. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Let us get a divorce." Fine, he replied curtly, not even glancing at the tear-streaked woman. He rose from the floor, collapsed onto the bed, and pulled the blanket over his head. If you're leaving, then leave quickly.
Don't disturb my rest.
Shen Yunqing's heart sank as she raised a hand to wipe away the tears that threatened to spill over. Love and indifference, it seemed, could indeed change in a fleeting moment. In the master bedroom, she gathered a few pieces of clothing and her identification, suppressing her heartache as she penned a divorce agreement. Before hoisting the bag she had brought from home, Shen Yunqing placed the panda keychain, woven by the man, on the dining table, closed the door, and departed. She had been naive to think she could derive love from someone in such a manner from the very beginning. She bore no resentment towards him for not trying to keep her. After all, she was the one who had been dishonest from the outset. Releasing Gu Mohan could be considered a kindness on her part. Zhaoan stood at the dock and spotted her descending the mountain path from afar. Sister-in-law, where are you headed? Zhaoan, unaware of anything amiss, could only wonder why her eyes were red, as if she had been crying. He reached out to take the bag from her and guided her onto the boat. Today was not the usual day to go to town, so the cabin was eerily empty, with Shen Yunqing the only passenger seated on a bench. Zhaoan, along with his brothers, loaded cargo, and by 8:30, they set sail punctually. Sister-in-law, what brings you to the city? Zhaoan, being Gu Mohan's associate, she wished to keep her whereabouts hidden. She wanted a clean break. Zhao nodded, I see, but why didn't the factory manager accompany you? It was unusual for the elder brother to be separated from his little sister-in-law. The smile on Shen Yunqing's face abruptly faded, her furrowed brow betraying an unshakable melancholy, yet she was compelled to feign nonchalance. This trivial matter I can manage on my own. I shall not trouble him. Zhao En, sensing the subtle disquiet, hastily spoke in defense of his superior, sister-in-law. The boss can be a bit infuriating at times, but his heart is in the right place. If he has upset you, please do not hold it against him. Having finally awaited the arrival of a woman capable of tempering the boss's volatile nature, Zhao endeavored to placate his sister-in-law, urging her to be tolerant of their somewhat unrefined factory manager. Chapter 164 Departure. Upon reaching the Nanhai dock, Shen Yunqing disembarked, luggage in hand, and waved farewell to Zhao. Having eaten little the previous night, and considering the well-being of the child she carried, Shen Yunqing sought out a breakfast establishment to satisfy her hunger. After eating, she would contemplate her next destination. Upon entering the breakfast shop, Shen Yunqing glanced at the menu and addressed the server at the counter. "Hello, comrade, I would like a bowl of spicy rice soup. 7 minutes. Do you require anything else?" Shen Yunqing produced some money and handed it over. "No, thank you." The server issued a number tag, instructing her to take a seat and await her order. Seated at a table, she waited 5 or 6 minutes before hearing her number called. 37. Shen Yunqing retrieved her meal, steaming hot spicy rice soup, warming both heart and stomach, yet she ate absent-mindedly. After finishing her breakfast, which felt like chewing wax, Shen Yunqing hailed a rickshaw, instructing the driver to take her to the port. By the time she arrived at the harbor, it was already past 11 in the morning. The rickshaw fare amounted to 20 cents. Perched on a bench at the dock, Shen Yunqing listened to the sound of the ferry's horn, her gaze fixed on the road ahead as she contemplated waiting a bit longer. If she did not catch sight of that familiar figure by 3 o'clock, she would accept that their fates had truly diverged. Time gradually slipped away, and several boats sailed into the distance, unknown to her. Shen Yunqing fixated on her watch, silently counting down in her heart, feeling increasingly anxious. 3:30 had long since passed, and she was unaware of how many 3-minute intervals had elapsed. The anticipation that once filled her heart was slowly extinguished. As the sun sank in the west, Shen Yunqing, with a heart heavy as ash, picked up her luggage, cast one last glance in the direction of the road, and stepped into the ticket office. "Comrade, where are you headed?" Faced with the staff's inquiry, Shen Yunqing found herself uncertain of her destination. Lost in thought for several moments, she glanced outside, only to find that the familiar silhouette had yet to appear. Biting her finger, tears began to flow uncontrollably, and with trembling hands, she retrieved her identification from her bag. Placing it on the counter, "Please give me the next available ticket." The staff, taken aback by her distress, issued her ticket while offering words of comfort. "Comrade, what has happened? Please do not cry. Is there anything I can assist you with?" Shen Yunqing wiped away her relentless tears, took a deep breath to calm herself, and shook her head at the staff. "I have divorced my husband, and I momentarily lost my composure in front of you. I sincerely apologize." "It's all right. I wish you a safe journey." The staff member was a 30-year-old woman, her eyes reddened with compassion. She gently remarked, "There is no obstacle insurmountable. You are so beautiful. It is the men who are unfortunate. You will encounter someone better in the future, who will cherish you." "Thank you," Shen Yunqing replied, accepting the ferry ticket and handing over the money she had prepared. The woman returned with 50 cents in change and handed her an apple from the drawer, smiling warmly. "It will take 8 hours to get to Hiroshima. Please take care of yourself on the way." "Thank you," Shen Yunqing said again, taking the change and glancing at the ticket. There were only 15 minutes until departure. She picked up her luggage and left the ticket hall, standing by the dock, her eyes anxiously scanning the direction of the harbor. The ticket collector began to urge her, "Miss, are you boarding or not? The ship is about to leave." Time seemed to freeze at 5:18. Noticing her indifference, the collector muttered a curse and hurried towards the cockpit. Shen Yunqing felt her heart wear down with time, dimming bit by bit. This time, she had truly become homeless. She could blame no one but herself, having overestimated her worth and underestimated the ruthlessness of men. Shen Yunqing boarded the last ferry, having only managed to purchase a ticket for the cargo hold. Amidst the bustling crowd, she felt strangely calm. Forcing a faint smile at the corners of her mouth, her hand brushed against her protruding abdomen. It was now just her and the child relying on each other. Upon reaching Hiroshima, it was the early morning of the following day. The sky was not yet fully bright, and a light rain was falling. Shen Yunqing took a shawl from her bag and wrapped it around herself as she disembarked with the flow of people. Being pregnant, she was wary of catching a cold in the rain and chose to wait under the eaves of the security office until it passed. Although Hiroshima was also in a tropical region, the winter temperatures were 7 to 8 degrees lower than those in the South China Sea. As dawn broke, the rain gradually ceased. Shen Yunqing hailed a rickshaw, asking the driver to take her to the housing management office, where renting would be more convenient. Upon realizing she was from out of town, the driver, lacking professionalism, charged her an extra 30 cents when they arrived. Shen Yunqing, lacking the inclination to dispute the fare, accepted it as a misfortune averted. The streets were sparsely populated, with only a few uniformed individuals making their way to the housing office. After waiting briefly by the roadside, she noticed an elderly woman sweeping the street approaching her. Carrying her luggage, Shen Yunqing politely smiled and asked, "Excuse me, do you know if there are any rental houses nearby?" The woman looked her over, furrowing her brow. "Are you from out of town?" Shen Yunqing fabricated a story effortlessly, her demeanor revealing her situation. The elderly woman, observing her belly, softened her distant gaze slightly. "Walk ahead to a fork in the road. There are houses for rent in that direction." "Thank you, ma'am," Shen Yunqing responded gratefully, picking up her luggage and continuing forward. After approximately 600 meters, she arrived at the fork in the road that the woman had mentioned. As she turned left, Shen Yunqing noticed a rental sign affixed to the blue brick wall, with several women conversing at the corner. Standing before the wall, she contemplated the sign for a moment before turning to the women. "Excuse me, do you know of any available rooms for rent?" Following the relaxation of the college entrance examination policies, many individuals had moved to the city for unregistered labor, and the authorities seemed to turn a blind eye, tacitly accepting this unspoken understanding. Aunt Yang scrutinized her, observing the luggage she carried, and cautiously inquired, "Young lady, what brings you to this city?" Her deceit was delivered with remarkable composure, her expressions quite convincing. Noticing Shen's beauty and the absence of any nefarious aura, Aunt Yang nodded approvingly. "Come with me, I have a vacant room at my place." Shen Yunqing, clutching her bag, followed her through a series of twists and turns until they arrived at a courtyard. Aunt Yang pushed open the gate and led her inside. The house was modest, accommodating only a bed, a wardrobe, and a desk, with the restroom located down the alley. The courtyard was small, featuring 3 stone-tiled rooms. Aunt Yang guided her to a self-built bungalow and unlocked the door with a key. Peering into the room, Shen noted its cleanliness. It measured around 7 or 8 square meters, furnished with a 1.5-meter wooden bed and a single-door wardrobe to the left of the entrance. Had she possessed a work certificate, Shen would not have opted for such a room due to its inconvenience. "Auntie, how much is the rent for this room?" "250 a month, plus a deposit of 1 yuan, Aunt Yang replied. The price was reasonable, and after placing her bag on the bed, Shen turned to her. "Auntie, do you have a new quilt? I forgot to bring one from home." Upon hearing this, Aunt Yang recognized the deal was sealed and cheerfully responded, "I only have one new quilt at home, but if you truly need it, I can fetch another from Aunt Chunhua's place. It will cost a bit more, though, 23 yuan for a quilt with 5 pounds of cotton, including labor." This price was quite fair, 5 yuan cheaper than what was available at the department store. Having left her family courtyard with only 500 yuan, Shen found this price somewhat acceptable. "Auntie, I urgently need the quilt. I appreciate your help. I will settle it along with the rent." Aunt Yang preferred dealing with straightforward young women like her, as it made future interactions much more pleasant. Handing her a key, she said, "All right, you tidy up while I go get the quilt from Aunt Chunhua." After receiving the key, Shen collapsed onto the edge of the bed, feeling utterly drained. Having barely slept for 2 nights, she had made the tumultuous journey from Nanhai City, fueled only by her sorrow. The room was clean, requiring little tidying. After resting for a few minutes, she stood up to open the window for ventilation. Aunt Yang was efficient. Within 10 minutes, she returned with 2 large red quilts. "I've placed them on your bed. If you wish to cook, feel free to use the pots and pans in the kitchen." "Thank you, Auntie," Shen replied gratefully. Shen Yunqing handed over the prepared sum of 49 yuan and 50 cents to Aunt Yang. Receiving the money, Aunt Yang counted it meticulously, her laughter bubbling forth as she tucked it into the pocket of her inner garment. "I shan't disturb you while you tidy up. Should you require anything, simply come find me in the main house." After this brief exchange, Aunt Yang turned and exited. Shen Yunqing untied the bundle of bedding and first made the bed. After finishing, she glanced at the clock. It was 11:36. Her stomach had long been growling with hunger. She placed her luggage into the wardrobe and locked the door. Inquiring about the exact location of the state-run restaurant, Shen Yunqing strolled along the roadside to familiarize herself with the surroundings. The house she resided in was conveniently situated, a mere kilometer from the department store and the state-run restaurant, and 3 kilometers from the largest garment factory in Hiroshima. Upon arriving at the state-run restaurant, Shen Yunqing ordered a serving of egg rice rolls and 2 vegetable buns, totaling 36 cents. After her lunch, she visited the nearby department store, purchasing a pillow, 2 basins, and various daily necessities. With her hands laden with items, she ambled towards Qinghua Lane. "Have you heard? Wanzhou Garment Factory is hiring." As the new year approached, one of the women remarked, "My 3rd daughter-in-law mentioned that many veteran employees have transferred to the new factory." and they are recruiting apprentices before the holiday to train and dispatch them to Dongchuan district. I plan to tidy up the shed in my backyard soon. Shen Yunqing absorbed the conversation of the women around her. Now divorced, she recognized the necessity of securing employment to sustain herself and her child. The garment factory's recruitment piqued her interest. Returning to her rented room, Shen Yunqing felt utterly exhausted. She set down her belongings and fetched a basin of water from the well, splashing her face lightly before lying down for a midday rest. Troubling thoughts plagued her, rendering her sleep restless. She awoke in less than 2 hours. With nothing to occupy her mind, it was all too easy to spiral into contemplation. And once sorrow took hold, tears flowed uncontrollably, as if a valve had been turned. Changing into a fresh outfit, she closed her door and made her way to the garment factory. The Wanzhou garment factory sprawled over a vast area, and due to the recruitment drive, a throng of applicants awaited at the entrance. Most of those applying for positions were women. Shen Yunqing adjusted her shawl to slightly conceal her pregnancy and joined the line for clerical interviews. An individual distributing flyers handed her a form to fill out with her basic information. There were not many candidates for the clerical positions, and after approximately 20 minutes, it was her turn. Seated across from her at the interview table was a gentleman in his 40s, Director Zhou. He took her completed form, glanced over it, and adjusted his glasses. Do you have any work experience? Though Shen Yunqing appeared quite youthful, her loose-fitting dress concealed her pregnancy, and she exhibited no signs of nervousness before the director. With poise, she replied, I previously worked at a tailor shop. I can sketch design drawings and perform cutting. Having once operated her own garment factory, she was acutely aware of the talents most sought after in this factory. Upon hearing her claim of being able to create design sketches, Director Zhou scrutinized her intently over his glasses, pushing a notebook and pen towards her. Anyone can boast. Let me see your true skills. Shen Yunqing's lips curved slightly upward, exuding confidence as she deftly uncapped her pen and skillfully sketched the front design of a dress on the notepad. She envisioned a skirt that resonated with contemporary aesthetics, a short-sleeved, checkered dress reminiscent of Audrey Hepburn, cinched at the waist. To accentuate the waistline, she thoughtfully added a slender leather belt. In a classic black, it could maintain simplicity, while other hues could incorporate lace trim on the collar, highlighting youthful sweetness and vivacity. Upon seeing her half-finished design, Director Zhou exhibited a flicker of surprise in his eyes but maintained his composure, remarking, Not bad. It will suffice. Please provide your home address and return for a second interview at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Understood, Shen Yunqing replied, pausing her pen to inscribe the address of Aunt Yang's residence beneath her design. She felt a surge of confidence regarding her artwork. During the midday hours, she visited the department store, where she merely acquired a wash basin and towels. Sharing a kitchen with others, she refrained from purchasing staples such as rice and oil, wishing to avoid inconveniencing her housemates. Aunt Yang and her husband were seated in the courtyard, enjoying their meal, which consisted of a bowl of pickled cabbage soup, a bowl of spicy dipping sauce, and cornmeal dumplings. Upon noticing Shen Yunqing entering through the gate, Aunt Yang politely inquired, Have you had dinner? Please join us. With a gentle smile, Shen Yunqing graciously declined, No. Thank you, Aunt Yang. I just finished eating outside. Chapter 166, Successful Interview. In the family compound, it had been several days since Shen Yunqing had been seen, causing He Yunjiao to feel increasingly anxious. At home, she often subtly probed Xiao Jianheng for news from the factory. Zhao Shuli even took the initiative to visit, only to find Shen Yunqing's door firmly shut, with no one inside. She discreetly lifted her gaze to the man seated at his desk, who appeared pale and woeful, yet was wholly absorbed in his work. He dared not breathe too heavily. The goods for S City must be produced in greater quantities before the holiday. Please notify all departments to convene a meeting tomorrow morning. The bandaged wound on his wrist throbbed painfully as the anesthetic wore off, prompting Gu Mohan to furrow his brow. Yes, boss, will you be heading to the cafeteria, or? Zhaoan asked cautiously, wary of inciting his ire. The factory manager had already been working overtime for 3 consecutive days. Zhaoan feared he might succumb to exhaustion if he did not take a break. The family compound was a place Gu Mohan never wished to revisit, as the shame brought upon him by that woman had become an inescapable nightmare in recent days. Understood. I will head over after work, he replied, his mind racing with curiosity about what had transpired between the boss and his wife that had led to such a drastic rift. Ever since Shen Yunqing's departure, Gu Mohan had wallowed in despair for a day and night until Zhaoan noticed something amiss and broke down the door to rescue the man from his suicidal tendencies. Upon regaining consciousness in the hospital, Gu Mohan could not bear to hear Shen Yunqing's name whenever someone mentioned that deceased woman. He felt an overwhelming urge to annihilate them with his gaze. The following morning, Shen Yunqing awoke early. After tidying herself, she went to a state-run restaurant for breakfast. arriving at the garment factory an hour ahead of schedule. By the time she reached the factory's entrance, it was 8:15. Around 8:30, Director Zhou dispatched Xiao Li to escort her inside. In the administrative building of the factory, 3 stories had been constructed in total. Xiao Li walked ahead, guiding her to the 3rd floor and into the reception room. Miss Shen, please take a seat and wait for a moment. Mr. Zhao is currently in a meeting. Shen Yunqing settled onto the leather sofa, her hands resting on her lap and beginning to perspire slightly from nerves, as it was her first day at work. And she couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Xiao Li prepared a cup of tea for her and quietly exited, closing the door behind her. Shen Yunqing did not touch the tea. Instead, she picked up a foreign magazine from the table and began to leaf through it. After waiting for about half an hour, footsteps echoed from the entrance. Mr. Zhao, Comrade Shen is waiting for you in the reception room. Zhao Jingchuan pushed the door open and immediately spotted the woman seated on the sofa. Hello, Comrade Shen. Shen Yunqing looked up, surprised by his appearance. She had expected an older man, perhaps in his 50s, but instead found him surprisingly youthful, seemingly not yet 30, with a refined and elegant demeanor that was quite pleasing. Zhao Jingchuan took a seat across from her, holding the notebook that Director Zhou had given him the day before. And he got straight to the point. What are your expectations regarding salary and benefits? The design draft she had presented yesterday had already proven her capabilities, which were not to be underestimated. Zhao Jingchuan was determined to find a way to retain such talent. Seeing his directness, Shen Yunqing also decided to be forthright. I require accommodation. As for the salary, I leave it to your discretion. Additionally, I am pregnant, and I need to be allowed to bring my child to work thereafter. During my maternity leave, I must be granted ample time off. Her initial requests were reasonable, but Zhao Jingchuan's attention was drawn to her abdomen, and upon closer inspection, he furrowed his brow slightly. Is your husband and family not with you? At the mention of her husband, a shadow crossed Shen Yunqing's face. After a brief moment of silence, she managed a bitter smile. I am divorced from my husband and do not often keep in touch with my family. Zhao Jingchuan regarded her with sympathy and pondered before asking, how many designs can you produce in a day? Shen Yunqing replied, around 15. And how many can be finalized? 6 or 7. Zhao Jingchuan's gaze shifted from doubt to admiration as he observed her. I will arrange accommodation for you, though it may take a few days. The salary will be determined after your drafts are submitted. Please report to the Human Resources Department at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to complete your onboarding. Shen Yunqing felt a surge of joy in her heart and stood up with a smile. Thank you for your assistance. From now on, we will all be colleagues. There's no need for such formality, Comrade Zhao. Zhao Jingchuan was on his way to consult with the sample maker and offered to escort her downstairs. With a job secured, Shen Yunqing strode with newfound lightness in her step. On the day of her departure, while packing, she found that most of her belongings were for the baby. She had only 2 dresses and a cape for herself. Hiroshima, known as the fashion capital, featured styles more appealing than those in other regions. The trends of flared jeans and floral shirts were emerging, and some stores even sold frog sunglasses. As her abdomen grew, she found pants increasingly uncomfortable, prompting her to purchase a white lace button-up shirt, a black skirt, a yellow floral maxi dress, and a blazer. The staff calculated the price and neatly folded the clothes for her, a total of 13 yuan and 50 cents. Shen Yunqing took out the money and handed it over, stuffing the clothes into the cloth bag she had brought when she left home that morning. In this era, shopping without paper or plastic bags is indeed quite inconvenient. High-end clothing stores catering to foreign trade typically provide paper bags, while public department stores do not. After leaving the clothing store, Shen Yunqing passed by a shoe store, where she bought 2 pairs of leather shoes and a pair of sneakers, spending a total of 11 yuan and 50 cents. The leather shoes cost 5 yuan per pair, while the sneakers were 1 yuan and 50 cents. With her bag filled to the brim with clothes, she could only tie the shoelaces together and carry the shoes in her hands. Shen Yunqing thought to herself, having found a job, it was time to buy some clothes and shoes for work. Aunt Yang looked at her in disbelief and incredulity, saying, You're pregnant. How on earth did you manage to find a job? Don't let yourself be deceived. Carrying her items, Shen Yunqing replied while walking towards her door. I got a position at Wanzhou Garment Factory. I have some skills and they didn't mind my pregnancy. After the interview, they said I was a good fit. So I'm set to start work at 8 tomorrow morning. Upon hearing it was Wanzhou Garment Factory, Aunt Yang immediately regarded her with newfound admiration, enviously exclaiming, That's a big factory. You're so lucky, even being pregnant and still getting in. My daughter-in-law interviewed there twice and didn't succeed. Once inside, Shen Yunqing placed her belongings on the bed and sat on the edge to catch her breath. She was quite exhausted from the day, her legs sore from walking. On the table sat a cup of cool boiled water she had poured that morning. Having not drunk any water all morning, Her mouth felt parched. She reached for the enamel cup and drank half of it in one go. After quenching her thirst and resting enough, she got up and headed to Aunt Yang's kitchen to boil some hot water, preparing to wash herself in her room. It had been 3 or 4 days since her last bath, and she felt uncomfortable with the sticky sweat on her body. Chapter 167. The First Day at Work. On her first day at work, Shen Yunqing woke up particularly early. By the time she arrived at the factory, it was barely past 7:40. Director Han of the Human Resources Department personally greeted her to complete her onboarding process. Upon seeing her introduction letter, Director Han's eyes almost popped out in astonishment. "You have a rural household registration." Shen Yunqing was perplexed by his surprise. "Yes, is there a problem?"
No.
"No problem at all. Mr. Zhao wouldn't leave any issues behind," he replied. Director Han was merely taken aback that a girl from the countryside had such remarkable capabilities that Mr. Zhao himself conducted her interview. After quickly processing her employment paperwork, Director Han led her to the design room on the second floor. The room contained 3 work desks, 2 of which were adorned with personal items. The vacant desk in the corner became her workstation. Shen Yunqing cast a grateful glance at him and playfully blinked, saying, "Thank you, Director Han. When I get my salary, I'll treat you to a meal." Shen Yunqing accompanied him to the stairwell. In the office building, colleagues arriving for work were coming in one after another through the factory gate. Xiao Yao, carrying a wooden box, puffed her way up to the second floor, and upon seeing Shen Yunqing standing at the door, smiled and approached. "Are you Comrade Shen?" Shen Yunqing tilted her head to look at her. "I am, and you are?" "I am Xiao Yao, the assistant, and here are the materials you will need for your work.
I've placed them on your desk."
Xiao Yao entered the design studio, cradling a wooden box, and set it down on the table. "Thank you," Shen Yunqing said, following closely behind her. Noticing Xiao Yao's politeness, she felt a bit embarrassed herself. "It's nothing. This is my duty. I will return to my tasks. If you need anything, just call for me on the first floor." With that, Xiao Yao quickly made her way to the door. Shen Yunqing pulled out a chair and sat down, rummaging through the wooden box to find a pencil and a sharpener, preparing her tools for work. "Here I am," Zhao Jingchuan announced as he pushed the door open and approached her, placing several stacks of past design drawings on the table before her. "You can take a look at these first to familiarize yourself before you begin your work."
"Thank you."
Shen Yunqing placed the sharpened pencil into a holder and picked up her sketchbook, flipping through a few pages before incisively pointing out the issues. "This is merely a rehash, devoid of originality. The previous 2 seasons' designs essentially differed only in sleeve length, with minimal alterations to the neckline. This design exuded a sense of laziness, as the new sketches seemed to add only a few strokes to the old ones, leaving Shen Yunqing perplexed. Zhao Jingchuan, with his hands tucked into his pockets, pondered thoughtfully and replied gently, "For this season, the designs from Qixue have already been completed. You will be responsible for next spring's designs." Shen Yunqing had no objections. The work seemed light enough for her to occasionally indulge in leisure. "No problem," she responded with a slight smile. "How many designs do you need to review in a day? And how many of those are approved?" Seeing her relaxed demeanor, Zhao Jingchuan felt a twinge of uncertainty. "About 5, with 2 or 3 making it to final approval." "All right, I'll have the designs ready for you by noon." Observing her confidence, Zhao Jingchuan's lips curved into a polite smile. "I shall await your sketches." With that, he turned leisurely and left. Shen Yunqing glanced at the clock mounted on the studio wall. It was 8:55 a.m. How strange. Was she the only one working today? Aside from Qixue, there should be another designer, should there not? Never mind, she thought, I will focus on my work for now. As she traversed this era, her first day at work was surprisingly pleasant. Shen Yunqing retrieved her sketchbook from the wooden box and diligently immersed herself in her tasks. In the past, her illustrations had leaned towards a sensual and wild aesthetic. Now, however, she needed to find the right balance in her strokes. Before lunch, she leisurely completed her first set of sketches. Zhao Jingchuan descended from the 3rd floor, and as he passed by the door, he caught sight of her engrossed in her work through the glass window. He knocked lightly on the pane. "Have you had lunch yet?" Shen Yunqing looked up, massaging the back of her neck as she replied, "Not yet." A casual glance at the clock revealed it was past 12:20 p.m. She moved her chair aside, stood up, and walked to the door. "I didn't bring a lunchbox." Zhao Jingchuan placed his lunchbox on the windowsill. "I have another one in my office. I'll go fetch it, you wait here." He turned and ascended the stairs with long strides. Shen Yunqing stood in the corridor, waiting for him. Approximately 2 minutes later, Zhao Jingnian descended with a metal lunchbox in hand, presenting it to her. "It was purchased by my assistant and has yet to be used." "Thank you," Shen Yunqing replied, gracefully accepting the lunchbox as she followed him downstairs. The two walked side by side in silence, an awkward atmosphere enveloping them. displeased by this peculiar tension. Shen Yunqing took the initiative to engage in small talk. Mr. Zhao, how many years have you worked at the factory? Shen Yunqing gasped in astonishment. So long? That's quite impressive. The thought of spending her entire life in one place, enduring a monotonous routine day in and day out, filled her with a sense of tedium. Zhao Jingchuan, perceiving the pity hidden beneath her astonishment, smiled gently, his lips curling into a subtle grin. When one manages their own factory, no matter how much they may dislike it, they must persevere. Managing your own factory, Shen Yunqing exclaimed, her eyes widening as she gazed up at him. You are the factory director. Zhao Jingchuan, towering over her, glanced down at her astonished expression with a refined shrug of his shoulders. Does it not appear so? It does not, Shen Yunqing replied honestly, shaking her head. You are far too amiable, there is no sense of oppression about you. He exuded the air of a gentleman, his voice possessing a magnetic softness, imbued with patience and kindness, treating everyone with a warmth that belied his aloofness. Upon hearing her assessment, Zhao Jingchuan's smile became more relaxed, shedding the burdens of pretense and revealing a charming allure in his peach blossom eyes. I am grateful for your compliment. In the cafeteria, most of the workers had already finished their meals and occupied benches, dining contentedly. Shen Yunqing accompanied him to the serving window, lifting her lunchbox to receive her meal. As it was her first day at work, she had yet to be issued meal tickets. Zhao Jingchuan provided the ticket collector with 2 tickets. Perplexed by this gesture, Shen Yunqing took a seat on a bench and quietly inquired, What were the tickets you just gave to the gentleman? Zhao Jingchuan sipped his soup, his tone gentle as he explained, They are meal tickets. I will have Xiaoqiu assist you in obtaining yours from the logistics department shortly. Thank you, she replied. Being a novice on her first day, she felt utterly bewildered by the myriad of new experiences, truly feeling like a novice in their presence. The cafeteria fare, lacking the bounty of the island, consisted of stir-fried shredded potatoes and peas devoid of oil. She received a modest portion of braised pork, merely 3 small pieces accompanied by a few potato chunks. After taking a few bites, she found the taste rather bland and unaccustomed. Zhao Jingchuan, however, seemed unfazed by the simplicity, as he was not particular about food, content as long as his hunger was satiated. Chapter 168. Proposing Alternative Solutions. On a winter night in Nanhai City, the temperature was slightly cool and the sea shimmered with gentle ripples. A man stood at the dock, his tall figure shrouded in the profound darkness of the night, the flicker of his cigarette illuminating the ground littered with cigarette butts, a testament to how long he had remained there. As the cargo was loaded onto the ferry, Zhao brushed off the dust from his hands and approached him. Boss, the cargo is ready. Gu Mohan discarded his cigarette butt onto the ground, crushing it with the tip of his polished shoe. His eyes, as still as a deep pool, revealed no hint of emotion, while his striking features were accentuated by the shadows of the night, dark circles beneath his eyes betraying his fatigue. Watch over the factory. Call me if anything arises. Zhao replied, Boss, your personal presence on this shipment may be excessive for the sake of Bo's reputation. The final batch of goods bound for City S from the previous year did not necessitate Gu Mohan's personal delivery, leaving Zhao perplexed by his decision. Gu Mohan cast a deep glance at him, offering no explanation, as he casually slipped his hand into his pocket and gradually turned away into the enveloping darkness. The silver scarf tied around his left wrist shimmered conspicuously against the inky night. Zhao watched as he boarded the ship, his silhouette fading into the distance. Having worked at the factory for half a month, despite the early mornings and subpar meals, Shen Yunqing felt rather content. Zhao Jingchuan perused the design sketches in his hand, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The creativity was commendable, yet it was excessively revealing. The first design featured a 2-piece tweed ensemble, with Shen Yunqing having thoughtfully extended the length of the skirt by 5 centimeters, mindful of the current societal norms. Zhao Jingchuan approved it with a mere glance. The second sketch depicted a halter-neck polka dress, exuding a sense of ardent exuberance. One could easily envision the allure of a woman adorned in such attire. Shen Yunqing had deliberately crafted this design to gauge his reaction. Noticing his conflicted expression, she removed her shawl and twirled before him. How can you discern others' preferences without trying it on yourself? She wore the very red polka, a halter dress from her sketches, a creation she fashioned herself using her landlord Yang Yang's sewing machine. At 5 months pregnant, Shen Yunqing's figure remained curvaceous. Her body exhibited the appropriate fullness and slenderness in all the right places, and the dress did little to conceal her striking beauty. Zhao Jingchuan was momentarily taken aback. A confident woman often radiates an irresistible charisma. Despite the less than satisfactory meals, the familiarity that had developed between them dulled the initial awkwardness. She picked up the shawl from the table, playfully tossing her long hair over her shoulder before settling on the sofa where he received guests. Zhao Jingchuan set aside the sketches and personally poured her a glass of water, placing it on the table before her. Regarding your salary, the factory has offered you the highest rate of 258 yuan. Had this been the initial offer, she would have been quite satisfied. However, Shen Yunqing had discerned certain issues during her time at the factory. Instead of immediately accepting, she raised her gaze to him. Director Zhao, do you not have other thoughts on this matter? Through her observations over the past few days, it was evident that the factory's operations were not thriving. And Shen Yunqing contemplated a lucrative strategy that hinged on Zhao Jingchuan's cooperation. Having navigated the complexities of business for many years, Zhao Jingchuan was not oblivious to her subtle intentions. He nodded slightly, encouraging her to continue. Those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff. Shen Yunqing, eschewing circumlocution, directly articulated her thoughts. The raw materials used in our factory are all imported. Have you never considered tapping into the foreign exchange market? Currently, the domestic consumer base is primarily focused on frugality, prioritizing practicality over aesthetics. Most individuals purchasing fashionable clothing possess some financial stability, yet their overall spending capacity does not support a flourishing business. The proposal she presented was one Zhao Jingchuan had contemplated and attempted before, albeit with less than satisfactory outcomes, and had resulted in considerable financial loss. Regarding the garments you produced, even a 70-year-old woman abroad would scarcely cast a glance. The styles are antiquated, and the design of the skirts seems to drag down to the heels. Shen Yunqing is quite eager to meet the previous chief designer, Ji Shui, to discern what manner of person she is, for her notions appear exceedingly antiquated. Do you dare to attempt once more? Shen Yunqing gazes at him with fervor. This time, I assure you, I will ensure that your coffers overflow. The ambition of this woman is not trivial. Zhao Jingchuan deliberates internally for a moment, his voice steady and composed. Pray, share your general concept. In truth, the matter is not entirely straightforward. Shen Yunqing purses her lips, her face slightly flushed. Perhaps we might explore products of a more provocative nature.
What?
The items she mentions, Zhao Jingchuan has never even heard of. His display of innocence seems rather exaggerated. Shen Yunqing raises her cup to sip some water, clearing her throat. You and your wife. Could it be that? Under her meaningful gaze, Zhao Jingchuan appears to grasp a fragment of understanding. A man in his 30s discussing such topics with a young woman in the office seems a breach of propriety. He uncomfortably brushes his arm and clarifies, I am not yet married.
Ah, no.
He appears rather mature, even older than Gu Mohan, yet he remains unmarried.
Goodness.
Shen Yunqing adjusts her shawl, adopting a more serious demeanor as she continues discussing the proposal. Foreigners are generally more open-minded, placing considerable importance on experiences in that realm. We could focus our efforts on women's lingerie and three-quarter pants. She speaks of this without a hint of embarrassment, her ease stemming from the fact that one of her factories in a past life specialized in the production of intimate apparel. Initially, she had invested in it for a friend, but as it thrived, she gradually began to take it seriously. Zhao Jingchuan, the recipient of her discourse, finds himself blushing. Yet he contemplates her approach as viable. I can provide funding and oversee external sales. As for design, you may manage that yourself. But there is only one chance for trial and error. The financial situation is precarious, and Zhao Jingchuan can only bear the pressure and trust her once. Once he concedes, Shen Yunqing finds her path considerably eased. Rest assured, you will not regret the decision made today. Observing her confidence as she assures him with a pat on her chest, Zhao Jingchuan is likewise inspired and rises to retrieve the coat draped over the back of a chair. Once dressed, he gently suggests, I have reserved a private room at the state-run restaurant. Would you care to join me for a meal?
Certainly.
After the bland fare at the factory, Shen Yunqing is already weary of it. She had planned to treat herself at the state-run restaurant on her day off in 2 days. Now, with an invitation for a complimentary feast, how could she refuse? Chapter 169 Mudongyu. After work, Shen Yunqing rides in Zhao Jingchuan's car as they head to the state-run restaurant together. In the private room on the second floor, a man is already seated, awaiting their arrival. Zhao Jingchuan opens the door and greets the man. You are quite early today. Mu Dongyu nonchalantly toyed with the lighter in his hand, a charming smile gracing his handsome face. It is quite unusual for the punctual young Master Zhao to be late today, he remarked, his gaze shifting to the woman behind Zhao Jingchuan, an eyebrow raised in intrigue. Oh, where did you find this beautiful lady? She is truly lovely. Zhao Jingchuan shot him a warning glance, urging him to be mindful of his words and actions, before turning to Shen Yunqing. This is our new designer from the factory, Comrade Shen. Shen Yunqing inadvertently cast a glance at the man seated at the round table, exuding an air of casual elegance, with striking features that hinted at mixed heritage. She nodded and greeted him, hello. Mu Dongyu, momentarily shedding his flippant demeanor, tossed the lighter onto the table and turned to regard her with keen interest, a playful smile dancing on his lips. His gaze was unabashedly appraising, devoid of any pretense. Feeling the weight of his scrutiny, Shen Yunqing couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Zhao Jingchuan, ever the gentleman, pulled out a chair for her to sit down. He then pushed Mu Dongyu's head away, his expression stern as he urged him to behave. Rising to his feet, Mu Dongyu playfully draped an arm over his brother's shoulders. Whispering conspiratorially, I have taken a liking to her. Help me win her over. Zhao Jingchuan's expression hardened as he discreetly observed Shen Yunqing's profile, warning him. Comrade Shen is expecting. Do not act recklessly. Whose child is it? Mu Dongyu replied with an air of regret. It wouldn't be yours, would it? What nonsense are you spouting? Zhao Jingchuan retorted, pushing him away as he exited to order food from a waiter. Mu Dongyu straightened his attire, sat down, and refrained from any further inappropriate behavior. He lifted the teapot and poured a cup of water, placing it in front of her. Comrade Shen, please have some tea. Thank you, Shen Yunqing responded, grasping the cup and taking a delicate sip. She was not oblivious to the magnetic pull emanating from the man. Yet she chose to deliberately ignore it. Although Mu Dongyu appeared to be playing with the lighter, his peripheral vision remained fixated on Shen Yunqing. Engaged in foreign trade, and having traveled extensively, he had encountered numerous beautiful women but could not deny the allure of the woman seated across from him. With a voluptuous figure and an innocent demeanor, she resembled both a young papaya and a peach, undeniably tempting. The temperature had cooled considerably over the past few days. Shen Yunqing felt uncomfortable under the intensity of Mu Dongyu's gaze and slightly turned her head towards the window. Noticing her subtle movement, he smirked lightly. Are you feeling hot? Shen Yunqing was taken aback by his question, her eyes darting nervously. No, not at all. She lifted her cup and drained the tea in one go. Was it really so sudden? She felt uneasy at the prospect of being alone with the man opposite her, his presence exuding a more unsettling aura than Gu Mohan's. Receiving a warning glance from his friend, Mu Dongyu stood up with a serious demeanor, nudging Zhao Jingchuan as they headed outside. Why are you following me? Stay here. I can't possibly eat you. Behind Zhao Jingchuan's back, Mu Dongyu's gaze lingered on her slightly rounded abdomen. Shen Yunqing followed behind them, ignoring the man's remarks. Understanding his brother's temperament, Zhao Jingchuan gently reassured her, Comrade Shen, I truly have urgent matters to attend to today. I will treat you to dinner another time. He had expressed himself so clearly that Shen Yunqing could no longer follow him and could only nod in agreement. All right, see you tomorrow. Zhao Jingchuan walked out of the store. Mu Dongyu lit a cigarette, holding it delicately between his fingers. His deep-set eyes smiling as they fixated on her face. Are you truly that afraid of me? It was merely their first encounter. Yet he scrutinized her with such an unmistakably intent gaze that anyone would feel a twinge of fear. Shen Yunqing remained silent, turning to step down the stairs. Mu Dongyu grasped her arm. The dishes ordered by Zhao Jingchuan are already on the table, and I cannot finish them alone. It would be a disgrace to waste food. This was, in essence, a ploy to prevent her from leaving. Shen Yunqing pried his hand away, her delicate brows furrowing as she turned to face him. You are bothersome. Why should I care about wasting food? Mu Dongyu raised his hand, taking a deep drag from a cigarette before defiantly exhaling the smoke towards her. Why should it not concern you, comrade? Shen Yunqing, stung by the smoke, shut her eyes, choosing to ignore the obstinate man and continuing her descent.
Hey.
Mu Dongyu stood on the steps, watching her retreating figure, cursing under his breath as he discarded the cigarette. Shen Yunqing, anxious that he might follow her, quickened her pace as she walked into the alley. Had she known she would encounter such a person, she would not have agreed to accompany Zhao Jingchuan for a meal. Indeed, she had not sought any small advantage and had nearly faced a significant loss. Starving was not pleasant, so Shen Yunqing visited a nearby supply and marketing cooperative to purchase some biscuits and apples. After her design draft was completed, Zhao Jingchuan formed a separate small team to establish a production line. The first batch produced 500 sets. Shen Yunqing also negotiated an agreement with Zhao Jingchuan, receiving a commission of 1 yuan for each set sold. On the day the buyer came to inspect the goods, she waited in the office with Zhao Jingchuan. The moment the door opened, her head buzzed. Mu Dongyu, with his long fingers, adjusted his shorts while looking at the two seated across from him, saying meaningfully, Zhao Jingchuan, I never would have expected you to be this kind of person. The innocent Zhao Jingchuan, teased by his friends, felt his ears burn. Clenching his fists to his mouth as he cleared his throat, this was conceived by Comrade Shen.
Oh.
Mu Dongyu paused, his gaze shifting to the woman. Resentment flickering in his eyes. Comrade Shen seems quite knowledgeable. Do you often engage in playful banter with your husband? Shen Yunqing's face flushed crimson as she suppressed her anger and reminded him, Mr. Mu, you are here to inspect the goods. Mu Dongyu toyed with the shorts and top in his hands, examining them closely, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. These items will undoubtedly be popular. How many do you have left? Zhao Jingchuan replied, currently, we only have 500 sets. Mu Dongyu frowned. Is that all? Renowned for his penchant for enjoyment in his circles abroad, Mu Dongyu understood precisely what men favored. Shen Yunqing sensed the situation nearing completion, sipped her water, and set the cup down. If you desire them, we can work overtime to produce 10,000 sets. Such intimate items, did they truly intend to manufacture so many? Zhao Jingchuan, whose ambitions had never aligned with such a venture, remained relatively conservative as a traditional man. Very well, consider how you wish to price them. After Shen Yunqing resolved to produce this item, she calculated the pricing based on the current income levels abroad, estimating it to be around $500 to $600. However, she set her minimum price at $10 to $12. Zhao Jingchuan looked at her in astonishment. Isn't that a bit too high? A complete outfit in the department store sells for no more than $8, and you want 12 for these two oddly designed pieces of fabric? Shen Yunqing's subsequent words left him speechless, as his gaze shifted to the man across from them, leisurely crossing his legs. It's $12. Mu Dongyu paused for a moment, then calmly gestured with his hands and chuckled. You certainly have a lofty appetite. With such a high price, how am I supposed to make a profit? Chapter 170. Verbal Provocation. When he had just previously discussed the pricing with confidence, Shen Yunqing was certain he had a strategy to sell at such a high price. She raised her glass to sip water, slightly arching her brows, projecting an unwavering stance. Mu Dongyu sighed, burdened. All right, let us consider this initial pricing as a warm-up for you. We shall discuss the next price later. This pricing was indeed somewhat outrageous. Zhao Jingchuan had expected him to refuse and renegotiate, but he accepted it effortlessly. After signing the contract, Mu Dongyu stood up, his gaze lingering on the two of them. Shall we go out for a meal? Shen Yunqing, recalling the entanglement from their last encounter, smiled politely to decline. No. I have plans tonight. Keeping a distance from such individuals was prudent. She could not afford to encounter another Gu Mohan. The thought of that man still caused her heart to ache, as Gu Mohan had left her with numerous scars. Mu Dongyu, disregarding the presence of his companion, approached her, casually draping his arm over her shoulder and leaning closer to whisper in her ear, Your man has abandoned you. What plans could you possibly have tonight? None of your business. Shen Yunqing shrugged off his hand, her expression cool with a hint of annoyance. Zhao Jingchuan, noticing his friend's hand resting on Shen's shoulder, darkened his gaze. Dongyu, I'll escort you downstairs. Mu Dongyu snorted lightly, picked up the coat from the sofa, and cast a significant glance at the woman before striding out. Shen Yunqing patted her chest, organized the samples, and placed them in a box before carrying it to her office on the second floor. Ever since moving to the dormitory, she had taken to cooking her own meals. Her dishes were nutritionally balanced, and after consuming the bland offerings of the cafeteria, she worried about whether her child would develop properly.
Now,
as she relied on the spirit of her baby as her pillar of strength, she slowly began to fortify herself, resolving to take good care of herself and her child. The market was just 2 kilometers from the factory, and upon arriving, Shen Yunqing found a spot to securely lock her bicycle before entering with her shopping basket. She purchased 2 pounds of meat, 2 pounds of ribs, some winter bamboo shoots, and yam, finishing off with some seasonings and napa cabbage. After exiting the market, she placed her groceries in the front basket of her bicycle and bent down to unlock it. Suddenly, someone behind her whistled. Shen Yunqing straightened up and turned to look. Mu Dongyu leaned against the car door, casually crossing his arms, his eyes narrowed playfully, a smile dancing on his lips as he observed her. What a nuisance. Shen Yunqing chose to ignore him, pushing her bicycle onto the road.
Hey.
Mu Dongyu strode forward, blocking her path. Have dinner with me. Shen Yunqing frowned, exhaling in irritation. My family has plenty to eat. Why would I accompany you? Step aside. The woman had an arsenal of excuses, and having waited for her at the factory gate all afternoon, Mu Dongyu was not one to easily concede. Tell me, how much? His question left Shen Yunqing momentarily speechless. Noticing her silence, Mu Dongyu surveyed their surroundings and leaned closer, whispering, What would it cost for you to spend a night with me? Name your price. The image of her alluring figure and innocent yet seductive face lingered in his dreams. Mu Dongyu had never believed in love at first sight. Rather, he believed in desire at first glance. Upon hearing his vulgar proposition, Shen Yunqing's eyes widened in shock. If you're sick, go to the hospital. She had already refused him in every way possible. Mu Dongyu, hands on his hips, tilted his head and signaled to the driver in the car. A burly man emerged from the vehicle parked nearby and approached them. Mu Dongyu merely glanced at the bicycle, and the driver, silent, effortlessly seized it, carrying it across the street. What are you doing? Shen Yunqing rushed after him. Mu Dongyu grasped her arm, forcefully pulling her toward the car. Let go of me. She protested, pushing against him, her heart racing with fear. If you keep this up, I'll call the police. The woman's strength was no match for the man's, and he easily shoved her into the back seat, a smirk playing on his lips. Feel free to report me. Even if I were to kill you, no one would dare to touch me. His brazen threats sent chills down Shen Yunqing's spine, and she raised her pale face to him. What do you want? I'm pregnant. Mu Dongyu was not cruel enough to force himself upon her. He genuinely wished to invite her to dinner. Witnessing her fear transform her once radiant face into that of a frightened creature, her large, glistening eyes wary and defensive, stirred something within him. Unable to bear her distress, he raised his hand to gently pat her head. Don't worry. I truly only want to take you out for a meal. His sinister demeanor was softened by a hint of tenderness, yet Shen Yunqing remained on high alert. Her shoulders tense. His hand slid down her ear, finally resting on her delicate neck, his fingertips brushing against the sweat of her anxiety. Relax. I merely wish to schedule a time with you. His voice was deep, laced with a soothing warmth. Shen Yunqing despised being threatened, and his actions only deepened her aversion rather than providing any sense of ease. What do you want to schedule? She asked. The softness of her skin made Mu Dongyu's throat tighten, and he withdrew his hand, his gaze drifting to her prominent belly. The man before you is utterly inhumane. Having gotten you pregnant, he abandoned you without a thought for the feelings of those who come after. How selfish. His words were utterly vile, inciting a fierce anger in Shen Yunqing, who clenched her teeth in frustration. If she had a knife in her hand at that moment, she would not hesitate to plunge it into him. Did he regard her as nothing more than a doll to satiate his primal desires? The more she contemplated, the angrier she became, her shoulders heaving with indignation, her eyes blazing with fire. Mu Dongyu, however, chose to disregard her furious demeanor, smirking disdainfully. Am I not speaking the truth? I hold a significant interest in Comrade Shen's physique. Given your current state, I cannot domineer over you. But the child within you is simply, too. Before he could finish his sentence, her slap landed squarely on his face. Shen Yunqing had reached her breaking point, her fury palpable as she glared at him. Mu Dongyu, do not overstep your bounds. While she could endure insults, she would not allow him to provoke her beyond her limits. The child was her sole possession, the one thing she would never betray. She would not permit anyone to speak ill of it. Even a cornered cat would fight back fiercely. If he continued with his unrestrained tongue, it was entirely possible that Shen Yunqing might retaliate with equal ferocity. Mu Dongyu, taken aback by the slap, stared at her in disbelief, his eyes wide. You. Influenced by Western culture, he prided himself on his superiority. To be struck by a woman was simply unfathomable to him. In a fit of indignation, he raised his hand. Shen Yunqing instinctively lowered her head, shielding her forehead with her hand. Chapter 171. Old Memories. Shen Yunqing had no time to concern herself with his feelings. She pushed open the car door and walked away. The driver, seeing her cross the road in the rearview mirror, turned to look at him. Following orders, the driver started the engine and drove off. At the factory gate, Shen Yunqing spotted her bicycle, which had been taken by the driver. Her groceries from the market were neatly placed in the basket. She pushed the bicycle into the factory premises, parked it in the shed beneath the office building, and then, carrying the basket, took a small path to the family quarters at the back. The dormitory assigned to her by the factory was a one-bedroom unit without a balcony, necessitating that she hang her clothes outside to dry. Though modest in size, it was just sufficient for her alone. Residents on the first floor greeted her warmly. Designer Shen is off work. Shen Yunqing managed a polite smile. Yes, I finished early and went to the market. It was only a little past 4 and the women with children looked at her outfit with envy. Designer Shen is truly fortunate. There's no one else at the garment factory as leisurely as you. It was unclear whether the woman spoke intentionally or simply lacked tact. In any case, Shen Yunqing felt displeased upon hearing those words. I have no choice. I work hard and earn the factory's recognition. Having said that, she paid no mind to the woman's prattling and ascended the stairs to the second floor.
Ugh.
As she climbed the stairs, the woman's jealousy boiled over, and she spat derogatory remarks at Shen Yunqing's retreating figure. That wretch, carrying an illegitimate child whose father is unknown, dares to look down on me, that tramp. However, Shen Yunqing did not hear the woman's slurs. Upon entering the room, she grasped the basket of vegetables and proceeded directly to the kitchen, rolling up her sleeves to wash the rice and prepare the meal. Dining alone, she opted for a simple dish. As dusk fell, Zhao Jingchuan was working overtime at the factory. The incessant ringing of the office phone pierced the air. Jingchuan, is my wife with you? Hearing the voice of the man on the other end, Zhao Jingchuan furrowed his brow. Uncle, what are you talking about? Gu Mohan lowered the car window. Peering into the factory's office building, a landline telephone resting on his knees. Shen Yunqing, the designer you hired 2 weeks ago. Zhao Jingchuan fell silent. No matter how he pondered, he could never have imagined that the new designer at his factory would be his own aunt by marriage. It felt rather peculiar to Zhao Jingchuan, who found it difficult to articulate his emotions. During her interview, she had mentioned her divorce. How was it that Gu Mohan had taken a wife without him ever hearing a whisper of it from his grandfather? Surely, the old man must have deliberately concealed this from him and his mother. As for his uncle, who was even 3 years younger than him, Zhao Jingchuan felt neither animosity nor affection. Their interactions were infrequent. Yet, the sudden revelation that Shen was married to him felt like a suffocating ball of cotton lodged in his chest. Gu Mohan struck a match to light a cigarette, his expression turning melancholic as his dark eyes wandered towards the family quarters behind the factory. After a long pause, a hint of sorrow flickered in his gaze. Has she mentioned me to you? His tone bore a note of inquiry, tinged with a thread of inadvertent hope. No, Zhao Jingchuan replied. When she came for the interview, she briefly mentioned her divorce and that she seldom contacted her family. Gu Mohan bowed his head, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. He was puzzled by his own feelings. Despite having resolved to sever all ties, he still found himself yearning to seek her out. Over the past half-month since her departure, he could numb himself with work during the day, but at night, he couldn't help but wonder how she was faring, whether she was warm and well-fed. Zhao Jingchuan felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Before he could inquire further, the call was abruptly disconnected. The shipment from Mudongyu would not be ready before the new year. In the end, they managed to produce only 5,000 sets through overtime. Shen Yunqing avoided meeting Mudongyu, spending the entire day in the office sketching designs. Zhao Jingchuan remained troubled by the phone call from the previous night. Descending to the second floor, he pushed open the door to the design studio. Shen's parents were still unaware of her divorce. If they found out, it would only add to their distress. Zhao Jingchuan pulled a chair from the wall and sat down, hesitating as he gazed at her face. Finally broaching the subject, what was your previous partner like? Shen Yunqing paused, her hand hovering over the cup of water, her expression darkening as she clearly wished to avoid the subject. An insincere, childish fool. She struggled to pinpoint any shortcomings of Gu Mohan. After all, during the 6 months they had been together, his kindness towards her had been indisputable. Observing the shift in her demeanor, Zhao Jingchuan gently inquired, "Is there a possibility for you two to reconcile?" The tip of her nose tinged with a slight ache. Shen Yunqing swallowed hard and offered a bittersweet smile. "It's impossible now. He never came looking for me when I left. What's past is past. No matter how much sorrow and sadness one feels, time will eventually heal those wounds." Zhao Jingchuan, observing the glistening in her eyes and her stubborn attempt to suppress tears, felt a pang of guilt arise within him. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring him up. What had that inconsiderate uncle done to make her so miserable?" Whenever the subject of that man arose, she could not help but feel the sting in her nose. Zhao Jingchuan produced a handkerchief and extended it towards her, saying, "You are too good for him. He simply lacks the fortune to appreciate you." The relationship between Gu Mohan and Yi Qinghuan had stirred considerable gossip in Heiress during those years. Yi Qinghuan's mother was the eldest daughter of the Ji family, and Zhao Jingchuan had maintained a good rapport with them, serving as a witness to their 5-year romance. This half-brother of his, who was over 30 years younger than their mother, was born when Zhao Jingchuan was already 3 or 4 years old. The elder Mr. Gu had lived a rather liberated life in his youth, with several children typically having one father and multiple mothers. Gu Bowen and Gu Songshan's mother was an actress. Only the eldest, Gu Ranji, had a legitimate wife. Gu Mohan's mother, Wen Jiaoyun, had been a college classmate of Gu Ranji. It was during a chance encounter that they witnessed Wen Jiaoyun and her partner exchanging flirtations right at her doorstep. With her extraordinary beauty and the elder Mr. Gu's notorious lechery, the audacious act of pursuing a college student brought severe repercussions to Wen Jiaoyun's previously tranquil life after that summer break. This ultimately led to her tragic fate, marked by the disintegration of family and the shattering of hopes. Chapter 172, Malicious Intent, Distasteful Acts. After work, Shen Yunqing carried a fabric bag as she made her way outside the factory premises. The black sedan parked by the roadside stood out conspicuously. It had remained stationary since she arrived that morning. With curiosity, she glanced through the windshield. The fading sunlight danced upon the hood, revealing an empty interior. As the man inside buried his head into the seat cushion the moment she exited the factory, he was so startled that he dared not breathe. despite the considerable distance separating them. With the new year approaching, the vegetable market would close for 3 days, prompting Shen Yunqing to purchase extra ingredients. She intended to prepare chicken soup, but the smallest chicken sold by the vendor weighed over 5 pounds, and they were only available live. It was far too much for her to consume alone, and more importantly, she lacked the courage to wield a knife to slaughter a live chicken. Sighing enviously at the chickens in their bamboo cages, she left with her basket and opted instead to buy 2 large pork bones. With the new year imminent, it was prudent to stock up on provisions. Xiao Yao craned her neck to glance at the roadside and frowned. "Did you see that black sedan parked at our factory gate?" Following her gaze, Shen Yunqing noted that the spot where the car had been was now empty. "I saw it when I went to buy vegetables. Is it one of your relatives?" she inquired. "I don't have any relatives who drive a sedan," Xiao Yao scoffed. Adding with intrigue, "I heard Accountant Wan say that car had been parked there since last night, and there was a remarkably handsome gentleman inside." Shen Yunqing observed her friend's crestfallen expression and chuckled. "There are plenty of handsome individuals around. Why feel disheartened? If I had ventured out sooner, I might have encountered some charming fellows myself." Xiao Yao, twirling a lengthy braid around her fingers, sighed wistfully. "Comrade Shen, is that gentleman truly handsome?" While Xiao Yao possessed numerous admirable qualities, she was somewhat infatuated, captivated by beauty, which had resulted in her remaining single at the age of 22. Shen Yunqing responded candidly. "No, when I saw the car, it was empty." Her enthusiastic demeanor piqued Shen Yunqing's curiosity about the allure of the handsome man they spoke of. "Very well," Xiao Yao conceded with a despondent sigh. The basket filled with items began to weigh heavily on Shen Yunqing's arm, causing her some discomfort as she bid her friend farewell and made her way towards the dormitory building behind the factory. After her departure, a black sedan, concealed at the intersection across the street, was driven by a man who deftly maneuvered the steering wheel and returned to its original position. Just as Xiao Yao was about to turn away, she caught sight of the approaching vehicle and leapt in excitement. Standing a short distance away, her heart raced as she glimpsed the man's profile, her cheeks flushed, and she felt a stir of emotions within. "So handsome," she thought. "The most striking gentleman I have encountered in over 20 years. The man's angular features seemed somewhat aloof, clad in a black shirt that exuded sophistication. His perfectly defined jawline hinted at nobility, and even from a distance, he radiated an extraordinary aura. However, after the initial thrill faded, a twinge of insecurity crept into Xiao Yao's heart. Such exceptional men were beyond the reach of ordinary individuals like herself. Unbeknownst to Gu Mohan, seated inside the car, his arrival had unwittingly disturbed a young woman's burgeoning affections. He opened a metal lunchbox and retrieved a steamed bun he had packed from a restaurant, washing it down with plain water. As dusk settled, Gu Mohan lowered the car window, extending a long hand to flick away ash from a cigarette. It was the first time Zhao Jingchuan witnessed such a listless demeanor from him. He had never seen Gu Mohan appear so dejected since Yi Qinghuan's departure. After aimlessly drifting through half a month, Gu Mohan had not enjoyed a single restful night. His eyes were clouded, bloodshot, and the dark circles beneath them were reminiscent of a national treasure. Gu Mohan cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Jingchuan, his eyelids half closed, and tilted his chin slightly. "No. She isn't well. I shall remain here." "What is the purpose of this?" Zhao Jingchuan, who had never experienced love himself, shook his head in resignation and drove away. On New Year's Eve, Shen Yunqing dined alone, experiencing a mix of emotions as she prepared to light firecrackers downstairs. Observing other families joyously celebrating together, she couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness. Having overindulged during dinner, she took to the streets for a stroll to aid digestion. The baby within her reacted to the sounds of firecrackers, kicking excitedly. Upon reaching the park, she intended to find a bench to rest when someone patted her shoulder. Turning around, she was startled to find Mu Dongyu, her eyes widening in shock. "Are you that excited to see me?" he asked teasingly. Mu Dongyu held 2 skewers of candied hawthorn in his hand, biting into one and puffing out his cheeks as he chewed the sour fruit. His playful gaze fixed upon her. "Waiting for you, you know," he remarked nonchalantly, his casual demeanor contrasting sharply with his well-tailored administrative attire, which somehow exuded a rogue charm. Ignoring his banter, Shen Yunqing took a seat on the bench. The sugary coating on the hawthorn was sparse, and after consuming 2, Mu Dongyu found his cheeks protesting against the sourness. He offered her the remaining skewer, but she declined. "What? Are you afraid I might have tampered with it?" he teased, bringing the candied fruit closer to her hand. Shen Yunqing shot him an irritated glance, wary of getting syrup on her clothes, and reluctantly accepted the offering. Mu Dongyu settled beside her, his arm casually draped behind her, his gaze lingering on her abdomen, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Don't we look like a family of 3 sitting here together?" "Don't speak nonsense," Shen Yunqing warned him with a frosty expression. He was hardly fit to assume the role of a father. It would be best if he kept his distance. Stretching languidly, Mu Dongyu adjusted his loose trousers and tightened his belt. Aren't you lonely spending New Year's alone? Don't you wish for a man by your side? Shen Yunqing couldn't be bothered to even glance at him, maintaining her silence with a frigid demeanor. It was rather remarkable how, despite possessing a strikingly handsome mixed heritage face, his words dripped with an insufferable arrogance. Lost in his own self-adoration, Mu Dongyu remained oblivious to her disdain. Continuing to flirt, I've heard that pregnant women experience a surge of dopamine in their second trimester. Aren't you feeling a bit empty? Shen Yunqing felt a wave of nausea wash over her, longing for him to silence himself. Did he not realize that being utterly revolting was, in itself, a crime? Not far from them, beneath a large tree, a man gripped a pair of binoculars, his face taut with fury. It had only been a short while since they had parted, yet she had seemingly hastened to find another partner. What had their 6 months together amounted to? As darkness fell and the park grew emptier, Shen Yunqing rose to head towards the residential area. The more indifferent she was towards him, the more tenacious Mu Dongyu became, trailing behind her and incessantly complaining. Do you treat everyone with such a cold demeanor? No, Shen Yunqing replied, her expression flat as she cast a sidelong glance at him. I typically treat chatty individuals this way. With such clarity, should he not take the hint to be quiet? Perhaps oblivious or indifferent, Mu Dongyu continued, this isn't good. Offending others can easily bring trouble upon yourself. Rolling her eyes, Shen Yunqing quickened her pace towards the factory area. She had never encountered a man so loquacious. His incessant chatter was truly maddening. Upon reaching the factory gate, noticing he was still following her, she paused and turned to face him. I've arrived. Shouldn't you be leaving now?
Ah.
Mu Dongyu feigned ignorance, brushing his disheveled hair with a casual gesture. Aren't you inviting me over for a cup of coffee? He inquired playfully. I'm afraid I don't have any coffee at home. No matter, tea will suffice. I don't have that either. Surely you have tap water. Mu Dongyu was relentless in his attempts, exhibiting a tenacity that left her exasperated. Faced with such a rogue, Shen Yunqing found herself at her wit's end. With a heavy sigh, she fixed him with a stern gaze. Could you please refrain from pestering me? I have absolutely no interest in you. With such blatant honesty. Surely he would take the hint and withdraw. Your lack of interest doesn't concern me. I am quite interested in you, he replied, plucking a leaf from a nearby tree, his eyes sparkling with mischief as he lingered beside her. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Shen Yunqing felt pressed for time and, furrowing her brows, she questioned him directly. What exactly do you want? She contemplated ignoring him and simply walking away, but feared he might follow her, discovering her whereabouts and persistently haunting her thereafter. The presence of this man was an irksome burden on her mind. Before she could further contemplate, a sudden fist struck Mu Dongyu, sending him flying. Shen Yunqing was momentarily stunned by the unexpected arrival of another man. Gu Mohan stood there, his face darkened with fury, emanating an aura of hostility as he clenched his fists, glaring at her with intense resentment.
How dare you?
Mu Dongyu, regaining his footing, raised his fists to retaliate against the man. However, before he could approach, Gu Mohan kicked him down, rolled up his sleeves to reveal his muscular arms, and advanced to seize Mu Dongyu by the collar, mercilessly raining blows upon his face. Onlookers began to gather, drawn by the commotion. Upon returning home, Shen Yunqing sat anxiously in her living room, her mind racing with thoughts. How could he have shown up? What was his purpose? As the night deepened, she unsteadily made her way to the bathroom to wash up. Lying in bed, she tossed and turned, unable to discern the source of her unease, her mind refusing to settle into sleep. Suddenly, a loud knock reverberated through the wooden door. Shen Yunqing rose from her bed, slipped on her slippers, and curiously opened the door. I need some hot water, the man said, his cold, stern face framed by an expression of unwavering detachment. She glanced at him, instinctively stepping back into her room. Gu Mohan entered, his dark eyes swiftly surveying the layout of the space. Where's the hot water? In the kitchen, she replied. As Shen Yunqing settled onto the bench, her gaze drifted toward the kitchen, while she wrapped herself in a shawl draped over the chair, covering her legs. In the kitchen, he found the kettle, unscrewed the lid of the thermos, and poured the water. The atmosphere was peculiarly silent, with one person in the kitchen and the other in the living room, an unexpected contrast to their previously close rapport that had now devolved into an uncomfortable silence. Having prepared the water, Gu Mohan emerged with the thermos in hand. Having neglected his appearance for 2 days, his unkempt hair and stubble gave him the disheveled look of a weary man. He cast a glance in her direction. Having shed some weight, the baby fat on her face has diminished, rendering her features increasingly exquisite and beautiful. It is no wonder so many people have her on their minds. Observing her silence, He wordlessly lifted his thermos and exited, leaving the door ajar. It was only after the footsteps in the corridor faded that Shen Yunqing rose to close the door. He lit a cigarette, lost in contemplation. During the new year, nearly all restaurants were shuttered. Having consumed only 2 buns the previous night, he had not eaten anything else for a day and a night. After finishing 1 cigarette, he unscrewed the lid to sip some hot water. He turned off the lights in the car, settled into the passenger seat, and closed his eyes to rest. On the morning of the first day of the new year, Shen Yunqing awoke early. Following tradition, she prepared a small batch of dumplings. However, due to the man's unexpected appearance the night before, her mind was elsewhere. The phone in the living room rang. She rinsed her hands under the tap, wiped them on her clothes, and went to answer the call. It was Zhao Jingchuan, who had managed to connect through her home line, claiming it was the best way to reach her. Shen Yunqing knew instinctively who was on the other end of the line. She naturally picked up the receiver and answered, "Hello. Comrade Shen." Zhao Jingchuan's voice emerged, dulcet and refined, after a brief pause. "Happy New Year." "Happy New Year," Shen Yunqing replied, her brows furrowing slightly. You called the order she was collaborating on with Mu Dongyu had 7 days left until the shipping deadline. If the goods were not dispatched by then, they would have to wait until the following month. The port logistics could not afford to wait for them. She had informed them in a meeting 2 days prior, stating that as long as he supervised without causing any issues, all would be well. Once this batch of goods was shipped and sold overseas, she would earn a commission of 10,000 yuan. She was determined to ensure that everything proceeded smoothly. Chapter 174, Enemies Seeking Revenge. On the second day of the new year, Shen Yunqing rose early and headed to the factory. The black vehicle was still parked conspicuously at the entrance, but this time, the man was sitting inside openly, gazing out the window. His eyes fixed on her as she walked into the factory. Upon reaching the newly established workshop, she pushed the door open, only to find that the sewing machines had not been used for days, and a layer of dust coated the tabletops. Noticing the early hour, she found a basin and cloth in the corner, filled the basin with water from the drinking area, and began to clean the dust from her workstation. As she was nearly finished tidying the workshop, 2 or 3 employees arrived. Upon seeing her cleaning, they felt awkward standing by and went to fetch brooms and mops, preparing to clean the floors. By 8 o'clock, most of the workers had entered the workshop, retrieving their boxes of materials and settling in front of the sewing machines to continue the unfinished work from the previous days. Shen Yunqing found an unused sewing machine and joined in to assist. With her included, there were 19 individuals working together, and by noon, they had managed to produce over 500 sets. After the workers departed, Shen Yunqing casually nibbled on some cookies and an apple she had brought, continuing with her tasks. She paused in her work, carrying a pile of semi-finished products to the next station. With a gentle smile, she remarked, "Lately, I haven't had an appetite. Being pregnant, you must take care of your health and not skip meals." Most of the people in the factory are aware that designer Shen is single and pregnant, though whether she has a husband remains a mystery. She often keeps to herself, seldom engaging with others apart from the factory director, and many of her colleagues regard her as an outsider. Shen Yunqing is indifferent to the opinions of others as she hands over the next draft of the design. "The samples have been provided by the pattern maker, correct?" "Yes," replied team leader Ding, taking the drawings and settling at her workstation. The newly established team consists primarily of veteran employees with over 3 years of experience. Initially, upon learning about the project, they felt embarrassed and uncomfortable, muttering unflattering remarks about Shen Yunqing, the designer, in their minds. After several days, they still struggled to adapt, largely due to their traditional beliefs. When the finished products emerged, even the long-married women felt their cheeks flush with embarrassment. After lunch, the staff returned to the workshop, and at precisely 1:30, they began their tasks in an orderly manner. By 3:30, Shen Yunqing arrived at the packaging line to check the output, which had reached 1,000 pieces. With 2 hours remaining before the end of the workday, she estimated that 300 more could be completed. Initially, the workers were not very skilled, their techniques somewhat clumsy. Although the items were small and the steps somewhat cumbersome, their experience allowed them to become proficient quickly. At 5:30, they clocked out, surpassing Shen Yunqing's initial expectation by 100 pieces, though there were many defective items among them. Once the workers had departed, she tidied her bag, locked up the workshop, and left. Gu Mohan, having not seen her during lunch, felt a sense of restlessness brewing within him. As he could no longer contain himself and was about to enter the factory in search of her, Shen Yunqing leisurely emerged from the premises. He opened the car door and approached her. Upon noticing him, Shen Yunqing furrowed her brows slightly but remained silent, her gaze questioning his intentions. Gu Mohan, looking worn and unkempt, stood before her and said, "I haven't eaten in 3 days.
And?
Shen Yunqing replied, raising an eyebrow with an indifferent demeanor. Your meals are of no concern to me. Gu Mohan's eyes darkened as his pupils narrowed, and he frowned. We were once married, after all. May I borrow your kitchen? Shen Yunqing found his words both amusing and absurd. Disturbed by his odor, she took a step back, creating a distance of a meter between them.
No.
Go find someone else, she retorted. How could he, with all his capabilities, truly be without food? Shen Yunqing was not inclined to believe his tales. Her hurried departure back then had not been any less chaotic than his current state. Gu Mohan lowered his head in disappointment, pursing his lips as he hesitantly admitted, during the new year, all the restaurants are closed. I wouldn't disturb you if it weren't absolutely necessary. I understand your resentment towards me. But you can't just stand by and watch the father of your child starve. Seeing the pitiable look on his face stirred a pang of compassion within Shen Yunqing. With a firm grip on the shoulder strap of her bag, he had articulated his sentiments clearly. After all, they were once a couple, and there was no need for their relationship to devolve into one of complete estrangement. As he pointed out, he was also the father of her child. Shen Yunqing pondered for a moment, her expression remaining icy. You're not going to borrow the kitchen and then ask me for the bathroom, are you? I'd rather not engage in this back and forth, she remarked. Gu Mohan retrieved his wallet, extracted 2 crisp bills, and presented them to her. There's a public restroom nearby. If necessary, I can sprint over in time. Considering the money, Shen Yunqing reluctantly pursed her lips, snatched the bills, and sighed. Fine. But you better not make a habit of relying on me. Gu Mohan followed her down the alley. Rest assured, I won tea. I'll leave once you've given birth. The woman in front paused, turned to look at him intently without uttering a word, and then quickly ascended the stairs to her residence. Upon entering, she headed straight for the bedroom, slamming the door with a resounding thud. Uncertain of the source of her anger, she felt a disquiet in her heart. Gu Mohan, feeling awkward, lowered his gaze and scanned himself, perplexed as to what might have offended her. His stomach growled, prompting him to abandon his search for fault and head to the kitchen. The cupboard held some cabbage, and there was leftover bone broth from the previous night simmering in a pot. Gu Mohan cleaned the pot and boiled a bowl of plain noodles, leaving the broth untouched. Meanwhile, Shen Yunqing leaned against the headboard in the bedroom, listening to the sounds from the kitchen, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. Frustrated, she found herself unable to focus on the book in her hands. Once the noodles were cooked, Gu Mohan stood hesitantly at the bedroom door, contemplating for a moment before finally raising his hand to knock. Would you like some noodles? He inquired. No, she replied, her irritation flaring at the sound of his voice. Had she anticipated the turmoil it would bring, she would never have relented in allowing him into her home. As she stepped into the living room, she glanced at the bedroom door, hesitating for a moment before softly murmuring, I'm leaving. She preferred to avoid his presence, and he made an effort to appear less frequently, hoping to keep her content. Once he departed, Shen Yunqing emerged from the bedroom.
Since that day,
she had not seen the little car at the factory gate. Her mood was neither particularly good nor bad. On the 5th day of the new year, her pantry was bare. She walked to the market to buy groceries and, after several days without sighting the vehicle, recognized it at the crossroads. The man inside appeared much more refreshed compared to his disheveled state from days prior. His face was clean-shaven, and he looked considerably slimmer, more striking from the side. Clad in his usual black shirt, he remained concealed behind the windshield, his dark eyes burning with intensity as he watched her from a distance. Everything seemed fine as she entered the market. However, upon her exit, when she glanced towards the car, she noticed a large crowd gathered around. The ambulance doors were just closing, and the black car's windows were shattered, blood pooling on the ground. The onlookers animatedly recounted the brawl that had just transpired. You are unaware that the man bore stab wounds on both his back and abdomen. Blood gushed forth profusely, nearly causing my heart to falter. Given the circumstances, it seemed unlikely he would survive. The driver appeared to be a man of considerable wealth or status, while those who assaulted him were undoubtedly embroiled in a grave legal predicament. Their intentions were unmistakable, as it seemed these individuals were enemies, seeking retribution. Shen Yunqing felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. The basket of vegetables she was holding slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. She moved towards the throng encircling the scene, parting the crowd to step inside and take a closer look. The ground was a canvas of vivid crimson, blood splattered everywhere, permeating the air with a pungent metallic scent. Gazing at the pool of blood, Shen Yunqing experienced an inexplicable pang in her heart, her nose tinged with an involuntary sting, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. The police vehicle that had apprehended the suspect had not traveled far. Officers remained at the scene, collecting evidence, one of whom approached her, sensing her distress, and inquired, Madam, what is your relationship to the driver?